transcending into a realm of high martial arts. My family seized my steer talent and bestowed it upon their favored cousin. They gave me an F-tier talent and cast me out of the family. Well then, I shall unleash my hidden powers. Without joining the genuine army, you see me as a frog in a well gazing at the moon above. Once enlisted in the genuine army, you shall see me as a mayfly beholding the vast azure sky. Is Marshall's annihilation of the Li family too ruthless? Marshal Li dares to execute such a notorious corrupt official. Isn't that too unyielding? Marshal Li even ordered a counterattack into the Abyss. Isn't that too audacious? Nonsense. If I became the great Marshal of dragons and tigers at 20, I'd be even more ruthless, more unyielding, and more audacious than him. Stasis technique, mountain-bearing art alchemy. The 72 transformations. Externalized avatars, bronze head and iron arms, commanding heaven and earth, somersault cloud, cheatsystem, armor, unlocking the great sage's divine powers, step by step in the high martial world, sweeping all before me, ascending to the pinnacle. Do you think I am stronger than the gods? Little do you know, all these mastery of heavenly skills are but a single hair of the great sage. Thus begins the story. Nightfall, torrential rain, the grand hall of the Li family villa. Stop hitting him. I beg you, stop hitting him. Li Mu felt someone weeping atop him. He suddenly opened his eyes. An unbearable pain engulfed his entire body instantly. He felt as if every bone had shattered. A middle-aged woman clung tightly to him, bearing the brunt of violent kicks on her back. Li Mu's memories slowly merged, and his consciousness cleared. It was certain he had transmigrated from Earth to this high martial world, ravaged by abyssal monsters and the rise of warriors. The person protecting him was the biological mother of the original owner of this body in this world. As for the identity of the original owner, no word but tragic could suffice. Yesterday, at the awakening ceremony for the 18th birthday, the original owner of this body, Li Mu, awakened in steer talent called Nine Heavens Thunderclap. It caused a sensation, and steer talent has less than 1 in 100,000 chance of appearing. Ecstatic, Li Mu returned home, only to be ordered by the family to transfer the steer talent to a cousin. The talent exchange potion was already prepared. This potion was extremely costly, originally meant for those who awakened powerful talents, but dared not venture into the abyss deadly battles. It allowed them to sell their talents. However, a voluntary agreement had to be signed, and the exchange was only valid within 24 hours of awakening the talent. After 24 hours, the talent could no longer be changed. Li Mu naturally refused, yet the entire Li family forcibly compelled him to sign the agreement. Talent exchange was an extremely sensitive social issue. External talent exchanges had to undergo registration and review to ensure legal compliance. But the family in the high martial world was a special entity. Their so-called ancestral rules and family laws were strictly off-limits for legal intervention. Family descendants, born into privilege, had to endure corresponding fates. This was an unspoken rule set by those families who had attained heavenly merits since the server opened. As long as the family did not infringe upon outsiders' interests, the law could not meddle deeply in internal family affairs. Nonetheless, after the talent exchange, Li Mu still reported to the authorities. Due to insufficient evidence, the matter was dropped. Unexpectedly, the Li family resented Li Mu's report for bringing shame upon them. Here family law prevailed. Li Mu was beaten nearly to death. No, he was beaten to the brink of death. Otherwise, how could he have transmigrated? His mother Yang, suing upon hearing the news, rushed to the scene. Li Mu was already drenched in blood. Yang Suing cried out and threw herself onto Li Mu, shielding her son's body with her own, begging the Li family to spare him. Stop. The elderly Madame Ma, seated at the head of the Halimus grandmothers, struck her cane. Only then did the servants cease and disperse. The Li family was now ruled by Madame Ma. She favored Li Mu's cousin Li Xiaohao the most. Assigning the steer talent to Li Xiaohao was her wise decision. After all, Li Xiaohao had just awakened an F-tier talent yesterday and cried. When her precious grandson shed tears, the old lady was heartbroken. She immediately decreed that Li Mu must relinquish his steer talent. Yang Suing held her son's feeble body, wailing uncontrollably. Shenfeng contributed greatly to the Li family while alive. Why? Why is your heart so cruel? Madame Ma snorted coldly, looking even angrier than Yang Suing. She fiercely struck her cane and stood up. How dare you complain? Giving up and steer talent is nothing, yet you even dared to report to the police. Now, the whole world knows. You and your son have disgraced the Li family. Madame Ma trembled with rage, pointing at Yang Suing and hurling abuse. Selfish and self-centered fools like you. How could the Li family ever rise? You have no sense of the bigger picture. Other family members merely watched, their faces mostly filled with schadenfreude. Yang Suing seemed to sense Lima's condition worsening. She suddenly pleaded through tears at Madame Ma. Old madam, I beg you, please, show mercy. Treat Xiao Ma's injuries first, won't you? He's dying, my son is dying. I beg you. As she spoke, Yang Suing was about to kowtow to Madame Ma. Her son was on the verge of death. She no longer cared about anything else. All she wanted was to save him. Unexpectedly, halfway through her bow, a bloodied hand stopped her forehead. Yang Suing looked up just as thunder roared, illuminating Lima's face. His eyes were filled with unyielding spirit. With his remaining strength, he blocked her. Tears instantly streamed down Yang Suing's face. I see your son is quite resilient, sneered the eldest uncle. According to family law, beating him to death is no one's business outside the family. But today, he'll spare your life. As he spoke, the eldest uncle produced another agreement. Sign this, and from now on, the Li family's assets shall have no relation to you or your son. We will then issue a statement expelling Li Mu from the family genealogy. You may keep his life. From now on, you shall have no further ties with the Li family. He threw the agreement and pen in front of Yang Suing. Killing Li Mu outright would surely bring greater public criticism and possibly serious trouble, especially since the Li family's seizure of Lima's talent had already sparked citywide uproar. Yet Li Mu still possessed legitimate property rights within the Li family. With Li Xiaohao's steer talent poised to rise powerfully, the family was on the verge of great success. They did not want Yang Suing and her son to share in that glory. Expelling them was the optimal choice. Ill sign. Without hesitation, Yang Suing picked up the pen and signed the contract. Then, trembling, she pressed Lima's bloodied hand onto the contract. She had no time to deliberate. The most urgent matter was to save her son. She just wanted to escape the Li family and take her son to the emergency clinic immediately. And there was no reason to stay in the Li family any longer. Nothing good would come of it. So, she did not hesitate. Though Li Mu regained consciousness, his injuries were too severe for speech. He could only smile bitterly in his heart upon transmigrating. He had already been forced to sign 2 contracts. Only, the significance of these 2 contracts was entirely different. Having signed the contracts, Yang Suing remained silent, wiping away her tears fiercely. Grabbing Lima's arm, she hoisted him onto her back. Li Mu distinctly felt Yang Suing's legs weaken, though she was a low-rank martial artist and had suffered many blows. She gritted her teeth and strode swiftly toward the Li family gate. The torrential rain immediately drenched Li Mu, soaking his clothes through. Each step Yang Suing took splashed heavily in the puddles. Son, hold on. Speak to your mother. The sky had turned pitch black. The street was desolate, except for vehicles. Yang Suing hurried toward a nearby clinic, fighting back tears as she spoke to Liman, afraid he would lose consciousness. Li Mu could not speak, but he felt a tingling sensation in his right palm. He opened his fingers and glanced down. A golden hair was pulsating in his palm. His eyes lit up. Before transmigrating, he had been playing a domestic AAA game called Black Monkey, where he had just been killed by a boss's headbutt and lost consciousness. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself transported to this place. Could it be that Lima's thoughts connected with the spiritual realm, and he slowly clenched his right fist. Instantly, the golden fine hairs transformed into specks of golden light, diving into the palm of Lima's hand. Child, do not fear. If you find yourself adrift and encounter hardships, just clench your fist tightly for old son here, and we shall fight fiercely together. Battle victory system activated. Defeating or killing otherworldly creatures of equal or higher rank grants victory points. Victory points can be used to unlock or upgrade divine abilities, transform spiritual treasures, and more. Newbie gift pack issued 100 victory points. Divine Weapon Technique, and the unranked Celestial Immortal Manual. Ear-attached listening. The system's voice echoed within Lima's mind. He was overwhelmingly exhilarated, yet it was entirely expected. Nothing unusual, simply the flavor of destiny. The moment the unranked Celestial Immortal Manual replaced Lima's foundational internal cultivation, he felt an extraordinarily potent energy erupt within his body, surging swiftly from the Dan Sea, wildly expanding and fortifying his meridians. His limbs and entire body seemed reborn anew. Divine Weapon Technique imbues weapons with weight, current weight. 0 Gene. Unranked Celestial Immortal Manual deepens understanding of practice techniques by 50 years, broadening the Dan Sea, strengthening meridians, and enabling effortless mastery of any cultivation method. Ear-attached listening conceals divine weapons within the ear canals, Sumeru Point, allowing constant comprehension of cultivation progress at 1% of normal speed. Incredible. Lemieux was at a loss for words. He glanced over the yet obune-locked divine abilities within the system. There were Petrification Technique, Bodyguard Method, 72 Transformations, Fiery Eyes of Insight Mountain Carrying Technique, Borrowing Power from Alchemy, Blessing Field Technique, Copperhead Iron Arm, External Manifestation, Water Avoidance, Fire Avoidance, and so forth. At the very end, there was even Heaven Aligning Earth Transforming Technique, truly the battle victory system. However, the costs escalated dramatically the further down the list, with Heaven Aligning Earth Transforming Technique being exorbitantly expensive. At this moment, Yang Suing had arrived at the first medical clinic. Unfortunately, it was already closed. She pounded fiercely on the door for a long while, but it did not budge an inch. Reluctantly, Yang Suing pressed onward to find the second clinic. Suddenly, her son's voice sounded in her ear. "Mom, let's go home." Hearing her son's words, Yang Suing was overjoyed. She turned around and pressed her cheek against Lima's forehead. A trace of true energy probed into Lima's body. Now, after the transformation by the unranked Celestial Immortal Manual, Lima's body was about 70 to 80% healed. Yang Suing's eyes brightened. Just moments ago, she had plainly sensed severe injuries within Lima's body through true energy, which had caused her intense anxiety. Now Lemieux was clearly out of mortal danger. "Mom, I'm fine now, just very tired and want to rest." Lemieux spoke again, sounding better than before. If it weren't for his bones not fully recovered, he might have insisted on walking by himself. "Good. Let's go home," Yang Suing nodded excitedly, her steps gaining strength as she headed down a small street in the opposite direction. After about 10 minutes, they arrived in front of a blacksmith shop. Yang Suing hammered on the door, then glanced at the surveillance camera at the entrance. Soon, the wooden door creaked open. A woman bearing a 6-part resemblance to Yang Suing hurriedly opened the door. "Sister, what's wrong?" This was none other than Yang Suing's younger sister, Lima's maternal Aunt Yang Yurong. Beside her stood a robust man, Lima's uncle. He quickly took Lemieux in his arms. "Come in quickly." "Well, talk inside." Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. The rain fell fiercely and the wind howled. Lemieux had slept deeply through the night. Upon opening his eyes the next morning, he sensed his body was fully restored. Not only was this thanks to his own unranked Celestial Immortal Manual, but also because his aunt and uncle had produced a restorative potion worth 20 to 30,000 yuan yesterday. Lemieux sat up and stretched, noticing a camp bed in the corner opposite the wall. Yang Suing was sleeping there, with her brows tightly furrowed. Lemieux felt a sudden prick of emotion in his nose. So this was what having a mother felt like. As if sensing his thoughts, Yang Suing groggily opened her eyes. Seeing Lemieux awake, her bloodshot eyes instantly filled with joy, and she hastily sat up. "Mom, I'm better now." Lemieux did his best to swiftly leap off the bed so as not to worry her further. Seeing Lemieux lively and vigorous, Yang Suing exhaled deeply, as if a great burden had been lifted. As her spirit relaxed, an unprecedented weariness washed over her. "As long as you're well, Mom will rest a bit more," she said, then immediately fell back asleep. Li Mu was both amused and helpless. Moving forward to cover her with a blanket, he took out his phone and checked. Sure enough, the Li family had already published the genealogical change on social media platforms. In bright red calligraphy, Li Mu's name had been crossed out from the family tree. This video quickly became a trending topic across the city. After all, the Li family had already made headlines yesterday because of Li Mu's report and the seizure of the slivel talent. But the family affairs had been ignored by the authorities. Public opinion was limited to insults and could not cause real harm. People sympathized with Li Mu, but were powerless against the Li family. Yet, the Li family did not care about the public opinion at all. They were on the cusp of rising to prominence, too busy entertaining elite guests from various industries seeking cooperation. This matter was merely news. Li Mu pushed open the door and stepped outside. This was the blacksmith shop owned by his aunt. In the small courtyard, a stone table was laid with steaming breakfast. His aunt was arranging the dishes, while his uncle was moving iron billets, preparing to start the day's work. Upon seeing Li Mu, both immediately ceased their tasks. The atmosphere grew heavy for a brief moment. His aunt's eyes suddenly reddened. She hurried forward and embraced Li Mu, softly comforting him. "Damn that Li family for ruining my nephew." Her voice trembled, filled with boundless anguish. Injuries were one thing, but having his slivel talent stolen was a person's fate. What should have been a brilliant life soaring to the heavens had been reduced to a puddle of mud. His uncle, unsure how to console, scratched his head and said, "Big nephew, don't worry. From now on, stay with uncle and learn blacksmithing. You've got some skills, at least." Li Mu felt warmth within and comforted by patting his aunt's shoulder. "Aunt, I'm fine. Uncle, you must teach me blacksmithing, but I have to continue school, too." The couple exchanged a glance filled with sighs. It seemed Li Mu still could not accept reality. With inflexible talent, making a mark through school was nearly impossible. Yet, Sawe Bowie, they could not bear to further dampen his spirits. "All right. You can attend school, but you'll have to transfer to another. That cursed Inai family won't let you be. Your cousin is at the same school," his aunt said worriedly. Li Mu showed a reassuring smile, his tone resolute. "Don't worry, aunt. The Li family thinks they can rise with just one slivel talent, but Li Mu will trample them into the mud." Though his words were filled with heroic ambition, to Yang Yurong, they sounded all the more heartbreaking. This child was mad. How could it be possible? Li Xiaohong's level talent would yield countless offers of money and cooperation without even having to grow. With this tailwind, the Li family was bound to rise powerfully and become a top-tier clan. After all, everyone knew that building a fire with cold ashes was meaningful. Once the talent truly matured, adding further blessings would be far less significant. Moreover, in 4 days, the Abyss first battle would occur, a grand event attracting top figures from the military and education sectors. Li Xiaohong would undoubtedly stand out in the opening battle. That would accelerate the rise even further. Li Mu naturally discerned their thoughts and did not elaborate. He casually asked, "Where are Jiaqi and Jiafeng?" The aunt and uncle had a pair of children, attending the first and second years of high school, respectively. "They've gone to school," his aunt replied. "I haven't even had time to tell them about you." She added, "I should get going, too." Li Mu checked his phone for the time. Indeed, it was getting late. After bidding farewell, he dashed out. "Eat something," his aunt shouted. "I'll eat on the way." Li Mu's voice floated back as he had already reached the street. Tanglong Martial School was the high school Li Mu currently attended. His cousin Li Xiaohong was also enrolled there. The very day Li Mu awakened his slivel talent, Li Xiaohong had been promoted to student council president. Today, the moment Li Mu stepped onto the school grounds, a student who seemed to have been waiting for him approached. "Li Mu, the student council president wants you to go over and spar." "To spar with whom?" Li Mu inquired coolly. "With Sun Long." The male student hesitated. Li Mu's eyes instantly grew cold. Sun Long came from a somewhat affluent family. He dared not face monsters in the Abyss, but he thoroughly enjoyed the visceral satisfaction of hand-to-hand combat. Even before his talent awakened, he had beaten several students from impoverished backgrounds without mercy. while leaving his opponents battered and bruised. He himself wore a gleeful smile. Just 2 days ago, Sun Long had awakened an rank talent, naturally becoming even more arrogant. Unexpectedly, Li Xiaohong had gotten involved with him so quickly. From now on, with Li Xiaohong wielding her authority, she would find human punching bags for Sun Long. Wouldn't that make Sun Long even more smug? Fine. Li Mu snorted coldly and strode briskly toward the training ground. At that very moment, a large group of senior students had formed a wide circle on the training ground. In the center, Sun Long was viciously beating a sparring partner. That sparring partner had been quite talented before awakening his own talent. Undoubtedly stronger than Sun Long. Although his talent had awakened, it had been only for 2 days. The talent's enhancement to combat prowess had yet to fully manifest. Yet the sparring partner did not dare to retaliate. Several other sparring partners standing nearby wore expressions as dark as a soot-blackened pot. But there was nothing they could do. The student council president controlled the distribution of some cultivation resources provided by external donors, though less abundant than those supplied by the school, for impoverished students. However, these resources were extremely vital. The male student who had brought Li Mu stepped forward to notify Li Xiaohong. Turning around, Li Xiaohong saw Li Mu and immediately revealed a cruel smile. She hurried to his side and whispered into his ear, "Didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Listen carefully. My boyfriend specifically wants to beat you up. Make sure you don't just stand there like a statue. Struggle a bit. Otherwise, he won't enjoy the fight. If you don't let him have fun beating you, he'll make sure to torment you mercilessly every day." After speaking, Li Xiaohong even patted Li Mu. Li Mu remained silent, diverting his gaze to the contest unfolding before him. Sun Long's A-grade innate talent, the Fire Fan, could unleash fierce flames in a fan-shaped arc during close combat. The intensity and scope of the flames grew stronger with his cultivation. Moreover, his training in fire-based internal energy and techniques granted him unique enhancements. By the later stages, every punch and kick would ignite a sea of fire, utterly terrifying. Although the sparring partner possessed only a C-grade talent, he was quite adept in defensive techniques. Unable to retaliate, he resorted to the passive defense of the Golden Bell Shield. The Golden Bell Shield was heavy and steady, blocking every one of Sun Long's attacks. Sun Long struck over a dozen times with a clangorous din, yet failed to break through the ever-replenishing Golden Bell Shield. A deep frown creased his brow. He could not shatter the shield? How humiliating. Suddenly, he lowered his body and condensed his energy, his right fist drawing back like a fully stretched bow. The sparring partner shouted fiercely, "Stop immediately." The surrounding students watching erupted into chaos, muttering curses against Sun Long's unscrupulousness. This move, the armor-breaking crushing fist, wielded immense destructive power but was difficult to land in fast-paced combat because it required a specific posture and a charging period. This momentary vulnerability was a perfect opportunity for counterattacks. He was merely a sparring partner, yet Sun Long relied on the opponent's unwillingness to strike back to unleash such a move, truly despicable. However, it was too late. Sun Long unleashed his full force in a single punch, and the Golden Bell Shield shattered with a resounding crack. The sparring partner was engulfed by the fiery force, flying backward with a thunderous crash. Amidst his agonized screams, the sparring partner rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames consuming him. Several students even helped by beating the flames with their clothes. When the sparring partner was helped to his feet, his clothes were burnt through in several places. Half his hair singed off, and he looked utterly disheveled. Sun Long was elated, tilting his head back and stretching his neck with an expression of complete satisfaction. Li Xiaohong stepped forward and remarked in a tone neither warm nor cold, "Abyssal monsters do not cease their attacks so easily." The sparring partner clenched his fists fiercely, but ultimately could only endure in silence. Li Mu Saidin Vardli. This high martial world was truly ruthless. The disparity between the strong and the weak was so stark and natural. At that moment, Sun Long, twisting his neck, spotted Li Mu. His eyes brightened. He pointed at Li Mu and said, "Li Mu." Sun Long most wanted to fight Li Mu because Li Mu had previously warned him for bullying the poorer students. Now, Sun Long was A-grade, while Li Mu was F-grade, having been expelled from the Li family. "Let us see how arrogant you are now. Go ahead," Li Xiaohong whispered from the side. Li Mu obediently approached the weapon rack. Everyone thought he was about to select a weapon and was somewhat surprised. What was he planning? To wield a weapon? Had he not realized his status as a mere sandbag? Li Mu, don't lose your mind. Endure the blows quietly. It might be easier. Resist, and you'll be seriously injured. However, Li Mu did not take a weapon, but instead picked up a large broom from the edge of the rack. He drew out a bamboo strip from the broom, stripped off the branches and leaves, and lightly swung it, producing a whistling sound through the air. Sun Long scoffed, utterly unconcerned whether Li Mu held a weapon or not. For a martial artist, the compatibility of a weapon with one's innate talent was paramount. His own fire fan talent precluded weapon use, and he looked down on wielding weapons anyway. Li Mu returned to the arena with the bamboo strip in hand. When he selected the bamboo strip, he had already allocated 50 victory points to the Divine Weapon Technique. Divine Weapon Technique grants weight to a weapon, currently set at 50 gene. This 50 gene increased the weight of the Divine Weapon Technique, not the weapon itself. Therefore, regardless of the weapon he used, as long as he applied the Divine Weapon Technique, he could imbue it with weight. Li Mu hefted the bamboo strip, although he now possessed first-grade yellow stage cultivation. 50 gene was a weight he could lift. Yet, it was not so easy to wield it lightly as a weapon. It required effort. Hence, without hesitation, Li Mu spent 30 victory points to learn the mountain bearing technique. Mountain bearing technique increases strength equivalent to 1 tiger and 3 oxen. A further 16 small characters explained. 10 oxen make 1 tiger, 10 tigers make 1 dragon, bearing mountains and overturning seas, shaking heaven and earth. With the strength of 1 tiger and 3 oxen flowing through him, Li Mu's sensation could be summed up in 2 words: terrifying. Previously, he had only heard of 1 unit of strength conquers 10 techniques. At this moment, he truly experienced it. His entire body was filled with explosive power. Not only could he give Sun Long a severe beating, but if he could grasp Sun Long's legs, Li Mu felt he could tear him apart. Before he even steadied himself, Sun Long charged forward impatiently. Since his father's death, Li Mu had been neglected by the Li family. Thus, he lacked any decent martial arts techniques. Even the so-called source of martial artist strength, internal energy, was merely a mediocre basic internal skill. Although the celestial immortal art had replaced his internal energy, he still had to rely on other techniques. Activating the earth-walking 9 steps, he flashed lightly. As he moved, the bamboo strip lashed towards Sun Long's wrist. The 50 gene weight of the Divine Weapon Technique was already infused in the bamboo strip. Sun Long's fist grazed past Li Mu's chest. Then his wrist felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, causing him to scream in pain. He staggered back 2 steps and looked at his wrist, where a bloodstain had appeared, dark purple and swollen in an instant. Li Mu was amazed. Performing techniques, now, was truly different. The celestial immortal art circulated throughout his body, with broad meridians allowing the true energy to flow unobstructed, freely controlled. Releasing any technique felt utterly natural. His understanding of this art had reached an absurd level, as if he had studied it for 40 or 50 years. Do you dare to harm me? Sun Long's eyes were bloodshot, and through clenched teeth, he spat out the words. An A-grade talent would have an extraordinary future. Offending him meant that, as an ordinary martial artist, you might not even know how you died. Those who came to spar were not defeated by him, but were simply afraid to strike back. Oh, I dare plenty, Li Mu grinned, his feet stirring the wind. The bamboo strip in his hand, whistling as it lashed towards Sun Long. This time it was aimed at his face. Smack! A crisp sound rang out as a bright red bloodstain appeared on Sun Long's face. Even with his superior techniques strengthening his body, the blow weighing 50 gene made his brain tremble slightly. The entire scene fell into stunned silence. Sun Long trembled with rage, violently shaking his head. He reached up to touch the bloodstain on his face, preparing to roar furiously. Smack! 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 Li Mu's bamboo strip lashed across Sun Long's face like a storm, forcibly suppressing all his fury. Sun Long had no time to curse. He wildly swung his fists to block the strikes, attacking Li Mu like a rabid dog. Li Mu's earth-walking 9 steps were executed to perfection, dodging within inches with the ease of a leisurely stroll. Yet every strike of his bamboo strip landed precisely on Sun Long's face. The students watching erupted in astonishment. My goodness, Li Mu, what kind of divine footwork is this? It's like an elder teasing a child. Is that the earth-walking 9 steps? Earth-walking 9 steps my foot. How can you counterattack at the moment of evasion? Which teacher taught you this? Exactly. When I perform the earth-walking 9 steps, most of my true energy is concentrated in my lower body, making it impossible to attack. Although Li Mu had lost his S-grade talent, he had always been a top student in technique classes. It seems he no longer intends to indulge the Li family. When patience runs out, there is no need to endure further. Damn it, well fought. The students gradually grew more excited. Li Mu felt increasingly at ease, like a fish in water. The reason the earth-walking 9 steps is considered a basic footwork technique is because it concentrates energy in the lower body, making it difficult to channel energy for attacks. However, after undergoing the transformation of the heavenly immortal technique's internal cultivation, Li Mu's meridians had become extraordinarily wide and operated smoothly. Moreover, he appeared to have attained a deeper understanding of the earth-walking 9 steps, utterly unbound by its limitations. The common universal footwork, when employed by Li Mu, reached an unparalleled level of finesse and agility. Sun Long became the living target for Li Mu to test his new martial art. Every strike landed squarely on Sun Long's face, leaving no patch of unbruised skin. His entire visage had swollen to twice its size. Painted in shades of purple and blue, Li Mu deliberately refrained from striking Sun Long's head with full force, lest he faint and spoil the fun. Li Mu, stop! Stand there and don't move. Li Xiaohong suddenly erupted into a sharp scream. Watching Sun Long being brutalized by Li Mu like a beaten dog, she finally snapped to her senses. Pointing at Li Mu, she issued a final command. The students around her felt a chill run through their hearts at her words, a bitter chill. What does this mean? Stand there and don't move? Does it mean you want your boyfriend to throw a punch just to vent his anger? Why should he? Just because your Li family is influential? People stronger than you aren't even allowed to retaliate. They have to stand there and let you hit them? Why is that? Yet, amid the stunned gazes of the students, Li Mu indeed suddenly ceased his assault. By this time, Sun Long no longer cared whether he was relying on a woman's influence or not. His fury had reached madness. He threw over 100 punches but hadn't even grazed Li Mu's clothing once. Such humiliation, immense and overwhelming. He only wished to deliver a solid punch to Li Mu. Consequences be damned. Seizing the moment while Li Mu stood still, he lowered his body and dropped his elbow, drawing back his right fist like a full moon. The armor-breaking, crushing fist. Li Mu made no defense against this blow. If it landed, it would surely cause severe injury. He roared and struck out, but a mocking laugh came from Li Mu's front. Got you, idiot! Li Mu suddenly sidestepped, evading the attack once more. At the same time, a terrifying energy surged through the bamboo stick in his hand. Spinning through the air, he swung it in a wide arc towards Sun Long's face. Stop! Sun Long's anger instantly gave way to fear as he bellowed, driven by survival instinct. He urgently concentrated his true energy on the side of his face. He felt that if Li Mu's bamboo stick struck him, he would be mortally wounded. Yet Li Mu showed no intention of holding back. Bang! The bamboo stick could not withstand the tremendous impact and shattered into fragments. Sun Long was flung sideways, toppling several students and rolling several times on the ground. The entire crowd fell silent, as if in a tomb. A creature from the abyss does not relinquish the hunt lightly. Li Mu brushed the shattered debris from his hand and returned Li Xiaohong's earlier words verbatim. Simultaneously, the system issued a prompt. Victory. Gain 19 victory points. Note, the stronger the defeated opponent is to the host, the greater the damage inflicted and the more victory points gained. Excellent. A shout suddenly rose from the crowd of watching students before quickly subsiding, evidently for fear of Sun Long's resentment. Yet that single cry ignited the atmosphere. A group of students raised their fists, shouting praises for the fight. Who cares? There is no law against the crowd. If they want to shout, let them. He can't possibly retaliate against all of them, can he? At this moment, Sun Long's mind went blank. Blood spurted from his ears. The intense ringing in his ears and head drowned out all external sounds. Blood seeped continuously from his face, making him look like a purple-black boar's head, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of humiliation. Just then, Li Xiaohong, having come to her senses, completely lost control. She screamed, silencing the cheering students immediately. Her eyes seemed about to burst with blood. Who told you to fight back? Who gave you permission to resist? I told you to stand there, and you just ignored me, didn't you? She strode up to Li Mu and, without a word, slapped him across the face. The slap was like a self-created martial art technique, every bit as smooth in force and angle. But unfortunately, Li Mu was faster. Smack! Li Mu struck Li Xiaohong's face first. The force was so great that a tooth visibly flew from her mouth. Li Xiaohong collapsed to the ground. Li Xiong, what are you playing at? Didn't you just whisper in my ear to show my true strength and teach Sun Long a lesson? I don't care what grudges you have with Sun Long, but don't use me as your pawn while pretending to be innocent, Li Mu said as he strode forward. Without missing a step, he deliberately stepped on Li Xiaohong's face as he passed. She was frozen in shock for several seconds, her mind almost overheating. She couldn't fathom why Li Mu dared strike her or disobey her orders. She couldn't even recall ever saying such words. But when she noticed the murderous glare from Sun Long, filled with disbelief and boundless fury, Li Xiaohong suddenly understood. He had been set up by Li Mu. No, I never said that. I really didn't. Li Xiaohong clutched her face and tried to explain to Sun Long, moving forward to help him up. Get lost. Sun Long kicked Li Xiaohong aside, clutching his face as he staggered toward the infirmary. Long, listen to me. Li Xiaohong scrambled to her feet and chased after him. The watching students burst into laughter. This is hilarious. Li Xiaohong couldn't have said such a thing, right? The hatred between Li Mu and the Li family isn't an act. Even a fool knows Li Mu is stirring trouble. Whether it's provocation or not doesn't matter anymore. The key is that Sun Long actually believed it. Didn't he realize before that Li Mu was such a mastermind? Well, whether it's a blessing or a curse is uncertain, but Li Mu has surely made enemies of both the Li family and Sun Long now. The students chatted among themselves before gradually dispersing. Li Mu returned to the classroom, all the while studying the system's functionalities. Although the system possessed many miraculous powers, in the early stages when Li Mu's supernatural techniques were scarce, he still had to rely on the cultivation methods and martial arts of this world. Otherwise, he would be nothing more than a brute swinging the tortoise fist. Indeed, a sufficiently powerful tortoise fist could still kill. But this world contained true energy. Cultivation methods were various applications of true energy, painstakingly developed by countless predecessors and profoundly wondrous. When used skillfully, cultivation methods could cleverly enhance one's combat effectiveness. Li Mu had already sensed this while using the Earthwalking 9 steps. With the aid of the inferior heavenly immortal technique, any cultivation method he practiced would yield twice the results with half the effort. Though his 50 years of insights had no cultivation base to support them, they greatly enhanced the depth and breadth of his combat abilities. At present, the most direct way to boost combat power was through divine weapon techniques. Each victory point increased weight by 1 gene. He only needed 13,500 points to match the Rui Jingu Bang. However, Li Mu was well aware that even at that weight level, he could still not rival the might of the great sage's divine power. For he lacked the superior heavenly immortal technique and was not wielding the iron staff that calms the seas. Moreover, merely increasing one's weight is futile. If one's physique and cultivation cannot keep pace, even forcing oneself to wield the mountain-bearing technique will render the body as fragile as paper. Swinging a divine weapon without having struck an opponent yet, one might fracture their waist. Speaking of weapons, under the blessing of the divine weapon technique, Li Mu could only resort to using staff. Enormous weapons are exceedingly cumbersome and inconvenient to wield. Smaller weapons, on the other hand, fail to fully exploit the advantages granted by the divine weapon technique. The battle victory system, if one does not wield a staff, it would be a disservice to such divine prowess. Li Mu. While Li Mu was engrossed in his studies, a male classmate hurriedly entered the classroom and approached him. Li Mu remained composed. He could roughly anticipate the matter at hand. The dean wants to see you. The classmate panted, gesturing toward the downstairs direction. Li Mu smiled faintly, rose, and proceeded directly to the dean's office. He had beaten Sun Long into such a state that the latter would undoubtedly be unable to participate in the abyssal military training tomorrow. In this world, warriors aspiring to become true powerhouses ultimately must confront the abyssal monsters. Hence, the educational and military systems are intricately intertwined. The abyssal military training is the inaugural grand event following the awakening of one's innate talent. 3 days of military training culminate in the first battle against the abyssal monsters. Even with training, the mortality rate remains alarmingly high. Yet, warriors must inevitably engage with abyssal monsters early on, as such encounters greatly foster growth, preserve the warrior's tenacity, and facilitate rapid advancement in cultivation and combat proficiency. Only those who emerge triumphant from the first abyssal battle are deemed genuine strongmen. Both individuals and their schools gain widespread attention. Sun Long, already timid, having been injured by Li Mu, possessed a valid excuse to abstain from the first abyssal battle. It would be no surprise if the dean lost his temper. However, Li Mu harbored no fear, for he had not broken any laws. Among warriors, as long as a fair fight is witnessed, injuries are not punishable. After all, warriors must preserve their fighting spirit. If injuries led to legal consequences, who would dare to engage in combat? What fighting spirit could survive such constraints? The dean's office was already surrounded by numerous students. Seated behind his desk was Dean Liang Hai, who regarded the incoming Li Mu with a cold, disdainful gaze. Dean. Li Mu calmly shut the door behind him and stood in the open space, accepting Liang Hai's scrutiny. Liang Hai said nothing, merely fixed his eyes on Li Mu for a full minute. A surge of irritation welled within Li Mu's heart. If you have something to say, just say it. Why the enigmatic silence? Anticipating an unfavorable outcome, Li Mu discreetly activated his phone's recording function. In this high martial world, phones were far more advanced than those on Earth. Thanks to spatial talent developers, the recording function could operate without the camera needing to be directly aimed, utilizing spatial imaging within the pocket itself. The only differences lay in recording range and the clarity of visuals and audio. Liang Hai stared at Li Mu for a long while before speaking in a grave tone. Li Mu, do you know the disparity in value between you and Sun Long? I do not. Li Mu responded indifferently, shaking his head. Pfft, it seems you refuse to accept reality. Liang Hai snarled. Li Mu suppressed a cold laugh within. Just 2 days ago, upon awakening his S-rank talent, Liang Hai was the first to drag him into the office, lecturing about gratitude and repaying one's mentor with boundless devotion. Yet now, in only 2 days, there was a value gap between him and Sun Long. What a classic irony. Liang Hai disdainfully raised 2 fingers. I will give you 2 choices. First, go apologize to Sun Long and Li Xiaoan. I do not care what method you use, but you must earn their forgiveness. Second, leave this school immediately. This is my final offer. His eyes filled with contempt as he swayed his head back and forth, yet had not finished speaking. I choose the second. Li Mu's voice rang clear and resolute. Liang Hai's eyes instantly blazed with fury, and he fixed his gaze on Li Mu for an extended moment. I said, I choose the second. Kindly prepare my expulsion letter promptly. I have no time to waste. Li Mu confronted him head-on, enunciating each word with precision. He truly was in a hurry. Once he obtained the expulsion letter, he would swiftly seek admission to another school. It was imperative that he, as a student, distinguish himself in this first abyssal battle. This was critically important. A true man cannot go a single day without power. This was especially true in this high martial otherworld. The highest authority in this realm was the Abyssal Suppression Army. Li Mu had to ascend to the pinnacle of power to effortlessly crush the entire Li family beneath his feet. Should his ascent lag behind that of the Li family, he would remain trampled underfoot. By excelling in the first abyssal battle, he could rapidly capture the attention of the Abyssal Suppression Army's upper echelons. Now that he had awakened the battle victory system, if he still resorted to mere survival tactics, he might as well return to being a beast of burden. Liang Hai laughed bitterly, nodding repeatedly in exasperation as he picked up his phone. His voice had turned as cold as ice and snow. Class 3, Grade 12, Li Mu, bring me his file. Expel him. Unaware of what was said on the other end, Liang Hai immediately rose, his voice rising by an octave. No need to report. Do I, Liang Hai, not even possess this much authority? I say expel him. Now, prepare the expulsion letter and deliver it to my office immediately. Having spoken, Liang Hai abruptly ended the call. He looked at Li Mu again, feigning amusement. As your superior, this is the final lesson I shall impart. One must always pay the price for one's choices. Was this lesson vivid enough? Moreover, I can show you a path. Diagonally opposite lies Blackwater High School. They are desperate to recruit students. Any kind of student. Li Mu smiled. Thank you for the tip. Liang Hai. Soon after, a member of the Academic Affairs Department hurried in, carrying a file folder and an expulsion letter. Liang Hai barely glanced at them, raising his hand lightly. Take your expulsion letter and be gone. Li Mu did not utter another word. He took the file and letter and strode out of the dean's office. Exiting the school, Li Mu did not hesitate, but headed straight for Blackwater High School across the street. Blackwater High was a school ranked at the very bottom across all categories. The reason was simple. It was newly established and had not even existed for a decade, making it exceedingly difficult to rise in prominence. The principal had no background and was suppressed by the well-established, deeply rooted schools. Good students were unwilling to enroll, the overall student quality remained low, and the school failed to secure resources from the Ministry of Education. A vicious cycle. As Li Mu arrived at Blackwater High's main gate, he noticed a banner. Today's transfer, student grand promotion, all tuition and miscellaneous fees waived. Students at late first rank and above receive welcome gifts. If one did not look closely, one might mistake it for a supermarket sale. Li Mu twitched at the corner of his eye, but quickly entered. He was certain to receive the welcome gift, for he was indeed a late first rank. Within a warrior's body flow 4 lifelines known as the 4 stages. Heaven, Earth, mysterious, and yellow. The yellow stage is the lowest, heaven the highest. Each lifeline contains 9 nodes, representing 9 ranks, from the lowest first rank to the highest 9th rank. Li Mu had diligently cultivated, managing to reach late first rank of the yellow stage by sheer effort. All martial practitioners begin cultivating internal energy and universal techniques as early as their first and second years of high school. However, without innate talent, their progress is severely constrained. generally remaining capped at the first grade. It is not until the latter half of their third year that they awaken their innate talent. The true disparities swiftly manifest following this awakening. Those blessed with high talent can even experience a rapid surge in cultivation within mere days of awakening. For third-year students, the early stage of first grade is the norm. Reaching the latter stage of first grade marks the elite. Attaining the second grade territory signifies genius, while the late second grade is the realm of prodigies. Li Mu explained his purpose to the gatekeeper, who, with great courtesy, directed him toward the academic affairs department. At this hour, whether class was in session or not, Blackwater High School was remarkably deserted, with only faint noise drifting from the teaching buildings and the martial arts arena. Li Mu proceeded directly to the academic affairs department. The enrollment process went unusually smoothly. Upon hearing that Li Mu was a late first-grade yellow rank seeking to transfer, the department head immediately personally assessed his cultivation level. Then, clutching Li Mu's information, he hurried to file the records. He even summoned 2 clerks to accompany Li Mu, seemingly fearful he might flee. Within 8 minutes, the head had found Li Mu's school uniform and badge. His excitement was understandable. Across at Tunglong High School, there were hundreds upon hundreds of students at the late first grade level, whereas Blackwater High had fewer than 60 martial arts students at that stage. Now that one had come willingly, how could they let him slip away? Ha ha ha, come, Li, here your uniform, badge, and student ID card. You've been assigned to Class 7 of the third year. Your homeroom teacher is Zhao Qingshan. You can report there right away. Also, you have an enrollment gift. Choose any one mundane grade technique and 10,000 yuan in cash. The money has already been credited to your student card and can be withdrawn. As for the technique, you can consult your homeroom teacher for advice. Choose carefully. The academic affairs head handed Li Mu the uniform with a warm smile, speaking softly. Thank you, teacher. Li Mu expressed his gratitude, took the uniform, and left the academic affairs department. Inwardly, he was quietly amazed. Blackwater High truly spared no expense to attract talent. Techniques are never cheap, and having free choice meant he could pick something quite valuable, at least 10 to 20,000 yuan worth. To be gifted more than 20,000 right at enrollment was indeed generous. Techniques and spiritual treasures like weapons are classified as mundane, superior, exquisite, special, rare, celestial, divine, and divine rare. At present, Li Mu was utterly broke. With military training tomorrow and the Abyss battle 3 days hence, this technique was a timely relief. Therefore, Li Mu had no intention of wasting time meeting his homeroom teacher. He headed straight for the school library. Techniques exist as energy forms in the shape of spirit stones. Essentially, they're the crystallization of a powerful martial artist's understanding of a technique condensed into an energy body. During the formation of a technique, a martial artist cannot conceal or distort their own insights to fabricate a flawed technique. Doing so would result in severe backlash. Hence, every technique embodies the deepest comprehension and experience of its creator. How much a learner can glean depends greatly on their own talent. A special grade technique falling into the hands of a weakling is a tragic waste. At the library, Li Mu used his student card to enter the techniques section directly. Techniques are further subdivided into internal energy, body movement, martial skills, and so forth. Li Mu lacked everything except internal energy. He already possessed the irreplaceable Wuping Tianxianju, which he could continuously upgrade. For body movement, the Dijio step could suffice as a transition. But martial skills, those were best acquired in abundance. Li Mu only knew the basics: armor break punch, steel chop kick, and gale fist, all close combat techniques. Yet the purpose of learning close combat was to ensure self-defense when disarmed against abyssal monsters. His main strength would still be weaponry. Since Li Mu had resolved to wield a staff, naturally he must learn a set of staff techniques. Under the watchful eye of a supervisor who shadowed his every step, Li Mu selected a mundane grade staff technique, Flowing Cloud Triple Shock. Among martial artists, few wield staffs, but many use spears. Flowing Cloud Triple Shock is compatible with both spear and staff and is quite widespread. In the training room, Li Mu sat down to comprehend the technique. The so-called Flowing Cloud Triple Shock involved a special method of leveraging momentum, consecutively sweeping the enemy with a long staff. During the staff's motion, true energy is infused into the weapon, delivering a shock upon impact. The technique consists of 3 strikes, each building upon the momentum of the previous one to amplify power, with the third strike being the most devastating. It can be used repeatedly in combat. However, the stacking method of Flowing Cloud Triple Shock is somewhat rigid. Any martial artist familiar with it can anticipate the next move. Thus, it is ill-suited for dueling fellow martial artists, but highly effective against abyssal monsters. Yet, Under the enhancement of the Wuping Tianxianju, Li Mu's understanding of flowing cloud triple shock instantly grew by nearly 50 years. He rapidly advanced to a level previously beyond his comprehension. It was as if he had studied the technique for half a century, having grasped its essence. What was this triple shock? If Li Mu wished, he could extend it to 5 or even 7 strikes, with the stacking process flowing and transforming seamlessly. Even other martial artists would be unable to see through it. In Li Mu's mind, this staff technique was alive. He could confidently claim that, among his peers, he was unparalleled in this art. While Li Mu was feverishly improving, news of his expulsion from Tunglong High School had already fully stirred. In the vice principal's office, the door was slammed open violently. The vice principal furrowed his brow and barked, "Come in." Zhai Long, the homeroom teacher of Class 9, stormed in, bristling with anger. Speaking as if lodging a complaint. "Vice principal, our student Li Mu was expelled by Director Liang Hai. Are you aware of this? Li Mu, an F-rank talent? If expelled, then expelled. What's the fuss?" The vice principal glared at him in displeasure. "I want to know on what grounds he was expelled." Zhai Long's eyes widened as he pulled out his phone, pointing to a video filmed by students gathered at the martial arts arena. The student council president asked Li Mu to be his sparring partner, and Li Mu retaliated by beating Sun Long severely. "Just for this? I just want to see Liang Hai." And he said he told Li Mu to apologize to Sun Long. Li Mu refused. And that is the reason for expulsion? When Li Mu awakened his S-rank talent, you all treated him like a treasure. This was only 2 days ago. The Li family's moral corruption aside, this kid has suffered enough. Must we treat him like this? The vice principal's anger only intensified. What? Li Mu even injured Sun Long? Then expulsion is all the more justified. Why are you yelling here? The person who switched talents the day before had no less than 8,000 yuan. Family decisions are none of your concern. You have no right to meddle. Zhai Long looked incredulous and demanded, "Vice principal, what is wrong with you? Have you watched this video?" Li Mu lost his S-rank talent. He is now an F-rank talent. Sun Long, an A-rank talent, with cultivation equal to Li Mu's, was beaten by Li Mu. Do you still fail to grasp the true value hidden within this? Can you not stir your pig-headed mind just a little? Bang! The vice principal slammed his fist on the table. "Zhai Long, who gave you the audacity to speak to me like that? Get out of here this instant. And let me warn you, if anything happens to Sun Long, you'll be out of here with him." Zhai Long burst into a bitter laugh, fully aware that his words today had been somewhat excessive. Yet, his fury was impossible to suppress. He swallowed his anger back into his throat and gave the vice principal a thumbs up. Wise, truly wise. Just wait and see. With a sneer, Zhai Long turned and strode out of the office, leaving behind a faint, lingering sigh in the corridor. Having fully comprehended the 3 shakes of the flowing cloud, it was already midday. Li Mu's phone rang. It was his mother urging him to hurry back to his aunt's smithy for lunch. Li Mu left Blackwater High School and went straight home. He still lacked one weapon, and there was no time to waste lingering at school. The smithy faced the street. Passing through the corridor led to a small courtyard. The courtyard was surrounded on 3 sides by single-story houses. Inside, stone tables and benches evoked an ancient charm, with various flowers and plants growing alongside some vegetables, filling the space with a rich, vibrant atmosphere. When Li Mu arrived home, the scent of food wafted through the courtyard. Seeing him return, his uncle first closed the shop door. It was clear that today, some significant family matters were to be discussed. Cousin Chun Jiechi, just 1 year younger than Li Mu, was youthful and lively, with a delicate and beautiful face, the quintessential gentle and refined young lady. Chun Jiafeng, 2 years younger than Li Mu, was tall and slender, with large ears and a pair of sharp, clever eyes. Usually, these two were the family's rays of sunshine. But today, upon seeing Li Mu, both wore downcast expressions, especially Chun Jiechi, whose eyes were red-rimmed, as if she had just been crying. The two approached Li Mu with a look of grievance, unsure how to offer comfort. Yang Suing and Yang Yurong, sisters bound by deep affection, were close to the family and had a good relationship with Li Mu, who often visited. The day before yesterday, Li Mu had awakened an S-class talent, and they had boasted about it at school frequently. Yet yesterday they heard harrowing news on the news. Li Mu's S-class talent had been stripped away. But the Li family's power was considerable, and they had no means to intervene. Unexpectedly, this morning, they learned that Li Mu had been expelled from the family. Returning home, they discovered what had happened the previous night and broke down in tears. Losing an S-class talent. How agonizing a fate. All right, stop pouting. I'll tell you a secret. My current talent is even more powerful. Li Mu teased, pinching Chun Jiafeng's cheek with a chuckle to comfort them. Lies. Chun Jiafeng pouted, on the verge of tears again. Lies or not, You'll see for yourselves in a few days at the Abyss First Battle. The Abyss First Battle was a private event, but attendance was permitted for the school and the students' families. What? You're going to participate in the Abyss First Battle? His aunt overheard this and exclaimed loudly. His mother, Yang Suing, hurried out of the kitchen, apron still tied, eyes wide with surprise as she looked at her son. Li Mu solemnly repeated, Mom, Aunt, Uncle, I really must take part in the Abyss First Battle. The Abyss First Battle allowed for withdrawal. Buzit Kumba. Warriors had many other disciplines. One could become a support staff member who never entered the Abyss and live a peaceful life. What harm was there in that? An F-class talent venturing into the Abyss meant a death rate so high it defied description. It was a certain death by morning or evening. Yet now, no one dared to speak out to dissuade Li Mu. Even Yang Suing was at a loss for words. What could they say? Child, you're an F-class talent now. A useless wretch. Accept reality and don't seek death. If they said that, Li Mu would have to kill himself on the spot. I know what you're thinking, but my F-class talent is truly powerful. Perhaps some anomaly occurred with my exchange talent, causing changes beyond understanding. Li Mu sensed the oppressive atmosphere and realized he must fabricate a lie. Moreover, he would have to rely on this falsehood sooner or later. Jiafeng, go find me a stick weapon. I'm on it. His uncle personally ran to the shop to retrieve a piece of black iron weaponry. Nephew, this is a piece of black iron. His uncle handed Li Mu a black iron staff, about to explain further. Li Mu twirled the staff once and then slipped it into his ear. With a whoosh, the iron staff instantly shrank, disappearing into his ear. My goodness. His aunt was startled. A storage ring? I don't have money to buy a storage ring. This is part of my innate talent. Your talent comes with its own storage? His mother was equally shocked. Li Mu's talent was heavy strike. How could it possibly include spatial abilities? Where did such a large staff hide? Li Mu shrugged. That is why I said my talent mutated. It's no less powerful than an S-class talent. Rest assured, Uncle, this weapon is mine now. I just happen to need one. The latter part was addressed to his uncle. Alhait. His uncle was taken aback, at a loss for words. A weapon was no big deal. This was the family S trade. But he had yet to recover from the shock of Li Mu's talent mutation. However, Chen Jiechi and Chen Jiafeng were quickly convinced by Li Mu's bravado, bombarding him with questions. The atmosphere improved considerably. At the dining table, his mother, fearing to disturb the family, planned to move out with Li Mu to find their own place. Not only did his aunt and uncle vehemently oppose this, but even the two cousins were against it. His aunt declared, Perfect. You used to be with the Li family, and I was constantly worried. You're my only sister. You'll be with me for the rest of your life. Yang Suing could no longer refuse. That very day, the whole family packed up and moved into 2 rooms on the west side. Li Mu and his mother settled in there. The following morning marked the commencement of military training. The Abyss entrance fortress was already bustling with activity. Over 100 years ago, countless enormous sinkholes suddenly appeared across the world. Monsters poured forth from these pits, which humanity came to call the Abyss. Humans transitioned from firearms to the rise of warriors, pushing the monsters back into the Abyss and stabilizing the front. Subsequently, humanity established fortresses around the Abyss and actively ventured inside to explore. They discovered the Abyss was both a den of demons and a treasure trove. Endless supernatural phenomena, monsters, energy, and resources existed within. A single crystal stone found in the Abyss could power a city for thousands of years. A certain plant, when eaten, could regenerate severed limbs. A vein of ore contained 7 chemical elements beyond human comprehension. Of course, the terrifying strength of the monsters repeatedly shattered human imagination. Humanity was devoured by the Abyss, yet greedily plundered its depths. Over the past century, human exploration of the Abyss was estimated to have covered less than 1%. A terrifying calculation, implying the Abyss was even larger than the blue star itself, vast beyond measure. Humanity built fortresses at the Abyss entrances. All industries related to the Abyss and warriors thrived within the fortress boundaries. Trading posts, potion industries, weapon manufacturing, energy sectors, and even military garrisons were all concentrated here. Various levitating elevators and passenger airships shuttle up and down within the Abyss, transporting warriors who enter its depths. Above the entrance of the Abyss, an intricate network of overpasses and sky rails intertwine in a web-like pattern, radiating outward toward the colossal ring-shaped city surrounding the fortress, Iron Hand City. Li Mu had never seen any other Abyss, but according to the original owner's memories, the Abyss entrance guarded by Iron Hand City was reputed to be merely a low-level gateway. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the dedicated sky rail train from Blackwater High School sliced through the air and came to a steady halt above the fortress. The vast plaza atop the fortress was already teeming with people, Thousands upon thousands of third-year high school students from more than 20 schools in the Eastern District, all gathered for the Abyss S inaugural battle. The Abyss S first battle was held 4 times annually, divided among the East, West, South, and North districts, all completed within a month. It was jointly initiated by the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Resources, and the Ministry of Defense, making it a grand event in the educational world. The Eastern District, where Li Mu resided, was among the first batch this year. As the Blackwater High students disembarked, the logistics department, already waiting, began maintaining order, ensuring their own school as students registered in an orderly fashion, preparing to enter the Abyss. Old Zhao. The registrar minister greeted Zhao Qingshan cheerfully. Ah, old ma. Much appreciated. Zhao Qingshan, tall and rugged with a scruffy beard, yawned as he returned the greeting. How is that? Brother, I'm doing my part, right? Old ma approached Zhao Qingshan with a sly grin. Huh? What do you mean, doing your part? Zhao Qingshan blinked in confusion. TSK. Playing dumb? You think I'm trying to extort those 2 bottles of fine liquor from you, right? You're underestimating me. Allocating Li Mu to you is purely out of our pure brotherly friendship. Old Ma patted Zhao Qingshan's chest with the back of his hand. Zhao Qingshan blinked again. No, you've got me confused. What do you mean Li Mu is assigned to me? Old Ma questioned. Zhao Qingshan echoed. Yesterday, our school received a late transfer student ranked at the late stage of the 1st grade of yellow rank. I personally handled his enrollment and then assigned him to your class. Tell him to report to you. Old Ma said hurriedly and incoherently. Lying will get you struck by lightning. Nobody has come looking for me. Zhao Qingshan swore, raising his fist, leaning on old Ma's body, his eyes glazed over. That brat, could he be here to redeem my enrollment gift pack? But that can't be right. He was indeed enrolled and is now our student. Old Ma muttered to himself. Then what are you still standing here for? Scratching her head. Zhao Qingshan also began rambling. Oh, right. Old Ma snapped back to his senses and started looking around the scene for Li Mu's figure. Sure enough, they soon spotted Li Mu, dressed in Blackwater High's black water-patterned uniform, the school emblem on his shoulder, registering at the entrance. To enter the Abyss, one must receive 2 return stones and a turtle-shaped technological watch. The watch allows real-time map, viewing, and access to various intelligence. This entire set is valued at over 20,000. Regardless of whether you're a student or not, as long as you're a warrior entering the Abyss. The state distributes this equipment freely, 1 set per person, demonstrating the nation's emphasis on incentivizing warriors to venture into the Abyss. At this moment, Li Mu received his set and was already moving along with the flow of Blackwater students onto the massive transparent levitating elevator. The elevator slowly began its descent, sinking into the pitch-black abyss. Hey. Old Ma realized too late when he spotted Li Mu. By the time he reached him, Li Mu had already boarded the elevator. Zhao Qingshan looked bewildered. That's Li Mu? Yeah, let us go first. They LL come out tonight. We'll talk then. Zhao Qingshan tugged at old Ma. Meanwhile, Li Mu descended into the abyss aboard the elevator. Surprisingly, the abyss was not as dark as imagined. On the contrary, looking directly below, the fortress was fully visible. From a bird's eye view, the fortress within the abyss appeared like a miniature city, mirroring the fortress above. Soldiers were stationed along the fortress's edges. Various teleportation arrays flickered with red and green lights, like twinkling stars. Looking upward, Li Mu felt awestruck. The sky above the abyss resembled a black cloth draping over it, with only a circular opening at the top allowing light to filter down. Within the abyss, a peculiar energy scattered, amplified, and extended sunlight from the world above for thousands of miles. This illumination was ample, akin to an overcast day outside. Yet the entire abyss was suffused with this constant light intensity, exuding a serene and mysterious aura. As the elevator touched down, students disembarked in an orderly fashion. Thousands had already gathered in the plaza. Every student looked around curiously and uneasily. The abyss instilled a sense of anxiety. The oppressive and tense atmosphere spread swiftly. At that moment, a thunderous neigh echoed, capturing everyone's attention. The crowd erupted in excitement. Not far off, 6 or 7 tall, majestic horses galloped toward them. True high-headed horses. Li Mu sensed they were significantly larger than any he had seen on Earth. The lead was a black steed with 2 horns sprouting from its head, eyes glowing crimson, and a flowing red mane. An extraordinarily magnificent beast. The other horses halted. The black horse leapt nimbly onto a platform several meters high. Atop the black steed stood a military officer, proud and imposing. His sharp eyes swept across the crowd, exuding an aura of authority. Students participating in the Abyss military training, listen up. This is your first time entering the Abyss world. I must tell you a harsh truth. Abyss monsters are 10 to 100 times more terrifying than what you have heard or seen. Monsters harbor no varying degrees of attack desire toward humans. In their eyes, humans are mere flesh and blood. And when faced with flesh and blood, they exhibit only madness and relentless madness. Therefore, I require you during these 3 days of military training to overcome your fears, obey orders, and embody the courage befitting warriors, so that your comrades will not perish in the Abyss's first battle 3 days from now. Do you understand? All the students answered in unison, "Yes, sir." The officer's lips curled slightly. He tugged the reins of his warhorse, which rose upright on its hind legs with a deafening neigh that shook the heart and lungs. "Children, do you like warhorses?" "Yes, sir." Countless male students roared passionately. The officer nodded. "Unfortunately, you are not yet part of the Abyss Guard, so I have no choice. The monster-blooded warhorses bred in the military are faster and fiercer than those sold outside. And once you join the Abyss Guard reserves soon after the first battle, each of you will receive one for free. Moreover, many military techniques and weapons are unavailable for purchase outside." The students buzzed with excitement and anticipation. "Next, everyone proceed to your school's military training area and meet your instructors." Boom! The students erupted into cheers, rushing excitedly toward their respective military training zones. Warhorses had long been a much-anticipated aspect for many students. Given the immense scale of the Abyss, even with teleportation gates transporting one to specific zones, traveling to precise locations often required long-distance sprints. Although martial artists themselves do not lack swiftness and movement, the consumption of vital energy remains unavoidable. To conserve their strength, the use of conveyance becomes indispensable. Given the labyrinthine terrain of the Abyss, warhorses prove to be the most fitting steeds. Through the diligent efforts of masters endowed with the talents of beast taming and spatial manipulation, a spatial spiritual treasure known as the horse token was conceived. This artifact is specifically designed to house living mounts, coupled with the monstrous blood warhorses, bred through the hybridization of various monster bloodlines. These steeds are not only towering and robust, but also possess stamina and speed far surpassing that of martial artists. On ordinary days, when watching the live broadcasts of Abyss hunting squads and the genuine army units, one invariably sees long spears and noble steeds racing freely, captivating the hearts of all students. Even those enlisted in the genuine army reserves may continue their studies in Abyss-related disciplines at school. Li Mu, accompanying the Blackwater main force, hastened toward the military training zone. The military training areas for each school were segregated. Those around Li Mu finally noticed a difference in him, casting puzzled glances his way. "Bro, you look both unfamiliar and familiar. Are you Li Mu?" A tall, slender student could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. Yes, Li Mu nodded. That simple nod incited a stir among the surrounding students. With a sudden rush, they gathered around him, whispering amongst themselves. Li Mu. Could it be that Li Mu from the Li family, the one whose awakening of an S-level talent was stolen? Exactly, I also find him familiar. But I've never seen him at our school. The tall, slender youth questioned, "Hey bro, when did you come to our school?" "Where in TU? At Tinglong High School?" "I transferred just yesterday," Li Mu replied candidly. "I am Xiao Lingtong." Xiao Lingtong promptly extended his hand with enthusiasm. Li Mu reached out and shook it. Instantly, other students joined the lively atmosphere, introducing themselves and extending their hands toward Li Mu. He could sense their genuine curiosity. After all, he had been an S-level prodigy only 2 days prior, and encounters with such talents were rare. Yet, Li Mu also perceived no malice in their demeanors. Some even inquired about the characteristics of the S-level 9 Heavens Thunderclap talent, though they were quickly silenced by their peers. Understanding such questions bordered on intrusion into a painful subject. Before long, the group arrived at the military training square. 3 youths clad in military attire stood with their hands behind their backs. The leader sported striking red hair. The youth to his left, bearing a somewhat lecherous expression, asked, "Red hair brother, did you get with Zhao mating yesterday?" "No way. Damn it, that Zhao mating bitch rejected me repeatedly and even dared to hit me." Red hair retorted irritably, instinctively covering his face, which still ached. The youth on the right appeared less familiar with the pair, refraining from joining the conversation and instead displaying disdain. Zhao Meiting is a figure of great renown, the rising star of the Jinyuan army squad. In just 2 months of service, her achievements have been remarkable. Women like her are absolutely attracted to strength. And you, red hair, what are you? A late second-grade martial artist with a C-level talent who has been on the team for half a year with achievements less than a third of Zhao Meiting's. You've even been frightened into wetting your pants by Abyss monsters multiple times. Your seniority alone got you the instructor position, which you use solely to dodge patrol duties. If it weren't for the shortage of personnel in the genuine army, someone like you would have been kicked out long ago. The youth on the left fawned obsequiously. Red Hair's face darkened. I'm damn furious right now. When these students arrive, we're going to give them a proper lesson. Pick a few male students and give them a good beating, set the tone. Then select a couple of pretty female students and take them to the secret training room for some fun. Got it? Red Hair's sharp gaze fixed on the youth on the right. Though disapproving of Red Hair's methods, the right side youth reluctantly nodded. There was no choice. Red Hair was the chief instructor for Blackwater High School this time, and they were the assistant instructors. As the three conversed, a large number of Blackwater High students surged through the entrance. From afar, Li Mu saw the red-haired instructor and furrowed his brow. In the original owner's memories, the discipline within the genuine army was admittedly inferior to that of the hometown militias, but he had not anticipated it being this poor, to the extent that red hair was permitted. Li Mu also knew that personnel shortages in the genuine army were severe. Otherwise, the officers would not be recruiting students during military training. In a large forest, chaos naturally ensues. There are venerable predecessors who shed blood and sacrificed their lives, wrapped in horse hides, fighting for the lights of countless homes. Yet, there are inevitably rotten apples among them. While having red hair does not necessarily signify such a traitor, Li Mu sensed from his expression that he was hardly a benevolent soul. Hurry up, no dawdling, stand in line properly. Red Hair suddenly roared, startling many students. The students quickly adjusted and soon stood firmly. Yet Red Hair squinted his eyes and suddenly grabbed a male student's hair, dragging him forcefully to the front. As a member of the genuine army, the students naturally harbored some fear of him. Red Hair yanked the student's south head close to his own. Didn't your mother teach you how to stand properly? He sneered, then delivered a vicious kick to the student's thigh. The student was only a first-rank yellow stage martial artist. A strike from a late second-rank martial artist sent him crashing sideways to the ground with a heavy thud of his head. The student clutched his thigh and head, screaming in agony. Red Hair then stamped hard on the student's mouth, grinding his foot fiercely. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Do you know Abyss monsters love hearing screams like yours?" All the students of Blackwater High School bore expressions of indignation. They had long heard that the worse the school, the poorer the assigned instructors. It was not that the genuine army disregarded students, but rather that personnel were in dire shortage. The elite warriors were all active combatants on patrol missions, with the security of Abyss strongholds being paramount. The less capable soldiers were assigned to be instructors. Provided they taught well, these warriors were fully capable of fulfilling the role. They had also heard that new recruits in the genuine army endured harsh beatings. But they were not new recruits, nor were they under this man's command. They were merely students attending military training. According to regulations, instructors could discipline students, but were absolutely forbidden from striking them without cause. Moreover, Red Hair had no justification whatsoever. Red Hair, perceiving the students' expressions, grew even more enraged. What the hell? You pampered little flowers think you can challenge the Abyss? You can't even stand properly. With that, he delivered another sweeping kick to a boy standing at the forefront. Li Mu was also in the first row. In his eyes, the boy's posture was erect and spirited, standing far more correctly than Red Hair himself, radiating vigor and spirit. Yet Red Hair ruthlessly kicked his thigh. Like the previous student, despite struggling to resist, the boy was swept off his feet and slammed heavily onto the ground. Useless. Useless. With every curse uttered by the red-haired youth, he would kick over his standing male classmate. The force of his kicks grew increasingly fierce, eliciting a chorus of agonized screams. Meanwhile, his gaze flitted restlessly among the beautiful female students. First, to see if any were frightened. Second, to seek out those who were attractive and well-formed. Before long, his kick landed squarely on Li Mu. With a fierce sweep, his leg struck toward Li Mu's thigh. Li Mu, however, calmly stepped back a pace, deftly evading the blow. The red-haired youth was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a furious glare, fixating on Li Mu. "Do you think you're clever? I'm here for military training, not to be beaten," Li Mu said evenly. Behind him, the students of Heishui High School collectively tensed in apprehension. While there were indeed rules forbidding military instructors from assaulting students arbitrarily, after all, one must abide under the roof one is under. This was their territory. The red-haired youth sneered with anger. He was already simmering with rage from Zhao Mating's earlier provocation, having just asserted his dominance. He was eager to find a few female students for some private training sessions. Yet unexpectedly, an insubordinate had appeared, undermining his authority in front of so many. He pointed deliberately at himself, enunciating each word. "I order you to stand right here." Li Mu smiled darkly and replied with chilling calmness. "I'll say it again. I'm here for military training. If you dare lift your leg again, I'll break that dog leg of yours, and I mean it." A harsh, mocking laugh burst from the red-haired youth, growing louder and more derisive. Suddenly, his expression shifted violently. His right leg swept horizontally with terrifying force, aimed directly at Li Mu's thigh. Li Mu reached to his ear with his right hand, then jabbed fiercely at the ground. With a loud clang, the heavy iron staff struck the earth, intercepting the red-haired youth's kick. Caught off guard, the red-haired youth's lower leg slammed against the staff. Though a second-rank martial artist, his aura surged dramatically, and true chi roared within him. He managed to knock the staff aside, but the impact sent searing pain through his calf. The surrounding students swiftly scattered, clearing a wide space. Utilizing the staff that had been kicked upward, Li Mu swung it in a wide arc, smashing it fiercely toward the red-haired youth. From somewhere, the red-haired youth produced a long knife, slashing to meet the staff. True chi surged wildly as his blade violently clashed with Li Mu's iron staff, forcing it aside. The first strike missed. Li Mu spun and swept a second strike, moving so fast the red-haired youth could only block. Li Mu then drew a third strike with a backward motion. The red-haired youth braced himself to absorb the blow, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his tiger's mouth, which began to bleed profusely. Only then did he realize Li Mu was employing the flowing cloud triple strike technique. But it was useless. 3 strikes had passed, and there was no way Li Mu could overcome him. Yet unexpectedly, Li Mu unleashed a 4th strike, faster and fiercer than before. The 4th staff cut through the air with a piercing whistle. The red-haired youth's face changed abruptly. He raised his weapon to block, but to his horror, his long knife shattered with a loud crack. Even more despairing, Li Mu's face darkened as he delivered a 5th strike, the flowing cloud 5th tremor, like a phantom slash tearing through the air. The energy reverberated, space itself seemed to wail. The target was his right leg. No, the red-haired youth had no time to evade. Without his weapon, he could not defend. Crack! A dreadful snap. His knee bent at a grotesque angle, and he collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, clutching his thigh and writhing in excruciating agony. His screams were utterly harrowing. Li Mu executed a graceful twirl, swiftly retracting his staff to his ear. He had come to this other world not to suffer indignities. Otherwise, why would the battle victory system awaken? As for punishment? Back on Earth, Li Mu had been an invisible beast of burden. Work, debt, illness, and heartbreak weighed down on him until he could hardly breathe. If in this high martial world he could not live freely, he might as well return and continue as a beast of burden. Victory earned 31 battle victory points. The students of Heishui High School stood dumbfounded. What was this? Had they just woken from a nightmare? Military training. Student Li Mu, a first-rank martial artist, had just broken the leg of the second-rank Jin Yuan military instructor. They never could have dreamed of such madness, even in their wildest fantasies. As the alarm sounded, a military officer arrived swiftly, accompanied by several patrol guards. The officer had sword-like brows and starry eyes, his mere presence commanding respect without anger. When a student saw the insignia on his shoulder, silence fell over Heishui High School. Fear etched itself on every face. Some even trembled with fright. An officer of the Wolf Guard rank, who would have expected to encounter such a person during university military training. An officer of this caliber could command respect even from their principal. No, even the education minister of the East District of Taizo City would treat him with deference. Surveying the scene, the patrol guards tensed immediately. What happened? The officer demanded coldly. By now, the red-haired youth had been helped to his feet by 2 assistant instructors. Trembling all over with pain, tears and mucus streaming from his face. Glaring at his twisted leg, he ground his teeth and shouted with a wail, "Sheen Wolfguard." This student disobeyed orders and defied military discipline. I was conducting instruction when he suddenly attacked me. His pitiful voice and bloodshot eyes lent an air of injustice to his claim. The officer turned to Li Mu. Before Li Mu could speak, Xiao Lingtong in the crowd shouted loudly, "No, officer, it's this instructor who beat our student without cause. He attacked Li Mu first, and Li Mu only defended himself." Like a stone cast into calm waters, the statement stirred an uproar. The students of Heishui High School immediately exploded with support. Yes, that's right. He bullied others first. Officer, please investigate. Silence. Everyone shut up. The red-haired youth roared in a frenzy. He hadn't expected so many students to turn against him. Smack. The Wolf Guard officer struck him sharply across the face. Such commotion is disgraceful. Then the officer looked to his aide. Bring up the surveillance footage here immediately. Yes, sir. The aide promptly pulled out his phone and began to operate. The red-haired youth was struck with panic. There was surveillance here? How had he not known? Otherwise, he would never have dared to play this game. He He had only dared because he heard some officers acted like this, and the female students they abused never dared to speak out, both to protect their reputations and out of fear of the Zhenyuan military's power. Even the students of Heishui High School looked around, seeing no cameras anywhere. They had worried that without proof, it would be a matter of conflicting claims. If the officer sided with the red-haired youth, they would have no recourse. Unexpectedly, after viewing the footage, the officer's eyes blazed with fury. He turned to the red-haired youth and said coldly, "Find out who approved this scoundrel to be an instructor." A patrol guard responded and hurried off. The red-haired youth trembled uncontrollably. "Trash like you, I can never clean out thoroughly." The officer ordered sternly, "Drag him away and send this footage to the enforcement department." Upon hearing the words law enforcement department, the red-haired man's remaining left leg suddenly buckled. An unidentified liquid gushed uncontrollably from his crotch. Two deputy instructors promptly responded in unison, preparing to escort him to the medical unit first. The medical capabilities in this high martial world were formidable. As long as it was within a certain time frame, severed limbs could be reattached without issue. Not to the medical unit. Take him directly to the law enforcement department. The officer's cold command extinguished the red-haired man's flicker of hope entirely. They wouldn't even treat his leg, but there was no choice. Medical resources were scarce. So many valiant warriors wounded on the battlefield were hard to heal. How could they possibly waste a single iota of medical aid on such a worthless, useless wretch? After the instructors departed, the officer turned to Li Mu. "What is your name?" "Li Mu." The officer clearly did not recognize him and showed no surprise. "I ask you, did you just use the flowing cloud triple shock?" "Yes." Li Mu nodded. "Then why 5 shocks?" The officer inquired directly. "Self-taught breakthrough." Li Mu answered with neither humility nor arrogance. The officer nodded slightly, then turned to the students from Heishui High School. "Take out your phones and start recording." The students exchanged puzzled glances but complied one after another. Once everyone had activated their recording, the officer solemnly faced Li Mu and pronounced loudly, "Qin Zhanya, of the Zhenyuan Army's Wolf Guard. I need your assistance. Would you accompany me for a moment?" Li Mu was initially perplexed but quickly understood. Qin Zhanya had asked all the students to record on their phones, then introduced himself and requested Li Mu to come along. This was to reassure Li Mu and everyone else that this was not a vendetta for the earlier incident, but rather a matter of another nature. If anything happened to Li Mu, they could expose it. Since Qin Zhanya was so forthright, Li Mu naturally could not refuse. "Very well." Li Mu nodded. Reassign their instructors. "You come with me." Qin Zhanya nodded. The first half of the sentence was an order to his subordinates. The latter half was addressed to Li Mu. Then, he strode ahead, radiating an aura of upright integrity and imposing authority. From the moment he appeared until now, Li Mu noticed he had not uttered a single irrelevant word. Following Qin Zhanya, Li Mu arrived before a steel fortress. Above the gate hung a placard inscribed with a single line, "Major Martial Arts Research Department." At the entrance, guards stood at attention and saluted. "Wolf Guard Qin." Qin Zhanya nodded. "I'm bringing someone to meet Minister Song and Professor Su. I will notify them." One of the guards swiftly jogged inside. Li Mu was inwardly startled. He did not know the exact function of the Major Martial Arts Research Department. Yet, even for Qin Zhanya's Wolf Guard, they could not enter directly and had to await notification. After a short while, the guard returned at a quick pace. "Wolf Guard, please enter. Minister Song and Professor Su are in a meeting but have allowed you to wait inside. The meeting will conclude shortly." "Very well." Qin Zhanya gestured to Li Mu and led the way inside. Upon entering the research department, Li Mu immediately grasped Qin Zhanya's intention. The department was bustling with civilian personnel in plain clothes. On the walls, the names of various martial arts were displayed. Common, ordinary techniques. Blade styles, spear styles, sword styles, staff styles. Li Mu casually scanned the spear and staff categories and found flowing cloud, triple shock prominently listed. All these martial arts were the distilled experiences of individuals imparted here. This was the place where the Zhenyuan army mass-produced ordinary martial arts. Qin Zhanya led Li Mu to the door of a conference room. An assistant, dressed plainly, approached with an apologetic smile and lowered voice. "Wolf Guard Qin. The minister is in a meeting. Please wait a moment." Qin Zhanya nodded, then stood as still as a stone monument, much to Li Mu's annoyance. "Wolf Guard Qin, aren't you going to ask my opinion?" Li Mu asked. Didn't you agree?" Qin Zhanya was taken aback. "I agreed to accompany you, not to let you do whatever you want." Li Mu was speechless. Qin Zhanya was momentarily at a loss for words. The assistant looked perplexed, glancing between the two. "Let me ask you first, do you know where you are?" "Only partially." Li Mu shook his head. Qin Zhanya nodded and took a deep breath. "The Abyssal War has long maintained a high casualty rate. Students like you can afford to study fully at school before entering the Abyss. But many warriors leave school for various reasons. Some who join the genuine army can only perform internal energy techniques. Therefore, the genuine army must distribute large quantities of low-grade martial arts for free. This is the Martial Arts Research Department. Within this department are numerous martial arts scholars with exceptional comprehension and skill, constantly refining and mass-producing ordinary martial arts, like hens endlessly laying eggs, nurturing the new forces of the genuine army. Qin Zhanya spoke gravely, but the assistant beside him rolled his eyes repeatedly. You use the metaphor of eggs? If you can't make a metaphor, just speak plainly. Who asked the hen? So, what is your purpose for calling me here? Li Mu prompted him to continue. Among ordinary martial arts, spear techniques are a major category. Flowing Cloud Triple Shock is widely popular among spear arts. I want you to share your insights with them to see if they can improve further. Of course, if this succeeds, you'll be duly rewarded. Qin Zhanya finally understood Li Mu's meaning and proactively mentioned the rewards. Clearing his throat, Li Mu elaborated on the rewards. Qin Zhanya laughed heartily, a rare sound. He appreciated Li Mu's straightforwardness and sincerity. For someone like Li Mu, the effort would depend on the adequacy of the reward. Otherwise, there was no point in exerting effort. Moreover, if genuine improvements were made and implemented in the future, Li Mu would gain significant merit. Personally, I promise you, a premium black blood warhorse, a premium spiritual treasure, a premium weapon, and a set of superior martial arts. As Qin Zhanya spoke, Li Mu's heart nearly stopped. This entire package was worth at least 1 million. Son, I know I cannot morally compel you to serve the country. But beyond these material rewards, every life saved because of the enhancement of Flowing Cloud Triple Shock is a merit in itself. Qin Zhanya combined material incentives with a subtle spiritual appeal. Li Mu was deeply moved and nodded earnestly. The superior martial arts set is of my choice, right? Qin Zhanya's temples throbbed as he wordlessly nodded. At that moment, noise arose from inside the conference room. The assistant hurriedly said to Qin Zhanya, Wolfguard Qin, please enter. Qin Zhanya immediately pushed open the door. Inside the modestly furnished conference room, a long table stretched before them. Dozens of participants were preparing to leave orderly through the back door. The middle-aged plainclothes men seated at the head of the table were also packing up. As Qin Zhanya entered, he shouted, Leaders, please stay. In an instant, every person in the room turned their gaze toward Qin Zhanya. Minister Song, I shall speak candidly. Just now, this young gentleman displayed the Flowing Cloud 5 Tremors technique. I specifically brought him here for your consideration. Upon hearing the words Flowing Cloud 5 Tremors, everyone in the room exchanged glances in astonishment. The middle-aged man known as Minister Song also glanced at Li Mu. Qin Wolfguard, what did you say? There is no need for further explanation. Please review the surveillance footage. Qin Zhanya promptly connected his phone to the conference room's large screen. The scene of Li Mu breaking the right leg of the red-haired man began to play. As Li Mu executed the 4th and 5th tremors, the entire meeting room erupted in amazement. When it concluded, an elderly professor nearby hurriedly exclaimed, Play it again. Qin Zhanya complied, and the professor grew even more excited again. Once more, Li Mu was speechless. Does this old man enjoy watching VCRs so much? Qin Zhanya responded, Professor Su, if you wish to see more clearly, we could step outside and have Li Mu and I engage in a duel. The old man immediately grabbed Li Mu's arm. Child, can you perform it once more? Minister Song and the other's eyes brightened with anticipation. Li Mu smiled wryly. Realizing that this group repeatedly watching the video must believe that the seemingly miraculous Flowing Cloud 5 Tremors he conjured was nearly impossible to replicate. Yes, I can. Li Mu nodded. Excellent. Excellent. Xiao Lu, quickly notify all the instructors specializing in firearms and polearms. Minister Song exclaimed joyfully, instructing his assistant. Soon after, Li Mu and Qin Zhanya stepped out of the research department, surrounded by a crowd, and arrived in an open space. Before long, a large group emerged from the research building, roughly 60 or 70 individuals. Many appeared disheveled, some with their clothes faded in color. These people were approximately in their 30s, and along the way, Assistant Lu had already recounted the events. Upon seeing them, they eagerly approached. You say this young man can wield the Flowing Cloud 5 Tremors? When they learned it was Li Mu who had performed it, everyone was momentarily stunned, as none had seen the video earlier. The Flowing Cloud 3 Tremors technique had long been perfected to the utmost degree. Are you certain he employed the Flowing Cloud spear technique? These individuals possessed advanced understanding of martial arts, especially the potential of the Flowing Cloud spear technique. The senior masters had already condensed it to its absolute limits. There simply could be no superior manifestation. Enough talk, Li Mu, proceed. Qin Zhanye was decisive and swift. Drawing a long blade, he addressed Li Mu. Without hesitation, Li Mu pinched and pulled at his ear, and with a soft pop, a dark iron staff materialized in his hand. He swung it horizontally toward Qin Zhanye. A staff differs from a rod. A staff is straight and uniform in thickness, emphasizing flexibility and lightness. A rod, conversely, tapers or thickens at one or both ends, or has metal fittings added, imparting a more powerful, forceful impression, focusing on explosive strength. Unfortunately, rod-type weapons are scarce. Even at his uncle's blacksmith shop, there were only 2 staffs and no rods at all. Qin Zhanye paced lightly, wielding his long blade with precision to parry Li Mu's horizontal sweep. With his cultivation, even 3 Li Mus combined would be no match. Clang! The first strike missed. Li Mu swept a second staff strike, swift and fierce. Another parry, another slash. The third staff strike. At this juncture, all spectators widened their eyes in astonishment. Never mind the 5 tremors. Even the 3 tremors alone demonstrated Li Mu's superiority over the ordinary flowing cloud spear technique. Although Li Mu's core remained the flowing cloud spear technique, his variations were far more agile than their understanding. The power of the second tremor matched that of an average third tremor. When Li Mu unleashed the fourth strike hiss, all present collectively inhaled sharply. The spectacle was truly magnificent. The essence of the flowing cloud 4 tremors is not merely executing the fourth strike, but whether this fourth strike can carry the momentum of the preceding moves. Typically, with the flowing cloud 3 tremors by the time the fourth strike appears, the prior momentum dissipates, with the third strike being the limit. No one can produce a fourth strike. And when Li Mu swung the 5th strike, everyone's pupils dilated suddenly. With a clang, Qin Zhanye was forced to retreat half a step. His eyes shone brightly as he tightened his grip on the blade, praising, "Well done, young man. Let these fellows watch again." Li Mu, holding the advantage, reluctantly demonstrated once more. This time, Professor Su, who appeared to be about 60 years old, dramatically raised both hands and shouted, "Open your eyes wide. Watch carefully. Watch carefully." More than half of the research department's instructors earnestly rubbed their eyes, staring at Li Mu with wide-eyed intensity. Their expressions were almost comical. Li Mu momentarily lost focus. The flowing cloud 3 tremors is merely a mundane technique. These people certainly knew more than one martial art, and this was by no means the most crucial technique. What could cause a military district professor, who even commands respect from the Wolf Guard, to lose his composure so thoroughly? Suddenly, Li Mu perceived a single word emanating from Professor Su, Minister Song, and the assembled instructors, obsession. Indeed, they resembled a group of diligent hens tirelessly laying eggs, striving to improve the quality of their yield. They had truly devoted everything. With a faint sigh, Li Mu resolved to offer them a gift. With his current understanding, he could easily perform the 7 tremors. However, fearing these elders' blood pressure would spike uncontrollably and that they might find it difficult to digest, he decided to reveal the 6th tremor instead. Li Mu once more brandished his staff. After the flowing cloud 3 tremors, he executed the 4th and 5th tremors with a completely different style than before. Following the 5th tremor, even Qin Zhanye was ready to conclude the display. Suddenly, Li Mu swung the 6th strike. Qin Zhanye felt a shiver down his spine. There's a 6th strike? He immediately became serious, his aura surging, golden light shimmering on his blade as he raised it to block. Clang! Qin Zhanye's long blade, naturally extraordinarily hard, collided with Li Mu's dark iron staff, which shattered with a crack. The staff disintegrated, and a terrifying recoil force flung Li Mu backward in a somersault. Qin Zhanye himself staggered back 3 steps. The room fell into stunned silence. Li Mu looked at his trembling right hand. His entire right arm was numb. He sighed inwardly. Apparently, he had overestimated his body's capacity. The divine weapon technique weighs 50 gene, and the dark iron staff itself weighed 100 gene. While the mountain-bearing technique could enable him to wield it, and, combined with his formidable martial arts, his attack power could reach a formidable level, his body simply could not endure it. Qin Zhanye was even more shocked. His cultivation was at the 8th rank of the Yellow Realm, about to ascend to the 9th. Li Mu was only a first-rank martial artist. The disparity between them was like heaven and earth. Yet Li Mu had forced him back several steps. What terrifying power was this? Well, have you seen clearly now? Qin Zhanye exclaimed ecstatically, pointing at Minister Song and the others. Minister Song turned excitedly, sweeping his gaze across the gathered instructors. Yet few of these instructors dared to engage in conversation. All were utterly absorbed by that splendid and extraordinary strike just now. Each person waved an imaginary spear or staff in the air, as if under a spell. a frenzied dance of demons. Some murmured quietly to themselves. Professor Su stepped forward, forcing a faint smile onto his aged face as he addressed Li Mu. Young brother, I beseech you for a favor. Please speak. Li Mu bowed respectfully. Would you be so kind as to come inside and share a few words with us? As you have seen, these people have already immersed themselves within. Your few words might well catalyze a qualitative transformation in the Flowing Cloud Third Strike. Without exaggeration, should the Flowing Cloud Third Strike become widespread up to the Fifth Strike, the overall strength of our military district's lower-tier spear and staff warriors would take a leap of qualitative improvement. If it could reach the Sixth Strike, it might even influence our district's mortality rate. This would be an achievement of monumental significance, child. I will certainly apply for a military merit award on your behalf. By the end of his speech, tears welled in Professor Su's eyes, and his voice trembled slightly. Li Mu glanced back at Qin Zhanya, who nodded deeply. Li Mu smiled and said, "Why not?" With tears in his old eyes, Professor Su grasped Li Mu's hand with his rough palm, linking arms as they walked shoulder to shoulder into the research department. Behind them followed Minister Song and a host of enchanted instructors, all filing into the large conference room. Qin Zhanya remained outside, quietly waiting. From within, he could hear bursts of laughter and crying, moments of noise and silence. More than 3 hours passed before Assistant Liu and Li Mu emerged. Every single person inside the conference room had, without exception, fallen asleep. Assistant Liu looked somewhat fatigued, but the sparkle in his eyes was undeniable. He whispered to Qin Zhanya, "Wolfguard, my apologies. Minister Song and the others overexerted themselves during the demonstration and have exhausted their spirits. In my estimation, it will take several hours before they awaken." Then he turned to Li Mu, unable to conceal the admiration in his eyes. "Li Mu, you're truly a once-in-a-century prodigy of staff technique." Li Mu quickly responded with humility. "You flatter me, Assistant Liu. Compared to those who created the cultivation methods, I am but dust." He had a clear understanding of himself. Most of these people praised him out of personal affection because improving this cultivation method was extraordinarily difficult. They comprehended its subtleties. Yet, even if they revered Li Mu as a deity, this did not change the fact that the method's effectiveness was limited. Cultivation methods are human inventions. Li Mu's improvements could not possibly be disseminated throughout all of China. His influence was confined to this military district, to this particular group of people, and even then, it depended on how much these practitioners absorbed. Even if these dozens of individuals worked day and night, toiling themselves to exhaustion, they would only produce a few hundred sets of Flowing Cloud Third Strike in 1 month. If a few hundred people mastered it in a month, how many of them would survive because of the Flowing Cloud Third Strike? Of course, these people could pass on their understanding of Flowing Cloud Fifth Strike to other creators of cultivation methods. But as these teachings were passed down wave after wave, the method's strength would inevitably diminish, gradually reverting to a low-grade technique. This was a significant pain point in Chinese cultivation methods, and the primary reason why cultivation methods are far more precious than spiritual treasures or weapons. Unless Li Mu could devise a way to disseminate the improved cultivation method across all military districts nationwide and implement it highly effectively, that would truly be a feat of unparalleled merit. Assistant Liu hurriedly said, "No need for such modesty. Improving an already widespread cultivation method is far more difficult than creating a new one. The path to optimizing cultivation methods is long and arduous. Even a slight advancement compels us to give our utmost effort." Li Mu felt a measure of admiration. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Assistant Liu personally escorted Qin Zhanya and Li Mu out of the research department, standing at the doorway to watch them depart before finally turning back inside. "How does it feel?" Qin Zhanya asked with a smile. Li Mu scratched his ear and said, It just feels like there's an emptiness inside my ear." "Ha ha ha. You scoundrel, I'll compensate you for the weapon." Qin Zhanya laughed heartily, his mood buoyant. Even the adjutants following alongside were surprised. They had not seen the Wolf Guard Qin laugh like this for a long time. Yet today, he had smiled more than once. Qin Zhanya was decisive in action. Upon leaving the research department, he directly led Li Mu to the military supplies division. The military supplies division was divided into several zones: the weapons zone, the spiritual treasures zone, and the cultivation methods zone. Li Mu first chose the spiritual treasure zone. The spiritual treasure zone of the military supplies division truly opened Li Mu's eyes. Shelves on both sides were filled with countless mundane and superior spiritual treasures. Many Jin soldiers moved back and forth as casually as if shopping in a market. Numerous spiritual treasures bore price tags, but all were denominated in contribution points and merit points. So-called spiritual treasures are special artifacts imbued with unique energies and functions. When used skillfully, They can often turn the tide and serve as a trump card for warriors. Contribution points are the currency of the entire military system, expendable for procuring materials from the Jin Yuan army. Merit points serve as purchase qualifications. A spiritual treasure requiring 200 contribution points and 10 merit points cannot be bought regardless of how many contribution points one has if their merit points fall short of 10. However, Qin Jianye directly led Li Mu to the premium spiritual treasures zone. This zone contained far fewer spiritual treasures than the first two zones and was sparsely populated. The prices here were shockingly high. Contribution points often reached into the thousands, and merit points were almost never below 300. Pick whatever you like. Qin Jianye waved his hand generously. Li Mu did not hesitate and quickly began searching. Soon, a striking black and red cloak caught his eye. The cloak was neither too large nor too small, appearing to be made of a soft leather material. Against a backdrop of black and red interwoven, a silver circle stood out, simple yet elegant. Large and small cloak, price 3,400 contribution points, available for purchase with merit points above 360. What is this? Li Mu asked with delight. Qin Jianye pulled out a manual from behind the glass cabinet. Large and small cloak, warm and durable. It can change size at will. Its maximum size can continuously increase in response to the wearer's absorption of energy during combat. After reading, Qin Jianye flipped the cloak over and muttered. Although it's a growth-type cloak, its effect is somewhat singular for a premium spiritual treasure. Are you sure you want this? Li Mu nodded. There was a mysterious energy in the cloak, and it was very beautiful. Growth-type spiritual treasures carried a degree of risk. Their early assistance to the wearer was minimal. As they grew, they might exceed premium value, or might not. Moreover, Li Mu's battle points could be used to modify spiritual treasures, making every treasure effectively a growth type for him. As long as he liked it, that was enough. Qin Jianye said no more, nodded, and opened the glass cabinet. Then he gestured politely. Li Mu carefully took the cloak in both hands. The cloak felt soft and smooth. A strange energy flowed, streaming gently into Li Mu's body. He draped it over himself. Neither too large nor too small, the length was just right. Without pulling, it subtly concealed his shoulders and arms. A slight tug could wrap his entire body comfortably. Instinctively, Li Mu flicked his hand, causing the cloak to billow behind him, instantly unfurling to span several meters in breadth. In the blink of an eye, the cloak shrank back to its normal size. Qin Jianye glanced at it with a slight start, involuntarily admiring the elegant bearing of the man before him. Li Mu was tall and slender, with strikingly handsome features, and a prodigy in the art of staff combat. At that moment, as he swung his battle robe, Qin Jianye seemed to foresee the image of Li Mu as the youthful war god, galloping across the abyss battlefield with spear and steed, his battle robe billowing behind him. He nodded approvingly and said, "Let us go. It's time for you to choose your weapon." Qin Jianye led Li Mu out of the spiritual treasures district. Along the way, every meritorious soldier in the Jin Yuan army stood at attention and saluted in accordance with military protocol. Soon, they arrived at the weapons section. This time, Li Mu's selection was quicker. Having scoured the entire weaponry area, he found only one exquisite club remaining, made of tungsten steel. The staff bore intricate patterns etched along its shaft. Both ends gradually thickened, adorned with carved motifs of thorny flowers that slightly protruded, exuding a potent sense of strength. The metals used for weapons varied widely, especially after the emergence of the Abyss, which yielded an abundance of energy-infused metals. Humanity had reclassified metals based on their energy content and strength, from various irons to steels, crystal iron, crystal steel, dragon crystal iron, and dragon crystal steel. These constituted the primary materials for weapon forging. Naturally, no weapon was composed solely of a single material. Typically, steel was blended with various alloys, elements, and potent energy metals. When discussing a weapon's material, it generally referred to the dominant constituent. Higher steel content meant greater hardness, whereas higher iron content conferred better toughness. The Martial Arts University housed a specialized forging department, and some master blacksmiths enjoyed considerable social prestige. Li Mu twirled the staff in his hands with ease. The thorny flower patterns on both sides inspired him to name it the Thornflower Staff. To Qin Jianye's astonished gaze, Li Mu swiftly tucked the Thornflower Staff into his ear with a whoosh. Such innate traits were imperceptible to outsiders or any equipment. Only the bearer could discern them. Thus, when Li Mu mentioned it was a natural talent, Qin Jianye refrained from further questioning. Every martial artist harbored their own secrets, and prying too deeply was universally understood as overstepping boundaries. From the weapons district, they proceeded to the martial arts manual section. Initially, Qin Jianye had only promised Li Mu one premium manual. However, since he had agreed to compensate Li Mu for his weapon, in addition to the previously promised weapon, totaling 2 weapons, and Li Mu only needed 1. Qin Zhanye revised his offer. He allowed Li Mu to select 2 premium manuals instead. Indeed, Li Mu had gained an advantage. Without hesitation, Li Mu chose a defensive manual called Dragon's Roar, Absolute Silence, and an aggressive combat technique named Iron Slashing Style. Nevertheless, Li Mu did not practice them immediately. He intended to collect all his rewards first. Finally, it was time to select a warhorse. Upon arriving at the Jinyuan Army's cavalry grounds, Qin Zhanye spoke as they walked. By rights, these military supplies shouldn't be freely distributed to civilians. Your rewards are special exceptions, and without Minister Song and Professor Su vouching for you, even I would face criticism. But if you had joined the Jinyuan Army Reserves earlier, this would have been much simpler. Your rewards would only have been greater and without any need for exceptions. Li Mu smiled wryly. You really never stop persuading people to enlist, do you? Qin Zhanye gave a bitter chuckle. Alas, everyone knows how terrifying the Abyss monsters are, and everyone fears the Abyss. If you don't enlist, and I don't enlist, who will guard the Abyss border? There is some data you want to see. At this point, Qin Zhanye furrowed his brow and shook his head, leaving the matter unspoken. If a Qin Wolf Guard joins the Jinyuan Army Reserves, are the patrol missions demanding? Though he had never revealed it, enlisting was an inevitable choice for Li Mu. Not only would it grant him immense power, but his unlocking and enhancement of divine arts and magical techniques required vast amounts of victory points. So many formidable divine arts awaited his discovery, making him restless with anticipation. Fearing Li Mu's reluctance, Qin Zhanye quickly waved his hand. No, the reserves are just reserves. They're only mobilized when personnel are exceptionally scarce. Most of the time, you'll still be studying your specialized knowledge at school. However, being in the reserves means a few additional compulsory courses, such as battlefield command, monster energy analysis, and abyss geography. Moreover, the reserves confer a privilege. Normally, Jinyuan Army soldiers must pass cultural assessments to advance in rank upon accumulating sufficient merit points. But for school reserves, once your merit points suffice, you're promoted in rank without testing. Plus, future military appointments are much more convenient than for regular soldiers. The reserves can hold ranks and posts as well. Of course, voluntarily participating in missions is even better. Li Mu nodded. The reserves imposed fewer restrictions than the regular Jinyuan Army, yet allowed one to earn military honors and hold legitimate officer status. Achieving merit in the Abyss and enjoying a carefree life in the city. How delightful. By then, the two had reached the cavalry grounds. The vast expanse was flat and wide, with countless warhorses galloping in the distance, riders weaving effortlessly among them. Near the entrance, an officer had just emerged, laughing and chatting with his adjutant. Spotting Qin Zhanye from afar, he immediately shrank his neck and hurried back with his aide. Hey, old Joe, I see you. Qin Zhanye shouted loudly, striding forward and grabbing the officer's arm. The man turned around, his face filled with displeasure. Why are you here again? You don't seem very welcome, do you? Wasn't it just that one fine horse you took from me? A good horse deserves a hero. Old Joe's mouth twitched toward his ear, clearly harboring great resentment toward Qin Zhanye. You see, breeding monster blood warhorses was no easy task. The lengthy cycles and high mortality rates made nurturing a fine horse a true labor of love. Everyone wished for these exceptional steeds to be awarded as prestigious battle honors to outstanding soldiers under the watchful eyes of the leadership and the spotlight of commendation ceremonies. This brought greater attention and funding to their breeding grounds, allowing more people to witness their hard work and dedication. Yet Qin Zhanye, by virtue of a special achievement last time, had insisted on taking one of old Joe's top-tier warhorses, leaving him feeling as though a precious gem had been tarnished. He had nursed this grievance ever since and grew angry every time he saw Qin Zhanye. Now, unexpectedly, Qin Zhanye had brought along a youngster. Seeing old Joe on the verge of losing control, Qin Zhanye hastily whispered something in his ear. Old Joe's eyes brightened as he looked at Li Mu, but remained hesitant. You're not fooling me, are you? Just because of this kid? Hey, he is no ordinary kid. Right now, Minister Song and Professor Su both praise him highly. In the future, if he speaks well of you before them, and they in turn speak well of you, their influence far outweighs mine. Isn't that right, Li Mu? Qin Zhanye finished, winking at Li Mu. Li Mu smiled and nodded, his eyes filled with eager anticipation. Qin Zhanye had promised to give him a fine warhorse, yet now he was demanding an exceptional one. Old Joe was clearly tempted. If Minister Song and Professor Su could truly put in a good word for their stable, that would be quite a rare opportunity. But one cannot just ask for an exceptional horse right off the bat. Could this kid be your illegitimate son? Hey, if he were my son, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Qin Zhanya chuckled. Old Zhou's eyes flickered. Perfect timing, follow me. There's an exceptional warhorse that's just been trained, though it has a slight flaw. Under old Zhou's guidance, Qin Zhanya and Li Mu entered the horse stable. On either side, the warhorses appeared magnificent and strikingly distinct. Some had twin horns on their heads, others bore bony protrusions on their shoulders, some had beaks like eagles, and others had hooves tipped with sharp claws. These warhorses were bred through hybridization, merging genes from various monsters. Currently, humans had identified 4 premier types of warhorses, namely Liu, Gaia, Ingzhan, and Guishou, each excelling respectively in endurance, toughness, extreme speed, and auxiliary combat capabilities. Though old Zhou bantered with Qin Zhanya, he explained to Li Mu as they walked, never neglecting to emphasize the difficulties in breeding these warhorses. Soon, old Zhou led them to a horse stall. Each stall was guarded, and Li Mu counted 9 such guarded stalls. At that moment, someone was leaving one of the stalls. "Don't close the door yet," old Zhou shouted. The moment the guard turned around, an earth-shattering neigh erupted from the stall. The door was suddenly rammed open with a thunderous crash, sending the guard flying several meters. A black horse burst forth, rearing up and letting out a fierce neigh before galloping towards the expansive racetrack in the distance. Several guards shouted, "Damn it, it's running again. Hurry, give chase." 4 or 5 guards leapt after it, but they were no match for the warhorse's speed. "Hey, old Zhou, is this the fine horse you bragged about?" Qin Zhanya's dissatisfaction was immediate. Old Zhou raised his chin defiantly. "Instructor Qin, when did you become so unappreciative? This is top-tier exceptional stock. It's only 2.5 years old, right in its prime for wild spirit. Of course I can tell it's exceptional, but it's not even tamed." Qin Zhanya pointed at the galloping horse. "It is tamed, but the horse underwent a mutation that upgraded its quality from fine to exceptional. I was initially thrilled. It's the youngest exceptional warhorse in my stable. But unexpectedly, after the mutation, this colt became fiercely untamable," old Zhou explained. Qin Zhanya immediately objected. "Then swap it for me." Before he could finish, Li Mu had already dashed out, chasing after the black warhorse, leaving behind a bold shout. "This horse is mine." Back on Earth, Li Mu had seen in some films how generals adore their treasured horses, sometimes even placing them above beauties and gold. He had never understood it. But just now, upon seeing this horse, an overwhelming desire to conquer surged within him. The horse was jet black, with a glossy sheen so deep that Li Mu was reminded of coal, having delivered charcoal from the eastern mountains and mine coal from the western hills. It had twin horns on its head and bony protrusions on its shoulders. Its mane was interspersed with silver strands, and its crimson eyes shone like red lanterns. Li Mu felt certain the horse belonged to him. "Damn it!" Qin Zhanya gritted his teeth and sprinted after them. No matter how vast the plaza ahead was, it was still limited. Qin Zhanya ran almost as fast as the horse and soon caught up, grabbing its mane fiercely and planting his feet firmly on the ground. The horse cried out in pain but kept running wildly, dragging Qin Zhanya's feet along, gouging deep furrows in the earth. Its speed dropped sharply. "Mount up!" Qin Zhanya shouted. Li Mu arrived and leapt onto the horse. The black warhorse instantly went berserk, rearing up and violently shaking, throwing Li Mu off. The surrounding guards dared not approach. Yet Li Mu repeatedly got up, mounted, was thrown off, and got up again. Qin Zhanya kept his grip on the horse's head. Sweating profusely, Li Mu, covered in dust and dirt, spent more and more time clinging to the horse's body. Finally, on the last attempt, Qin Zhanya released the mane. The black horse emitted a chilling neigh. Li Mu had a sudden inspiration. He whipped out a large and small cloak, flinging it over the horse's head. The horse's cries ceased instantly, and it calmed rapidly, its heavy panting audible, clearly exhausted. Li Mu's face brightened. He slowly removed the cloak. The black horse twitched once more, but no longer struggled fiercely. "It's not the blindfold that calms the horse, it's the cloak," Qin Zhanya excitedly reminded. Many novices instinctively blindfold horses during training, believing it would soothe them, but experience proved otherwise. Li Mu examined the cloak, noticing a strange energy flowing within it, seemingly establishing a bond with the warhorse. Who would have thought this cloak had such a special function? "Go, ride," Li Mu ordered, prodding the horse's belly with his foot. The black horse surged forward, graceful and swift. Qin Zhanya watched in fascination, silently praising the horse. Though it possessed traits of both Liu and Gaia breeds, its speed rivaled the Ingzhan-type monster horses, perhaps even surpassing them. What kind of mutated monster horse is this? Li Mu galloped freely for over 10 minutes. Even after putting away the cloak, the horse seemed to have accepted him. He stopped before Qin Zhanya, dirt-smudged, hair standing on end like a super scion, grinning foolishly, nearly splitting his mouth with laughter. "Have you already decided on a name?" Qin Zhanya asked with a teasing smile. Yao Gu. Li Mu patted the horse's head confidently. He had indeed made up his mind. Qin Zhanya nodded with a smile. Though old Zhou was reluctant, he handed the horse's tag to Li Mu, repeatedly urging Qin Zhanya and Li Mu to seize any chance to speak well of their stable. After chatting a while longer with old Zhou, Qin Zhanya led Li Mu away from the stable. As they left, both rode their horses, meandering leisurely to help Li Mu's horse acclimate to the environment outside the stable. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was witnessed by two women, Li Xiaohong and Li Lan. Li Lan, Li Mu's cousin, was very close to Li Xiaohong. Ever since entering the Abyss earlier that day and seeing the officers' war horses, they had been captivated. During lunch break, they had inquired about the military district's stables, hoping that with the Li family's current influence, a little money might secure them an exceptional military warhorse. Unexpectedly, as they approached, they saw Li Mu and Qin Zhanya chatting and laughing as they emerged. Naturally, they recognized the military rank insignia on Qin Zhanya's shoulder. Both frowned deeply. How could this bastard be on such friendly terms with a Wolf Guard officer, and riding such a splendid warhorse? Li Xiaohong said angrily. She still remembers the slap Li Mu gave her. She is still missing a tooth. If anyone dares to lay a hand on her, it must be because she intends to find someone to mercilessly thrash Li Mu. However, yesterday she was busy coaxing Sun Long, and today there's military training again. She hasn't had the chance to arrange for anyone to take action yet. Li Lan shook her head, indicating she had no idea either. Then, suddenly recalling something, she began to speculate. Could it be related to his father? His father had slain countless abyssal monsters during the family's campaigns. Might he have known an officer in the Jinyuan army? Is that why that officer takes care of Li Mu? Li Xiaong nudda amfatikari. That must be it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made an exception to sell the horse to him. But where did that scoundrel get so much money? As far as I know, he has completely broke. Li Lan waved her hand and glanced toward the entrance of the horse ranch. Whatever the case, let us make a call home to report the situation. Let us go pick out a horse first. All right. Li Xiaohong pursed her lips into a smile, a trace of pride in her voice. It seems we worried unnecessarily. Even Li Mu, such a poor wretch, could buy a horse here. If we reveal our identity, they might just give us each a horse for free. With that, the two quickened their pace toward the ranch entrance. Before they could even approach, two guards stopped them. Halt! The guards stood tall and proud, stretching out their waist blades to block their way. This is the military district horse ranch. Students, keep your distance. Li Xiaohong smiled faintly, exuding unshakable confidence. East District, Li family. The guards furrowed their brows, eyeing her with puzzlement. They had no idea why she suddenly uttered those 5 words. Still, they maintained their wary stance. Guards are like that. If you treat them politely, they'll be even more courteous to you. But if someone tries to bully them with their status, that's the one thing they least tolerate. Li Xiaohong and Li Lan both frowned deeply. Don't you understand? We're from the Li family of East District. We've come to pick 2 horses. Judging by her tone, the guard's expression instantly turned cold. Military district warhorses are not sold to civilians. They can only be exchanged through merit points and achievements. Li Xiong esa anje surja uncontrollably. Not only were they unwilling to give them horses, but they wouldn't even sell them. My brother has an S-class talent. Li Xiao. Haven't you heard of a Li family from East District? The guard replied in a cold voice. Heard of you, stealing someone else's S-class talent. Qin Zhanya was a martial fanatic who rarely paid attention to social news. But these guards had lives too, and they all knew the Li family. Earlier, when they saw Qin Zhanya come and go with Li Mu, it reminded them of this matter. Li Xiaohong was furious beyond measure, since they knew their identity. How dare they speak like this? It was plainly a blatant insult to the Li family. What's going on? Has the Li family's influence not yet extended into the military district? This is utterly outrageous, she shouted, pointing at Li Mu's departing figure. That lowly trash Li Mu can buy horses here. Why can't we? The guard sneered lightly. Sorry, Li Mu's horses weren't bought either. They were gifted by the military district. Why? Even Li Lan couldn't bear it any longer and demanded loudly. There's no need to explain to you. The guard said coldly. I'll say this one last time. Step back. He spoke again with a chill in his voice, and 2 more soldiers approached. The group glared fiercely, exuding an aura of menace. Li Xiaohong and Li Lan reluctantly gritted their teeth and retreated. The soldier turned coldly and returned to his post, eyes never wavering. In truth, under normal circumstances, he had no reason to say so much. But these 2 fools kept uttering Li family, claiming that Li Mu had stolen their talent and calling him lowly trash. It was infuriating. That was why he added a few extra words to strike them down. Leaving the horse ranch, Li Xiaohong and Li Lan were grinding their teeth in frustration. Damn it, why? That lowly trash has military district warhorses. I just don't want to show off my status. Is that really so difficult? Li Xiaohong clenched her fists with hatred. Li Lan then took out her phone. This matter must be reported to the matriarch. Yes, call her. As their message reached the Li family, the clan was holding a family meeting. Matriarch Ma sat at the head of the table. The family was reviewing recent visitors from the commercial and political spheres seeking cooperation. However, one thing left them dissatisfied. Although many had come, they were all minor players. The true heavyweights had shown no intention of collaborating. Under the current circumstances, it would be difficult for them to break through quickly. Mother, from what Xiaolon just said, it seems Li Mu has a close relationship with an officer of the Jinyuan army. The eldest uncle put down the phone. He had the speaker on so everyone could hear. It's highly likely it's related to the third uncle's connections. He had quite a reputation back then and was close to the Jinyuan army. Maybe it's some friend of his who learned Li Mu is the third uncle's son, so they gave him special treatment. The second uncle nodded in agreement. The second aunt scoffed. Pfft, Li Mu has been acting like a clown these past few days. All this fuss is just him relying on that connection, deliberately letting Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan see it, just to attract our attention, expecting to return to the Li family so soon. But once Xiao Hao emerges victorious in this abyssal first battle, I wonder how much more glory he'll have compared to Li Mu. If he wants to come back, he can forget it. Everyone looked toward the family matriarch. The old lady pondered for a moment and said, At present, our commercial ventures are growing fastest, but progress in the political realm seems limited. Many are watching and waiting for Xiao Hao's performance in this abyssal first battle. If we can establish ties with an officer in the military district, we can manipulate the outcome of this battle to ensure Xiao Hao claims the championship, leaving no room for error. In my opinion, we might as well bring Li Mu back first. Using him as a stepping stone wouldn't be a bad idea. As soon as the matriarch finished speaking, the second aunt jumped up. Mother, that one do. When we expelled him, we were absolutely resolute. I want to agree to let him return so cheaply. Moreover, our Xiao Hao has S-class talent. There's no need to cheat. Once Xiao Hao secures a rank, our military connections will open naturally. We don't need that Li Mu. The second uncle quickly shot her a warning glance. Enough. Stop nagging about it and listen to Mother. He fully understood his wife's concerns. The Li family's cake was growing larger. If Li Mu and his mother returned, they'd be sharing a slice. The matriarch sighed, Enough. I understand your worries. Rest assured, we're only agreeing to let Li Mu return to the family temporarily. We haven't said anything about reinstating him in the family register. There's no chance he'll share in Li family's assets. We'll observe his performance for a year. Naturally, he'll strive to impress. The matriarch spoke with confidence, as if Li Mu were a mere lapdog who would wag his tail for a scrap of bread. She gave no thought to the possibility that Li Mu might refuse, something impossible in her eyes. The second aunt crossed her arms and rolled her eyes. That is more like it. Then it's settled. Call Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan. Have them go together. Tell them not to be too harsh on Li Mu. We currently rely quite heavily on our military connections. The elderly lady rose to her feet, yet she did not forget to admonish the crowd once more. The Li family members responded in unison. Within the abyss, at the military training grounds, Li Mu returned riding a horse to the Blackwater High School's training area. The students immediately erupted in excitement, gathering around Li Mu's warhorse, marveling incessantly. Some students who cared for Li Mu even formed a protective circle around him. Xiao Lingtong anxiously inquired, Li Mu, why do you look so disheveled? Are you all right? Yes, did the officers give you a hard time? Facing everyone's concern, Li Mu shook his head. The reason he rode back on horseback was precisely to reassure everyone. He not only escaped punishment, but was even rewarded. This was to prevent people's impressions of the Jinyuan army from deteriorating. This was a small task assigned to him by Qin Zhanya. The three newly appointed instructors at Blackwater High School were exceedingly responsible. The military training was a blend of practice and lecture. The curriculum mainly covered the common types of monsters encountered in the Abyss's initial battle, combat techniques, physical training, team organization, and practical drills. The afternoon's training concluded swiftly. To ensure the students' safety, none were allowed to stay overnight within the Abyss. They would return the next day. Thus, around 6 o'clock, all students gradually gathered at the Abyss elevator, preparing to ascend to the surface. Afterwards, everyone boarded the aerial rail train back to their respective schools. Seated on the return aerial rail train, to avoid being bombarded by questions from surrounding classmates, Li Mu chose to sit cross-legged in meditation. Seeing Li Mu enter a meditative state, the others refrained from disturbing him and resorted to discussing his cloak and warhorse instead. Most impoverished families could barely afford even a common-grade black iron weapon. Even moderately well-off households had to invest heavily in the Abyss's first battle. At most upgrading to a superior grade weapon, Li Mu, however, possessed not only a refined spiritual treasure, but also a warhorse. What they did not realize was that Li Mu also had a refined weapon and 2 superior grade cultivation techniques. Cultivation techniques were far more precious than weapons or spiritual treasures of the same tier. After all, the various energies and resources gathered from the Abyss were materials for forging weapons and spiritual treasures. But cultivation techniques required inheritance. Each technique was the painstaking creation of a martial artist's heart and soul. Li Mu took out the cultivation technique stone, clenching it in his hand, and began to comprehend the first defensive skill, Dragon's Roar Finale. Upon completing his understanding of the technique, Li Mu silently marveled. The unranked celestial technique was truly terrifying. It enhanced every cultivation technique by 50 years of insight. If someone could practice internal energy or advanced techniques for 50 years, techniques like the low-grade flowing cloud triple tremor, they would usually be replaced after a few years. No one would use a basic cultivation technique for 5 or 6 decades. Even if they did, their comprehension could never rival Li Mu's with the celestial technique. In other words, even if a martial artist practiced flowing cloud triple tremor for 50 years, they might still fail to grasp flowing cloud quintuple tremor. Therefore, Li Mu's celestial technique training of other techniques was effectively an elevation in the grade of those techniques. Take Dragon's Roar Finale, for example. It was actually an upgraded version of the common grade Golden Bell Shield technique. The common grade Golden Bell Shield immobilized the user during activation and provided only defensive benefits. In contrast, Dragon's Roar Finale could, through a roar, rapidly mobilize true energy to cast a shield, extremely agile. The shield could not only absorb damage, but, when saturated with a vast amount of true energy, could explode. The explosion's roar resembled a dragon's cry, and the energy blast could rebound against foes, making it a defensive technique with offensive capabilities. However, its strength lay in functionality rather than sheer defense. Strictly speaking, its defensive power was not superior to the Golden Bell Shield, nor did it cover as wide an area. Additionally, the final explosion required a tremendous expenditure of true energy. After gaining 50 years of insight, Li Mu could let the shield absorb damage using external energy to replenish itself before exploding, reducing true energy consumption by over 80% while increasing the rebound force. Most importantly, Li Mu sensed he no longer needed to roar to mobilize true energy. As long as he was in combat, with true energy flowing through his body, he could trigger it instantaneously. This was the terrifying aspect of the celestial technique. Subsequently, Li Mu produced the second superior grade cultivation technique, Iron Severing Style, and began to comprehend it. Iron Severing Style was worthy of its superior grade status. Strictly speaking, it was not an offensive move, but rather a passive method of true energy application. It allowed the wielder to infuse their weapon with a vast amount of true energy, causing immense damage. Its designation as superior grade stemmed from its ability to compress and directly enhance true energy's intensity, similar to a charge-heavy strike, but capable of compressing and strengthening true energy without waste. The only drawback of Iron Severing Style was that after charging, the attack speed slowed, and the charging process prevented any attack. Its power was undeniable, but its slowness made it difficult to land hits. Iron Severing Style was more commonly practiced by sword and saber wielders. Very few spear users adopted it, because their attacks were already slow, and slowing down further would leave them vulnerable. Li Mu was unafraid. He planned to use the immobilization technique in the future. If necessary, he would freeze his opponent before striking. However, the immobilization technique required 200 points to unlock, whereas Li Mu currently possessed only 70. Moreover, under the auspices of the unranked celestial technique, Li Mu gained new insights into Iron Severing Style. He could infuse more true energy and maintain it longer, allowing him to accumulate energy in advance and deliver a formidable first strike. After mastering Iron Severing Style, Li Mu suddenly felt his internal energy surge. His eyelids twitched violently. The unranked celestial technique was operating autonomously, as if comprehending 2 superior grade cultivation techniques consecutively had provided it with abundant nourishment. Above Li Mu's yellow rank meridian, a terrifying energy surged toward the bottleneck between yellow rank 1st and 2nd grade. With a thunderous boom, an explosive sound erupted within Li Mu's body, and the yellow rank's 2nd grade node on his meridian suddenly illuminated. He had broken through. Li Mu was ecstatic. Immediately, his dantian underwent astonishing changes, becoming broader, and his meridians grew tougher. The ceaselessly flowing energy frantically reshaped his body. For martial artists, internal energy guided their cultivation direction. Some internal energies favored reinforcing the physical body. Some focused on enhancing techniques or weapons, others on attributes, and some on defense. Each varied. Li Mu discovered the celestial technique's refinement of the body was stronger than basic internal energy, but only to a limited extent. Apart from deepening his understanding of cultivation techniques, making his dantian more vast and potent, and his meridians wider and sturdier, the effects were rather ordinary. It seemed he needed to hurry and upgrade his technique grade. Only upon reaching the grand grade celestial technique could it be considered adequate. In high spirits after his breakthrough, Li Mu glanced at his system's divine abilities. Currently, he could unlock the fiery eyes and the water and fire avoidance techniques. Fiery eyes required 50 points, whereas the avoidance techniques each demanded 5,000 points. Thus, Li Mu immediately purchased fiery eyes. Upon activation, Li Mu was left utterly nonplussed. Fiery eyes, when activated, it allows one to see through the true energy flow within meridians, but it consumes a tremendous amount of true energy. Li Mu, this is what you call fiery eyes? Is this the one forged by the Samadhi true fire within the alchemy furnace? Isn't this precisely the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan? My goodness, what a low-grade counterfeit great sage. Gold, silver, copper, iron, tin. You might as well call it the tin-eyed fire vision. Yet, evidently, even the fiery eyes of gold and jade require upgrading through victory points. Below, there's a branching skill tree resembling a talent system. Unlike this skill tree, the mountain-bearing technique and divine weapon technique lack such branches. Those two are quantifiable. The divine weapon technique increases weight incrementally by the pound, while the mountain-bearing technique grows by the strength of an ox. However, the description of the fiery eyes of gold and jade lacks any quantifiable details. Thus a skill tree emerges. Li Mu casually browsed several unlockable branches, slightly reduces the consumption of true energy, vaguely discerns the opponent's defensive weak points, slightly enhances resistance to visual illusions, and enhances some night vision capabilities. None of these branches are inexpensive. The cheapest requires at least several dozen points, and costs escalate as one descends deeper. Li Mu only had 20 victory points remaining, so he resolutely invested them into the divine weapon technique. Consumes 20 victory points, divine weapon technique enhancement successful. Divine weapon technique grants weight to weapons, currently set at 70 gene, approximately 70 pounds. Li Mu nodded silently. With his previous strength equivalent to 1 tiger and 3 oxen, wielding 70 gene was more than manageable, now that he had attained the second rank. His physical strength had also increased. Combined with the mountain-bearing technique, wielding 200 to 300 gene would be perfectly normal. The only pity was the insufficient victory points. If he could reach 300 gene, even without using true energy, swinging such weight would surely leave bruises all over. Exhaling a long breath of stale air, Li Mu opened his eyes, only to find that all the students in the carriage were staring at him in shock. Just moments ago, Li Mu's energy had suddenly surged, a dazzling white light blazing forth as if to pierce through the entire carriage. Clearly, he had broken through. Breaking through simply while sitting on the train? And with 2 days remaining before the Abyss's first battle, he had casually advanced? My goodness, what a saintly physique. A group of students exchanged wide-eyed glances and swiftly surrounded Li Mu once more. Rising to his feet, Li Mu cheerfully patted his clothes and said, "Everyone, please take your seats. No need for kowtowing. A small gift from each of you will do." Though they had only known each other for a day, Li Mu and the others had already become quite close, joking freely. "Big brother, did you really have to make breaking through so easy? You're making me feel like I can do it too." Xiao Lingtong teased. "I'd been stuck for a long time, just happened to have the opportunity." Li Mu casually fabricated. "So you're second rank now?" A female classmate asked in surprise. Seeing Li Mu nod, everyone's expressions turned peculiar, as if they had all simultaneously realized something. "What is going on with you all?" Li Mu asked, puzzled. A trace of helplessness appeared on every classmate's face as they glanced toward the doors of the carriages on either side. Not only were people from Heishui High School watching, but at least 3 other school students were present. Li Mu's breakthrough had been quite conspicuous. These people had all seen it. Xiao Lingtong sighed helplessly. "Congratulations. When other schools try to recruit you, remember to ask for a good deal for yourself." After Xiao Lingtong's words, the students silently returned to their seats. Only then did Li Mu grasp their meaning. With the Abyss's first battle imminent, students who could reach the second rank in their senior year were the main contenders for top rankings. Many so-called geniuses with AB-level talent simply couldn't keep pace. Even with various resources and potions, most only reached first rank by senior year. At a school like Heishui, Even late-stage first-rank students were scarce, let alone someone at the second rank. This was hardly cause for excitement, because they simply could not be retained. Any school would be willing to offer Li Mu personal resources to recruit him. The higher the school's ranking, the greater its influence, and the better the chances of admission to a prestigious university later. Thus, Li Mu would undoubtedly be snatched away within these 2 days. Li Mu did not attempt to explain to everyone, as it was unnecessary. The carriage continued on in a heavy atmosphere. Meanwhile, news of Li Mu's breakthrough to second rank had completely spread through the other 2 carriages. Soon, the train arrived at the station. Li Mu followed the crowd back to Heishui High School. Upon entering the school gates, the aroma of food wafted through the air. In a vast school square, rows upon rows of desks were arranged in long lines. On the desks lay fruits, snacks, hot pot, stewed meat, beverages, and alcohol, everything one could imagine. Many second-year seniors were busy helping set up the scene. Xiao Lingdong explained to Li Mu. This is a banquet our school holds specially to reward us freshmen returning from military training. The principal said we probably won't eat well in the Abyss, so we need to replenish ourselves well at night. It will go on for 3 days. Although Heishui's resources were somewhat lacking, its school spirit was actually quite good. Through his words, Xiao Lingtong hoped Li Mu would stay, though he did not say so explicitly. People had the right to pursue better resources. Some matters were best left unsaid. Nonetheless, Xiao Lingtong sighed helplessly after speaking. Li Mu nodded. Heishui High School indeed excelled in humanistic care. In this world of advanced martial cultivation, universities would eventually divide into 2 categories, liberal arts and martial arts. Liberal arts universities offered disciplines such as cultivation techniques, monster studies, genetics, pharmacology, forging, abyss geography, and energy development. Martial arts universities were divided by talent and weapon specialization, blade, spear, sword, staff, beast mastery, mecha, true essence heat weaponry, and so forth. The divergence between liberal arts and martial arts would become increasingly pronounced. Liberal arts universities would gradually produce academic achievements and become competent social logistical support. Martial arts universities would devote more time to abyss warfare. Why not wield the Wu hook and reclaim the 50 prefectures? Humanity's survival after the Abyss outbreak was forged by countless predecessors' blood and struggle. Therefore, the Abyss Suppression Army today held its lofty status, possessing extraordinary battle merits and overwhelming strength, the ultimate voice in this world of advanced martial cultivation. To determine which type of university one would attend, students had to begin confronting the Abyss in the latter half of their senior year after awakening their talents. Those who dared not face Abyss monsters, who lacked combat power or cultivated slowly, would be advised to pursue liberal arts and aim for liberal arts universities. The truly formidable, however, naturally targeted martial arts universities, whose training resources were several to over 10 times greater. Despite the higher risks, martial arts students' future achievements were also greater. As the students entered the school, they erupted into cheers and sprinted toward their respective classes. Li Mu, unfamiliar with the surroundings, could only follow Xiao Lingtong. Unexpectedly, the principal already knew about his transfer. The registrar, Elder Ma, and Zhao Qingshan had failed to catch up with Li Mu and had reported the matter to the principal. The principal, Yin Changming, would not ordinarily make a special trip for a single student, but today he happened to be greeting the new students alongside other school leaders. Li Mu strode forward along with the crowd. Old Ma from the Academic Affairs Department pointed decisively. That boy is Li Mu. The head of the Academic Affairs Department immediately recognized Li Mu among the throng. Naturally, Li Mu also noticed him, smiled sheepishly, and took the initiative to approach. Principal Yin Changming was a kind-hearted middle-aged man, slender in build, with a slight beard. You rascal, you really gave me a hard time. I thought you had taken my reward and run off. Old Ma chided Li Mu with a good-natured grin. Leaders, I sincerely apologize. After receiving the cultivation method, I couldn't wait to try it, so I didn't have time to report in. Li Mu bowed slightly to the gathered leaders in apology. Old Ma smiled and introduced, this is our Heishui High School's principal, Yin Changming. And this is your homeroom teacher, Zhao Qingshan. Li Mu respectfully saluted once more. Yin Changming nodded with a smile, but soon his expression grew serious, and he asked in surprise, you're at the second rank? At these words, the school leaders immediately began to probe with their true chi. Indeed, Li Mu had already reached the second rank. Beside them, Xiao Lingtong added, he broke through on the train just now, we all saw it. Of course, people from other schools saw it too. Upon hearing this, all the school leaders were astonished. They already knew Li Mu possessed an F-grade talent, yet now he had ascended to the second rank, a testament to extraordinary aptitude. Talent and aptitude are 2 different matters. Aptitude is a martial artist's comprehension, their understanding of the martial path and cultivation methods, which forges one's innate potential. Talent is the unique trait bestowed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In principle, talent holds greater sway than aptitude. Yet aptitude is terrifying in its boundlessness and inscrutability. I've been stuck at the first rank bottleneck for a long time. It's about time to break through. Li Mu still used this excuse. Yin Changming smiled, nodded, and gently patted Li Mu's shoulder. Excellent. Heroes emerge in youth. Cool, mate. Let us go inside and have something to eat. Li Mu could clearly sense that although Yin Changming's eyes were filled with admiration, there was a trace of sighing. The other school leaders' expressions were far from joyful. Needless to say, the reason was the same as the students. They believed he did not truly belong to Heishui High School and would soon be poached. Everyone wanted to speak up to keep Li Mu, but with what right? In terms of promised resources or status, they could not compete with other schools. As expected, just as Li Mu thanked the principal and was about to enter the school to eat hot pot, a sharp laugh came from behind. Oh, Principal Yin, long time no see. The newcomer was portly, corpulent, and greasy-haired in a way that made onlookers feel queasy. None other than Sun Tong, the admissions director of Jinhua High School. Jinhua High School ranked even higher than Tunglong High School, barely making the top tier 1, well above Heishui, which was a tier 4 or even tier 5 school. Although this fat man was only an admissions director, he carried considerable authority, swaggering over with several companions. The faces of everyone from Heishui High School darkened. Their fears were realized. Sun Tong, what brings you here? Yin Changming frowned, questioning. The fat man sneered, turning his gaze to Li Mu. Of course. I'm here to rescue talent. Hello, Li Mu. I'm the admissions director of Jinhua High School. I heard you just broke through to the second rank of the yellow stage. Jinhua High School is willing to offer you a place. If you come, you will be a second-level glory student. After Sun Tong finished speaking, Yin Changming's face darkened, and he spoke sternly. Sun Tong, I SNT that a bit too much? Our Heishui High School may not be as good as yours, but if you're going to poach students, you should at least have some manners. A second-level glory student? You don't even offer him any resources? If that's the case, Heishui High School will fight you tooth and nail, even if it means going bankrupt. Faced with Yin Changming's wrath, Sun Tong scoffed. He didn't even glance at Yin Changming and chuckled. Resources? Ah! Jinhua High School is the top echelon of the East District. The influence of a second-level glory student can't be compared to certain resources. You want to compete with me? On what grounds? If Li Mu performs well in the future, he might receive some resources. Besides, Li Mu lost his S-grade talent and was expelled from the Li family. Apart from Jinhua High School, I doubt many schools would genuinely want him. As he spoke, pride filled Sun Tong's eyes. The implied meaning was that Li Mu wasn't even worth using resources to recruit. Although he had reached the second rank, he was still only an F-grade talent. Using him to shake up the rankings of the Abyssal First Battle was all they wanted. Investing resources in someone with no future? There was no need. Yin Changming and the others were momentarily speechless, clenching their fists. Because Sun Tong's words were true. Their second-level glory students really did have greater influence than Heishui High School's talents. When it came to satisfying vanity, influence far outweighed resources. In the end, the school leaders of Heishui High School could only turn their seething anger into a long sigh. Sun Tong laughed heartily, confident, waving at Li Mu. Let's go, Li Mu. Yin Changming, a middle-aged man, suffered such a public humiliation. He lowered his head in silence, his body trembling slightly. He dared not lose his temper, for if he did so publicly and Li Mu still chose Jinhua High School, his anger would be a clownish display of impotent rage. A spectacle for all to mock. After all, countless students and teachers stood behind him. As he gritted his teeth and endured the humiliation, a sneer came from behind. It was Li Mu. All eyes turned toward him. Li Mu slowly shook his head. Nowadays, any random school dares to call itself the top echelon. Ridiculous. The scene fell into stunned silence. Everyone stared at Li Mu in shock. Sun Tong narrowed his eyes dangerously. What did you say? Li Mu looked at Sun Tong, his expression proud as he spoke loudly. Poaching talent in front of our school leaders is undignified for a martial artist, which shows you have no bottom line. Your school sent such a worthless scoundrel, carrying a self-important rotten title, to try and brush me off. That proves how conceited you are. You know I have an F-grade talent, but fail to see the immense value of breaking through to the second rank with an F-grade talent. That shows how short-sighted you are. A despicable, conceited, and short-sighted wretch like you deserves to be my teacher? Huh. Li Mu ended with a light snort. Everyone's minds went blank, especially the students nearby. Mel? So arrogant. You look down on me, look down on my school? Well then, your so-called mighty school is nothing but dog dung in my eyes. All the students were stunned. Was Li Mu really not afraid of offending Jinhua High School? What did you say? Sun Tong's face turned purple with rage, teeth clenched, his aura surging. Boom! Yin Changming and Zhao Qingshan simultaneously stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Li Mu. Behind him, the leaders from various schools surged forward with a formidable presence, instantly overshadowing Sun Tong. The poor quality of students and limited resources at Heishui High School were merely consequences of real-world challenges. They did not reflect the caliber of the faculty. Sun Tong's appointment as the director of admissions at Jinhua High School was largely due to his connections rather than his own competence. Even Zhao Qingshan ranked a grade higher than him. As the aura of 5th and 6th rank warriors unfolded, the surrounding students recoiled in fear. Sun Tong gritted his teeth in fury, fully aware that escalating the matter would be unwise, and spitefully pointed at Li Mu. A worthless reject discarded by the Li family. Do you really think Heishui High can protect you? Yin Changming's face darkened as he sternly retorted, Sun Tong, I warn you, the affairs between our schools shall be conducted openly and fairly. If you attempt any underhanded schemes involving my students behind the scenes, I will confront you to the very end. Sun Tong sneered coldly, Yin Changming, your empty threats are meaningless. Then, turning to Li Mu with clenched teeth, he declared, Li Mu, you probably have no idea how Jinhua High School rose to prominence, do you? Listen carefully. Within 10 days, if I don't revoke your student status, I'll stop being a son. Once you're out of school, just wait and see how I torment you. And you too, Yin Changming, we shall see about that. Li Mu had long heard of Jinhua High's formidable backing. Behind the school stood a powerful financial consortium. Establishing a school of such stature was no easy feat yet. Jinhua High had swiftly risen through immense wealth and daunting networks. The consortium behind them extended its influence through money into various industries and even some upper echelons of power. Li Mu had also heard rumors that this consortium aimed to infiltrate the Jinyuan army. Cultivating good relations with the military was the ultimate goal of all social forces. Only by securing the military's backing could one achieve invincibility. However, the Jinyuan army was not a realm easily penetrated by ordinary people. There was a saying among civilians, the rice sack does not breed foreign worms. The spoils within the Jinyuan army were already fiercely contested by military officials and their second-generation heirs. External forces attempting to intervene would first have to confront these vested interests. Many could not even get past this barrier. If you try to snatch their cake, they might well stab you first. Thus, forging military ties was not only arduous but required extreme caution. Oh, you actually have such great power? Li Mu Than Satpras. Kid, don't give me that cheeky grin. There will come a time when you'll weep. If you like being arrogant, I hope you remain so. Sun Tong smiled coldly, tapping Li Mu with his finger before turning to leave. At that moment, the sound of neighing horses echoed along the long street, swiftly followed by the resounding thunder of galloping hooves. Every eye was drawn toward the commotion. A dozen or so imposing steeds thundered forward, kicking up clouds of dust, compelling pedestrians and vehicles alike to yield. No need to look twice. It was unmistakably the Jinyuan army. Within Taizhou City, only motor vehicles were permitted to operate. Even beast tamers had to register their beasts before hitting the road. Only the Jinyuan army was privileged to gallop warhorses through the city streets. This was a special privilege. First, warhorses were much faster than ordinary cars. Second, the Jinyuan army, accustomed to fighting in the abyss, preferred horses for their agility and maneuverability during urban missions. Drawing closer, each horse bore a soldier clad in Jinyuan army combat uniform. At the forefront rode a junior Wolf Guard officer bearing the rank of 1 star. Yin Changming and the others instinctively stepped back. Everyone presumed this was a routine military passage by the Jinyuan army, but to their astonishment, the riders charged to the gates of Heishui High and simultaneously reined in their mounts. They then dismounted in perfect unison. The leading Wolf Guard officer briskly approached Li Mu and rendered a precise knightly salute. In this high martial world, the Jinyuan army, as cavalry, saluted with the knight's gesture, the left hand behind the back, the right fist held across the chest, then opened into a palm, swiftly sliding down parallel to the hip, the motion resembling a hand blade strike. Student Li Mu, Minister Song, and Professor Su request your presence for urgent matters. I am here to escort you to the abyss, please. As he spoke, the Wolf Guard's eyes brimmed with astonishment. He was an officer responsible for guarding the research department and was somewhat aware of the influence wielded by Professor Su and Minister Song. Earlier that afternoon, he knew they had fallen asleep, a frequent occurrence due to their intense mental exertion and rapid rest needed to recover their spirits. Yet, upon awakening, these two luminaries had frantically searched for a student named Li Mu. After questioning Assistant Liu, he understood the situation. Soon after, Professor Su had ordered him to make haste in fetching Li Mu. On his way out, he also saw Qin Zhanya enter the research department. These distinguished figures were inviting Li Mu not for trivial reasons, but to host a banquet in his honor. Minister Song and Professor Su were known for their extreme frugality, dedicating nearly all their time and energy to cultivation research. They abhorred the usual formalities of receptions and especially despised lavish banquets. Even someone like Qin Zhanya, who once sought to drink with them, was easily turned down by Professor Su. Principal, shall I go? Li Mu turned and asked Yin Changming. Yin Changming and the others were already dumbfounded. This was a Wolf Guard officer, although a low-ranking officer. The threshold for becoming an officer in the Jinyuan army was extremely high. What did they just say? Some professor, some minister, inviting Li Mu to discuss important matters? Fine, go quickly, it must be urgent. Yin Changming hurriedly snapped back to reality and lightly pushed Li Mu's shoulder. Li Mu produced his horse tag and flicked it. With a whoosh, Yao Gu leapt forth, causing a stir among the students at Heishui High. A silver-maned black steed with twin horns and bone protrusions, majestic and handsome. How many high schoolers could possibly own a warhorse? Should I ride with you? Li Mu asked the Wolf Guard. Good. The Wolf Guard nodded, his eyes glancing at Yao Gu. This horse was even more magnificent than his own steed. He had not expected Li Mu to possess such a rare beast. Perhaps this kid had already joined the reserves? That would explain why Professor Su and the others invited him. Wait, what explanation? This kid was practically a prodigy. Li Mu vaulted onto his mount, towering above the now utterly bewildered Sun Tong, and calmly said, Director Sunday. Sun Tong, Director of Admissions at Jinhua High School, was struck dumb by Li Mu's address. He looked at Li Mu in horror, his smile a strange mix of laughter and tears. He was completely baffled. How could Li Mu be connected to the military district? Why was a Wolf Guard officer here to fetch him? Could it be due to his father's past connections? He silently pleaded with Li Mu through his eyes, hoping he would not mention the earlier incident. It would be best if this matter were not brought up even after arriving at the Abyss. Otherwise, if Li Mu were to stir things up just a little. This incident caused the Jinyuan military district to develop a poor impression of Jinhua Academy, thereby jeopardizing the Academy's future plans for military collaboration. He truly felt as if he were being driven to a living hell. Li Mu was far from merciful. In truth, recounting the earlier events to those young Wolf Guards served no practical purpose. Yet, Sun Tong was oblivious to his own relationship with these men. Li Mu simply wished to witness the terror that would render him utterly distraught. How amusing. You students from Jinhua Academy want to come after me with such ferocity? Then direct your efforts at me alone. Leave our academy out of it, please, Li Mu declared. As he spoke, Sun Tong was desperate to leap up and silence Li Mu's mouth. Unsurprisingly, the young Wolf Guards and other soldiers, having heard this, all turned their gazes upon Sun Tong simultaneously. Their curiosity was palpable. What kind of person possessed such audacity and recklessness to dare antagonize a high-ranking figure in the military who was about to host a banquet? Yet the lethal aura in their eyes nearly frightened Sun Tong into losing control of his bladder. His face lost all composure, twisted into an exceedingly unpleasant expression, almost on the verge of tears. Soon after, several young Wolf Guards mounted their horses, escorting Li Mu as he urged his steed into a swift gallop. Watching Li Mu's retreating figure, Yin Changming exhaled a long, heavy breath. Then, with a hint of schadenfreude, he cast a glance at Sun Tong and deliberately cleared his throat. The cough alone made Sun Tong's legs buckle, nearly causing him to collapse right there. Witnessing his predicament, Yin Changming could not help but feel a surge of secret satisfaction. You insolent wretch, weren't you so arrogant? This time, you've kicked not an iron plate, but a meat grinder. He then turned to the crowd and shouted, Let us go have hot pot. The students immediately erupted with excitement and rushed toward the plaza, while Sun Tong remained rooted to the spot, his face deathly pale for a long time. Director, shall we go? The assistant swallowed nervously and whispered a reminder. Let us go. Sun Tong wiped away the cold sweat. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly halted and grit his teeth as he spoke to the few people beside him. All of you, keep your mouths tightly shut. Today's events must never be spoken of once we return. He had been repeatedly pondering the threats he had issued to Li Mu moments ago, as well as the nature of Li Mu's relationship with the military district. Could it be mere coincidence? Might there be other factors involved? How could Li Mu, a mere student, have significant ties to the military district? After consoling himself with such thoughts, he resolved to keep this matter concealed, absolutely never informing his superior. If it truly was because of him that the plan for the Jinhua Consortium to establish relations with the military district was ruined, he knew all the methods his boss would employ. Meanwhile, at Heishui Academy, the school leaders returned to their seats and summoned Xiao Lingtong and several other students familiar with Li Mu to inquire about everything that had transpired since he entered the Abyss. Naturally, Xiao Lingtong and the others embellished the tale. When the school leaders learned that Li Mu had broken the chief instructor's leg upon their first meeting, everyone was stunned into silence. They immediately wondered if Li Mu had been captured earlier. Yet upon hearing that Li Mu was taken away and then returned with a strange blood horse and a precious spiritual treasure, they exchanged bewildered looks. He injured the chief instructor and was rewarded? Could Li Mu have relatives in the military district? Some students, however, were quite astute. One mentioned that Li Mu had used the flowing cloud triple shock technique to break the chief instructor's leg, but actually unleashed 5 shocks. Many students had recorded the entire event on their phones and showed the footage to the school leaders. Naturally, the leaders instantly recognized the formidable power of the flowing cloud 5 shocks technique. Yin Changming and others fell silent. Yin Changming then fixed his gaze on the logistics department head. The logistics chief immediately understood, stood up, and shouted, "Xiao Lu, come here." Xiao Lu, the librarian who was indulging in food and drink, clutching chopsticks and chewing on lamb, hurried over. "Chief, what is the matter? I ask you, did Li Mu from Class 7 collect any martial arts manuals from the library yesterday?" Yes. I watched him closely the entire time." The librarian thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously. "Which set did he get?" "Flowing cloud, triple shock." A collective gasp escaped from the school leaders as they all stood up simultaneously, several chairs scraping loudly across the floor, startling Xiao Lu. "Are you sure?" Zhao Qingshan's voice trembled as he asked each word carefully. "Absolutely sure. It was the flowing cloud triple shock." Xiao Lu thought for a moment and nodded emphatically again. The school leaders were utterly shocked. This meant Li Mu had only learned the flowing cloud triple shock yesterday and had already refined it into the flowing cloud 5 shocks today. A first-grade martial artist. Using a spear and staff technique he had only studied for 1 day and improved upon himself, broke the leg of a second-grade martial artist. The key point was that this had been witnessed by officers from the military district. By this reasoning, it became apparent which department the so-called Minister Song and Professor Su belonged to. This was no longer mere talent. It was monstrous genius. Within the Abyss, Li Mu followed the young wolf guards to the martial arts research department. Inside a private room of the department, a round dining table was set up, laden with various dishes and fine wines. Li Mu knocked on the door, which was opened by Qin Zhanya. "Guomin." Li Mu entered the room, greeted by familiar faces. Qin Zhanya, Minister Song, Professor Su, and Old Zhou, the head of the training grounds, all known to Li Mu. The only unfamiliar person was a middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, whose stern countenance radiated authority. His military rank matched Qin Zhanya's, but his uniform bore an even higher insignia. Li Mu was secretly alarmed, speculating about the man's identity. The man's aides and guards stood watch outside the door. Qin Zhanya pulled Li Mu inside and closed the door behind them. Professor Su quickly stood, his aged face beaming with a smile. "Sorry to call you here so late. I hope it hasn't disrupted your affairs." No, not at all," Li Mu replied, shaking his head and hastily guiding Professor Su back to his seat. Being the eldest present, Professor Su's standing imposed great pressure on Li Mu. Qin Zhanya immediately introduced the man seated at the head of the table to Li Mu. "Come, Li Mu, allow me to formally introduce you. This is our military district's deputy commander, Wang Longsheng." Li Mu's heart skipped a beat as he quickly saluted with a knightly gesture. The deputy commander was the 4th highest-ranking officer in the district. Though merely the 4th in command, he was a figure whom ordinary people revered. Not to mention Li Mu. Just the presence of their principal Yin Changming here wouldn't dare even to breathe freely. The organizational structure of the Jinyuan military district was as follows. Starting from a 5-man squad, 25 men formed a platoon, 100 men made a company. 10 companies constituted a regiment, roughly 1,000 soldiers in total. Generally, 10 regiments composed a military district totaling around 10,000 personnel. However, some larger military districts might have 11, 12, or even more regiments. The population fluctuations depended significantly on the difficulty of the abyss they guarded. For instance, the abyss entrance at Taizhou City was guarded by 2 military districts. Each military district comprises 10 regiments. The supreme commanders of a military district, ranked from highest to lowest, are as follows: District Commander-in-Chief, Deputy Commander, District Chief Commander, and Deputy Chief Commander. Beneath them are positions such as Regiment Commander, Instructor, and Chief Guard, all of which can be held by Senior Wolf Guards. The highest position a Senior Wolf Guard can attain is Deputy Chief Commander. To rise above Deputy Chief Commander, one must hold at least the rank of Junior Tiger Marquis. Take Wang Longsheng before us, for example. with his current merits as a senior wolf guard. Reaching Deputy Chief Commander is already the pinnacle of his career. Advancing further without attaining at least Junior Tiger Marquis rank is impossible. The District Commander-in-Chief must hold at least the rank of Senior Tiger Marquis, or even Senior Dragon General. The ranks within the Jinyuan Army, from lowest to highest, are as follows: Junior Wolf Guard, Intermediate Wolf Guard, Senior Wolf Guard, Junior Tiger Marquis, Intermediate Tiger Marquis, Senior Tiger Marquis, Junior Dragon General, Intermediate Dragon General, Senior Dragon General, Dragon-Tiger Junior Marshal, and Dragon-Tiger Grand Marshal. Some commanders of large military districts can reach the rank of Senior Dragon General. When two or more military districts are combined, they form an army corps. The size of an army corps is even more indeterminate, ranging from tens of thousands to several million troops. Only Dragon-Tiger Marshals may command an army corps. Come, please have a seat. Wang Longchang smiled and extended his hand toward Li Mu. To demonstrate the military district's regard for its students, the highest-ranking officer responsible for the Abyss's first battle is the Deputy Chief Commander. Of course, encountering a head coach like the red-haired one was truly an extraordinary incident. Had the red-haired not been recently spurned by a woman and emboldened by his arrogance, he might have considered the consequences more carefully. Wang Longqing's presence at this dining table was purely due to his close personal relationships with Professor Su and Minister Song. He valued the Department of Martial Arts greatly. Today, these two had lavishly praised a student, naturally arousing his curiosity to come and observe. Moreover, as a martial artist himself, he greatly admired and was intrigued by Li Mu's innate talent. It must be understood that the Flowing Cloud 3 Tremors originally began as the Flowing Cloud 2 Tremors, a technique refined over generations of spear and staff practitioners. If Li Mu were to cultivate the Flowing Cloud 3 Tremors through years of rigorous training and ultimately grasp the Flowing Cloud 4 Tremors, that would be remarkable in itself. Yet Li Mu had directly apprehended the 5th Tremor. Furthermore, he had heard that Li Mu even demonstrated the 6th Tremor on the spot. Such a leap was immense. This was not something effort alone could bridge. It was pure, absolute genius. He simply had to meet this young prodigy. Everyone else urged Li Mu to take a seat quickly. Wang Longchang smiled at Li Mu, about to speak, when suddenly his expression shifted slightly, his body trembling ever so subtly before returning to normal. It was as if he were about to cough, but restrained himself out of decorum. Li Mu, however, swiftly noticed this and, out of curiosity, activated his fiery eyes, sweeping his gaze over Wang Longqing's body. Instantly, his pupils contracted sharply. Li Mu's eyes, as if endowed with X-ray vision, penetrated Wang Longqing's meridians. It was akin to a navigation map displaying pathways. Every meridian glowed green, except for 2 in the lung area, which shone a deep red. Moreover, the crimson hue was spreading into the lung tissue itself. At the intersection of these red meridians, the 2 channels crossed and collided, resembling 2 opposing lanes on a highway whose traffic lines had switched sides. At that junction, a continuous stream of vehicles collided one after another. Li Mu was momentarily stunned. 2 meridians had been swapped. Could Wang Longqing not sense this himself? Yellow rank internal vision relies on perception, but upon entering the mysterious rank, internal vision becomes extraordinarily clear, allowing one's spirit to traverse the body. This suggested only one possibility. Wang Longqing had not yet reached the mysterious rank. Yet Li Mu could feel his formidable power, at least yellow rank 9th grade. The most baffling question was how 2 meridians could have been exchanged, some form of microsurgery. Did he perform the alteration himself, or was it done by someone else? Li Mu had no way to know. It must be understood that meridians are not blood vessels. They are self-contained channels of qi within a martial artist's body, impervious to physical laws. It is often said that the dantian of a powerful martial artist is as vast as the sea, and the meridians as broad as rivers. They exist as a fusion of imagery and reality. Although Li Mu discerned this, he dared not inquire further. When he withdrew his gaze, he found Wang Longqing fixing him with a piercing look. Li Mu hastily averted his eyes. His fiery eyes were not yet advanced enough to alter his eye color, but using ocular techniques to probe a 9th grade master. How could the other not sense it? Wang Longqing had perceived Li Mu's gaze the instant he activated fiery eyes, even clearly feeling the point of focus. On the surface, Wang Longqing's expression betrayed no change, yet within, a tempest of emotions surged. What was happening? This youth's ocular energy was clearly scanning his body, and precisely at his lungs. Only he knew what had transpired there. Could it be that this young man perceived his hidden ailment? Seeing Li Mu remain silent, Wang Longsheng did not expose him, but smiled and said, "Truly a hero emerges in youth. I heard your flowing cloud, 6 tremors, even bested Instructor Qin." Li Mu quickly waved his hand modestly. Instructor Qin was just being lenient with me. He momentarily let his guard down. "Hey, you're quite polite now," Qin Zhanya grumbled. "Whereas that fierce spirit you had when demanding your reward. What happened to that fire?" As he spoke, Qin Zhanya turned to Wang Longsheng and said, "By the way, Commander, I haven't reported to you yet. I awarded this youth 2 supreme-grade martial techniques, 1 exquisite spirit treasure, 1 weapon, and a special-grade warhorse, obtained from Old Zhou." He pointed toward Old Zhou, who nearly jumped up in fright and hastily put on a smile. At this table today, apart from Li Mu, Old Zhou held the lowest rank. When Qin Zhanya summoned him here, he could hardly believe it, although Qin Zhanya promised to mention their stables to the higher-ups. Such fortune had come too swiftly. Not only was he seated alongside Professor Su and Minister Song, but also dining with Wang Longsheng himself. He was utterly overwhelmed by the honor. Wang Longsheng was well aware of Qin Zhanya's intentions. Qin Zhanya was taking the opportunity to report to him. Rewards bestowed upon Li Mu had to be logged officially, and Wang Longsheng was responsible for this area. Now that he was informed, no further applications will be necessary. All right, the rewards are settled. The crucial matter is merit. Wang Longsheng said, "Minister Song, Professor Su, and all the instructors of the Martial Techniques Department, what is your understanding of the Flowing Cloud 5th Tremor?" Wang Longsheng turned toward Professor Su and the others. "Commander Wang, rest assured, we are intensifying our discussions on the Flowing Cloud 5th Tremor and believe that a new version will emerge soon, still categorized as a common-grade martial technique. The difficulty of cultivation would inevitably increase somewhat. Those with lesser comprehension would, at the very least, be able to employ the Flowing Cloud 4th Tremor," Minister Song remarked. Wang Longsheng nodded in acknowledgement. "Our military district boasts nearly 12,000 personnel, among the gun and staff martial artists. At least 3,000 have mastered the Flowing Cloud 5th Tremor or beyond. Should the mortality rate among these gun and staff martial artists decline, the value of the Flowing Cloud 5th Tremor would undoubtedly continue to rise," Wang Longsheng pointed out, directing his gaze toward Li Mu. "The Jinyuan army is renowned for its strict and clear distinctions between reward and punishment. The exact magnitude of Li Mu's contributions remains unclear at present." What followed was a session of eating, drinking, and casual conversation. As a junior, Li Mu was bombarded with questions from the assembled company. Naturally, the discussion soon turned to the matter of his loss of the S-level talent and subsequent expulsion from the Li family. Qin Zhanya was instantly incensed. He had never imagined such an unabashedly shameless family. Minister Song and Professor Su expressed profound sympathy for Li Mu. Yet sympathy aside, family forces have always constituted a unique social group within Huaxia. Some of the vast and powerful clans control half of Huaxia itself. With them at the helm, family-based powers exhibit extraordinary unity. A single Li family is hardly significant in the grand scheme. However, without irrefutable evidence, if the Jinyuan army rashly intervened in another family's affairs, it would provide those larger families with leverage to seize upon. This would place the Jinyuan army in a severely disadvantageous position. But if the Li family dared to provoke the Jinyuan army, the situation would be entirely different. The military and family forces have been engaged in a tug-of-war for years. After dining, Li Mu took his leave to return to the surface. Wang Longsheng, however, said, "I happen to be heading home as well. I shall accompany you part of the way." Li Mu, of course, knew Wang Longsheng would seek him out. Refusing was out of the question. Upon reaching the surface, Wang Longsheng's adjutant took the wheel of the commander's exclusive vehicle, a rugged military truck, speeding along the elevated highway. Li Mu and Wang Longsheng occupied the rear seats. "Do you perceive anything?" After a prolonged silence laden with tension, Wang Longsheng suddenly inquired. "Deputy Commander Wang, have you been injured here?" Li Mu pointed to the area around his lungs and asked directly. He understood that evasion was futile and, moreover, entirely unnecessary. The adjutant driving ahead furrowed his brow and glanced at Li Mu through the rearview mirror. This young man was quite intriguing. The deputy commander spoke without a trace of timidity, unlike other officials who trembled at the sight of Wang Longsheng. Yes, Wang Longsheng's eyes brightened faintly. 2 meridians intersect here, and the vital energy continuously collides. As for why it affects the lungs, I am uncertain. Li Mu replied. Yet Wang Longsheng's breathing suddenly grew rapid as he fixed his gaze upon Li Mu and asked, "Can you identify which 2 meridians they are?" Boldly, Li Mu responded. He could see clearly, but dared not speak with complete certainty. "Look again." Wang Longsheng suppressed the surge of excitement within him. This coughing ailment in his lungs was the greatest obstacle preventing him from breaking through to the profound tier. The more anxious he became, the more severe the pulmonary hazard grew. He was aware that the problem lay within the meridians. Yet without advancing to the profound tier, he could not clearly perceive all his meridians to self-repair. Without eliminating the hidden danger, breaking through to the profound tier was impossible. This malignant cycle only exacerbated his condition, posing a tremendous impediment to both his cultivation and career. Li Mu nodded, reluctantly activating his fiery eyes of insight. Now that they faced each other at close quarters, Li Mu naturally saw with exquisite clarity. Focus, Wang Longcheng urged. Li Mu extended a finger, indicating, right here. As he spoke, he pointed toward the region of Wang Longcheng's lungs. At that moment, Wang Longcheng emitted a muffled groan. Li Mu saw the two meridians he had fixated upon suddenly snap with a cracking sound, exploding within Wang Longcheng's body. Good heavens! Li Mu was so startled that he recoiled against the car door. He had thought his examination had caused the explosion, yet after the energy raged within for a moment, Wang Longcheng swiftly subdued it. Now, is there anything left? Wang Longcheng asked, his breathing trembling from the pain, but his face was alight with uncontainable exhilaration. Li Mu recovered his composure and looked astonished. The two red meridians had vanished. Only the green, unobstructed meridians remained within Wang Longcheng's body, and even the red area around his lungs was gradually diminishing. Li Mu scalped Tinglet. Self-detonation of meridians. This was utterly ferocious. Li Mu shook his head. None. Wang Longcheng exhaled deeply, his heavy breathing gradually giving way to the calm and seasoned demeanor he had displayed earlier. Li Mu then realized Wang Longcheng was a true werewolf. He had deliberately used Li Mu's fiery eyes to pinpoint the problem. Wang Longcheng was fully aware of the danger posed by those two meridians, unable to locate them precisely himself. Once he sensed Li Mu's ocular technique identifying the location, he acted decisively, cutting off his own wrist like a valiant warrior. Had he sought a quiet place for Li Mu to carefully pinpoint the location, Li Mu might have erred under psychological pressure. Instead, in this moment of minimal mental burden, the location was identified with utmost accuracy. Although the human body contains myriad meridians, these two would not damage his foundation, but they were exceedingly perilous. And if the targeting had been inaccurate, what then? That would have been irreversible damage. Upon hearing Li Mu's confirmation that the danger was gone, even the adjutant driving ahead could not conceal his excitement. As Wang Longcheng's close guard, he knew well the torment this strange ailment had caused his commander. Once, during a major mission, Wang Longcheng was intently issuing commands to direct the battlefield. In a moment of urgency, he suddenly coughed violently, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood onto the command platform. Fortunately, the command room was filled with Wang Longcheng's trusted aides. Otherwise, news of this incident would have spelled the end of his career. The grievous injury to Wang Longcheng's meridians had resulted from a remarkable feat. By virtue of this achievement, he should have advanced further, ascending to the position of chief commander. Alas, his cultivation had yet to reach the profound tier, making further promotion difficult. Now that the ailment had been eradicated, Wang Longcheng could focus wholeheartedly on breaking into the profound tier. The first battle in the Abyss. Are you confident? Wang Longcheng adjusted his mood and smiled at Li Mu. Yes, Li Mu nodded. Be especially cautious in the initial engagement. After the first battle, come visit me at home. Wang Longcheng nodded, eyes brimming with admiration for Li Mu. The adjutant driving ahead harbored deep envy toward Li Mu. Having served as Wang Longcheng's deputy for 2 years, he had only once enjoyed such an honor this year. This young man was destined for meteoric rise. Wang Longcheng owed Li Mu a tremendous debt of gratitude. As the saying goes, great favors require no thanks. If you casually utter thanks, the recipient may doubt whether your gratitude is genuine or merely a dismissal. Paradoxically, refraining from expressing thanks altogether often offers greater reassurance. A military district deputy commander of such rank would never be indebted to you for such a monumental favor. Sooner or later, it will be repaid. Inviting you to visit the family is already a gesture of closeness. Very well, Li Mu hastily agreed. Upon returning home, Li Mu only conveyed what he deemed appropriate to his family, aiming to reassure his mother and aunt. However, his younger cousins were still too young and careless with their words. Li Mu feared they might say something inappropriate outside, causing unnecessary trouble. The following 2 days of military training passed with remarkable tranquility. Neither Li Xiaohong nor Li Lan sought out Li Mu. Instead, they outright lied to the family, claiming that they had gone looking for him. Li Mu had no desire to return to the Li household and even scolded them. The entire Li family was instantly enraged, denouncing Li Mu as ungrateful. Given their character, They would never stoop to invite Li Mu again. Li Lan and Li Xiaohong's objective was achieved. They had no intention of persuading Li Mu to come back. To them, that poor wretch would surely acquiesce if asked. And that would be far too generous. Before long, 3 days of military training had elapsed. On the morning of the 4th day, the fortress above the Abyss entrance in Taizhou City buzzed with excitement. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the fortress plaza was already packed like a sea of people. Strangely, the largest gathering was not students, but the various parents. The first battle in the Abyss carried a mortality rate. Any student might be facing their final fight. Although the odds were slim, family and friends were permitted to watch. Li Mu's mother and aunt's family had all arrived. Chen Jieqi and Chen Jiafeng had taken special leave today. Li Mu was preparing to report in. His mother and aunt earnestly admonished him to be extremely cautious. Watching Li Mu head toward the registration area, the entire family then entered the multimedia hall to find seats. The students registered in an orderly fashion and took the elevator down into the Abyss. Meanwhile, school leaders, clansmen, and relatives all settled into the multimedia hall in the center of the plaza. Above this vast hall hung a colossal three-dimensional main screen, flanked by 20 auxiliary screens positioned in all directions. These screens possessed 3D stereoscopic effects, appearing frontal from every angle. A massive scoreboard was also raised. Within the Abyss, the students who had entered were already assembling. Naturally, the Leaf family was present. From afar, Yang Suiying spotted the Leaf family seated at the front, instantly grinding her teeth with rage. In this Abyss first battle, Li Xiaohao was at St. Dragon Marshal School, the finest in the East City. St. Dragon Marshal School's status in Taizhou City was undoubtedly top tier. It boasted 2 S-level talents, Li Xiaohao and another named Zhang Jue. Zhang Jue had broken through to 2nd rank on the very day he awakened his S-level talent. In recent days, he had been rapidly ascending, reportedly reaching the late 2nd rank. Before awakening their talents, everyone's cultivation was suppressed for a long time. The 1st rank was the optimal foundational stage. After talent awakening, a rapid ascent period ensued, a culmination of prior effort. Zhang Jue exemplified the archetype of both exceptional aptitude and talent, wielding tremendous influence. As for Li Xiaohao, his reputation at the school was somewhat inferior. The saying goes, without comparison, there is no pain. After military training, Li Xiaohao was still only in the late 1st rank. Compared to Zhang Jue, and coupled with his ill-reputed background of stealing others' talents, he was quite unwelcome. On the 2nd floor of the multimedia hall stood the dignitaries from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources. The deputy ministers of both departments for East City sat in the foremost private rooms, surrounded by officials from both ministries. Further back were the principals of some 20 participating schools, including Zhang Teng of Tunglong High School and Yin Changming of Heishui High School. At 8:20, all participating students had entered the Abyss. All drone cameras focused on the students preparing to receive their briefing. Qin Zhanya, astride his fierce blood warhorse, personally appeared at the teleportation zone, delivering the pre-battle mobilization speech. I will emphasize once more, everyone must not venture into areas unmarked on the map. Every region visible on your maps has been thoroughly cleared. If you encounter monsters not listed in your bestiary, escape immediately. Should you discover any suspicious portals, caves, tunnels, or energy bodies, report immediately and withdraw swiftly. Now, proceed to your assigned teams and enter the teleportation gates over there together. I wish you all a triumphant return. Qin Zhanya raised his long blade and shouted loudly. Li Mu glanced at his technological wristwatch. The watch resembled a small turtle, issued free by the state. Every person entering the Abyss possessed one. Its function was an upgraded phone and locator connected in real time to the Abyss map, allowing users to view maps within the Abyss and transfer some phone data over, such as real-time score rankings. This turtle-shaped device was named the Triumphant Turtle, symbolizing humanity's hope for a victorious return. The 3 days of military training had caused nearly 40% of the originally registered students to forego the first battle. Some even planning to switch to liberal arts and aim for liberal arts universities due to the oppressive nature of the Abyss. The training not only involved exercises but also viewing mini documentary clips, battle records of the Abyss Guard Army. These differed entirely from online live streams. Far more authentic, brutal, and bloody. Many retreated, returning to school early, adamantly refusing to join the Abyss Guard Army reserves. Those who remained were fervent young warriors, though they claimed fearlessness. The imminent confrontation with monsters made them inexplicably nervous. At Qin Zhanya's triumphant shout, the crowd erupted in cheers. Triumphant return, little turtle, Squirtle. At that moment, all the students howled and shouted wildly, some even bursting into laughter. They used this bold and playful manner to combat the invisible pressure of the abyss as they surged toward the semicircular area surrounded by a dozen teleportation gates. In recent days, students from Heishui High School had persistently invited Li Mu to join their teams, but he had refused. He was suited only to be a lone wolf. Thus, while many students paused before the abyss teleportation gates seeking teammates, Li Mu had already stepped through the portal. Martial talents, even those oriented toward combat, varied widely. Some emphasized defense, others focused on area attacks, single target strikes, range combat, or close quarters. Some specialized in beast taming or weapon mastery. Healing and support talents were exceedingly rare. Truly supportive and healing talents belonged to life skills and would not enter the abyss, at most possessing minor auxiliary combat traits. Team formation naturally sought to compensate for weaknesses. For example, a team composed solely of range fighters without melee or defense would be at a disadvantage. Entering the abyss, however, was not about numbers alone. Too few people meant insufficient strength to overcome monsters and lack of mutual support. The greater the number of people, the stronger the aura that arises when warriors gather, which in turn relentlessly attracts monsters. It is akin to the scent of blood in seawater, drawing countless bloodthirsty sharks. After prolonged experimentation, humanity ultimately distilled the optimal team size, 5 members. Consequently, many began searching at the entrance for the missing abilities within their teams. Li Mu stepped through the abyssal portal, feeling a sudden brightness before his eyes. Then, he abruptly crouched down and drew his barbed flower staff. Only after confirming his surroundings were secure did he slowly rise to his full height. At this moment, Li Mu appeared entirely transformed compared to the man who had crossed over earlier. His cloak, large and interwoven with black and silver, fluttered lightly in the breeze. It harmonized perfectly with his black uniform trimmed with silver threads, the distinctive attire of Heishui High School. Before entering the abyss, everyone was temporarily issued 2 items, a drone locator and a temporary spatial storage pouch. Both were to be returned in due course. With a soft whir, Li Mu's drone automatically unfolded and ascended to hover 4 or 5 meters above and behind him. Each participant had a drone trailing them, capable of transmitting live footage back to the multimedia hall. However, the screens in the hall were limited in number. Only those ranked highly in monster slaying points were granted visibility. The Ministry of Education had assigned point values to each type of monster based on their energy levels. Upon killing a monster, the watch on a warrior's wrist would automatically calculate and record the points earned. Yet, even before anyone had begun slaying monsters, several individuals had already appeared on the large screen. Naturally, Li Mu was not among them. Those displayed were the S-tier and A-tier prodigies from various schools, the star figures of this initial battle. Among the most dazzling were Zhang Zhuwei, the S-tier prodigy from St. Dragon Marshal School, and Lu Chenfeng, the S-tier prodigy from Chongming High School. Only 3 S-tier prodigies hailed from Dongsheng District, and these 2 were both at the pinnacle of the yellow rank's 2nd grade, possessing extraordinary strength. Crucially, both fought alone, without forming teams, demonstrating immense confidence in their own abilities. In contrast, Li Xiaohao, another S-tier prodigy from St. Dragon Marshal School, appeared somewhat less formidable. He was a late 1st grade warrior, accompanied by 4 2nd grade teammates. In the footage, Li Xiaohao brandished a long spear. His 4 teammates were all 2nd grade warriors. Li Xiaohao, having wrested the S-tier talent Heavenly Thunder Motion from Li Mu, twisted his spear as crackling thunderlight danced along its length, exuding an imposing aura. Standing upright, he struck a confident pose. At the corner of the multimedia hall sat the Li family matriarch, Madame Ma. Seeing the thunderlight surge across Li Xiaohao's spear, she smiled and nodded approvingly. Xiaohao is very clever. He knows he will appear on the big screen now, so he is showcasing his strength and presence early to attract more attention. Li Xiaohao's mother, Li Mu's 2nd aunt, crossed her legs and curled her lips in a smirk. Of course, Xiaohao is never short of brains, she declared. Just as they finished praising him, several of Li Xiaohao's teammates furrowed their brows and glanced at him, as if silently asking, "Are you crazy? You haven't even encountered a monster yet. Why are you so eager to show off?" Yet no one dared openly criticize him since they were assigned by the school as Li Xiaohao's teammates. Suddenly, laughter echoed inexplicably within the multimedia hall. A special leaderboard had just been released, a real-time tally of the number of students from each school who had entered the abyssal portal. Comparing these numbers to the military training enrollment figures revealed which schools had the most deserters. Most schools had at least 200 or 300 students entering the abyss, and, at the very least, over 100. Among more than 30 schools, the only one to rank in the double digits was Heishui High School, with just 66 entrants. The crowd in the hall glanced knowingly and sometimes pointedly toward the leadership of Heishui High School. their faces flushed with embarrassment, betraying their discomfort. Chen Jieqi and Chen Jiafeng, well-versed in the education system's inner workings, quietly explained matters to Yang Suying and Yang Yurong. Auntie, this is bad. Our cousin-S school has the fewest people entering. Chen Jiafeng exclaimed anxiously. Li Mu had forewarned them on the day he transferred schools. This was expected, but they had not anticipated the school being so utterly lacking. Yang Suying nodded, rubbing the sweat from her palms against her thighs with growing anxiety. Any mother would be tense under such circumstances, especially having just witnessed Li Xiaohao of the Li family, his spear crackling with thunderlight, appearing incredibly powerful. A surge of overwhelming fury and sorrow welled within her. Such tremendous talent should have belonged to her own precious son, yet had been usurped by the Li family's worthless scion. Meanwhile, her son faced the terrifying abyssal monsters with only an F-tier talent. The thought filled her with unbearable heartache. Seeing Yang Suying's face pale, Yang Yurong shot her son a sharp glare. You little brat, get lost. I understand perfectly well. She snapped, then kicked him irritably. But before she finished, still fuming, she asked, Tell me, how do I see the footage of your cousin? Chen Jieqi explained patiently, Mom. Cousin isn't ranked yet. There are only 21 screens in total. The top monster slayer appears on the largest main screen. The next 10 appear in the 10 small screens above. The following 100 rotate through the 10 smaller screens below. For cousin to appear, he must at least enter the top 100. There are over 3,700 participants now. Even Auntie Yang Yurong grew tense. Goodness. 3,700 to 100. That's nearly impossible. Outside the multimedia hall, students from several schools close to Heishui High School as formation laughed openly and without restraint, leaving the Heishui students utterly humiliated. Damn it, what are you laughing at? Try having your whole school be first-grade warriors. One student muttered through gritted teeth. Let go. Heishui High is the laughingstock every year. One more year, 1T hurt, another remarked. Last year was even worse. Only about 40 entered. On the second floor of the multimedia hall, Yin Changming was enduring the teasing with a sheepish expression. Well done, old Yin. That tactic is pretty slick, huh? Gotta hand it to you for knowing how to conserve strength. The death rate in the first abyssal battle was so high. Old Yin loves his students like his own children. How could he bear to let them take such risks? Yin Changming paid no heed to their jests. Summoning courage, he approached an official from the Dongcheng District Education Department. Director Shui, I just managed to procure a box of fine cigarettes. Would you care to sample some? With a flattering smile, Yin Changming produced a pack and offered it to Director Shui. Smoking openly in front of the crowd, Yin Changming's gesture was transparent and not quite a bribe. So Director Shui did not shy away. Smiling as he drew out a cigarette, he exclaimed, Ah, old Yin, these cigarettes aren't too easy to get. I definitely must try them. It's enough that you approve. Yin Changming hastily climbed up along the pole, rubbing his fingers together to spark a flame, and personally ignited the fire. I wish to offer you an explanation. As for our school, the reason so few participated this time is entirely due to my mismanagement. This is not to say our students lack quality. I sincerely hope you might speak kindly of us before the Deputy Minister and the Resource Department. Please. Under no circumstances should our resources be cut again. Yin Changming wore a pleading expression. Though a middle-aged man, his face bore the weariness of many hardships. Lao Shui took a deep drag of his cigarette and sighed heavily. Old Yin, we've known each other for a long time, but I still don't understand. You had a comfortable position as vice president of a forging company, but chose to run a school instead. What are you after? Year after year. You're at the bottom of the rankings, and you still don't get it? With your current backing, you can't make it. Take my advice and just call it quits. Lao Shui's tone was earnest and low, full of sincere counsel. Yin Changming could only smile awkwardly and nod in response. Then glance again at the glaring number on the large screen, 66. He heaved a long sigh, sensing Yin Changming's pain. Lao Shui pointed to a youth on the main screen, carrying a long spear. Zhang Jiwei, an S-tier talent with a mastery of war and weapons, a ceiling-level offensive and killing aptitude. If your school is to rise, it needs at least one such powerhouse. And he must be utterly devoted to you. Otherwise, do you see what I mean? Lao Shui, with a meaningful look, pulled another cigarette from Yin Changming's pack. Yin Changming stared absent-mindedly at the long spear youth on the main screen. Indeed, if such a formidable warrior belonged to his school, Blackwater High would have a chance to rise. But speaking of unwavering loyalty, 3 days ago, there really was a Li Mu who had not only advanced to the second rank, but also had not been poached by Jinhua High. Though Li Mu was a genius in refining martial techniques, many such prodigies were not outstanding in actual combat. If just because Li Mu reached the second rank and improved his staff technique, one assumed he could, with an F-tier talent, crush his way to the top as brilliantly as Zhang Jiwei and others. Yin Shaming felt that was a bit unfair to the young man. While Yin Shaming was lost in thought, someone suddenly exclaimed, "A squad has encountered a monster." On the large screen, a 4-person team was facing a yellow rank 1st grade monster, a spider wolf. 2 of the squad were yellow rank 2nd grade, but in the face of this terrifying beast, one glance alone left a warrior with a grievous injury. The squad was flustered and struggled fiercely, barely managing to slay the monster after great effort. They secured the first group of points and climbed onto the scoreboard. In the abyssal realm, humanity's greatest reliance is mutual cooperation. Monsters possess formidable physiques, often far stronger than warriors of the same rank. Meanwhile, unnoticed, Li Mu entered the abyss for the first time. He was not eager to appear on any scoreboard but moved with utmost caution. His area seemed to be a ruined city. Amid the crumbling walls and debris, unknown dangers lurked, so Li Mu hugged the edges as he proceeded. As he climbed over a low wall, his foot snapped a branch beneath him with a loud crack. Li Mu caused sarproust. A normal branch wouldn't make such a sound. Looking down, he saw a broken bone fragment. A chill crept down his spine. He spun around sharply. On the low wall, a terrifying stitched creature was climbing up, its gaze fixed eagerly on Li Mu. Wolf body, wolf claws, for sharp spider legs protruding from its back. 2 heads, 1 wolf S, 1 spider S. A yellow rank 1st grade monster, the common spider wolf. Its body stretched over 2 meters long, and bluish saliva dribbled incessantly from the corners of both the wolf and spider mouths. Humans judge monster rank by measuring the intensity of their energy output. This monster's energy level roughly equated to the late stage of a human yellow rank 1st grade, thus classifying it as yellow 1st grade. Though Li Mu was 1 rank higher, the bloodthirsty eyes of the wolf head combined with the numerous eerie eyes of the spider head inspired instant terror. The next moment, the monster leapt excitedly from the wall and lunged at Li Mu. The wolf claws swung, casting a huge shadow in the air. Admittedly, when a monster attacked, the fear was overwhelming. The speed and ferocity convinced Li Mu that any ordinary warrior facing this alone would surely soil themselves. Instinctively, Li Mu wanted to flee, but decades of experience with the Earth Step 9 steps gave him enough confidence. He lightly sprang aside, narrowly evading the strike, and swung his thorny flower staff horizontally. The staff struck against the spider leg with a sharp clang, the leg skillfully blocking and forcibly deflecting Li Mu's blow. Li Mu seized the opportunity to retreat half a step, then spun around and struck fiercely again. The staff struck twice more. The spider wolf, wary of Li Mu's escape, raised another spider leg to block the attack. Other legs began probing Li Mu's flanks, attempting to seal off his retreat. But Li Mu did not dodge. One strike shattered the spider leg with a crisp snap. Moving with momentum, Li Mu poured genuine energy into his weapon. The staff vibrated thrice, combining with the iron-splitting technique. The crushing blow smashed the wolf head's skull with a cracking sound. The spider wolf howled in pain and rolled wildly. In its struggle, a sharp spider leg suddenly burst through its abdomen. The leg's side gleamed coldly as it snapped outward, aiming to slash at Li Mu. Li Mu's eyes hardened. The spider wolf's death throws were known as the fatal slash. Many warriors had fallen to this sudden counterattack. Li Mu had been prepared for this move. He raised a thorny flower staff to block. Sparks flew as the staff shattered the spider leg. Li Mu struck again, smashing the spider head and ending the spider wolf's life. Victory. Earned 30 victory points. Li Mu was astonished. A yellow rank 1st grade spider wolf earned almost as many victory points as that red-haired instructor. This meant the red-haired instructor's strength was roughly on par with the spider wolf. Outside the abyss, Li Mu would rarely have chances to frequently defeat others. But within this abyss, every monster slain counted as a victory. Points accumulated much faster. There was one more crucial fact. Before awakening their talents, warriors trained relying solely on themselves, so their advancement was slow. But once they engaged in combat, especially life-or-death battles, their progress accelerated rapidly. Some prodigies could reach the 5th or 6th rank, even teacher level, before entering university or beyond. This explained why liberal arts and martial arts universities diverged so quickly. Many liberal arts students spent their entire lives stuck at 2nd or 3rd rank. Most at 1st rank or lower, their bodies only strengthened by spiritual energy, still far weaker than ordinary Earth humans. Without hesitation, Li Mu invested those 30 points into the divine weapon technique. Spent 30 victory points. Divine weapon technique enhanced successfully. Divine weapon technique imbues a weapon with weight. Current weight, 100 gene. Li Mu hefted the staff in his hand. No wonder it was the celestial immortal art, despite being only 2nd rank. His body's refinement made it so formidable. Even without the divine weapon technique, this thorny flower staff weighed 60 gene. Li Mu now no longer needed to rely on mountain lifting technique. Wielding 160 pounds was barely manageable. The weight felt burdensome in his hands. Yet, if he employed the mountain-bearing technique, it would become exceedingly light. A 160-pound staff crashing down with such force would likely be too much even for the spider wolf to endure, let alone the flowing cloud second strike. Li Mu shook his cloak. Just now, after the spider wolf was slain, an invisible energy surged into the cloak. Li Mu could feel it. He set off again, striding swiftly toward the edge of the red zone. First-tier monsters were somewhat beneath Li Mu's caliber. Heading into the red zone, he might encounter early second-tier monsters. He wanted to see how many victory points he could accumulate. Along the way, Li Mu's points were rapidly amassing because other teams had to divide their points among 4 or 5 members. Although they killed quickly, their growth was slow. Li Mu, however, earned points single-handedly. Though cautious and killing monsters more slowly, his points increased rapidly. Above, outside the multimedia hall, students of Heishui High School gathered in groups, peering through the transparent glass to watch the giant screen inside. Some even started playing poker on the spot. Our school's just here for the show. If it weren't forbidden to leave early, I'd already be back at school drilling. I don't want to be just a part of the atmosphere. Do you think Li Mu will stand out? Didn't he just break in his second tier? He is the only second-tier student from our school, but not from all schools. Nearly half of the 4,000 participants are second tier. It's not that easy. Wait a minute. Suddenly, someone facing the hall threw down their cards and slowly rose, eyes fixed intently on the screen inside. Is that the one wearing the cloak, Li Mu? At the same time, Yang Yurong sprang up, grabbing Chun Jiechi beside her. Jiechi, look quickly. Is that your cousin? Yes. Yes. Chun Jiechi clenched her fists excitedly, pointing at the screen. That was indeed Li Mu. At home, they had played countless times with Li Mu's thorn-flower staff and cloak. They certainly recognized him. Auntie, look. Cousin made the leaderboard. That means he is in the top 100. My cousin is amazing. Oh, Chun Jiafeng jumped up and down excitedly, covering his mouth and even imitating monkey calls. Fortunately, the surrounding noise, as loud as a stadium, meant no one paid them much mind. But Yang Suiying, sitting there, was pale amidst her excitement. Several others noticed something was amiss. Sister, what is wrong? Yang Yorong asked. Why is Mu alone? Where are his teammates? Yang Suiying's voice trembled with fear. Everyone immediately fell silent, suddenly remembering that Li Mu was apparently alone. On the entire screen, only 3 appeared solo. First place Zhang Zhuwei, second place Lu Qinfeng, and everyone else was in teams. Now Li Mu was also acting alone? Could it be they were all dead? Yang Suiying gripped her sister's hand tightly, shock evident as she voiced her greatest fear. While others celebrated Li Mu's entry into the top 100, she worried about her child facing abyssal monsters alone without support. The leadership of Heishui School had also noticed Li Mu, but he only appeared in the rotating screens, lingering for merely 20 seconds before being switched away. The school leaders simultaneously glanced at the scoreboard. Zhang Zhuwei ranked first, Lu Qinfeng second. Both had slain more than a dozen monsters. Clearly, this was not their first venture into the abyss. Many clan heirs and promising talents had been secretly protected by experts during previous encounters with abyssal monsters. Li Mu, however, was venturing into the abyss for the first time and without teammates, so he was more cautious. Yet, as the slaughter continued, Li Mu felt ready to strike with full force. Upon defeating the 8th monster, Li Mu's divine weapon technique had already increased to 240 pounds. Adding the thornflower staff's 60 pounds, it totaled exactly 300 pounds. Li Mu swung the staff in a flourish. It felt somewhat heavy. He sensed that the mountain-bearing technique's strength of 1 tiger and 3 bulls could still wield 300 pounds with ease. But increasing further, his body would not endure. After all, an attack was not merely swinging. It required the application of martial arts techniques. Li Mu felt his body could at most withstand the flowing cloud 5th strike. But a 300-pound weapon's offensive power was in a completely different league. Li Mu encountered the 9th spider wolf. He infused his true energy in advance and delivered a head-on, iron-cutting strike. The momentum was utterly devastating. The spider wolf was crushed on the spot, and the ground beneath formed a small crater. Victory. Earned 36 victory points. Current total victory points, 161. Li Mu thudded the thorn-flower staff into the ground, opening the system panel. The victory points now allowed him to unlock another technique. But which technique should he choose? Among the 100 points worth were Alchemy, Fertile Field Technique, Borrowing Strength from Wine, Heavenly Falling Divine Weapon, and so forth. Yet Li Mu's gaze settled on the immobilization technique, which required 150 points to unlock. After all, on Earth, which youth had never dreamed of pointing a finger and shouting freeze? The 7 fairies would stop time, allowing you to pluck peaches freely from the orchard. Li Mu had already tasted the thrill of instant kills with divine weapon technique and iron cutting strike. If he could immobilize a monster, then crash down a 300-pound iron cutting strike, the enemy would be utterly defeated. How exhilarating would that be? With that thought, Li Mu unhesitatingly unlocked the immobilization technique. Immobilization technique. Shout freeze to bind a target enemy in place for 0.5 seconds, consuming 10% of own true energy. Technique cooldown time, 1 minute. What? Li Mu's eyes nearly popped out. 10% of true energy? Casting it 10 times would drain him completely? And there was a cooldown period. Scrolling down, he saw it was a skill tree-based divine ability, with upgrades to extend immobilization time, reduce true energy consumption, shorten cooldown, increase damage dealt during immobilization, and so on. No matter what, as long as it guaranteed 100% immobilization, it would suffice, although only 0.5 seconds. At critical moments, it could turn the tide of battle. And to enhance the divine ability, all he had to do was relentlessly grind victory points. Let's go. Straight into the red zone. Unbeknownst to Li Mu, after killing the 7th monster, he had already ascended to the persistent top 11 screen in the multimedia hall. On the scoreboard, Li Mu 1,496 points, ranked 11th. At the very moment Li Mu's image suddenly appeared on the 11th screen, the entire student and teacher contingents of Heishui High School fell utterly silent. It was simply incongruous. Early on, when scoring had just begun, with a bit of luck killing 1 or 2 monsters might quickly place someone in the top 10. But now, the battle had been underway for over an hour. Blackwater School, solo combatant, ranked within the top 11? Is my eyesight deceiving me? That must be Li Mu, right? Indeed, Li Mu is fighting alone as well. It seems that only these 3 individuals in the entire arena are operating independently. No matter, Blackwater is formidable. Li Mu, our champion, charge forward. Charge. Boom. The student faction of Blackwater School surged with tumultuous fervor, their thunderous cheers causing the glass panes of the multimedia hall to vibrate with a buzzing resonance. The students of Blackwater School have come to accept the ridicule from other schools, but that does not mean they have lost their pride. On the contrary, their desire to rise above all rivals burns stronger than anyone else's. Although Li Mu only secured the 11th position, to break into the top 11 at this juncture. And as a solo combatant no less, there is absolutely no room for doubt. At this moment, Li Mu embodies the dawning hope of Blackwater High. On the 2nd floor of the hall, among a group of school leaders, Zhang Teng, the principal of Tunglong Marshal School, stood with his arms crossed. He was visibly displeased today. Tunglong Marshal School had over 170 or 80 students who ventured into the abyss. Yet, none had managed to appear on the big screen. Only about 5 or 6 barely squeezed into the top 100. Ahead of them stood a row of distinguished officials from the Ministry of Education and the Resource Department, before whom he dared not speak. The principals of the schools whose students made the rankings were jovially conversing with these dignitaries, stirring a deep envy within him. Suddenly, someone reminded him, "Hey, this Li Mu made it into the top 11? Old Zhang, that's your Li Mu from your school. ISNT it? Where?" Zhang Teng's face instantly brightened with excitement as he searched eagerly. Soon, he spotted Li Mu on the 11th screen. A broad smile spread across his face. Ah, yes, that SR Li Mu, the one who had his talent changed a few days ago. Don't be fooled by the loss of his S-level talent. We've discovered his aptitude in other areas and can still cultivate him into a prodigy. Zhang Teng spoke with evident pride, casting a triumphant glance at the surrounding principals. Utterly oblivious to the vice principal's cold sweat, one principal chuckled and asked, "Hey, old Zhang, it seems your teaching is effective, but is Li Mu wearing the wrong school uniform?" His remark drew a wave of suppressed laughter among the crowd. Zhang Teng was taken aback and scrutinized the screen carefully. Immediately, his brow furrowed deeply. Li Mu was wearing a cloak, and Zhang Teng had not noticed the uniform before. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the uniform of Blackwater School. What was going on? Why was Li Mu clad in Blackwater's uniform? Moreover, hissing, Zhang Teng glanced at the scoreboard beside Li Mu's name. The school name suffix was rather long and the font small due to space constraints, but it clearly read Blackwater High. Even if the scoreboard were mistaken, the uniform could not be wrong. Both indicators aligned, confirming that Li Mu was indeed competing under Blackwater School's banner. What on earth was happening? Zhang Teng's face instantly turned ashen as he looked toward Yin Changming, the principal of Blackwater High, who was standing ahead. At that moment, Yin Changming's brows were tightly knit, his gaze silently questioning. "Why are you looking at me? Don't you know about Li Mu's transfer?" Zhang Teng said sharply. "Well, old Yin, you do have a remarkable student now. As long as he maintains a top 10 position and shows well before the leaders, you won't have to beg anyone today. Director Shui nudged Yin Changming and winked conspiratorially. They were all merely surprised, not yet shocked. After all, Li Mu had just entered the top 11. The current top 10 martial artists were none to be trifled with, each dazzling in their own right. Yet, many eyes were fixed on Li Mu because he was the third solo combatant on these screens. The first two solo fighters were understandable. They both possessed S-level talents. But Li Mu, as everyone knew, had been demoted to an F-level talent, and yet he was still fighting alone. How had he slain those monstrous creatures ahead? This question gripped everyone's attention. Meanwhile, in a corner on the first floor of the hall, the members of the Li family wore grim expressions, their brows deeply furrowed. Li Xiaohong, having completed her military training, naturally dared not enter the abyss. After her retreat, she joined the others from the Li family to watch the battle, furiously cursing. Damn it, what is going on? How did this useless wretch make into the top 11? It had to be acknowledged that Li Mu had indeed inherited some talent from his father. Uncle Li remarked calmly. Auntie Four sneered disdainfully. Bah, his parents are trash too. Whereas the so-called talent? If you ask me, it's just sheer luck. I haven't even settled the score for the slap he gave Xiaohong. When he comes out, I'll make sure he kneels before Xiaohong and apologizes. Mentioning that slap, Li Xiaohong clenched her teeth involuntarily. Since Li Mu framed her, Sun Long had completely changed toward her, mocking and coldly ignoring her. Sun Long had excused himself from the Abyss battle, citing serious injury, and she had intended to accompany him, but he told her to scram, leaving her heartbroken. Compared to Li Mu's unexpected rise, Li Xiaohao's parents were clearly more concerned about their own son. Li Xiaohao's team had also appeared on the big screen, ranked 9th. Yet, Li Xiaohao's performance, to say nothing of matching the other two S-level prodigies, even appeared weaker than the 4 teammates fighting alongside him. Any discerning observer could see that Li Xiaohao's combat experience was woefully inadequate. He relied solely on the devastating power of his S-level talent to inflict heavy damage on monsters, but most of his opportunities for output were created by his 4 teammates. Those 4 coordinated seamlessly, balancing offense and defense. Even when facing second-grade monsters, they would entangle and control the beasts swiftly, allowing Li Xiaohao to strike opportunistically and slay the creatures with ease. The difficulty was roughly equivalent to 4 people holding down a pig for him to slaughter. Well done. So, excellent. Annie too applauded joyfully, oblivious to the reality. She only saw her son's bravery and strength as the team's core. But Uncle Li could not smile. As a fellow martial artist, he saw everything clearly. If Li Xiaohao were to face a monster alone, he would be utterly helpless, probably unable to defeat a monster of his own level. Turning to the first-place holder, Zhang Jue, who also wielded a spear. Alone with his spear, he could usually dispatch first-grade monsters instantly. Even against second-grade monsters, he would fell them within several rounds effortlessly, calm and composed. His target was unmistakably the red zone, where the challenges were predominantly second-grade or even peak second-grade monsters, far more formidable adversaries. On the second floor, leaders from both departments praised Zhang Jue without reservation. What an S-level warrior of iron and steel. Truly a top-tier offensive talent. Indeed, this young man not only possesses excellent talent, but also boasts first-rate marksmanship. His aptitude is quite remarkable. The second-place contender was also impressive, possessing a defensive S-level talent called 1000 Resilience Iron, as tough as a lump of iron. Rumor had it that this young man was obsessively devoted to physical conditioning and made spectacular progress in defensive cultivation techniques. A truly terrifying prospect. But what of the 11th-ranked cloaked youth? Since his image appeared on the screen, he had yet to slay a monster, so no one could discern his true prowess. They waited anxiously for him to make his move. Li Mu had not yet entered the multimedia hall. Unbeknownst to him, every move he made at this moment was being broadcast live in the hall. In his understanding, only those who reached the top 3 would attract such attention. Thus, Li Mu glanced at his watch to check the map. The map on the technological watch depicted the regions that humanity had painstakingly explored within the Abyss, gradually constructed piece by piece. Li Mu was currently situated in the yellow zone, indicating a moderate level of danger. Beyond that lay the red zone, a perilous area where the least formidable creatures were of the second rank. Resolutely, Li Mu pressed forward toward the red zone. Among the school leaders, Liang Hai, the dean who had personally expelled Li Mu, swallowed hard in secret. Since Li Mu was expelled by his own hand, the principal would undoubtedly come looking for him afterward. If Li Mu had remained obscure, it would have been tolerable. Yet now, he had climbed to the 11th position in the East District rankings. If Li Mu were to stop here, Liang Hai could barely justify himself. But Li Mu had actually entered the red zone. Only 2 outcomes awaited him. either being killed by a second-rank monster or slaying the second-rank monster, climbing higher in the ranks and showcasing his brilliance. Li Mu, you'd better perish in that red zone. Liang Hai gritted his teeth and cursed silently. The higher Li Mu's rank rose, the more attention he attracted, and the more precarious Liang Hai's future became. The moment Li Mu stepped into the red zone, the students of Heishui High School erupted once more. Holy hell! The old man Li Mu has entered the red zone. Unbelievable. Damn it. I never thought the Heishui school uniform would appear in the red zone today before I left the house. Let us go, let us go. Li Mu, keep it up. A group of passionate youths pressed against the glass outside the multimedia hall, shouting hoarsely as if the Li Mu on the screen were themselves. Under the gaze of everyone's eager anticipation, Li Mu finally encountered a monster. Within the abyss, Li Mu was charging forward when a massive shadow suddenly dashed diagonally from the front, heading straight for him. A monster of the abyss did not afford much time for appearances or preparation, especially one like this. A second-rank ferocious beast, the golden-shelled centipede, over 10 meters in length. Its countless long legs densely packed, making one's scalp tingle. Its body was covered with gleaming black plates, rendering it extraordinarily difficult to discern as it moved through the abyss. For ghostly blue eyes glimmered with a chilling light, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. The moment the golden-shelled centipede appeared, in the audience seats of the multimedia hall, Chun Jiechi gasped, a second-rank monster. Yang Suiying sprang to her feet with a sharp sound. This was the first time Li Mu had faced such a formidable monster on screen. It was, in fact, a second-rank beast. Watching others' teams struggle half a day to defeat a second-rank monster was thrilling enough. But seeing her own son confront one was an entirely different feeling. Yet, in the next instant, a golden shield rose before Li Mu, thick and radiant. The golden-shelled centipede bit fiercely into the golden shield, which burst forth with blinding light and exploded thunderously. The powerful blast sent the centipede reeling backward, unbalancing it. Li Mu struck swiftly with his iron-cleaving style, infusing his thorny flower staff with a faint azure glow. The centipede barely regained control and prepared to counterattack. Freeze! The centipede instantly froze in place. Li Mu's thorny flower staff struck unerringly at the centipede's head. The immobilization lasted only a moment, making it appear on the screen as if the centipede merely hesitated. Even so, a golden radiance abruptly surfaced on its head to defend against Li Mu's staff. The creature was named the golden-shelled centipede because of its unique defensive mechanism. Before taking a hit, specific areas on its body would glow with golden light, greatly enhancing its defense. Even warriors of the same rank, without a finishing move, found it extremely difficult to penetrate this golden armor. Moreover, the sudden upright posture of the centipede instilled tremendous pressure. Within the second rank, the golden-shelled centipede was a monster that gave warriors immense headaches. However, before the 300-pound iron-cleaving style, it was useless. Crack! With a shattering sound, Li Mu's staff smashed through the golden glow, embedding itself into the centipede's head. The centipede's body bent at a grotesque angle. Its head slammed heavily into the ground. Instant kill. On the second floor of the multimedia hall, in the VIP section, the once jovial crowd fell silent. The Deputy Minister of Education, who had been sitting cross-legged, suddenly sat upright. Meanwhile, the Deputy Minister of Resources rose immediately with a sharp movement. In such a setting, there was no need for the ministers of the two departments to appear personally. Thus, these two deputy ministers were the highest-ranking officials present. The Deputy Minister of Resources turned excitedly, scanning the gathered principals before loudly inquiring. Where's the principal of Heishui High School? Yin Changming suddenly jolted, as if struck. Here, leaders, I am Yin Changming, principal of Heishui. Yin Changming stepped forward 2 paces, approaching the Deputy Minister of Resources. Even the Deputy Minister of Education turned to appraise him, a warm smile gracing his face. Kolme, tell me the specific situation of this student, the Deputy Minister of Resources said, pulling Yin Changming closer. What is the purpose of the Abyss first battle? To discover talent. And after discovering them, to nurture talent. If the Ministries of Education and Resources only cared about innate talent, then what was the point of holding the Abyss first battle? Anyone with good talent could be trained. That method already existed. The reason for the Abyss first battle was to further sift through those of average talent to find truly formidable warriors. Otherwise, having talent but lacking combat experience, hoarding resources without doing anything worthwhile, what good would it do? Thus, someone like Sun Long, who might gain resources initially but failed to produce any Abyss achievements over time, would inevitably be eliminated. None of the dignitaries present were ordinary people. They understood better than anyone how terrifying Li Mu's strike had been just now. a second-rank warrior, effortlessly defeating a second-rank golden-shelled centipede protected by its defensive mechanism with a single blow. Such strength needed no further elaboration. Though Li Mu currently ranked 6th, it did not hinder him from standing out and possessing tremendous developmental value. Yin Changming felt his mind turn to mush as he was pulled among the dignitaries, his heart pounding in his throat. His greatest fear had arrived. He knew almost nothing about Li Mu, having met him only once 3 days prior. Just as he was at a loss, Zhang Teng, principal of Tunglong High School, suddenly shouted, "No, this student is mine." He strode forward excitedly, addressing the leaders. "This Li Mu is from Tunglong High School." Yin Changming's heart sank as all eyes turned to him. He could only nod deeply. "Leaders, to be honest, Li Mu transferred to my school just 3 days ago. I was unaware of this matter. Perhaps you could wait for my registrar to come up." Zhang Teng wore an expression that seemed to say, "I told you so." While Yin Changming made the call, Zhang Teng also contacted his own registrar and dean. Soon, the registrar and homeroom teacher of Heishui, along with the relevant leaders from Tunglong High School associated with Li Mu, all arrived on the scene. The dignitaries from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Qualifications all turned their heads to observe this fierce contest of talent. Such occurrences were exceedingly common, and no one found them absurd. When confronted by Yin Changming's inquiry, Lao Ma, the registrar of Heishui Academy, responded with grave seriousness. "Indeed, Li Mu transferred to our school 3 days ago. I personally handled his enrollment. Moreover, Li Mu possesses an expulsion certificate from Tunglong High School." "That's nonsense." Zhang Teng suddenly interrupted with fury. Catching a sharp glance from several dignitaries, he realized his outburst was excessive and lowered his voice. "Li Mu has always been a student at our school and has never been expelled. Where would such an expulsion certificate come from? Clearly, you have forged the certificate and violated regulations by poaching students. Esteemed leaders, this matter demands a thorough investigation." As Zhang Teng argued vehemently, everyone present turned their gaze behind him. There, the Dean of Discipline and the Vice Principal of Tunglong High School stood pale-faced, drenched in cold sweat. The invisible pressure compelled Tunglong's registrar to raise his hand and confess. "Esteemed leaders, Principal, I admit that I indeed issued the expulsion certificate." Upon hearing this, Zhang Teng felt the world darken before his eyes. "What? It was Liang Hai. On that day, Dean Liang Hai called me, instructing to expel Li Mu. I told him that such matters require the principal's approval, but he insisted it was unnecessary to report it. I admit my mistake. I was intimidated by Dean Liang's power and directly issued the expulsion letter." The registrar, adopting a repentant demeanor, laid bare all the facts. Liang Hai's legs weakened, and he seethed inwardly. "Go ahead and report me. But what do you mean by my power? To talk about my influence in front of all these dignitaries? That's just courting death." Zhang Teng glared at Liang Hai through gritted teeth. "Why did you want to expel Li Mu?" Liang Hai trembled slightly as he explained. Li Mu severely injured a fellow student and refused to apologize, showing blatant disrespect to teachers and superiors. "I believe that character is paramount for students. No matter how strong their abilities, poor character undermines the school's ethos." As the dean, Liang Hai spoke with official rhetoric, managing to somewhat regain control of the situation. Yet at that moment, Li Mu's former homeroom teacher, Zhai Long, suddenly raised his hand. "Esteemed leaders, I was Li Mu's homeroom teacher. I am fully aware of the incident Dean Liang mentioned." Li Mu's former cousin, the student council president, under the pretext of training, arranged for Li Mu to face off against an A-grade talent at our school. That A-grade talent severely injured other training partners, while Li Mu only inflicted a facial wound as a mild punishment. Dean Liang demanded Li Mu apologize to that student, but Li Mu refused. To assert his authority, Dean Liang bypassed the principal and directly expelled Li Mu. I reported this to the vice principal that very afternoon. The vice principal was informed but told me the expulsion was justified, stating our school must protect A-grade talents, and that Li Mu was inconsequential. Furthermore, the vice principal said he intended to expel me as well. That is all I have to say. Having finished, Zhai Long stepped back half a pace, tilting his head slightly with a look of disdain. He knew full well that his days at Tunglong High School were numbered. But so what? They expelled my student without giving me an explanation. I must vent this grievance. A heavy silence fell over the room. The vice principal, who had just thought he had escaped trouble, now bit down so hard that his molars bled. He seethed with hatred toward Zhai Long. "You wretched scoundrel. Why did you have to implicate me when exposing Liang Hai?" Liang Hai was even more furious, practically wishing to devour Zhai Long alive. "If we can prove Li Mu's character is flawed, I can barely dodge this bullet. Why did you have to show up?" The education deputy minister said calmly. "Principal Zhang, it appears your discipline is somewhat lax. Let's continue to focus on the initial battle." We shall discuss everything after it concludes. His gaze returned to the screen. Everyone present silently mourned for the Tunglong High School contingent. In bureaucratic circles, the harsher the leader's scolding, the lighter the punishment that follows. Conversely, a lack of reprimand often foretells dire consequences. Zhang Teng's face was ashen. He forced a smile, nodded, and retreated. His eyes burned with hatred toward the other school leaders, as if he wished to tear them apart. Meanwhile, from Heishui Academy's side, Yin Changming, Lao Ma, and Zhao Qingshan exchanged glances, each perceiving an indescribable emotion in the other's eyes. At that moment, the multimedia hall's lights flickered, and the alarm sounded twice with a sharp beep. Suddenly, a squad of 30-plus ranked martial artists appeared on the largest main screen. On the screen, 4 squad members were locked in a fierce struggle against a formidable monstrous python. A severed limb of a martial artist student lay on the ground, while the remaining squad members were visibly struggling. With a thunderous crash, the python's tail slammed one warrior to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, it bit down and swallowed the severely injured warrior whole, whose upper body emitted a heart-wrenching scream from within the snake's jaws before being devoured. The remaining squad members were scattered instantly. Simultaneously, all students' tech watches emitted a command from a military officer. Attention all Abyssal First Battle students. Red Zone coordinates 3584972. A yellow rank, 3rd grade ferocious beast has been detected. This beast is beyond the assessment scope. All personnel must immediately withdraw. Withdraw at once. Panic ensued among the squads. Numerous teams entering the red zone hastily retreated. Among all the images, only 3 lone figures charged directly toward the coordinates. The spectators above tensed instantly. Damn, it's a 3rd grade ferocious beast, monstrous python. Its formidable defense combined with lightning speed means it cannot be defeated, nor can it be outrun. This squad is doomed to annihilation. The hall erupted into chaotic noise. The relatives and friends of these squad members wept and screamed in despair. This might be their final farewell. Tension thickened in the abyss as well. Commander-in-Chief Wang Longsheng issued a retreat order and dispatched a rescue team to the incident site at once. The examination zones were divided into yellow and red areas. The yellow zone mainly contained 1st grade ferocious beasts, while the red zone's highest threat level was 2nd grade or peak 2nd grade. Peak 2nd grade ferocious beasts represented the upper limit for this abyssal first battle. In truth, the Jinyuan army often faced monsters beyond their rank and fought multiple foes simultaneously. The abyssal battlefield was ever-changing and vast, making comprehensive coverage impossible. These 2 zones have been painstakingly cleared by the Jinyuan army to provide students with a relatively safe testing environment, consuming great manpower and resources. Yet these students were merely newly awakened martial artists, not battle-hardened Jinyuan troops. On the battlefield near the monstrous python, a reckless 5-person squad was closest. Hearing the alarm, they did not retreat. Relying on 4 2nd-grade warriors in their team, they rushed to the coordinates first, joining with 3 other warriors. They formed an 8-person squad and began to valiantly resist the 3rd-grade ferocious beast. Strike at its weak spot, the squad leader shouted, leaping high and smashing his massive axe heavily onto the ground. The earth rumbled for a moment as a terrifying energy burst from beneath the python, shaking violently. The python's movements momentarily faltered. A swordsman and a dagger wielder leapt forward, seizing the moment to strike at the python's vulnerable spot. Clang, clang, with 2 resounding strikes. The attacks of the 2 warriors were unexpectedly repelled by the gleaming scales of the monstrous python. The beast emerged unscathed, its fury soaring to the heavens as its massive tail swung violently. I'll block it. A tall, imposing martial artist stomped the ground fiercely, a white misty shield enveloping his body. He braced his shoulder against the python's assault. Crack, thud. The white mist shattered explosively, and the warrior was hurled through the air, coughing up a mouthful of ancient blood mid-flight. Unable to land a hit, unable to withstand the force. At this moment, the squad finally realized how utterly overconfident their reinforcements had been. Yet retreat was impossible, for activating the return to City Stone required time, and the more chaotic their internal energy, the slower its activation. Before the fallen warrior could rise, the python's tail was already raised high, slashing diagonally downward with a terrifying whistling roar. A single strike like this would crush him into minced flesh. Just as despair gripped the warrior, a golden spear as a phantom silhouette descended from the sky, piercing through the python's tail in an instant and pinning it mercilessly to the ground. The monstrous snake thrashed violently. The entire squad turned in shock, and a shout rang out. Zhang Jiwei? On a low wall, A dashing youth clad in the uniform of Chongming High School stood proudly against the wind. His spear trembled in hand, eyes fixed intently on the python, his voice steady and commanding. "Move aside. Leave this to me." Joy erupted among the crowd. Zhang Jiwei was the dazzling new star of Dongcheng District, an S-tier prodigy with P cultivation at the second rank of the yellow stage, an undisputed genius. If anyone could stand against a third-rank monstrous tail python, it was undoubtedly him. Everyone understood that lingering here would only hinder Zhang Jiwei, so they sprang up, scattering swiftly to retreat. By now, the golden spear phantom that had pinned the monstrous python had vanished, and the beast twisted its massive body as it charged. Its wild contortions shook the ground with thunderous reverberations, like an earthquake. Zhang Jiwei's spear blazed with golden light as he engaged the python in combat, relying on his exceptional spear skills. Inside the multimedia hall, nearly everyone rose to their feet, holding their breath. Truly worthy of Dongcheng's prodigy, he could hold his own against a third-rank ferocious beast without faltering. The reputation of the S-tier talent Golden Spear and Iron Horse was well earned. "Not good. What is that?" someone exclaimed, and the assembled elites panicked. To the right side of the battlefield where Zhang Jiwei fought, a colossal black shadow rapidly approached. A second monstrous python, even larger than the first, nearly 20 meters in length. Its aura even more terrifying. Clearly, it was at the peak of the third rank. Zhang Jiwei was swirling his spear's radiant light to envelop the python, preparing to unleash a fatal blow, when suddenly the second python charged from beside him. By the time he realized, it was too late. Bang! The python struck Zhang Jiwei hard, sending him flying through the air as he spat a spray of blood. One python was already a formidable foe for Zhang Jiwei. Now, wounded and facing two, victory was impossible. Moreover, the second python's energy was fierce, unmistakably at the peak of the third rank. With two pythons attacking simultaneously, their massive tails lashed wildly, creating enormous craters wherever they struck. The ground trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Zhang Jiwei pulled out a pill and swallowed it hard, rolling desperately to dodge between the two tail strikes. The situation was dire. Meanwhile, the entire multimedia hall erupted into chaos. Damn it, two of them? Even Zhang Jiwei can't possibly fight both. It's over. Everything's lost. The principal of Chongming High School stamped his foot in anxiety, while the Deputy Minister of Education personally took out his phone and dialed the garrison stationed in the abyss below, urging them to dispatch a rescue team. Everyone's hearts clenched. Deep within the abyss, Zhang Jiwei's desperate evasions continued, unable to escape the terrifying tail assault. Exhaustion would inevitably claim him. Rescue seemed out of reach. "I'm coming to assist you." At that moment, a deep, commanding shout echoed. Then, a figure as imposing as a small mountain leapt forward. Zhang Jiwei turned toward the sound. The newcomer stood nearly 2 meters tall, broad as a door, arms capable of carrying a horse. With a mighty exertion, the Chongming High School uniform tore apart with a sharp rip, revealing muscles as solid as bedrock. Chongming High School's Lu Chenfeng, the second S-tier superhuman to enter this battle. Like a tiger-shaped tank, Lu Chenfeng braved the wild tail strikes of both pythons, charging straight to Zhang Jiwei's side. As a massive tail slammed down, Lu Chenfeng did not retreat, but met it head-on, raising both arms and roaring fiercely. "Come on." Clang! The metallic clash rang out. The fierce shockwave clearing a patch of ground, dust swirling wildly. Beneath the protection of his S-tier talent 1000 resilient iron, a pale blue glow shielded Lu Chenfeng's arms, leaving them unscathed. "But help me out. I'm stuck." Lu Chenfeng shouted as he blocked another tail strike, calling to Zhang Jiwei. Zhang finally caught his breath, noticing that Lu Chenfeng's legs had been pinned deep into the ground, up to his knees. Zhang knew this was no time for pleasantries and shouted, "Protect the groin." His spear slid between Lu Chenfeng's legs and thrust sharply upward. "Hey, you gotta protect that." Lu Chenfeng tensed and roared. As Zhang Jiwei hoisted him from the ground, the two rolled out of the combat zone. Lu Chenfeng astonishingly enduring the tail strikes with his bare body as he shouted to Zhang, "Are you okay?" Fine, keep fighting," Lu Chenfeng bellowed. His defense was indeed formidable, but costly. He could handle the third-rank python without much trouble, but the peak third-rank giant python, he could not hold out for long. If they failed to kill it swiftly, they would all be in grave danger. His own offensive power was average. The kills would have to come from Zhang Jiwei. Zhang's eye twitched sharply. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he leapt back into the fray. The two S-tier prodigies clashed fiercely with the two monstrous beasts. Each exchanged tit for tat. Zhang soon found an opening, targeting the weaker python as a breakthrough. After 3 feints, A spear thrust with a cunning angle pierced straight through the python's vital spot. At the moment of the strike, a giant golden spear phantom enveloped the spear's tip, emitting a terrifying aura that violently shook the air. SSSH. The spear penetrated. The weaker, giant python writhed in pain, twisting wildly, its jaws opening wide, emitting strange, mournful cries. Instantly, the peak third-rank python's eyes turned blood red, its aura surging explosively. Damn it! Run! Zhang Jiwei acted decisively, abandoning his spear and turning to flee. But the fierce giant python's gaping maw opened, unleashing an overwhelming suction force. The surrounding air visibly warped, and even the ground's surface was swept into a swirling layer, pulled toward the monstrous mouth. The deafening roar echoed like the howls of 1,000 beasts. Rattling ears fiercely, Lu Chunfeng stamped hard with both feet, then plunged his hands into the earth. His hands and feet were like giant staples anchoring him firmly. Resisting the suction, Zhang Jiwei rolled and struggled, but was sucked upward, flying through the air. The python's massive body coiled swiftly, ensnaring Zhang Jiwei, constricting him tightly. Open! Zhang Jiwei howled toward the heavens, his body radiating golden light, a faint clang of metal and iron resonating within him. Alas! The constricting force of the colossal python had already taken hold, although its entire body, armored with scales, was swiftly torn apart under Zhang Jiwei's golden radiance. With frequent bursts of blood mist, it was insufficient to inflict a fatal wound. Lu Chunfeng also shouted hurriedly, attempting to close in, yet the dying python lashed out wildly, truly blocking his path for a moment. Zhang Jiwei felt the terrifying crushing power of the python and let out a resentful roar. He was an S-class prodigy, still unripe in his growth. To perish here due to a momentary lapse. How could he accept such a fate? The peak third-grade python likewise howled toward the heavens, its fury surging, as if avenging the other python. It opened its gaping maw and bit down toward Zhang Jiwei. In his final moment, Zhang Jiwei saw directly ahead of him a pure black battle steed with a silver mane charging forward. On the steed sat a youth gripping an iron rod, his black cloak billowing noisily. The warhorse galloped like a meteor to the forefront. Remarkably, the youth stood atop the horse, stepping on its head, lowering his body, and launched himself like a cannonball straight toward Zhang Jiwei. Midair, he swung the iron rod horizontally at Zhang Jiwei's head, simultaneously issuing a sharp command. Duck! Between experts, a single word can pierce through all. Zhang Jiwei suddenly bowed his head. Li Mu's thornwood rod struck the python with a muffled thud. The rod mercilessly shattered the python's scales and dented its body, blood spurting forth. The thornwood rod was then repelled, and Zhang Jiwei mobilized his vital energy to the utmost. Seizing the moment of the python's pain and faltering struggle, Zhang Jiwei fiercely grasped the thornwood rod, wrenching it from the python's body. Li Mu clenched the rod tightly, nearly pulling Zhang Jiwei out with him, and the two flew backward several meters, creating distance from the python. Meanwhile, Lu Chunfeng, entangled with another python, had already extracted Zhang Jiwei's spear. Shouting, he hurled it over. Zhang Jiwei caught the spear with an outstretched hand. Can this pierce through the big one? Li Mu asked Zhang Jiwei. The spear had been pulled from the weak point of the lesser python, indicating Zhang Jiwei's attack could penetrate a python's body. Yes. Zhang Jiwei gritted his teeth and shouted. Move. I'll control it. Fatty, keep the other one occupied. Li Mu barked. Zhang Jiwei nodded and flipped backward 2 meters, swiftly stepping twice on a low wall. His entire form suddenly soared into the sky. Then, briefly suspended midair, a towering golden radiance emanated from him. Zhang Jiwei raised the spear high, dazzling as the blazing sun. Li Mu wielded his iron rod, charging toward the peak third-grade python. Lu Chunfeng responded with a shout, single-handedly holding off the other python's interference. Though it was their first cooperation under Li Mu's command, each fulfilled their role. The peak third-grade python initially regarded Li Mu as the threat, since Li Mu had just shattered its scales. Yet, when Zhang Jiwei ascended and gathered power, it suddenly realized the figure, suspended in midair, was the greater menace. The shape hurtling toward Li Mu twisted abruptly, intending to dodge this deadly strike first. Freeze! Li Mu roared. The python instantly stiffened in place. D. Zhang Jiwei bellowed midair, launching his spear. A massive golden spear shadow enveloped it, like a star falling from the heavens, instantly piercing the python and pinning the peak third-grade beast firmly to the ground. At that moment, Li Mu's attack arrived. From the moment he charged, Li Mu had begun accumulating his iron-cutting technique. Now, raising the thornwood rod midair, it flashed with azure light, vibrating fiercely. The rod descended with a terrifying whistling roar, as if space itself lamented. Bang! The 300-pound fully charged iron-cutting technique smashed directly onto the python's head. The giant creature's skull shattered on the spot, red and white fragments exploding outward. However, Li Mu's tiger mouth could hardly withstand the recoil. The flesh there burst open, blood spurting. Simultaneously, the other python was already near death, its strength waning. Lu Chunfeng seized the opportunity, clamping onto a wound near the tail. Dragging the long serpent's body, it writhed wildly across the ground. Blood gushed from the 7-inch wound, painting a vast circle on the earth. Li Mu seized the chance to catch up and smash the peak third-grade python's skull with another blow. Only then did the scene finally quiet down. Zhang Jiwei clutched his arm, collapsing in a disheveled heap on the ground. Lu Chunfeng lay flat on his back, panting heavily, heedless of the swirling dust around him, which he inhaled deeply. Li Mu crouched as well, gasping for breath. He tore off a strip of cloth to barely bandage the tiger mouth of his right hand, but his entire right arm trembled from the intense pain. Indeed, his body had reached its limit. The 300-pound divine weapon technique was only barely under his control. Moreover, his vital energy was severely depleted. Although the battle had been brief, it consumed nearly 70% of Li Mu's true energy. Just the iron-cutting technique strike to kill the peak third-grade python had wildly injected 20% of his total vital energy. And the mountain-bearing technique was also a magical art. As long as one wielded a weapon, one had to use it. The mountain-bearing technique continuously consumed vital energy. Victory. Acquired 310 victory points. Victory. Acquired 167 victory points. Yet Li Mu could not conceal his ecstatic joy. Over 400 points at once. As expected, slaying monsters beyond 1's rank yielded greater rewards. Meanwhile, on the scoreboard, Li Mu's monster-killing points surged instantly to first place, surpassing Zhang Jiwei by 400 points and Lu Chunfeng by 1,000 points. Points never lie. The watch detected the team's contribution to the kill and allocated corresponding points to each member. Li Mu's points from the peak third-grade python were staggeringly high, while the other peak third-grade python yielded slightly fewer points than Zhang Jiwei. Boom! Both inside and outside the multimedia hall erupted in uproar. The factions of Heishui High School, Chongming High School, and Shenglong Martial School roared thunderously. Especially the Heishui High School, their shouts of awesome pierced the air in broken tones. Inside the hall, cousin, you're amazing. Chun Jiafeng nearly leapt onto the roof, waving his fists high. Yang Suiying covered her mouth, tears of joy streaming down. Just now, Li Mu had appeared on screen, galloping wildly on horseback. They had thought he was retreating from the red zone, yet unexpectedly, Li Mu had appeared on the battlefield of the peak third-grade python. Yang Suiying's anxiety was beyond measure. But Li Mu soon became the battlefield's focal point. Not only saving an S-class prodigy, but also, together with two others, consecutively slaying 2 peak third-grade pythons, an outcome beyond all expectations. At this moment, it was unclear who controlled the drone footage. The main screen continued to focus on Li Mu and his companions, while the secondary screen surprisingly displayed Li Xiaohao, who had already teleported back to the safe zone. Li Xiaohao sat there smugly, watching the scoreboard on his tech watch. Though he could not see the drone footage, he could view his ranking on the scoreboard. Their team ranked 7th overall, and individually, he was astonishingly placed 31st. Upon reaching this point, his countenance immediately darkened. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the team rankings and the individual leaderboard, the top positions all bore a familiar name, Li Mu. Li Xiaohao sprang to his feet without hesitation. On the multimedia hall-s screen, he could be seen furiously berating something, his demeanor one of utter frustration and desperation. Every onlooker witnessed this scene. Not a single person failed to shake their head in dismay. Compared to the top 3, this S-tier prodigy, Li Xiaohao, paled in every aspect, be it cultivation, courage, combat prowess, or character. Not one attribute was worthy of pride. For a moment, the entire Li family's faces turned as black as soot. This time, the Li family had brought shame upon themselves in the most profound way. A third-grade monster had suddenly appeared. Zhang Jiwei, a heavenly prodigy, descended like a celestial hero, risking his own safety to rescue 8 classmates and ensure their safe retreat. Single-handedly, he confronted the third-grade beast. Lu Chunfeng, spirited and formidable, came to Zhang Jiwei's aid at the critical moment. The 2 heavenly prodigies fought side by side against 2 third-grade ferocious beasts. Li Mu, like a god, descended to earth, saved Zhang Jiwei's life, and then, as the team's core, slew both third-grade monsters. These 3 youths, top 3 in the Abyss' inaugural battle. Each displayed extraordinary prowess. How dazzling they were! If only these feats belonged to their precious Li Xiaohao. 3 S-tier talents sweeping the top 3 positions would have been a legendary tale. But now, the first place was claimed by an F-tier talent standing shoulder to shoulder with 2 S-tier prodigies, monopolizing the top 3 and even indebting those 2 to him. Meanwhile, Li Xiaohao languished at 31st place, a glaringly conspicuous S-tier talent, when contrasted with Li Mu's first place F-tier talent. And compounded by the recent news of Li Mu's talent being seized, Li Xiaohao was nothing but a complete joke. Damn it! Damn it! Why wasn't he first place ours, Xiaohao? Second, Ant angrily smashed the back of her chair. Damn Li Mu, stealing Xiaohao, South, rightful first place. Shameless. Shameless. Madame est face d'argent ominously. How could she have fathomed that Li Xiaohao's S-tier talent would only secure 31st place? With such a performance, how could they expect military attention or hope to establish ties with the armed forces? What nonsense! They wouldn't even spare you a glance. In contrast, Li Mu's dominant ascent to the top would undoubtedly capture the military's notice. With this thought, she struck her cane fiercely. Dayon, find a chance to intercept Li Mu later. I will personally invite him to return to the Li family. Li Mu's eldest uncle immediately protested. Mother, that won't do. How can you deign to personally invite Li Mu back to the Li family? What merit does he have? Silence. Little Hong and the others invited him, but he refused to return. Beside me personally stepping in, who else in the Li family do you think has influence? Madame Ma snapped with no patience, then sighed deeply. She never imagined she would one day have to humble herself before Li Mu. But be that as it may, the greater good must come first. Upstairs in the multimedia hall, an initial hush fell over the crowd. Moments latte. The Deputy Minister of Resources suddenly struck the railing and bellowed, "Excellent. Well done." Even the group of stern school leaders, usually tight-lipped and solemn, applauded and cheered. Naturally, the performance was commendable. Zhang Jiwei's survival had been all but impossible just moments ago. Who could have believed that Li Mu could save Zhang Jiwei with a single strike? Indeed, the monstrous Python's attention was fixed on Zhang Jiwei, effectively controlled. Yet the Python's defensive prowess was evident to all. The golden light surrounding Zhang Jiwei in his near-death state only managed to cut the Python's flesh. Li Mu actually shattered its scales. More importantly, the subsequent coordination among the 3 displayed their exceptional strength. Compared to the seasoned Jinyuan army soldiers fighting at the brink of death, their methods were somewhat naive. But they were students embarking on their first descent into the abyss. Possessing such combat capability marked them as geniuses among geniuses. Lu Chenfeng's terrifying physique boasted formidable defense. Zhang Jiwei wielded superb spear skills and overwhelming offensive power. Li Mu was indescribable. An F-tier talent, yet wielding attack power, second only to Zhang Jiwei, possessing extraordinary combat intelligence, battlefield command, and uncanny fighting techniques. Drawing the monster's attention to create openings for Zhang Jiwei, expertly controlling the monstrous python, and then delivering a lethal blow himself. Especially that single commanding shout. Many could not discern it amidst the chaos, but the experts saw clearly. Li Mu's shout held the giant python in firm control for about 5 seconds. What kind of arcane technique was this? Words becoming deeds? Could an F-tier talent truly possess such power? Yin Shaming was so moved, he was speechless. The school principals who had previously mocked him now wore faces full of embarrassment and envy, yet reluctantly joined the applause with the leadership. The feeling was indescribably distasteful. Moments ago, they had derisively labeled Yin Changming's tactics as 66, mocked his love for students as naive, and scoffed at the few who entered his tutelage. Who would have imagined that Blackwater would produce a Li Mu, single-handedly elevating Blackwater high to unprecedented heights? Within the battlefield, the 3 exchanged glances. Li Mu tilted his chin toward Zhang Jiwei. Hey, not even a thank you? Great favors require no thanks. Your life I have saved, and I will remember it. Zhang Jiwei's face flushed slightly. Unlike other wealthy second-generation youths, though his family owned enterprises, he cared little for women or luxury cars, preferring cultivation instead. He looked down on ordinary martial artists and carried an innate arrogance, giving him a notably cold demeanor. Yet, toward Li Mu, his savior at the brink of death, Zhang Jiwei felt not only gratitude, but also a trace of reverence. Only he had experienced firsthand the overwhelming force of that single blow. Had it struck him, it would have meant instant death. Moreover, he had been saved twice today, once by Lu Chenfeng and once by Li Mu. It was somewhat humiliating to admit. No need for that. Say thank you. And you're square, Li Mu replied nonchalantly. Zhang Jue's eyes twitched fiercely as he stubbornly uttered a single word. No. Gentlemen, now is hardly the time for idle chatter, Lu Chunfeng interjected, gesturing behind Li Mu. From afar, dust clouds billowed, soon enveloping all directions. Within the swirling haze, countless monstrous pythons writhed and converged, a black, oppressive mass that sent chills down one's spine. They all appeared to be second-grade pythons, likely set off by an alarm triggered by the dying third-grade python. Zhang Jue spoke gravely. It's too late to activate the retreat stone now. Their technological watches buzzed once more, transmitting the voice of a military officer. Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chenfeng. Our rescue team is rapidly approaching. Evacuate toward the yellow zone and rendezvous with our team. The urgency in the officer's voice was palpable. These three were the top 3 heroes of the initial battle, each brimming with extraordinary potential. Although the surrounding monsters were all second-grade python tails, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. If these 3 were to fall here, it would be an unforgivable tragedy of monumental proportions. As the watch chimed, Li Mu once again shook the horse token, summoning Yaogu. With so many giant serpents surrounding them, victory was an impossibility. Fleeing was the sole option. At this moment, Yaogu displayed unmistakable excitement. It was his first time on the battlefield today. Yet, faced with such terrifying beasts, it showed no fear, instead frequently emitting shrill cries. Had Li Mu not taken a moment to retract it into the horse token just now, Yaogu would have charged headlong to crush one of the giant serpents outright. What astonished Li Mu even more was that Zhang Jiwei also possessed a horse token. With a wave of his hand, a snow-white warhorse leapt forth. This steed was almost as large as Yaogu, and though not as robust, it was nonetheless an exceptional warhorse. Its white body and tail contrasted with a black mane, and a pair of golden eyes gleamed with majestic spirit. Zhang Jiwei vaulted onto his mount and called out to Lu Chenfeng. "Quick, mount up." Upon hearing Zhang Jiwei's command, the white horse instinctively turned its head to cast a glance at Lu Chenfeng's imposing frame. Its golden pupils visibly dilated. Lu Chenfeng's weight was estimated to be more than 300 jin, approximately 330 pounds. If you were to leap onto the horse's back, the steed was evidently preparing itself for a grueling ordeal. Sensing the horse's apprehension, Lu Chenfeng laughed heartily. "Don't worry, horse, I'll race you." With that, Lu Chenfeng slapped the rumps of both horses fiercely. The white horse neighed sharply and suddenly accelerated, transforming into a streaking white meteor. Li Mu's own warhorse also surged forward abruptly, instantly overtaking the white steed. Lu Chenfeng took a deep breath as his body swelled by half a circle, azure light swirling around him. His leg veins writhed like tiny serpents, propelling him forward like a muscular cannonball launched at full force, running purely on his legs. Remarkably, he soon caught up with the 2 warhorses. "Damn!" Li Mu and Zhang Jue, mounted on their horses, simultaneously uttered expletives. The trio, astride 2 horses, charged toward the Soul Gap, not encircled by monsters. Behind them trailed a cloud of dust as they burst through the encirclement of the giant serpents, racing toward the yellow zone at breakneck speed. The technological watch broadcast an announcement. "All students, please be advised, an abnormal situation has arisen in the examination area. The initial combat assessment is concluded. All students must return to the city immediately." The announcement repeated 3 times. The purpose of the Abyss's first battle was to expose students to the combat intensity of monsters at their level. Given the emergence of an exceptional circumstance and the passage of time, it was sensible to conclude early. After sprinting several miles, the 3 saw a rescue team approaching from the opposite direction. Each member was swift and mounted on agile horses, donned in genuine military uniforms. As they brushed past the trio, the genuine soldiers cast glances their way. A mere exchange of looks filled Li Mu with a silent dread. Most of these soldiers were second-rank martial artists, with a rare few of third rank, seemingly all team leaders. Yet the murderous aura emanating from them was dense and chilling, battle-hardened authority unlike that of ordinary martial artists of the same rank. The 3 continued for several dozen miles before finally halting. Apart from the multimedia hall, the genuine military command center was also monitoring the initial battle closely. The order to end the assessment had been issued by Wang Longsheng. At this moment, Wang Longsheng and Qin Zhanya watched the images of Li Mu and his companions, both breaking into knowing smiles. Wang Longsheng murmured meaningfully, "Genius cannot be concealed." Stopping in a clearing, Zhang Jiwei retracted his warhorse. Lu Chenfeng collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, and pulled out a return-to-city stone, waving it at the others. "Hey, use mine. Wait a moment, we'll go back together." Li Mu was delighted to save a return stone, as purchasing one singly cost 3,000 yuan. A return to city stone was essentially a teleportation array. However, it required the user's energy fluctuations to be relatively stable to activate. Under calm conditions, initiating the teleportation array took 20 to 30 seconds. In combat, the process required at least 3 to 5 minutes, and the user could not leave the teleportation zone. Lu Chenfeng crushed the return stone, and the formation's energy slowly coalesced in the clearing ahead. As the array activated, Lu Chenfeng braced himself with his hands on the ground and looked toward Li Mu. Brutally, Iveje a favor. HM, Li Mu kvirit. Can you give me a good hit? Huh? Question marks appeared over Li Mu's head. Lu Chenfeng jumped up excitedly, grinning slyly. Just one hit. Let us see if your staff is tougher or my defense. Li Mu was speechless. He had long heard that Lu Chenfeng was a battle maniac, especially obsessed with refining his body, with top-tier defensive talent and supreme defensive cultivation techniques. No martial artist of equal or even higher rank could breach his defense. Just use the strength of that strike you gave me earlier. Come on, I can't wait. Lu Chenfeng's excitement grew as he settled into a horse stance. Zhang Jiwei spoke calmly. Lu Chenfeng, I advise you to think twice. Then he glanced at Li Mu instinctively. Maybe another time. I'm not interested now. Internal fighting among students was forbidden during the Abyss's first battle. If Li Mu were seriously injured, it would cause trouble. Ah, come on. Brother, why be so stingy? Want to even give me one hit? Lu Chenfeng's face fell, even pleading with Li Mu. Zhang Jiwei was utterly exhausted listening to this and twitched his eyes toward Lu Chenfeng. You really are strange. Huh? Lu Chenfeng looked at him in confusion. His hand is injured, didn't you see? Wait until it heals before challenging him. Zhang Jiwei nodded toward Li Mu's bandaged right hand. Oh, right. I didn't notice. Fine. Then maybe another time. Lu Chenfeng quickly scratched his head and leaned in to inspect Li Mu's hand. Li Mu shook his head wordlessly and stepped into the teleportation array first. By now, the array was fully activated, and Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng followed. They returned to the square where the others had entered the teleportation portal. A large crowd of students had already gathered, boarding the Abyss elevator in groups to return to the surface. Countless eyes cast envious glances at the trio, especially at Li Mu. Today's top 3, more dazzling than the 2 with S-tier talent, was Li Mu, with an F-tier talent. He had slain a third-rank monster in an instant and ascended to the summit with overwhelming force. This was something no one had anticipated. Within the multimedia hall, the atmosphere was lively. On the vast scoreboard, it was clearly displayed. Abyss first battle of Dongqing District, first place, Li Mu, Heishui High School. Among the crowd, Li Xiaohao glared at Li Mu, his eyes burning with resentment. He was clearly the one who possessed S-tier talent. Why? Why was he still inferior to Li Mu? He was unwilling to accept this. A few days ago, when he had seized Li Mu's S-tier talent, he had been elated beyond measure. Awakening a broken F-tier talent himself, he had thought his life was bleak. Unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon him, granting him Li Mu's S-tier talent instead. He believed himself to be the chosen one, destined for a bright future. This Abyss first battle was his first opportunity to shine, to claim the championship and capture the spotlight, rising ever higher from this moment on. But now, the script was not unfolding as he had envisioned. Taking the elevator back to Fortress Square, the thunderous cheers of the Blackwater Academy students echoed across the plaza. The dignitaries from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources convened an urgent meeting, all retreating into a private box. They needed to deliberate on the rewards for this inaugural battle and address the consolation for the fallen students. The school leaders promptly exited the hall, preparing to welcome their students who had earned rankings outside on the square. Blackwater Academy's crowd had already surged toward the exit. Upon seeing Li Mu emerge, the crowd instantly erupted. Li Mu, Li Mu, Li Mu. The earth-shaking shouts surged wave after wave. Li Mu smiled wryly, covering his ears. Just as he stepped out of the crowd, the students of Blackwater Academy hoisted him up, tossing him high into the air. Time and again, the crowd threw Li Mu aloft, releasing their exuberance. Before today, no one had dared to dream that their school would ascend to the pinnacle, capturing the attention of the Ministries of Education and Resources. At this moment, he was the hero of Blackwater Academy. Yang Suiying and her companions were not anxious. To them, Li Mu's safe return was already a blessing beyond words. The students gently set Li Mu down, and Yin Changming smiled warmly as he spoke to him. Let us go. The leaders from the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Resources wish to meet you. Li Mu was somewhat puzzled. Usually, after the first battle in the Abyss, one could return to school to celebrate once the rankings were finalized. Rewards would be distributed within 3 days. Li Mu then took out his phone and sent a message to his mother before following Yin Changming into the multimedia hall. On the second floor of the hall, the dignitaries who had already concluded their meeting gathered together for conversation. Besides the leadership from Blackwater Academy, there were also leaders from Tunglong Academy. Naturally, several principals who had stayed to witness the spectacle remained as well. Upon seeing the contingent from Tunglong Academy, Li Mu immediately guessed the matter at hand. He cast a glance toward Liang Hai. At that moment, Liang Hai looked as if he had been pulled out of water. Cold sweat drenched the few strands of hair hanging over his forehead, sticking wetly to his skin. He appeared quite comical. Li Mu, this is the Deputy Minister of Resources, and this is the Deputy Minister of Education, Yin Changming introduced. In terms of rank, the two deputy ministers were roughly equal, but in terms of actual power, the Ministry of Resources wielded far greater influence than the Ministry of Education. Li Mu bowed respectfully to each in turn. The Deputy Minister of Resources, a straightforward man, stepped forward and patted Li Mu on the shoulder, lavishly praising him. Excellent. Your strength truly opened my eyes. However, I have a small question to ask you. Please, Minister. Li Mu replied with neither arrogance nor submission, nodding calmly. Since the minister was not present, addressing the deputy minister as minister was the appropriate formality. The deputy minister of resources pointed toward Zhang Tong. This is Principal Zhang Tong. He says you were previously at their Tunglong Academy, correct? Yes, Li Mu nodded. Zhang Tong immediately grew anxious. Li Mu, you really are something. You say you were at Tunglong. Did I ever treat you unfairly? Why didn't you come to me if you had any issues? Zhang Tong spoke with displeasure. A few days ago, he had also experienced a great upheaval. The school had produced an S grade and an A grade talent, and Tunglong Academy seemed poised for takeoff. But before he could rejoice, the S grade talent from Li Mu vanished the next day. No matter how angry he was, this was an internal affair of the Li family, beyond his control, so he could only accept his misfortune. After that, he lost interest in Li Mu's affairs. Otherwise, he would not have been unaware of Li Mu's expulsion for several days. At this moment, the disciplinary director, Liang Hai, hurriedly chimed in. Yes, Li Mu. Your temperament really is quite fiery. I admit I may have erred, but after all, I am a teacher. Oh well, I had to maintain some semblance of a teacher's dignity, so I was a bit harsh with you. Please understand the director's position, all right? Don't be willful. Come back to our school promptly. As Liang Hai spoke, he kept casting glances at Li Mu. His eyes conveyed something indescribable, neither quite a threat nor a plea. His facial expression twitched awkwardly, uncertain whether to smile. Seeing Liang Hai making faces like that, the Deputy Minister of Education sharply reprimanded him. Then, turning to Li Mu with a smile, he said, Don't worry, tell the truth. We're here to back you up. Fear no one's retaliation. Li Mu took out his phone and played a video for the Deputy Minister of Resources. I can't fully explain this matter, but I have footage. Others gathered curiously to watch as well. Liang Hai did not need to look. Upon hearing the voice, he instantly understood. This was the recording Li Mu had made at the time of his expulsion. Damn it, how could Li Mu have been recording then? Who could have thought? Why were you recording this? Suddenly, Liang Hai felt his vision darken and his legs grow weak. Soon, the video echoed with Liang Hai's imposing, furious voice. Li Mu, do you know the difference in value between you and Sun Long? I'll give you two choices. 9th grade, class 3, Li Mu, bring me your file. Expelled. No need to report. Don't I, Liang Hai, have this authority? I say expel. Now, opposite us. Blackwater Academy is recruiting like mad, taking in all sorts of riffraff. At this point, the leaders of Blackwater Academy cast grateful glances at Liang Hai. So it was your suggestion to bring Li Mu to Blackwater, they thought. When Zhang Tong heard this, he almost wanted to tear Liang Hai apart. Bastard. You wouldn't happen to be a Blackwater Academy spy planted in our school, would you? Among all this, the most ironic phrase was spoken by Liang Hai himself. A person must pay the price for the choices they make. Isn't this lesson vivid enough? Vivid indeed. Absolutely vivid. The Deputy Minister of Resources remarked after watching the video, then sneered coldly at Liang Hai. If the phone in his hand were not someone else's, he would have thrown it in Liang Hai's. However, later he changed his talent, and for a moment he was left speechless. All along, he had been aware that Li Mu was unwelcome in the Li family, which was why he had been relentlessly harsh toward him. Indeed, somewhat currying favor with the Lis. After Li Mu's talent was taken away, he became even less willing to waste cultivation techniques on him, so he truly did not provide Li Mu with any. He had no intention of giving any, right? The Deputy Minister of Resources retorted coldly. Zhang Tong, you have some nerve. I will make sure to settle this account with you properly. Zhang Tong felt his vision darken, losing consciousness on the spot. He collapsed backward, caught by the cluster of school leaders, causing a commotion. Such a scene was not something the two top officials were interested in watching. For a moment, the two dignitaries snorted coldly and swiftly exited the multimedia hall with their entourages. Naturally, the crowd from Heishui High School and other principals hurried to escort the officials away. In the plaza, the Deputy Minister of Resources gave Li Mu a few more words of encouragement before boarding a vehicle and departing. The leaders of Heishui High School exhaled deeply, exchanging glances that conveyed a sense of having lived through an entirely different world. Heishui High School had languished at the bottom for years. Yet, just before the abyssal battle, Li Mu transferred in. Before military training, he ascended to the second-grade realm, overpowering two S-tier prodigies and forcefully claiming the top spot. Jinhua High School tried to recruit him, but failed. Tunglong High School attempted to snatch him, but he remained unyielding. Was this not the heaven's compassion for Heishui High School, bestowing upon them such an extraordinary prodigy? Principal, teachers, my family is over there. I'll head over first, Li Mu said to Yin Changming, gesturing toward Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiechi, who were hopping and waving not far off. Oh, of course. It's only right. Go quickly. Yin Changming hurriedly smiled. Li Mu had taken only a few steps when Yin Changming called after him with a smile. Oh, and don't forget the school gathering tomorrow morning. You're the star of the show. Got it. Li Mu raised his hand in acknowledgement. Leaving the group of Heishui school leaders, Li Mu approached his mother and Anna's family. In that instant, he felt as if he had stepped into another world. His eyes reddened slightly, filled with the affectionate gaze of his mother, lively and adorable cousins bounding about, an uncle full of approval, giving a thumbs up, his aunt, overwhelmed with joy and pride, shedding tears of happiness. They were so strange, yet so familiar. The familial warmth Li Mu had never experienced before now enveloped him tightly. Li Mu hurried over to Yang Suing. Mom, I told you not to worry. Yang Suing nodded and pinched Li Mu's cheek firmly, then wiped away the tears at the corner of her eye with a smile. I'm not worried. My son is amazing. Cousin, you lied. You actually have a monstrous battle steed, and you didn't tell me. Chen Jiafeng immediately grabbed Li Mu's arm, his face almost pressed against his. Li Mu had never shown the battle steed before them, making it difficult to explain. At this moment, Yang Suing also recalled this and asked Li Mu, Son, did you buy this battle steed, or was it issued when you joined the Jinyuan army reserves? Mom, are you against me joining the Jinyuan army? Li Mu was somewhat surprised that his mother knew about the battle steed granted upon joining the Jinyuan army. Yang Suing shook her head. I'm not against it. Go the path you want. Mom wouldn't interfere. Actually, your father wanted to join the Jinyuan army back then, but the Li family wouldn't allow it. They were short-sighted, thinking part of the benefits from his abyss exploration would be confiscated. For that immediate gain, they hindered your father's future and cost him his life. Li Mu was not very clear on this matter. His memories of his father, Li Qianfeng, were of a man who devoted himself wholeheartedly to the Li family, laying the foundation of their dynasty. Unfortunately, his father was too outstanding, causing the Li family to rise swiftly. As a result, outsiders said the Li family depended entirely on Li Qianfeng, with the rest being mere wastrels. From then on, every member of the Li family despised Li Mu's family. Outwardly, they expanded the family's enterprises relying on Li Qianfeng's prestige and the profits brought back from the abyss. Yet, after Li Mu's father died, they instantly regarded Li Mu and his mother as thorns in their side. Jealousy had utterly distorted their faces. Madame Ma always favored his second son and treated the third son, Li Qianfeng, like a beast. No one understood why her heart was so cruel. However, the Li family had been criticized frequently because of this. If your father had joined the Jinyuan army back then, he might have become an officer. His fate would have changed. His aunt sighed beside them, full of regret. She greatly admired her brother-in-law. The family had just reached this point in conversation when Yang Suing's expression shifted slightly as she looked in the direction behind Li Mu. Li Mu turned to see Madame Ma leading a large portion of the Li family approaching, each wearing a haughty expression, especially Li Mu's second aunt, whose gaze at Li Mu was dark and hostile, her teeth grinding audibly. Li Mu turned back to face the Li family, a hint of amusement creeping onto his face. Madame Ma stopped not far from Li Mu, resting her hands atop her cane. In truth, her legs were fine, and she was not very old, only in her 60s. The cane was mainly for show. The Li family had been established for over a decade. She felt she still had some dignity to uphold. Li Mu, are you blind? You see your grandmother, and yet refuse to come greet her? Li Mu's second aunt, irritated by his motionless stance, snapped sharply. Madame Ma raised a hand, stopping her. Li Mu, come here. Let grandmother see if you're injured. Li Mu looked at her, the corners of his mouth slowly curling. TSK. Quite a spectacle. Li Mu, what do you mean by this? The eldest uncle barked coldly. Madame Ma once again raised a hand to hold him back. taking a deep breath and softening her tone as much as possible. I know you must feel some displeasure inside. I've been thinking these days, you are, after all, blood of the Li family. It feels wrong for you to be cast away. A few days ago, I asked Xiao Hong and Xiao Lan to invite you back to the Li family, but you refused. Today, I'm telling you myself, child, come back. In Madame Ma's sharp, triangular eyes, a rare glimmer of kindness appeared. Oh, Li Mu glanced meaningfully at Li Xiao Hong and Li Lan. Neither had expected grandmother to suddenly bring up this matter. Both stared fiercely at Li Mu, eyes full of threat, warning him never to say they had try to find him. Li Mu sneered. Suddenly, he realized it seemed the Li family could no longer rise solely by relying on Li Xiaohao. Were they trying to use him as a stepping stone to open connections with the military? His smile gradually faded as he surveyed every face in the Li family, speaking each word deliberately. Remember this feeling of helplessness today? It will be the easiest feeling you'll ever know. Because from today onward, I, Li Mu, will be the Li family's nightmare that will never die. The Li family erupted in fury at his words, especially Madame Ma, trembling with rage. She had not expected that after lowering herself and showing such a good face to him, Li Mu would still dare to turn against them. She is his very own grandmother. They were utterly unprepared for Li Mu's audacity. How dare he threaten the entire Li family? Compared to the timid, submissive Li Mu they had known before, who allowed the Li family to manipulate him at will, it was as if an entirely different person had taken his place. You insolent wretch! Uncle Da immediately roared in fury, his entire presence surging with wrath as he glared fiercely at Li Mu. Madame Ma's every command was always executed by him with unwavering loyalty. Yet Li Mu showed no trace of fear. Instead, he let out a quiet snort. No wonder outsiders say that the entire Li family stands on my father's shoulders, while the rest are good-for-nothings. Just looking at you, this useless creature, I can't help but laugh. You're well into your 40s with a third-rank yellow-tier cultivation. What could possibly be occupying your mind? Nothing but nonsense, I wager. All I've seen from you is empty shouting. If you had even a shred of true manly spirit, you would have struck me down by now. Only then would I, Li Mu, deign to look at you with respect. But you don't dare. You just clutch your head and crawl away from my sight. Stop barking like a dog. As he spoke, Li Mu's true energy erupted with a thunderous roar, his eyes blazing with unrestrained fury. These words were outrageously brazen, each one striking deep into Uncle Da's most vulnerable spot. It was as if he had been publicly slapped with a deafening blow. And anyone could see that Li Mu was deliberately provoking him. Even a usually timid Uncle Da could no longer restrain his temper. You miserable cur, you're asking for death. With a furious roar, Li Daong lunged forward, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Li Mu's chest. Don't lay a hand on him. Madame Ma cried out in alarm, rushing to restrain Li Daong. Suddenly she realized that Li Mu had intentionally provoked him. This was a calculated move, a ruthless stratagem. Li Daong still thought Li Mu was a mere junior member of the family and that he could strike him at will. In the past, if he had beaten him to a pulp, it would have remained an internal family matter, difficult for the authorities to intervene. But now, Li Mu was no longer affiliated with the Li family. In a public place, a third-rank martial artist suddenly attacking a second-rank martial artist, especially the champion of the Abyss's initial battle, was no longer a matter of fair combat without consequences. It was a crime. Moreover, even if Li Daong could actually beat him, that might be understandable. But after years wasted on wine and women, Li Daong's body was hollow, his third-rank cultivation nothing but a hollow shell. Li Mu's momentum was at its peak. He had slain third-rank abyss monsters with a single blow. What was Li Daong? If Li Mu publicly beat him, it would be considered self-defense, and Li Daong would be the one getting punished. The gravest issue lay in the implications behind this incident. No matter how powerful a faction in the high martial world, without someone of superior cultivation to dominate, it would quickly decline. Your assets become someone else's cake. When Li Qianfeng was alive, his 9th-rank power was extraordinary, fully capable of holding the Li family's empire in check. But now, the Li family's assets soared thanks to S-tier talents, yet their martial strength was weak. With Li Xiaohao yet to mature, and Li Daong unable to shoulder the burden. If Li Daong were publicly beaten by Li Mu, the obstacles to the Li family's rise would be unimaginable. Madame Ma, usually the most calculating of all, immediately grasped Li Mu's plan. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Seeing Li Daong attack, Li Mu's lips curled into an uncontrollable smile. He stomped his foot fiercely, conjuring a golden shield before him. Li Daong never expected Li Mu to resist, and thus did not hold back his strength. His punch struck the shield with a mighty force. And though his wrist was barely saved by his true energy protection, the shield remained unscathed. Worthless scoundrel, Li Mu sneered. The Dragon's roar resonance shield only explodes when its defensive capacity reaches its limit. Li Daong's attack hadn't even reached half that threshold. Li Mu had to detonate it manually, the explosion merely causing Li Daong to stagger backward. Immediately afterward, an iron rod came crashing down upon him. Though a third-rank martial artist, Li Daong had some last-resort techniques. His forearms turned a wooden hue as he forcefully blocked Li Mu's strike, yet his legs faltered, and with a heavy crash, he collapsed to his knees. The sound of his knees shattering the green tiles echoed sharply. A pitiful howl escaped him as he knelt rigidly before Li Mu. Li Mu, wielding his thorn staff, stood proudly over Li Daong, eyes filled with contempt. Stop! Officers from a law enforcement division, who maintained order in the square, arrived promptly. Tens of thousands had gathered here today, and the division had deployed substantial forces to preserve order. Patrol guards had been closing in since the crowd assembled, and, at the first sign of conflict, they rushed over. Li Mu flicked his hand, retracting his thorn staff, a smile playing on his lips. From the start, he had spoken to the Li family with a purpose, and now that purpose was fulfilled. What is going on here? Who struck first? A squad leader from the law enforcement division demanded, frowning sharply. The Li family members immediately realized the situation and erupted in uproar, pointing fingers at Li Mu. Arrest him! Damn it! He is the one who started the fight. My husband was knocked to the ground by him. Are you blind? This Li Mu assaulted someone. Hurry and detain him. The Li family's fury was uncontainable, and no matter how Madame Ma tried to intervene, her voice was drowned out by the chaos. The squad leader, enraged by the accusations, snapped coldly, silence. I am not blind. I saw clearly. You all struck first. He was acting in self-defense. We are the Li family. Look carefully, Li family. My son is an S-tier, gifted martial artist. Which branch are you from? I know your minister, shouted Li Mu's aunt-in-law. The squad leader was barely restraining himself from calling her an imbecile. Even if you know the minister, is this how you behave in public? Are you mentally deficient? Quiet down. All of you come with us. At his command, more than a dozen officers swiftly moved forward to restrain the Li family members. The squad leader glanced at Li Mu and said, Champion, you will also come with us. They had all watched the initial battle, and knew Li Mu was the champion before them. The law takes extremely seriously any attack by higher-ranked martial artists on those of lower rank. If a superior martial artist inflicts serious injury or even kills a lower-ranked one arbitrarily, it is considered a strike against the nation's vital strength. Who knows what your intentions are? What if you are an agent from a hostile nation sent to eliminate potential threats? This is the subtlety of martial law in the high martial world. Combat between equals is encouraged. Various arena matches, competitions, sparring sessions, and so forth. As long as the fights occur under official supervision, the state fully supports them. Even if it is a mere quarrel or brawl between peers of the same age and rank, the law will often turn a blind eye. But illegal martial combat involving those of different ages or ranks is met with unyielding, ironclad suppression. Very well, Li Mu nodded. Then he turned to look at his mother. Since the fight began, his burly uncle had shielded the entire family behind him. Seeing her son about to be taken away, Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong protested vehemently, stepping forward to plead with the officers. But Li Mu whispered something in their ears. Under the anxious gazes of those around them, Li Mu followed the law enforcement officer into the enforcement vehicle. The noisy, useless members of the Li family were also herded into two separate enforcement vehicles. Due to her advanced age, old Madame Ma was the only one left behind by the captain of the enforcement team. Once the two vehicles departed, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Only Yang Suiying and the entire Yang Yurong family remained at the scene, casting worried glances in the direction of the enforcement vehicles. Yang Yurong shot a displeased look at old Madame Ma, only to find her glaring fiercely at Yang Suiying, as if she wished to devour her alive. It was all because of her precious son. Today, the Li family had suffered a devastating blow. Yang Suiying merely returned the stare coldly, showing no trace of fear. Was I afraid of you when I was with the Li family? Am I supposed to be afraid of you now? She said brusquely. What are you looking at? Old relic? Yang Yurong suddenly said in a tone neither sharp nor soft. Your eldest son is a coward, your second daughter-in-law an ungrateful wretch, and your darling grandson is a hopeless waste even with his S-level talent. As for your two foolish granddaughters, they have been signaling to our little Mu all along. Even a fool can see they never did as you instructed. To them, your words are no more than hot air. For such a bunch to be concentrated in one family, you must be the mastermind behind it all. With you around, the Li family will surely rise to glory and prosper for generations. Yang Yurong's words flowed with rhythmic emphasis, matched perfectly by her mocking expression. She concluded with a quintessential eye roll. Old Madame Ma's breathing grew rapid with anger, her complexion visibly paling. Li Mu's tongue was even sharper than Li Mu's own. Her words had insulted every member of the Li family, especially the phrase mastermind behind it all, which was the final touch, like painting the dragon's eyes, implying that the entire family's incompetence was solely due to her. This single sentence sent old Madame Ma's blood pressure soaring to 180. She fumed, but Yang Yurong quickly pursed her lips and stepped back, pushing Yang Suing along while dragging her husband and 2 children away. Muttering incessantly, she said, "Oh dear, let us get out of here quickly. This is enough to cause a fatal stroke. Don't get involved." What a curse. Inside the vehicle, the captain of the enforcement squad, escorting Li Mu, received a call about 20 minutes after boarding. He answered promptly, "Yes, it's the fight that broke out in the square." "What? Why transfer him to the Jixiang Road Division?" "All right, understood." After hanging up, the captain glanced at Li Mu with a puzzled look, then instructed the driver, "Head to the Jixiang Road Enforcement Division." Naturally, Li Mu overheard everything. The Enforcement Division was akin to the G Security Bureau on Earth. Taizhou City was vast enough to be considered a small province on Earth, with 4 districts, east, west, south, and north, each comparable to a smaller city. Under the Enforcement Division were enforcement departments, similar to larger police stations. After a moment's pause, the captain spoke to Li Mu. "The Li family is looking for you. If you need to make a call, do it now." For the captain to say this indicated a certain goodwill, subtly suggesting that Li Mu would find no favor at the Jixiang Road Division, and that it was best to seek help while he could. However, Li Mu smiled faintly. "Thank you, but no need." Since he had dared to take action, he had already considered the consequences. He knew the Li family would send people after him. But having just secured the championship in the first battle, he was currently in the spotlight. Being taken away by the Enforcement Division in the public square meant all the media were watching closely. Not to mention 24 hours. If he remained in the Enforcement Department for more than 3 hours without emerging, the media would swarm the Enforcement Division, making it impossible for anyone to enter or leave unnoticed. Li Mu did not believe the Li family's connections were strong enough to have the Enforcement Department kill him for their sake. And if the Enforcement Department dared to use extrajudicial punishment, he would stand before the media with his wounds and reveal the entire truth. He was determined to steel himself to the end. Combined with the earlier footage from the square, champion of the first battle, self-defense, subjected to extrajudicial punishment, the leadership of the Jixiang Road Enforcement Division would be newsworthy the next day. After this incident, if the Li family sent others to deal with him, those people would have to think twice. This would be another fatal blow to the Li family's rise. Li Mu was fighting fire with fire. Though both sides would suffer, the Li family would be hurt far more. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Jixiang Road Enforcement Division. As Li Mu stepped out, he immediately noticed several individuals resembling reporters approaching. Even during his 2 days of military training, there had been a swarm of junior reporters trying to interview him about the switch in S-level talents. Though that kind of publicity did little real damage to the Li family, Li Mu simply could not be bothered to respond. The Li family members, brought back in 2 vehicles, arrived shortly after. As Li Mu stepped down, Li Daong and the others were being escorted off the vehicle. However, they were no longer tightly restrained as before and had regained their arrogance. The second ant coldly stared at Li Mu, mouthing, "You're finished." Several slovenly enforcement officers emerged from the Jixiang Road Division and exchanged words with the escort captain. The transport vehicles quickly departed. An enforcement captain sized Li Mu up and barked, "What are you standing there for? Get inside immediately." Another officer stepped forward to shove Li Mu. The Li family members immediately grew excited. Once inside this enforcement division, whether dead or alive, they intended to strip him to the bone. Li Mu merely cast a glance at the officer pushing him. The officer screamed, "Hey, you dare glare at me?" Still not obedient here, he was about to strike. Screech. The long sound of brakes echoed. A military vehicle came to a sudden halt in front of the enforcement division. Upon seeing the license plate, all the enforcement officers snapped to attention, standing tensely to one side. The passenger door opened, and a stern-faced officer stepped out. He first saluted knightly, then presented his credentials to the enforcement captain. "Li Mu, I'm here to take him away." The words were brief, with no explanation. "Yes, sir." The enforcement captain's eyes widened in shock as he returned the knightly salute nervously. Li Mu recognized the officer. He was Zhang, the adjutant to Wang Longchen. Zhang nodded and looked at Li Mu. "Are you injured?" "No, I'm fine." Li Mu shook his head. "Get in the car first." After speaking, Zhang personally opened the door for Li Mu, who climbed inside. The Li family members were dumbfounded, especially Li Mu's second aunt, who ground her teeth in hatred. He had already arranged for reinforcements. Once Li Mu entered this enforcement division, they intended to strip him bare. Yet they had never expected that Li Mu's late father's connections were so formidable. Even at such a critical moment, this officer had come to pick him up. What kind of relationship did they have with Li Mu's late father? Judging by the current situation, those people would have to think twice before targeting Li Mu. Could it be that the officer had reached the point of seeking vengeance on Li Mu's behalf? The thought sent a shiver down Li Mu's second uncle's spine. This matter would definitely require careful and long-term deliberation once they returned. As for the law enforcement officer who had just shoved Li Mu, he was so frightened that he dared not even breathe heavily. Judging from that officer's attitude earlier, it seemed they were not there to arrest anyone, but rather to escort someone. Damn it, wasn't he the order today to teach that kid a lesson? Why then was there a military vehicle to pick him up? That was practically a death wish. Only after the military vehicle had driven far away did he wipe the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, he and T really made a move. Li Mu settled into the car as it sped away from the law enforcement division. Once they were on the elevated highway, Li Mu finally asked Deputy Zhang, "What is the matter?" Li Mu did not believe that Deputy Zhang was merely there to help him handle this incident. A joyous occasion, Deputy Zhang answered, then seemed to find his own words too cold, and added, "The commander is celebrating a happy event. Upon receiving news that you had a conflict in the square, I was sent to pick you up." Li Mu nodded, took out his phone, and explained the situation to his mother, Yang Suying. The car proceeded toward the military residential area where Wang Longqing lived. Not far from the military district stood a high-end hotel, in front of which various luxury vehicles were parked. Although not all were luxury cars, most were official vehicles, lending an impressive air. Deputy Zhang parked the car and led Li Mu into the hotel, heading straight to the second-floor hall. The second-floor hall was exquisite and elegant, evidently designed specifically for banquets and receptions. Several tables sat near the entrance, each occupied by people who looked sharp and capable. They were engaged in lively conversation. But the moment Deputy Zhang arrived with someone, the room fell silent. Soon, a man stood to greet Deputy Zhang. Others followed suit, rising to welcome them. But all glanced at Li Mu with puzzlement, uncertain who this high school student was. The first battle in the Abyss was not public knowledge, and the top 3 revelations had only just been released. These people had not yet come to know Li Mu. Moreover, Li Mu had not given any interviews after losing his S-level talent, so his fame was limited to gossip enthusiasts. Despite the greetings, Deputy Zhang did not even smile. He merely nodded a few times in response, and quickly led Li Mu past the tables. Beyond these was the formal banquet area, composed of 5 tables in total. The central table was the largest, with Wang Longqing prominently seated, laughing and chatting with others. Li Mu's gaze swept over the other 4 tables, and he was immediately taken aback. Many of the attendees were officials he had seen in the news, mostly from the law enforcement and industrial commerce departments. This meant the tables near the entrance were likely filled with their deputies or drivers. Approaching Wang Longqing, Li Mu suddenly understood. Wang Longqing's aura was overwhelmingly powerful, as if he commanded the entire domain. He had clearly ascended to the mysterious rank. Breaking into the mysterious rank was indeed a momentous occasion. No matter who it was, a celebration was in order, especially at Wang Longqing's station. If you broke through but did not host a banquet, people would suspect something was amiss. In fact, this kind of celebratory banquet was still considered the most low-key. At this moment, the officials at the tables also took notice. Why was Deputy Zhang bringing a high school student here? Could this be a young master from some prominent family? As fate would have it, among those present was the chief of the Jixiang Road Law Enforcement Branch. He was close with the Li family and immediately recognized Li Mu, startled to see him here. While the chief was still stunned, Wang Longqing at the main table smiled warmly and beckoned Li Mu over, saying kindly, "Come, sit by me." Li Mu hurried forward, equally moved, and said, "Congratulations, Commander Wang, on reaching the mysterious rank." Wang Longqing was no longer the same as when he was 9th rank. That aura of authority naturally radiated from him, commanding everything around. He laughed heartily, reached out, and personally pulled out the empty chair beside him. "Sit down. You're not bad yourself. You were 1st rank on the morning of military training, and by afternoon, you had broken through to 2nd rank. Now, after topping the first battle, your strength is even more evident." Wang Longqing was in an exceptionally good mood and became more talkative. The others at the table, and even those at the other tables, were dumbfounded. Since the banquet began, the chair beside Wang Longqing had always been pushed under the table. No one dared to sit there, and now, he personally pulled out the chair for a high school student and chatted with him as if they were old friends. It was truly astonishing. Who exactly was this young man? However, Wang Longqing's last remark made everyone realize that this must be the champion of the Abyss's first battle. But that did not add up. Which champion of the Abyss's first battle had ever been treated like this? Wang Longcheng was the deputy commander of the military district. The champion might meet the district instructor and receive some praise, but when had one ever dined beside the deputy commander? In shock, everyone quickly messaged their subordinates. The swiftest had uncovered Li Mu's identity within a minute. This was the young family member whose S-level talent had been recently stolen amid great uproar. Yet they still did not understand the nature of Li Mu's relationship with Wang Longcheng. And Wang Longcheng had not introduced him. At this moment, Wang Longcheng was truly delighted. If not for Li Mu helping him pinpoint the two damaged meridians, enabling him to decisively abandon them. He did not know when he could have broken through to the mysterious rank. Maybe not even at all. The gamble had proven correct. After abandoning those meridians, a single breakthrough propelled him into the mysterious rank. Provided nothing untoward happened, the rank of young Tiger Marquis was practically within reach. One more step, and the position of commander would be within sight. To you, it's nothing but childish play, Li Mu smiled. Oh, so young, yet so modest. I thought you were quite sharp, Wang Longcheng teased. If Li Mu had been a humble, good-natured boy, he would not have broken the instructor's leg during military training. Wang Longcheng spoke as he stepped aside to reveal a woman seated on his other side. She appeared to be in her 40s, with short hair and stunning features. Her brows and eyes radiated heroic spirit. There was no trace of age-s weariness. Instead, she exuded a sharp, capable aura. At this moment, she was smiling warmly at Li Mu. Seeing her, Li Mu's heart skipped a beat. This woman frequently appeared in the news by Tai Wei, the chief of the East District Law Enforcement Division in Taizhou City. It seemed she was Wang Longcheng's wife. No wonder so many law enforcement leaders were present to offer congratulations. So it turned out they were a married couple. Nicknamed the Iron Hand Rose, she was a woman commanding the violent enforcement agency of an entire district. Having a deputy commander husband was worthless without her own formidable presence. Without formidable strength and means, one simply cannot impose authority. This is, after all, a world dominated by martial prowess. In the officialdom, power and background reign supreme. Ability and seniority must take a back seat. This is one of the great drawbacks of a high martial world. Also the sorrowful reality of the many parasites plaguing Huaxia. Those with formidable strength do not necessarily become officials. Their sense of right and wrong is dictated solely by personal preference. Those with deep connections mostly know only how to siphon off benefits. With mere occupying a position without contributing considered fortunate enough, truly talented individuals often find themselves unable to secure influential positions. Countless gifted souls remain unrecognized and unappreciated. At this moment, Bai Taiwei smiled in response to Wang Longcheng's words. Xiao Mu, I haven T properly thank you for what you did last time. If your mother's side doesn't T need you right now, why don't you come home with me and rest a while? This remark utterly bewildered Li Mu. It was his first encounter with Bai Taiwei. What previous occasion was she referring to? Moreover, she mentioned Li Mu's mother and spoke in a manner that suggested great familiarity, though only for a fleeting instant. Suddenly, a light dawned upon Li Mu's mind. He understood Bai Taiwei's intent. Wang Longcheng and his wife were helping him. Most of those present at the scene were actually Bai Taiwei's retainers. Wang Longcheng's true network lay within the Jinyuan army. Perhaps he had already hosted a celebratory banquet below. Today, in front of so many people, Wang Longcheng pulled Li Mu close, while Bai Taiwei adopted the tone of an old acquaintance chatting casually. This couple was clearly backing Li Mu. Deeply moved, Li Mu surmised they must be aware of the intense conflict between himself and the Li family, and thus were using Wang Longcheng's banquet to lend him support. Everything will follow Bai's arrangements, Li Mu replied with a smile. Bai Taiwei nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, although the surrounding leaders appeared to be conversing and laughing on the surface, in their hearts, tumultuous waves surged. Their gazes frequently drifted toward Li Mu, speculating on the depth of his relationship with Wang Longcheng and his wife. Normally, they had little opportunity to curry favor with Bai Taiwei. The four tables on the outer circle were even less privileged. Many hadn't even seen Wang Longcheng more than a few times. Particularly figures like the chief of the Jixiang Road Law Enforcement Division, who had exerted tremendous effort just to squeeze into this banquet. Bai Taiwei was their direct superior. He had only seen her a few times at district-wide meetings. She was truly a formidable matriarch. When had she ever been so gentle as she was today? Moreover, through Wang Longcheng, she occasionally whispered a few words to Li Mu, smiling brightly. Witnessing the scene, the chief of the Jixiang Road Law Enforcement Division felt as if the world was spinning before his eyes. His heart threatened to leap from his throat, and a cold sweat broke out all over him. Only half an hour earlier, he had received a call from the Li family, stating they had clashed with Li Mu and requesting his assistance in dealing with him. He immediately dispatched men to handle the matter. Unexpectedly, Li Mu had been brought to this banquet, laughing and chatting with his own direct superior. He did not know where Deputy Commander Zhang had taken Li Mu or whether his subordinates had made a move against him. If they had, and Li Mu reported it to Bai Tai Wei, he would be utterly doomed. Fortunately, he kept a vigilant eye on Bai Tai Wei and Li Mu throughout. From start to finish, Bai Tai Wei never once glanced in his direction. Naturally, Li Mu would not lodge a complaint in front of Bai Tai Wei. There was only one reason. It wasn't worth it. Favor was like a check. Wang Longqing indeed owed Li Mu a great debt. A petty official like the chief of Jixiang Road Law Enforcement was not worth Li Mu cashing that check on. The Wang couple was already backing Li Mu in front of so many people. If Li Mu were to complain about some insignificant minister, it would simply be beneath his dignity. As the banquet neared its conclusion, the leaders departed first, as was custom. Wang Longqing and Bai Tai Wei rose, offering a symbolic toast to everyone present before leading Li Mu away. Bai Tai Wei's secretary and Wang Longqing's deputy remained behind to continue entertaining the guests. However, once these two left, the remaining leaders exchanged a few pleasantries and gradually took their leave in an orderly fashion, according to rank. The hotel was not far from the military dependence district. Wang Longqing and Bai Tai Wei walked Li Mu all the way back. Bai Tai Wei sincerely thanked Li Mu. She knew all too well the state Wang Longqing had been in before, sometimes coughing so severely at night that he could hardly sleep, tossing and turning in distress even when the coughing subsided. As his wife, she was heartbroken. She never expected a mere student like Li Mu to eliminate Wang Longqing's most formidable adversary and help him ascend to the profound tier. After returning home, Bai Tai Wei and Li Mu conversed at length before sending him off. No sooner had Li Mu been escorted away than an elderly man slowly descended the stairs on the second floor of the Wang residence. His aura was far more imposing than Wang Longqing's. A single glance at him felt like a sharp sword suspended overhead, ready to pierce anyone harboring ill intent. Father. Wang Longqing bowed slightly. The man before him was his father-in-law. Bai Tai Wei sat casually and asked the elder, "Father, what do you think of this child?" The elder did not respond immediately. Instead, he walked over with his hands behind his back and, looking at Wang Longqing, inquired, "Longqing, first tell me your opinion." Wang Longqing respectfully replied, "Father, I value this child for 3 reasons. First, he has done me a great favor and is remarkably clean in character. Second, his comprehension is extraordinary. He is a prodigy in martial arts. Third, he reached the pinnacle of the Abyss with an F-level talent in his first battle, brave and resourceful. His true worth is far greater than people imagine. His growth is only a matter of time. Of course, it is also inevitable that he will attract the attention of the Heaven Society. It is precisely for this reason that I want to protect him. Such a prodigy falling into the hands of the Heaven Society would have unimaginable consequences. If Li Mu matures, he will undoubtedly be a fierce warrior for the human faction." Bai Tai Wei nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, in recent years, the Heaven Society had grown increasingly rampant, their persecution of outstanding talents becoming ever harder to guard against. Such individuals must be given pinpoint attention. Having spoken, they both looked toward the elder. If Li Mu had been present and heard mention of the Heaven Society, he would surely have been terrified to the point of his hair standing on end. The Heaven Society, a global malevolent organization, gathering elites from all walks of life worldwide. Yet, the Heaven Society persecutes gifted martial artists, seizes Abyss resources, and commits every conceivable atrocity. No one knows their true purpose. What is terrifying is that the Heaven Society is omnipresent, not only infiltrating every nation, but permeating every level, from the highest echelons to the common folk, across all professions. The members appear no different from ordinary people, with their sole hidden mark being a pair of golden eyes, visible only when they reveal their identity as members of the Heaven Society. At other times, they appear entirely normal. Anyone who has seen those golden eyes either joins the Heaven Society or becomes complicit with them, either die or be killed. Heaven can be said to be, aside from the Abyss, humanity's greatest threat. They persecute the outstanding warriors, precisely carrying out the task of uprooting the finest saplings of rival factions. This undoubtedly serves to diminish the strength of the human race on behalf of the Abyss. After pondering for a while, the elder nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "I agree to enter the observation period." Wang Longqing was overjoyed and solemnly bowed deeply. "Thank you, respected father-in-law." The elder chuckled softly. "Longqing, since you can make such a request to me, it seems you truly cherish this child. All right, now that the serious matters are settled, you two don't block my view. Go away quickly. I want to wait here for my precious granddaughter to return." The old man waved his hand to shoo the two away, glancing at the time as he spoke his last words. Wang Longsheng and Bai Taiwei exchanged glances, both shaking their heads with a smile, then left the villa and went to their respective workplaces. Meanwhile, the honored minister of the Jixiang Road Law Enforcement Division, having left the hotel, was far less cheerful. He wore a troubled expression as he got into the car, momentarily forgetting to tell the driver the destination. He sat there in a daze on the back seat, cold sweat continuously oozing out. After a long while, he finally spoke. Return to the division. The driver hastily started the vehicle and headed toward the division. At that moment, the minister took out his phone and disabled silent mode, discovering several missed calls, all from Li Daong of the Li family and Madame Ma. Just as he was about to get angry, another call from Li Daong came through. He answered, and Li Daong's anxious voice came from the other end. Ah, Minister Song, finally got through to you. I've been calling you non-stop, but couldn't reach you. There was an unexpected incident with Li Mu. He couldn't stay at the Jixiang Road Division. Could you send someone to his home to apprehend him? I know where he is living now. No sooner had Li Daong finished speaking than the minister flew into a rage. Damn it, Li Dayon. You nearly got me killed. Don't come to me with your family's mess again. Having said that, Minister Song slammed the phone down fiercely. Yet he didn't dare to retaliate against the Li family. Although their influence was limited, they were still foolish and wealthy, and money could buy many conveniences. But now, he wouldn't dare accept money from the Li family again. When it came to his own life, there was simply no choice. Meanwhile, Li Mu had already returned to the blacksmith's shop. Hearing from his son that he hadn't been mistreated, Yang Suing's anxious heart finally relaxed. His aunt was visibly excited. Pfft, I bet they wouldn't dare to take the first battle championship from us. Those leaders and media are all watching closely. My eldest nephew is truly impressive. Tonight, we're having a grand feast. Come on, sis, let us go shopping. Though approaching her 40s, the aunt's personality was lively, and her two children had inherited her temperament completely. Upon hearing about the grand feast, they immediately cheered. Long live cousin. Long live mom. The aunt grabbed Yang Suing and left, while Chen Jiechi and Chen Jiafeng remained, excitedly clamoring around Li Mu. Their uncle laughed. Hey, you two. Stop bothering your cousin all the time. You're giving me a headache. Dad, I'm here on serious business with my cousin, Chen Jiechi said. Then asked Li Mu, Cousin, my universal martial method also uses a spear, but after watching your fight, I'm tempted to use a staff. How come you're more powerful with a staff than with a spear? Li Mu decided to tease them a bit. Reaching into his ear, he pulled out the thornflower staff and held it in his hand. These two youngsters had not yet awakened any talent. Both were at the early first grade of the yellow rank, just laying their foundations. Naturally, they practiced universal martial methods. Li Mu approached the forge and placed the thornflower staff horizontally between two iron tables. Here, pick it up. The two kids immediately rushed forward, scrambling to lift Li Mu's weapon and wield it. This was the weapon of the first battle champion. Just thinking about it was imposing. Alas, as soon as both reached out, the staff did not budge an inch. How could it be so heavy? Sis, one on each side. Let us lift it together. They strained with effort, gritting their teeth and grimacing. The 300-pound staff could only roll slightly back and forth. They couldn't lift it at all. Even their uncle was now curious. Hey, eldest nephew, what is going on with this weapon? Let me try. The uncle rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Dad, you can do it. Chen Jiafeng cheered him on. The uncle, being a blacksmith, though only of second-grade cultivation, possessed great physical strength. Clenching the thornflower staff tightly with both hands and exerting force, veins like small snakes bulged on his arms. He managed to lift the staff. But before Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jiechi could finish cheering, the uncle slammed the staff down with a thud. The ground trembled faintly. Staring at the staff in astonishment, he exclaimed, Why is this weapon so heavy? No wonder it crushed that giant python with one blow. Eldest nephew, do you usually keep this thing in your ear? Li Mu smiled and nodded, stepping forward to take back the thornflower staff. With a gentle flick, he spun the staff in a dazzling arc previously. The three had felt nothing special watching Li Mu wield the staff, but after experiencing its weight firsthand, seeing him handle it so effortlessly now left them utterly astonished. Cousin, perform your martial art. Chen Jiechi, now a fangirl, excitedly shouted for Li Mu to demonstrate his staff technique. Li Mu didn't want to dampen his younger sibling's enthusiasm. With a spirited shout, very well, he kicked the thornflower staff into the air with a bang, caught it again, and executed a simplified version of the flowing cloud 5 tremors technique. He infused some of his own understanding into the moves. Broad and sweeping, wind howled as he moved. Like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves, dust billowed across the ground. Chen Jiechi and Chen Jiafeng admired him, shouting encouragement nonstop. Even their uncle excitedly cheered. He genuinely rejoiced for his eldest nephew. Originally, he thought that with the loss of S-tier talent, this child's future was bleak. But now, there was no need to worry any longer. Meanwhile, during the demonstration, Li Mu activated his system, gradually increasing the weight enhancement of his divine weapon technique. 300 pounds was still less than a mere fraction of the golden cudgel. Li Mu had to set a modest goal first, to reach 500 pounds, the smallest fraction of the golden cudgel. Thus, he continuously increased the weight of the divine weapon technique, using the performance to test the limits of wielding the Thornflower Staff. After the first battle, Li Mu's victory points stood at 488. When he infused 88 points, the divine weapon technique's weight rose to 328 pounds, plus the weapon's inherent weight of 388 pounds. After reaching this weight, when Li Mu executed the flowing cloud, 3 tremors, he immediately felt soreness in his waist and back and cramps in his legs. His younger cousin and cousin sister were still cheering when Li Mu suddenly stopped. Supporting himself with one hand on the staff, the other clutching his waist, he slowly shuffled toward his room. "Cousin, are you all right?" Li Mu did not look back, gasping for breath with a hoarse voice. "I twisted my waist." Li Mu returned to his room. Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jieqi swiftly retrieved the external remedy for injuries that their maternal uncle had provided. Li Mu took the medicine and, citing the need for rest, promptly dismissed the two of them. Naturally, he was not truly suffering from sprain, but when employing the flowing cloud triple strike technique, he indeed felt his strength waning. Bearing the weight of 388 gene seemed beyond his current capacity to manage. Moreover, it was not merely his body that was strained. The mountain-bearing technique appeared to have reached its threshold. The strength of 1 tiger and 3 oxen allowed him to effortlessly lift 400 gene, but executing martial skills with such weight had begun to exact a toll. Opening the system interface, Li Mu commenced an inventory of his techniques. Unranked Celestial Immortal Manual. Deepen understanding of the cultivated art by 50 years, broadening the elixir sea, fortifying the meridians, and enabling more intuitive mastery of any technique. Hidden ear listening. Conceal a divine weapon within the ear canal as Sumi point, facilitating continuous enlightenment during cultivation at a speed equal to normal training. Divine weapon technique. Imbue a weapon with weight, currently at 328 gene. Mountain-bearing technique. Augment strength equivalent to 1 tiger and 3 oxen. Immobilization technique. Shout freeze to immobilize a target enemy for 5 seconds, consuming 10% of 1's true chi. Cooldown period of 1 minute. Fiery eyes of insight. When activated, perceive the flow and direction of true chi within meridians, at a great expenditure of true chi. Techniques such as immobilization and fiery eyes of insight, when enhanced, were naturally formidable. But even a modest level sufficed in the early stages. What Li Mu urgently needed to improve now was his own cultivation and physique. Presently, only 2 methods were viable: physical refinement techniques and body-strengthening elixirs. Thus, Li Mu set his sights on alchemy. He did not recall the great sage possessing the skill of alchemy. He was adept at consuming elixirs, having once settled accounts with the Supreme Elder Lord on numerous occasions. Could it be that through prolonged exposure, eating many pills, he had discerned the components of medicinal substances? Yet beyond alchemy, the system contained many unfamiliar techniques, such as the blessed field technique, the might born of wine, and heaven-falling divine weapon, among others. Alchemy was priced at 100 victory points, not expensive, so he purchased it. Alchemy. Follow prescribed formulas to gather ingredients. With all materials in place, the immortal pill is formed. Note: system formulas may only be refined within the system. Commoners cannot utilize them. Upon opening the alchemy skill, a skill tree appeared. Each node represented a pill formula, divided into 3 categories: chi, techniques, and body. Chi aided cultivation, techniques enhanced martial arts, and body naturally focused on physical refinement. At present, only 1 pill formula under the body category was active, the inferior bone tempering pill. Li Mu was clearly dissatisfied, so he spent another 50 victory points to unlock a formula beneath it. Low-grade body fortification pill. 3rd grade demon blood, steel lotus, crane-esque cry herb. Hiss. The 3rd grade demon blood was actually cheaper, a small vial costing around 2,000 to 3,000. The other 2 herbs were more expensive. These plants were hybrids cultivated between terrestrial and abyssal flora, scarce in yield and slow to mature. With luck, a small portion could be found for 20,000. Without, 30,000 was insufficient stock. A single pill cost about 50,000, so 2 would amount to 100,000. The low-grade body fortification pill sufficed for now. The only obstacle was funding. He could not ask Yang Suiying for money. They were still residing at his maternal aunt's home and could not produce such a sum. Li Mu glanced at his victory points, 450, leaving him with 250 remaining. He then allocated 100 points to the mountain-bearing technique. Consume 100 victory points, successfully enhance mountain-bearing technique. Mountain-bearing technique. Increase strength to 2 tigers and 3 oxen. An immediate increase of 1 tiger's strength. Li Mu reckoned that even if the divine weapon technique augmented the weight to 500 gene, the mountain-bearing technique would still allow him to wield it effortlessly. Now, all that remained was to strengthen his frail body. With this thought, Li Mu retracted the thorny flower staff from his ear. The automatic cultivation effect of hidden ear listening commenced. One-fold normal cultivation speed was too subtle to perceive. Li Mu barely sensed it. Only in absolute silence could he detect a faint stream of spiritual energy continuously entering his body. He had somewhat neglected the effect of hidden ear listening. All in, he invested the remaining 150 points entirely into enhancing hidden ear listening. Consume 150 victory points. Successfully enhance hidden ear listening. Hidden ear listening. Conceal the divine weapon within the ear canal as Sumi point, enabling continuous enlightenment at 6-fold normal cultivation speed. Oh, Li Mu's eyes gleamed brightly. Upon successful enhancement, he distinctly felt pure streams of spiritual energy converging towards him. His body refined this energy as effortlessly as breathing. A martial artist cultivates by channeling spiritual energy inward through internal skills, forging the elixir sea, the sea of consciousness in the physical form. This process is akin to an athlete's physical and specialized training, tedious, monotonous, even painful. Many resist cultivation because it is far from pleasant. Precisely for this reason, many formidable individuals choose to enter the abyss and engage in life-or-death battles with monsters. Not only does this accelerate cultivation, but it also frequently brings enlightenment. Yet Li Mu now, unmoving and unwavering, could cultivate automatically at every moment. Delightful, staring at his now depleted victory points. Li Mu longed to enter the abyss once more and slay a few monsters. It was insufficient, far from sufficient. That evening, the entire family joyfully dined together. Exhausted from the day's exertions, Li Mu retired early to sleep. The following morning, at Heishui High School, the entrance was crowded with reporters, mostly from small media outlets. As soon as Li Mu approached the school gates, the reporters swarmed him, eager for gossip interviews. Questions ranged from his expulsion from the Li family and subsequent championship, to his thoughts on the Li family, from Li Xiaohao's substitution of his S-tier talent to only achieving 31st place, to other inquiries. Li Mu was not unwilling to leverage the media against the Li family, but he knew all too well that once he spoke, these outlets would only take his words out of context, hunting for the most sensational angles. The outcome would hardly be as he wished. Thus, Li Mu was escorted into the campus by the school leadership at Heishui High School, avoiding the press. However, 2 official media outlets authorized by the Ministry of Education conducted a champion's exclusive interview with him, which Li Mu could not evade. The interview, naturally, did not touch on gossip, but rather focused on his insights, feelings, and those he wished to thank, intended to inspire other students. Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, at a modest eatery, Zhai Long sat alone at a table, eating fried rice. From time to time, he lifted a bottle of white liquor and took several swigs. 2 empty bottles lay on the table. His eyes, once bright, now dimmed, and his face bore signs of premature aging. On the wall hung a television broadcasting Li Mu's champion interview. Zhai Long sighed softly, lifting the bottle he had just set down for another drink. He bore hidden injuries that prevented him from fighting. Despite possessing a 5th-grade cultivation, he could only serve as a teacher. And yet, he was exceptionally suited for this role, for he was a gifted instructor. At Tunglong High School, he was the fastest teacher in the institution's history to ascend to the position of homeroom teacher. Alas, during the Abyss's inaugural battle in the multimedia hall on the 2nd floor, his act of betraying the school leadership was witnessed by all. Although he himself bore no fault, which school would dare to employ such a teacher? His pedagogical prowess remained unknown to others, yet his capacity for betrayal was universally recognized. Most crucially, he had aided Li Mu, yet Li Mu was oblivious to this fact. Such is the nature of unappreciated efforts. After much contemplation, he realized he could no longer stay in Taizhou City. His only option was to leave this city and seek a new one where he could pursue his vocation. Only the salary from teaching could barely sustain his medical expenses. With this thought, he once more fixed his gaze upon the television. At that moment, a reporter on the screen was questioning Li Mu. Li Mu, as everyone knows, you transferred to Heishui High School the day before military training began. There have been rumors online regarding your dismissal from Tunglong. It's well understood that you are not at fault. But do you harbor any gratitude toward Tunglong High School? Without hesitation, Li Mu replied, none. It is a fact that Tunglong High School deprived students of resources, tolerated bullying, and fostered a chaotic school atmosphere. As a former student of Tunglong, I feel compelled to say this. If there is any gratitude I owe, it is solely to one person at Tunglong High School, my homeroom teacher in senior year class 9, teacher Zhai Long. Upon hearing this, Zhai Long's hand, clutching a spoon, froze instantly. His eyes shone with incredulous light as he fixed his gaze intently on Li Mu on the screen. Teacher Zhai Long was the most outstanding mentor I have ever encountered. Not only did he enrich my understanding of techniques and practical combat, but he also fought for resources on behalf of many students who suffered injustice. He even used his own money to reward his exemplary pupils. I broke through to the second rank 2 days before the Abyss' first battle, entirely owing to the solid foundation teacher Zhai Long laid for me over the past 2 years. Without him, my practical combat achievements would not exist. At this moment, Zhai Long's fingers gripping the spoon turned pale. The handle of the spoon was deformed under his grip. His heart was unsettled as he watched Li Mu's face on the screen, feeling a tremor within. He treated every student equally, yet he harbored a special fondness for Li Mu. Li Mu's father had passed away, and he suffered bullying within the Li family, even enduring harassment by Li Xiaohong at school. Yet Li Mu worked diligently, with a firm foundation and exceptional insight. Who would not grow fond of such a child? It was precisely for this reason that when Li Mu awakened his S-rank talent, Zhai Long silently applauded from behind. When Li Mu was wrongfully expelled, Zhai Long was filled with rage. He never imagined that after leaving the school, Li Mu would still recognize him as his teacher, let alone mention him in the media, elevating him to the status of champion mentor. Yet in truth, that title held little importance for Zhai Long. What mattered was Li Mu's remembrance of him. That child, robbed of a genius's destiny, had not lost his future. With the prestige of a champion, he proved to the world that one could be strong without an S-rank talent. Zhai Long set down the spoon, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and rubbed his stubbled chin with large hands. His eyes were already red. He nodded repeatedly for a long while before a proud smile reappeared on his face. Boss, bring another bottle of wine. At Heishui High School, Li Mu had concluded the interview. After seeing off the reporters, Principal Yin Chaming spoke to him. Li Mu, had you not mentioned it during the interview, I would have forgotten. The teacher you spoke of, is he the one with a crew-cut, square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes? Li Mu looked at Yin Changming with curiosity and nodded. Yes, that fellow, back in a multimedia hall on the second floor. He spoke up for you. When Liang Hai tried to defend himself, it was this teacher who stepped forward to testify, completely exposing Liang Hai and the vice principal's lies. But he left shortly afterward. I forgot to tell you about it. Yin Chaming felt somewhat ashamed. He truly was unaware of the full story. At the time, he only assumed it was internal strife at Tunglong High School and thought Zhai Long was seizing the opportunity to harshly criticize the dean and vice principal. He never realized Zhai Long's actions were on Li Mu's behalf. Thus, he never gave it much thought and naturally did not remember to mention it to Li Mu. It was only when Li Mu brought it up that he suddenly understood that this teacher had fallen out with Tunglong High School because of Li Mu. Li Mu was greatly surprised. Does that mean teacher Zhai has possibly resigned? Yin Chaming nodded. Lim was hard tightened. He had been unaware that Zhai Long had severed ties with Tunglong. The words he had spoken earlier were meant to do a favor for teacher Zhai. Li Mu felt that Tunglong High School was on the brink of collapse. By bestowing the title of champion mentor upon Zhai Long, it would facilitate his reemployment. And indeed, Zhai Long deserved it. Everything Li Mu had said was heartfelt truth. Teacher Zhai was undoubtedly superior to the vast majority of educators, and his concern and love for his students were genuine. Do you have contact information for this teacher? If he doesn't team mind, ask him if he would be willing to teach at our school. Yin Changming, seeing Li Mu's downcast mood, proactively extended an olive branch. However, he also worried about what would happen if Zhai Long refused. Although Heishui High School had produced a champion in the Abyss' first battle, the overall student strength was generally weak. Even if the school's ranking improved and it gained more resources, elevating the entire institution would take time. Whether Zhai Long would be willing to endure hardships alongside Heishui High School was uncertain. Yin Chaming was aware of this reality. I'll inquire, he added. Li Mu nodded perfunctorily, but he already had a plan. If Zhai Long truly lost his job, because of him, Li Mu would definitely make that call. Yet he had envisioned an even better opportunity for Zhai Long, something superior to teaching. It would depend on whether Zhai Long was willing. Yin Chaming smiled and said, actually, there was good news waiting for you, even during the interview. Your championess reward has just arrived. Come, I'll take you to collect it. Li Mu immediately brightened with excitement. Yet what thrilled him even more awaited ahead. The rewards for winning the Abyss's inaugural battle left Li Mu utterly astonished. 1 million in cash, a 20-cubic storage ring, a large bottle of spiritual energy elixir, a set of superior cultivation techniques, and 5 Abyss return stones. Though the items were few, each was worth an astronomical value. Merely the essence of spiritual energy liquid and the storage ring, each item valued at no less than 600,000 to 700,000. Moreover, such spiritual energy liquid is a rare commodity, scarce and difficult to procure. As for the storage ring, its practicality is exceedingly high. A capacity of 20 cubic units is already considerable. After receiving all the rewards, the Blackwater High School's gathering commenced. Li Mu's heart felt as if it were overgrown with grass. Distracted, he went through the event and then headed straight to the herbal market. He had hoped to procure all the ingredients in one go, but after visiting 3 herbal markets in succession and spending 130,000 to 140,000, he had only managed to gather the materials for 2 solid body pills. Only then did he return to the school's training chamber. Opening a room, Li Mu began a comprehensive enhancement. He started with the spiritual energy liquid. This liquid aids in cultivation. After ingestion, it is refined within the body, greatly accelerating the speed of cultivation. The large bottle contained nearly 200 milliliters, while the small bottle rarely exceeded 40 milliliters. Li Mu drained in one gulp. The inferior celestial immortal art immediately surged into a frenzy. Li Mu was unaware of how others felt after consuming this essence, but his experience seemed at odds with the descriptions in the texts. He felt as if a funnel rested atop his head. The spiritual energy above was like a long-settled reservoir of water, which, guided by gravity, found an outlet and began to flood into his body uncontrollably. A vortex of spiritual energy even appeared above his head. Li Mu was somewhat alarmed. This was the inferior celestial immortal art. Had he relied on his previous basic internal skill, there would have been no time to refine such overwhelming spiritual energy. Yet Li Mu could not discern whether this torrent-like influx of spiritual energy was precisely due to the celestial immortal art. Banishing distractions, Li Mu fervently activated the celestial immortal art to refine the spiritual energy. He persisted for a full 2 hours. Only when the sensation of spiritual energy entering his body ceased did he stop. Upon opening his eyes, a divine light retracted within. Li Mu exhaled deeply, unable to suppress the smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. The pure spiritual energy refined by the inferior celestial immortal art over 2 hours had astonishingly elevated Li Mu's cultivation to the pinnacle of the 2nd rank. He was now brushing against the bottleneck of the 3rd rank. It was only 3 days prior that he had broken through to the 2nd rank. The leap from the 1st to the 2nd rank had been the accumulation of a year or 2 of solid foundational work, quietly accumulating strength, only to erupt explosively upon the manifestation of talent. Everyone could accept that. But to break from the early 2nd rank to the 3rd in merely 3 days? Li Mu dare not imagine how many jaws would drop, feeling the vast, true chi coursing through his body. Li Mu now believed he could confidently challenge a giant python at the peak of the 3rd rank alone. After the excitement, Li Mu produced several alchemical ingredients. The system activated the pill refinement technique. The ingredients promptly vanished, leaving behind some dregs. Shortly thereafter, the system produced 2 blackened pills. Inferior solid body pill 2. Impatient, Li Mu swallowed both pills one after another. They melted instantly upon entry, quickly assimilating into his body. Only after finishing did he notice a line of description beneath the system's notification of acquiring the 2 pills. Inferior solid body pill builds muscles and strengthens bones, fortifies the flesh, greatly enhances primordial yang energy for a short period, with a potent invigorating effect. Consume sparingly. Excessive intake may cause internal heat. Li Mu, spicy. Reading the description, Li Mu immediately felt excessively well. His entire body began to blaze with heat. Unsavory thoughts began to surface in his mind. Hiss! Li Mu plunged his fingers into his hair, scratching his scalp to calm himself. His attention shifted to his body. To be frank, after taking these 2 pills, Li Mu felt the bones and muscles all over his body burning and itching. He clenched his fist fiercely. Back on Earth, as an ordinary person, he had rarely experienced what it meant to control power. But now, he understood perfectly. This swelling sensation of strength, coupled with the solid feedback from his limbs, was the very source of a man's confidence. Truly worthy of the name solid body pill. His body was indeed much harder than before. Hard? Wait a moment. Why use such a strange adjective? Damn it. Li Mu shook his head violently, pushing open the door of the training chamber. He planned to find a larger open space to swing his Jinghua staff and test his strength. Li Mu felt that after these 2 solid body pills, not only could he easily handle 388 pounds, but even 500 pounds would be effortless. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the door, he nearly collided with someone. A waft of fragrant breeze greeted him, and the person before him hastily stepped back 2 paces, nervously regarding Li Mu. It was a young woman, attired in casual clothes but bearing the Blackwater High School emblem on her shoulder. Senior students were not required to wear uniforms, but they had to wear the school badge. Blackwater High's uniform was black with silver patterns. The boys looked sharp and tailored in the uniform, so most of them wore it. However, the girls appeared shapeless and unappealing in the black, bulky uniforms. Many girls who cared about their appearance disliked wearing them. This girl had a fiery figure and was exceedingly beautiful. She was tall among girls and exuded a refined aura, especially her large, sparkling eyes. They were strikingly beautiful. This girl was Lin Yuya, president of the Senior Student Council. She had even danced at the gathering earlier that day. Lin Yuya looked at Li Mu somewhat nervously. "That Li Mu, I need to speak with you. I was worried about disturbing your cultivation and didn't know how to call you. Sorry, I nearly bumped into you." As she apologized, she shyly bit the corner of her lip. Li Mu pressed his lips tightly together, his brows furrowing into a deep crease. Lin Yuya mistook his expression for anger and looked even more pitiful. Li Mu's voice was hoarse as he clenched his fists, veins bulging on his arms. "Lin, I just want to ask, why do you wear black silk stockings to school?" The girl was momentarily stunned, glancing down at the silk stockings on her slender, beautiful legs with some confusion. "Huh, for today's performance. Didn't you see me dance just now? Besides, these aren't really silk stockings, they're thigh-high socks. Just above the knees. See? There's nothing on my thighs." Li Mu, what's wrong? Why are you trembling? Are you cold? Your face is so red. Is it a fever? Someone please help. Li Mu has fainted. 5 minutes later, in the school infirmary, a group of students, both boys and girls, gathered inside. Li Mu lay unconscious on the bed. The medical staff, dressed in a white coat, lifted his hand, and the white glow gradually receded. Primordial yang surge, fire attacking the heart. Nothing serious. This boy's internal heat is just too intense. The physician was in his early 40s and also served as a medical instructor. He cast a puzzled glance at the students who had brought Li Mu. Lin Yuya anxiously inquired, "Teacher Hua, what does this mean?" The teacher stood up, thrusting both hands into his pockets, and looked at Lin Yuya with an exasperated expression. "You young couples nowadays really need to be careful." He sighed, shook his head, and started to leave, not forgetting to advise everyone, don't mind him. "It's nothing serious. He'll wake up soon." However, the last words he uttered caused Lin Yuya's cheeks to flush crimson immediately. Young couples? Really? Seeing the curious looks from the surrounding classmates, Lin Yuya's face turned even redder as she covered it with both hands. "Oh dear, how can the teacher talk like that? It's so embarrassing," she exclaimed, then dashed to a corner to face the wall, as if wanting to disappear into a crack. Another girl snapped impatiently, "Stay away from me. You're laughing out loud." Around the infirmary, 7 or 8 students had gathered. They seemed to be on good terms, joking with each other without offense. "Enough fooling around. Let's focus on what to do now," a male student said irritably. "That luxury car is here to pick up Li Mu, right? That can't be a bad thing. Just tell them Li Mu fainted." Lin Yuya immediately shook her head. "No, there is no need to let outsiders know that Li Mu fainted. It might affect him." With that thought, she took out her phone and sent a text message. Meanwhile, outside the gates of Heishui High School, a black luxury sedan was parked at the entrance. Beside the car stood a male student dressed in a uniform of Shenglong Martial School. Glancing at his watch, the boy spoke impatiently to Xiao Lingtong. "It's been more than 10 minutes. Why is it taking so long? Is Li Mu dead or what?" Xiao Lingtong and the other students from Heishui frowned immediately. "Can you watch your mouth? Didn't we already call for him?" Xiao Lingtong replied with some courage. The occupant of the luxury car was none other than the heir of Shenglong Martial School. About 10 minutes ago, the car had suddenly stopped at the entrance, and the person inside had aggressively ordered the students to bring out Li Mu. Xiao Lingtong had thought it was troublemakers at first, but when more than 10 students came out together, it turned out the person inside was the prince of Shenglong Martial School. They said they were here to pick up Li Mu and only wanted him to come out, since they weren't here to fight. Xiao Lingtong didn't want to cause trouble for Li Mu, so he called Lin Yuya to explain the situation and asked her to get Li Mu to come out. But after more than 10 minutes, there was still no response. The male student, clearly a lackey of the Shenglong prince, spat curses. "Who do you think you are? Telling me to watch my mouth? What do you do if I don't clean it up?" He stepped forward 2 paces as he spoke. Xiao Lingtong and the others dared not provoke them. although their strength was probably not inferior to that of the lackey. If the others retaliated individually, Xiao Lingtong could not bear the consequences. So despite his face turning red with anger, he gritted his teeth and endured silently. Seeing their cowardice, the lackey snorted coldly. I'll give you 3 more minutes. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Lingtong's phone rang. He took it out and saw a text from Lin Yuya, stating that Li Mu had fainted and no one knew when he would wake up. His expression shifted slightly, but he still said, come back at another time. Li Mu is not at school right now. The lackey immediately stepped forward, almost pressing against Xiao Lingtong. Are you looking for trouble? Are you kidding me? Damn it. Don't tell me you don't have his number. If he is not at school, can't you call him? Being cursed at in front of everyone, Xiao Lingtong dare not clash. He admitted, I don't have his number. Li Mu fainted. What good would calling do? He could only bluff his way out. Damn it. The lackey grew furious, rolling up his sleeves as he prepared to strike. But the rear window of the black car suddenly rolled down and a lazy voice called out, Hound, bring him over. Xiao Lingtong and the others saw a languid youth sitting in the back seat of the luxury car, the prince of Shenglong Marshal School. Beside him sat a strikingly dressed female student. The lackey immediately grabbed Xiao Lingtong by the neck and dragged him to the front of the car. The students of Heishui High exchanged glances. They were all poor fellows, and if the others wanted to hit someone, they would definitely step up. But now, the opponent was merely humiliating Xiao Lingtong rather than truly attacking him. This was a delicate situation. If they acted rashly, it would only escalate matters. Forget it. Let us just swallow this loss like we have so many times before, they thought. Xiao Lingtong was pressed against the black car like a frightened chick. Suddenly, the prince of Shenglong Marshal School reached out and grabbed Xiao Lingtong's hair, yanking his face harshly toward the window. Xiao Lingtong gritted his teeth, standing bent over in utter humiliation. The scent of high-grade leather and the gaze of the beautiful woman inside the car assaulted his senses, sharply contrasting with his current disgrace. His sense of self-worth plummeted to the lowest point. I don't care what methods you use. Bring Li Mu to me immediately. I'm in a good mood now. But if that changes, you'll regret it, the prince warned. Before he finished speaking, the lackey said, Your Highness, Li Mu is here. He pointed toward the school gate. Sure enough, Li Mu was stretching his neck as he walked out, followed by the anxious Lin Yuya and others. Seeing Xiao Lingtong being dragged by his hair in front of the car, everyone frowned deeply. When Li Mu appeared, the prince released Xiao Lingtong. Xiao Lingtong pressed down on his aching scalp a few times, but the humiliation still lingered heavily. Li Mu stopped not far from the car and tilted his head to look inside. Looking for me? The lackey frowned deeply and pointed to the spot where Xiao Lingtong had stood. Step forward and speak. Li Mu turned his gaze toward him with a puzzled expression. What kind of hound are you? The hound instantly grew furious. He was the prince's follower, a title he had eagerly requested to show his loyalty. But outsiders were absolutely forbidden from mentioning that word. It was his personal red line. His eyes narrowed fiercely as he strode toward Li Mu and raised his hand to slap him. Li Mu smiled, a smile filled with wild excitement and madness. The moment the hound's hand swung forward, Li Mu's entire body erupted with a terrifying heat wave, his aura erupting like a volcano. He struck back with a powerful slap that the hound never saw coming, feeling only a heavy blow land on his face. Then his right cheek went numb, and darkness clouded his vision. His entire body was hurled sideways through the air. Mid-flight, he regained consciousness, only to be struck by the horrifying sensation that the bones in his face were shattered to pieces. Nearly all the teeth on one side seemed to have been knocked out. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Attempting to rise, he was overcome by a dizzying whirl. Witnessing this scene, everyone from Heishui High School was so frightened that they immediately snapped to attention. Meanwhile, Lin Yuya and several others who had accompanied him to the infirmary silently mourned for the Greyhound. You could have picked anyone else to provoke. But no, you had to pick him. His temper is so fierce it's on the verge of exploding. TSK, TSK, TSK. No wonder he is the champion of the first battle. His temper is as grand as his title. The rear door of the black car swung open. The tall, slender heir of Shenglong Marshal School stepped out. Leaning casually against the door, he lit a cigarette with a snap, leisurely taking a drag as he regarded Li Mu with keen interest. Xiao Lingtong quietly approached Li Mu's side and whispered an explanation. His name is Zhao, the son of the principal of Shenglong Marshal School, known as the Shenglong Prince, the scion of the foremost high school in Dongqing District. To students like them, he was truly a figure of authority and privilege. Xiao Lingtong feared that Li Mu might not recognize the man's identity and inadvertently offend him gravely. Not bad. You do have some insight, Zhao, he said, pointing at Xiao Lingtong with the cigarette-clasped fingers. Then he turned to Li Mu. Li Mu, I originally came to invite you out for a meal. But look at this mess. It's so embarrassing. Let me be straightforward. I'm also a spear user. Come to Shenlong Martial School and be my personal sparring partner. As he spoke, Zhao Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette to the side. No interest. Li Mu interrupted before he could finish. Don't be so quick to refuse. I know you've gotten a bit inflated after winning the first battle championship. That's normal, but you'll soon realize this is your peak. Your potential for growth will only fall further behind others. So, taking yourself too seriously is quite pitiful. Zhao Yi's tone was heavy with condescension. You have a point, but I'm still not interested. Li Mu first nodded, then shook his head again. TSK. Then there is nothing more to say. Zhao Yi glanced up at the entrance of Heishui High School with a hint of reluctance. I know you won't be the head honcho. This bottom-tier school treats you like a treasure. You're fantasizing about reviving this broken school by your own strength, enjoying that indispensable sense of accomplishment. But there is one thing I can promise you. If you don't intend to be my dog, Heishui High School's resource ranking 1T even cracked the top 10 in Dongcheng District. By the end, Zhao Yi had clearly lost patience, bluntly demanding Li Mu's submission in a threat that tore away all pretenses. Oh, you have that capability? Li Mu's interest was instantly piqued. Having won the championship, he had single-handedly boosted Heishui High School's average score considerably. Along with other participants in the first battle, it was no problem for Heishui High School to enter Dongcheng District's top 10 resource rankings. Moreover, as champion, Li Mu enjoyed special privileges. According to unspoken rules, when a resource department ranks schools, if a school boasts S-level or A-level talents, elite arena champions or runners-up, or Abyss first battle champions and runners-up, the school's ranking is often elevated to encourage more focused training of these top-tier students. Thus, Heishui High School was expected to rise to 58th in resource rankings across Dongcheng District, entering the second tier. I don't have that, but my uncle does. Zhao Yi said smugly. Li Mu slowly stepped forward to face Zhao Yi. Unprepared, Zhao Yi did not expect Li Mu to dare make a move. Suddenly, Li Mu struck with lightning speed, delivering a sharp slap across his face. Then, with a fierce grip, he seized Zhao Yi's hair and yanked his face close to his own. Zhao Yi was stunned by the blow. He never imagined Li Mu would truly dare to strike him. Yet he could not report it to the authorities. One slap was tolerable, but retaliating against Li Mu would be laughable. Fuming with rage, Zhao Yi sneered coldly, teeth clenched. Li Mu, you really have no idea how much you're biting off. Do you think winning the first battle championship means you're on my level now? I truly pity you. Li Mu smiled in return, tightening his grip on Zhao Yi's hair. Seems like you're a bit deluded too, Your Highness. Do you think the education world bends to your family as well? Do you think I'll suffocate and die once I leave school? Do you believe I'll grovel before you just because Heishui High School can't break into the top 10 in resources? I can't fathom why I should fear a mere second-generation official like you. What power do your family's officials have over me? He punctuated each word distinctly, shaking Zhao Yi's head back and forth by the hair before delivering another slap so fierce that Zhao Yi staggered back 2 steps, colliding with his own car. Now trembling with fury, Zhao Yi suddenly understood Li Mu's meaning. His family's prestigious school wielded immense influence in the Ministry of Education and Resource Department. Any student, whether from Shenlong Martial School or not, treated him like a subordinate because they had to attend school. But Li Mu's meaning was clear. He was perfectly capable of skipping school altogether. With his combat prowess, even joining the Jinyuan army was no problem, and he had no need to bow to the Shenlong princess whims. With a venomous glare, Zhao Yi gritted his teeth. Fine, let us wait and see. He dared not confront Li Mu physically then and there. His strength was no match against the first battle champion. Further escalation would bring no benefit. Seething with rage, he slid back into the rear seat of his car, which sped away in a cloud of dust. Yet the greyhound lying on the ground was utterly ignored. Everyone at Heishui High School was shaken to the core. Who, after all, was the villain here? They felt that Li Mu was even more arrogant than the prince. However, most sighed in admiration. Li Mu's way of settling scores is truly straightforward and just. Such a man cannot harbor inner demons, much less suffer from breast nodules. He fears no one and bows to no one. Will the prince of Shenlong Martial School dare to spout nonsense? DLL still end up with his hair pulled and be scolded. In truth, deep down, especially in Xiao Lingtong's heart, there was a hint of emotion. Li Mu's actions today were undoubtedly meant to stand up for them. Was it really necessary for Li Mu to grab Zhao Yi by the hair and offend him so deeply? It was all because Zhao Yi had insulted Xiao Lingtong. Li Mu not only defended his classmates, but also absorbed all of Zhao Yi's wrath alone. Now Zhao Yi could no longer think of targeting Xiao Lingtong. All his hatred was reserved solely for Li Mu. Li Mu turned around and met Xiao Lingtong's reddened eyes fixed on him. He stepped forward, draped an arm over Xiao Lingtong's shoulder, and entered through the school gates. The other students closely followed behind. Lin Ya looked at Li Mu with a trace of concern and inquired, "What if Zhao's words are true? What if it really affects our school's resource ranking?" Li Mu shrugged his shoulders and replied, "That is something Principal Yin needs to worry about. Sigh, let us just pray he can weather this storm." At that moment, Lin Yuya and the others felt as if a bolt of thunder had struck right above their heads. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Gazing at Li Mu's retreating figure, there was a palpable sense of reckless nonchalance, as if he cared little for the fate of others. Xiao Lingtong couldn't help but laugh heartily. Whether Li Mu truly cared or not, without him, the Blackwater High School's ranking wouldn't even budge. And even if it were affected, so what? The only real downside would be if Blackwater High failed to break into the top 10 this time. It would give outsiders the impression of self-delusion, turning the school into a laughingstock. After school in the afternoon, Li Mu did not return home for dinner. Instead, he went straight to Zhai Long's residence. Zhai Long used to often invite students over for meals and drinks, so Li Mu knew where he lived. After knocking a few times, the door creaked open, revealing Zhai Long, disheveled and unkempt, frozen in place inside the doorway. "Teacher Zhai," Li Mu greeted respectfully, bowing slightly. "Ah, Li Mu," Zhai Long snapped back to reality, glancing awkwardly at his home behind him, seemingly without any intention of inviting Li Mu inside. But Li Mu noticed that Zhai Long wasn't in a good state. "Do the old rules still apply?" "I'm here to mooch a meal," Li Mu said with a smile. Zhai Long shook his head with a wry smile, then nodded and opened the door wider, letting Li Mu in. Inside, the room was in the midst of being packed up, large bags and boxes everywhere. Li Mu knew Zhai Long had a very small space ring. If he were moving, half his belongings wouldn't even fit. "Teacher, where are you headed?" Li Mu asked curiously. "Preparing to develop my career in the big city, Linyuan City," Zhai Long replied nonchalantly. Li Mu immediately understood. Zhai Long probably couldn't find a school willing to take him after his betrayal against the school. Although Li Mu had mentioned him during an interview, Zhai Long seemed to have lost all motivation. "Teacher, there is something I want to ask for your help with." Zhai Long looked puzzled. "I once improved a cultivation method while working in the town Yuan Army's cultivation department. Later, the department head mentioned they were severely understaffed. I want to know if you'd be interested. The salary is definitely many times higher than what you earn as a teacher in their official employment. The Army's medical insurance is certainly better than what you get here, which should help with your illness." On the day Li Mu was invited by Professor Su and others for drinks, Professor Su and Minister Song had complained more than once about their manpower shortage. Now that the pay had been increased, Zhai Long was a perfect fit. Even Qin Zhanya often lamented the scarcity of capable subordinates. With Zhai Long's teaching ability, becoming an instructor would be ideal. If Li Mu recommended him to Qin Zhanya might even owe Li Mu a favor. Zhai Long wouldn't have to start from the bottom. Seeing Li Mu racking his brain to find a way out for him, Zhai Long revealed a knowing smile. He reached out and gently patted Li Mu's shoulder. "All right, no need to persuade me further. My mind is made up. Actually, I wanted to leave this city for a long time. My illness isn't treatable by them. Only I have a method. I'm going to Linyuan City for my ailment." Li Mu's brow furrowed deeply. He had no more arguments to offer. After a long silence, he sighed. "When do you leave?" Zhai Long glanced at the time. "The 7 o'clock airship, about an hour and a half from now." "In that case, you owe me one more meal," Li Mu said with a hint of stubbornness. "Ah, Fine, let us have a drink." Zhai Long chuckled. Li Mu's little pout, stiffening his neck like a sulking child, was amusing, like a kid putting on a brave face in front of a parent. "Downstairs at that restaurant. Go freshen up first. I'll wait for you downstairs," Li Mu said, then turned and dashed out. Zhai Long could only smile wryly. That brat never even offered to help pack. But then again, at this age, it wouldn't look good if Li Mu saw him cry. After finishing packing, when Zhai Long went downstairs, Li Mu was already waiting at the restaurant. The teacher and student laughed and talked as they ate and drank together. Afterward, Li Mu personally escorted Zhai Long to the airship terminal. Before boarding, Zhai Long waved cheerfully at Li Mu. "If you ever come to Linyuan City, give me a call." Li Mu approached with deep emotion and gave Zhai Long a big embrace. "I will." Zhai Long's waving hand froze in midair. After a long moment, he turned and patted the back of Li Mu's head. "Good boy, go back now. I wish you a bright future." Li Mu nodded and released him, stepping backward several paces in succession. Zhai Long said nothing further and strode onto the airship. Soon, the airship ascended. Sitting by the window, Zhai Long watched Li Mu growing smaller and smaller below, a look of contentment on his face. Only when Li Mu was completely out of sight did he withdraw his gaze. But as he leaned back into his seat, he felt a slight jingle in his jacket pocket. Puzzled, Xiaolong got up and reached inside. To his astonishment, he pulled out a bank card. Attached was a note with the password and an amount of 500,000. There were only 5 words written, wishing teacher a swift recovery. Xiaolong's strikingly rugged, square face twisted into a knot. Suddenly, he understood why Li Mu hadn't helped him pack, or why he had gone ahead to wait. Why he had suddenly hugged him. He covered his cheeks tightly with both hands, but tears nonetheless trickled through his fingers. Meanwhile, Li Mu looked up at the disappearing airship, exhaled deeply, and turned to return home. Around 10 o'clock that night, Li Mu lay half-reclined on his bed, contemplating whether to visit the Abyss tomorrow. After taking 2 lower-grade body-fortifying pills, he felt his constitution had strengthened remarkably. With his current physique combined with the strength of the Bear Mountain technique as 2 tigers and 3 bulls power, he estimated he could easily handle 500 pounds. Yet, he had no battle points left. The dog he fought earlier in the day didn't even count as a battle, yielding no points. His only hope lay in the Abyss monsters. Moreover, his unranked Celestial Immortal art had reached the pinnacle of 2nd grade and was on the verge of breakthrough. Engaging in combat with Abyss monsters might trigger that breakthrough. If he could ascend to 3rd grade, he believed his divine weapon technique could easily wield 800 pounds. So, venturing into the Abyss to slay monsters would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He must go. Just as he was pondering, there was a knock at the door. Li Mu opened it to find his mother, Yang Suying. Yang Suying strode straight through the door and then closed it firmly behind her. So, I want to discuss something with you. Maybe you can give me some advice. What is the matter, Mom? Li Mu hurriedly fetched a stool for his mother. Yang Suying sat down, a trace of melancholy in her voice. You and I have been living at your aunt's place for quite a while now. It's really not very appropriate. I've privately suggested moving out several times, but your aunt refuses to budge. I even offered to give her some money, but she wouldn't accept it, saying she also does work around the house. Besides, we truly don't have much money at the moment. So, I've been thinking about starting a small business. From now on, we could cover expenses like groceries, cooking, and energy bills ourselves. Otherwise, if this goes on too long, your aunt might be fine with it, but your uncle could start having his own thoughts. Yang Suying rambled on at length, yet Li Mu listened with rapt attention. Not the slightest hint of annoyance. Seeing this, Yang Suying nodded repeatedly and said with a teasing tone, Hey, you little brat. You're not tired of your mother's nagging now, are you? In the past, whenever she spoke, Li Mu would be so irritated that he wanted to bolt after hearing just a few words. But ever since being cast out of the Li family, he seemed to have changed his temperament drastically. Of course, this was exactly the transformation Yang Suying had longed to witness. She felt an invisible closeness growing between her and her son. Haha, I think Mom's right, Li Mu said coquettishly with a smile, then pulled out his phone. Mom, I almost forgot. I didn't have time to tell you. The reward for winning the first battle has come through. There's a 1 million yuan prize. I spent over 100,000 on medicine and gave my teacher 500,000. That leaves 370,000. I'm keeping 70,000, and you can hold on to the remaining 300,000. As he spoke, Li Mu transferred the money directly to his mother. Yang Suying was momentarily petrified. The impact of those words was overwhelming. 1 million yuan prize? 500,000 given to the teacher? The same teacher you mentioned in your interview? Li Mu patiently explained the illness and departure of teacher Xiaolong, which finally eased Yang Suying's worries. She felt the money was truly deserved. However, she still asked Li Mu, You don't have to give me that 300,000. You need resources for your cultivation more than I do. Be frugal. I can earn a little on my own. Li Mu was resolute. Don't worry, I can make my own money now. I feel more at ease knowing you have some funds. After working for a while, Yang Suying finally nodded with joy. All right, then Mom will have the startup capital for the small business. Li Mu immediately wore a look of disbelief. Mom, I didn't give you this money to start a small business. But you're right, we do need to have our own enterprise. After a moment of thought, Li Mu's eyes suddenly brightened as he asked, Mom, what is your talent again? Yang Suying was taken aback. Brewing. Bingo. Li Mu clapped his hands. Right, brewing. Haven't you always wanted to open an ancient-style tavern? You even said if you hadn't married Dad and become a housewife, you would have long since made a name for yourself in the brewing world. Let's do brewing. Yang Suying blushed deeply, feeling quite embarrassed. Actually, Mom was just bragging before. It's true I have a brewing talent, but it's only grade E. I almost didn't get into university back then. If it weren't for my looks that helped me chase after your father, you wouldn't even exist. Li Mu was stunned into immobility. There's even that story? Yang Suying seemed to be lost in a sweet memory. In college, your father was the genius heartthrob, always surrounded by beautiful girls. But I was cunning. A few heartfelt breakfasts won him over. I was so proud then, always showing off in front of those pretty girls. But I later realized your father had secretly been in love with me all along. He was just too shy to say it. And that's what he told me himself. Li Mu promptly poured cold water on the story. Mom, maybe Dad said that just to save face. You little brat. Yang Suying gave Li Mu a mock glare, but her eyes twinkled with affection. Even if that were true, it only meant Li Qianfeng loved her all the more. Sigh. Anyway, in Dad's second year of college, he became a 6th grade martial artist and started rising. Back then, he had the means and gave me all his money to spend. My talent lies in medicinal wine, which is a very awkward field. Cultivation requires all sorts of herbs, and it's extremely costly. It was only with Dad's financial support that I could truly begin researching my gift. After you were born, besides taking care of you, there was endless work at the Li household. Gradually, I gave up completely. Yang Suying fell into reminiscence, narrating quietly. Li Mu understood. Medicinal wine was indeed a tough field. It's neither as potent as medicine nor as delicious as fine wine. Top-tier brewing companies have countless A- and B-grade talented brewers, together backed by capital. The wine you painstakingly brew might not even surpass commercial brands. Plus, the terrifying costs of nurturing a medicinal wine brewer. Even a B-grade talent would barely be sustainable. Giving up with an E-grade talent was perfectly reasonable. No worries, Mom. Go for it boldly. Your son supports your dream. Li Mu increased firmly. There's a technique in the mystic arts called drawing power from wine. Although Li Mu had yet to learn it, he intended to use it eventually. If one must drink, nothing could be more reassuring than wine brewed by one's own mother. And since Mom had truly harbored such a dream before, she must be supported. Yet Yang Suying didn't understand why her son suddenly wanted her to brew wine. It would certainly require a great deal of money. Don't worry about the money. Just go for it. With Li Mu's unwavering encouragement, Yang Suying could hardly refuse. She resolved to rekindle her dream, starting with opening a small tavern. Truth be told, Yang Suying had invested quite a bit to hone her brewing skills over several years. She can now produce several decent medicinal wines. But to improve further, she would need to keep researching. Having settled the matter, Yang Suying excitedly returned to draft her business plan. The next day, the first battle was over, and the celebration ended. It was time to return to regular classes. Li Mu headed straight to the Abyss. There was no other choice. All his mystic arts were ravenous for nourishment. He had to quickly accumulate more victory points. Today, he planned to join the reserves. He still had a large sum of merit points and contribution points yet to be settled. Wang Longcheng had promised him that joining the reserves would directly count toward the military merit system. Military resources purchasable with contribution points were far superior to those available in the Abyss. Moreover, there was greater flexibility with time. He could say he was returning to class if he wanted to leave, or claim he was going down to slay monsters if he didn't T-1010 class. After all, going to school was just a pretense for Li Mu to avoid being bound by the military laws of the Jinyuan army. Meanwhile, at Heishui High School, the conference room was filled with school leaders staring intently at the large screen displaying the school resource ranking announcement. The 17th place occupied by Heishui High School was glaringly conspicuous. The expressions on the faces of Yin Changming and the others were far from pleasant. Unlike other schools, the atmosphere at Heishui High was not so rigidly hierarchical. Heishui High had been built up gradually through collective effort, so their meetings tended to be more united and informal. This is outrageous. This is clearly targeted at us. A school leader slammed his fist heavily on the table. Now, the disgrace brought upon our school was truly significant. Alas, fortunately, our school no longer fears humiliation. Someone attempted to comfort the group. How could it be the same this time? Ever since the first battle, the media has been hyping our school. If it were before, it would be one thing. But now Heishui High has been thrust into the eye of the storm. Many media outlets are already making a big deal out of it. Indeed, numerous school leaders had observed the latest news, which juxtaposed the grand celebrations of Heishui High with this ranking. Words like popping champagne at halftime and becoming complacent were thrown around. Some even claimed that Heishui High was putting the cart before the horse. In short, they said whatever was most humiliating to generate buzz. It seemed that the incident at the school gate had left a deep impact. Principal Shenglong's brother-in-law had a solid foothold in the resources department, in Changming's side. But on the day of the first battle, the deputy minister of resources appeared quite optimistic about Li Mu. Someone questioned. That was all for show. Which leader wouldn't he say a few encouraging words to the champion? Besides, he likes Li Mu as a student, not necessarily our school. Even the school S ranking would affect Li Mu to some extent. But do you really think he would oppose his colleagues in the same department just because of Li Mu? That is utterly unreasonable. After the vice principal spoke, everyone fell silent. At this point, they had no choice but to accept reality. Originally, they had hoped to rise from T4 to at least T2, or even T1. But now they had barely climbed to the threshold of T3. As for the T0 tier, There were only 4 in the entire Taizhou city, 1 per district. All eyes turned to Shenglong Marshal School. Shenglong Marshal School remained unquestionably the only T0 level school in the East District. Not only did they have the highest score from the first battle, but they were also the only school in the East District that boasted 2 S-tier gifted students. No matter how you looked at it, they might as well adopt a more open mindset. If it weren't for Li Mu's appearance, they wouldn't have even made it into T3. So why fuss over this now? Work hard. There is still a chance. A teacher finally rallied the spirits. It was just a pity. The entire leadership of Tanglong High School had been investigated, and the school was undergoing rectification. Many students were seeking opportunities to transfer out. Originally, since they were so close, as long as their resource ranking entered the top 10, they could easily absorb a considerable number of Tanglong students. Now, everyone sighed quietly. After this first battle, the school's greatest hopes boiled down to 2 things: ranking higher to gain more resources, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the student body; attracting more outstanding students through the ranking to further elevate the school's standing. This would create a virtuous cycle. Heishui High could then finally escape the vicious circle at the bottom. This was why Heishui High held celebrations, why the school leaders were so excited. This was the long-cherished dream of Heishui High for many years. Yet, who would have expected the outcome to be like this? The rankings had been released for several hours. If transfers were to happen, Tanglong would have already shown signs, since the schools were just across from each other. Just when everyone was at a loss, there was a knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. A teacher opened the door, and standing there was none other than Student Council President Lin Yuya. Breathless and excited, Lin Yuya announced, "Teachers, there is someone here to transfer." The teacher asked with surprise, "From Tanglong High? How many have come?" "Just one." "One? From Shenglong Marshal School. Zhang Jiwei." "What?" Upon hearing the name Zhang Jiwei, all the school leaders sprang to their feet. That was the S-tier gifted Zhang Jiwei. Before the teachers could even confirm, Lin Yuya anticipated their questions and loudly affirmed, "Let us go." Yin Shaming barked a low command, personally leading everyone downstairs. At the plaza in front of Heishui High School, a large crowd of students had already gathered. In the center of the open space stood a tall, handsome youth with a stern expression, solitary as a pine tree. It was Zhang Jiwei. He carried a single shoulder bag slung over his shoulder, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of the teaching building. The surrounding students whispered and cast glances in his direction. The school leaders parted the crowd and approached him. Only then did Zhang Jiwei withdraw his gaze and look toward the leaders. "Principal Yin, teachers," Zhang Jiwei greeted politely with a bow. "Student Zhang Jiwei, you want?" Yin Shaming, as the head of the school, did not know how to phrase the sentence. If you weren't saying it yourself, it would sound ridiculous. The first thought anyone would have is, "Are you out of your mind?" But Zhang Jiwei opened the bag behind him and took out a folder. Attached was a letter of recommendation. "Zhang Jiwei, S-tier gifted, peak 2nd rank martial artist, applying to transfer to your esteemed school. I hope Principal Yin will grant me this opportunity." One school leader subtly rubbed his eyes, unable to believe he was fully awake. Zhang Jiwei transferring here and asking for a chance? Fortunately, Yin Shaming did not lose his composure. He had encountered geniuses before. After all, their only Mu was an even greater prodigy than Zhang Jiwei. Everyone knew very well that if Zhang Jiwei was not joking and truly intended to transfer to Heishui High, it could only be because of Li Mu. Li Mu had saved his life. Many had witnessed him vow to repay Li Mu. Suppressing his excitement, Yin Changming took the folder from Zhang Jiwei. The folder contained academic records, nothing remarkable. The key was the letter of recommendation. He was curious about its author. Yin Changming opened the letter. To his surprise, it was from Zhang Jiwei's parents, the Zhang Group. The Zhang Group stated that if Heishui High accepted Zhang Jiwei, they would donate to build an A-grade standard martial arts arena. Yin Changming felt his vision darken. The Zhang Group was no fool. Zhang Jiwei coming to Heishui High was a prize beyond asking for. But why would the Zhang Group donate to build this arena? There were 3 reasons. First, to ensure the matter was foolproof. Second, to back their son. Third, to send a signal to the outside world. The relationship between the Zhang Group and Heishui High. This was an unprecedented golden opportunity for Heishui High School, one so extraordinary that it could only be dreamed of. Very well, I agree. Let's warmly welcome Zhang Jiwei as a transfer student to our school. Yin Changming nodded emphatically, extending his hand to shake Zhang Jiwei's. Suddenly, a new commotion arose at the school gate. Amid the astonished murmurs of Heishui High-S students, a narrow path was cleared. A towering figure, standing nearly 2 meters tall, strode briskly forward. Upon his shoulder hung a petite backpack, utterly disproportionate to his imposing frame, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. Lu Chunfeng. The students of Heishui High broke into another round of exclamations. The newcomer was none other than Lu Chunfeng himself. He approached with long strides and, before reaching Yin Changming, called out, "Principal Yin, I want to transfer here. Can I be placed in the same class as him?" Seeing this fellow, the leaders of Heishui High collectively felt a wave of dizziness. Another S-level talent had arrived. Unlike Zhang Zhuwei, Lu Chunfeng was far more direct, openly stating that he was here to support Li Mu. Before Yin Changming could respond, Lu Chunfeng glanced to the side and immediately spotted Zhang Zhuwei. "Hey, the spearman is here too?" Zhang Zhuwei shot him a look of utter speechlessness. The surrounding students were even more incredulous. S-level talents, clad in armor and wielding weapons. "And you call him a spearman? Gentlemen, please follow me. I am the head of the Academic Affairs Department," said Lao Ma, who was the first to react. He stepped forward and took the academic records of both students. Unlike Yin Changming and others who were overthinking matters, Lao Ma simply saw it as his duty to recruit them. Both were transferring at the same time. Why hesitate? Better to process it quickly before they change their minds. As Zhang Zhuwei and Lu Chunfeng followed Lao Ma to complete the transfer procedures, a thought stirred in the hearts of Yin Changming and the others. Li Mu was no longer merely a student of Heishui High. He had become the school's very emblem. Just minutes ago, a group of elders had been sighing heavily in the office, racking their brains over an unsolvable problem. Li Mu himself was not even on campus, yet because of him, all issues had been effortlessly resolved. Heishui High's resource ranking had been unjustly treated. The school had become a laughingstock. Even Li Mu, their champion, was ridiculed. Now, with these two prodigies transferring at such a critical juncture, it was clear they had come to bolster Li Mu's cause. What surprised Yin Changming most was that this was only the beginning. News of Zhang Zhuwei and Lu Chunfeng's transfers quickly spread. Within just half an hour, a large number of transfer students from Tunglong Marshal School arrived, all expressing their desire to enroll at Heishui High. The school was electrified. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Shenglong Marshal School, the principal's assistant burst in hastily, swiftly approaching the desk. "Principal, there's trouble," he announced. Principal Zhao Hongzheng kept his head down, focused on some documents, without looking up. Zhang Zhuwei has applied for a forced withdrawal and transferred to Heishui High. What? Zhao Hong's brows furrowed deeply as he stared at his assistant in disbelief. "When did this happen?" "Just now. I only saw the news first." Then checked Zhang Zhuwei's academic records. Zhang Zhuwei had directly submitted the breach of contract and penalty fee to the Academic Affairs Office. The assistant placed the news article before the principal. Bang! Zhao Hong slammed the desk and stood up abruptly. Normally, when a student transfers, it only requires approval from both schools and registration with the Ministry of Education. But for an S-level talent like Zhang Zhuwei, the school would typically sign a dual contract to retain him, providing special resources and specifying the minimum duration of study. Zhang Zhuwei's resources were naturally top tier, but the penalty for breaking the contract was even higher. Zhao Hong could hardly imagine that Zhang Zhuwei would dare to pay the penalty outright just to transfer. Although the sum was negligible to the Zhang Corporation, the question remained. Why? Why would Zhang Zhuwei do such a thing? Zhao Hong shouted furiously, venting his frustration without aiming it at the assistant. The assistant's complexion shifted several times, a fact not lost on Zhao Hong. "Do you know?" The assistant swallowed hard. It might be related to the resource rankings. This time, Heishui High only ranked 17th. Zhao Hong felt a sudden chill in his heart. How could this be? Wasn't Heishui High's predetermined ranking 7th? The assistant knew this couldn't be concealed and would be uncovered sooner or later, so he chose to confess early. "Yes, young master. He had a conflict with Li Mu yesterday and threatened to lower Heishui High's resource ranking." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong felt his vision darken. He quickly pieced together the chain of events. His brother-in-law, who was also the uncle of his son Zhao Yi, served as a deputy minister in the resources department. To avoid conflicts of interest, very few people knew of this connection. Shenglong Marshal School's current standing owed much to this relationship. Yesterday, Zhao Yi's visit to Li Mu was arranged by Zhao Hong himself. Though Li Mu was an F-level talent, he seemed to have some military connections. Believing he could be useful, Zhao Hong sent his son to invite Li Mu to Shenglong Marshal School. When Zhao Yi returned, he told his father that Li Mu was unwilling to come, but did not mention any conflict. Now it seemed certain that Zhao Yi had called his aunt, who doted on him, to intervene. She, in turn, pressured her husband, secretly manipulating the resource rankings. Merely contemplating the possible consequences sent chills through Zhao Hong's bones. On the optimistic side, losing Zhang Zhuwei, this prodigy student, would cause Shenglong Marshal School's ranking to decline. On the pessimistic side, if the connection between himself and his brother-in-law were exposed, not only would Shenglong Martial School suffer, but his brother-in-law would also face investigation. At that point, there would be no hope left. And the mastermind behind all this was Li Mu. He had already completed his induction ceremony at the Abyss and joined the reserves, officially entering the military system. His status was that of a reservist, but he already possessed merits and contribution points. 50 merit points, 1,000 contribution points, and a third-class merit medal. These honors were earned through Li Mu's improvement of the Luyun Sanjin technique. In the military, the highest form of merit is combat achievements. Apart from battlefield exploits, other military merits are often partially converted into medals. This is because the military reveres strength. No one respects a weak officer. Merit points serve as a standard to assess officers, ensuring the obedience of the Jinyuan army. Of course, having numerous medals does not necessarily mean an officer is inferior to a combat officer. Combat officers are better suited to lead troops and enjoy higher prestige among soldiers. Officers with many military decorations, though not always high-ranking, wield significant influence and are valued by senior leadership. For example, individuals like Professor Su and Minister Song, who possess many badges but modest ranks, command great respect. Jinyuan Army Base. Li Mu had already changed into the Jinyuan military uniform. The Jinyuan uniform was predominantly black, fitting snugly and neatly. Both the back and the chest bore a blue circle, within which swirled golden clouds. Amidst the clouds was inscribed a large character meaning Zhen. The black base color symbolized the boundless abyss of darkness. The blue circle and clouds represented the view looking up from within the abyss toward its entrance. The mission of the Jinyuan army was precisely to prevent abyssal monsters from crossing this gateway and invading the human world once more. Surveying the surrounding Jinyuan military base, Li Mu was filled with awe. It was immense. The base was exceptionally spacious and level, with countless soldiers bustling about. Seeing Li Mu's astonishment, Qin Zhanye took the initiative to explain. On the left are the living quarters, recreation areas, dining halls, and so forth. Everything inside can be obtained through contribution points. On the right are the mission area, supply zone, martial training grounds, and other facilities. You can accept and submit missions in the mission area. The Jinyuan army typically operates in squads of 5, so the most common missions are naturally extermination patrols. Your arrival is timely. There is currently a shortage of personnel for patrol missions suitable for your level. The abyssal first battle in your East District has concluded. Next is the South District. Military training begins there today, so within 3 days, a large area marked with red and yellow must be cleared for them, just like your previous battlefield, Qin Zhanye explained. As he finished, his tactical watch buzzed. His brow furrowed upon checking it. Instructor Qin, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I'll take a look around myself. Li Mu promptly told Qin Zhanye. He had originally planned to come today to handle his enlistment paperwork alone, but unexpectedly Qin Zhanye had taken the initiative to accompany him through the entire process. Being shadowed by such a high-ranking officer attracted almost all eyes along the way, making Li Mu quite uncomfortable. All right, then take your time. Call me if you need anything. Qin Zhanye nodded before striding away. Watching Qin Zhanye exit the base hall, Li Mu headed straight to the mission area. The mission area was crowded, but not many gathered around the mission handover window. Approaching one window, Li Mu inquired, "Miss, I'd like to see what missions are available." The female soldier seated behind the counter smiled warmly and nodded, pulling a translucent large screen toward him. "Please scan your tactical watch first." Li Mu extended his watch. All his information had been integrated into the military tactical watch. A scan was equivalent to logging in, and his talents, cultivation level, weapon type, and all other details would appear on the system. At the pinnacle of the second rank, you're best suited for extermination patrols in the first and second rank zones. There are quite a few squads on standby. You may choose from among them. The female soldier patiently guided Li Mu in swiping through the task list on screen. The translucent screen displayed mission categories, with extermination patrols in the first and second rank zones being the most numerous. Of course, there were other missions such as long-range escort and resource gathering. Further down, there were tasks like blind zone exploration, special area exploration, and specific boss hunts. However, these latter tasks were unavailable for Li Mu to select, as his cultivation did not meet the minimum requirement of third-rank martial artist. For now, Li Mu had no intention of exploring other missions. He needed battle points, and extermination patrols were most suitable. "I'll choose a second-rank zone extermination patrol," he said, pointing to one category. "Very well. Since this is your first mission as a reservist, you cannot apply for individual combat. Second-rank extermination patrols do not offer merit bonuses. The tactical watch will automatically calculate your contribution based on the resentment value generated when monsters die. The more damage you deal during the kill, the more contribution points you earn. After starting the mission recorder on your watch will activate. You can review the footage freely once the mission concludes. The young woman explained with patience. Li Mu nodded. Team cooperation was essential to avoid freeloaders. The tactical watch's resentment detection function ensured fairness. The effort you put into killing a monster determined your share of the contribution. Little effort meant fewer points. No effort meant none at all. This contribution was assessed based on the resentment generated by the intensity of damage inflicted on the monsters. Thus, it was absolutely fair and just. The recording function prevented soldiers from engaging in misconduct, or if special monsters, secret realms, or valuable resources were discovered. Allowed the command to intervene promptly. Battlefield live streaming helped the command quickly grasp the situation and provide sound directives to turn the tide. Good. We have matched you with a 4-person squad, missing 1 member. Please wait a moment. The young woman smiled and gestured toward direction. Li Mu looked over. Not far off, for martial artists, some seated, some standing and chatting, simultaneously glanced at their tactical watches. Then 2 seated members rose, brushed off their seats, and all 4 approached. There were 3 men and 1 woman. The woman was reasonably attractive. The squad leader at the front appeared to be of 3rd-rank cultivation. At the counter, the young woman introduced them proactively. This is the Loyalty Squad. This gentleman is a reservist martial artist on his first mission. His weapon is a staff. Although a reservist, he was the champion of the East District in the Abyssal First Battle and is currently studying at Heishui University. The latter part was volunteered by the young woman to explain Li Mu's background. However, the 4 members of the Loyalty Squad simultaneously fixed their gazes on Li Mu, especially the woman, who did not conceal the disdain etched between her brows. The squad leader spoke to the young woman at the counter with cold detachment. Sorry. We intend to head to the 3rd-rank zone this time, and do not want to bring a newcomer. Although part of the military, squads could not be forcibly formed. If there was strong mutual rejection among members, it would severely impact combat effectiveness. Oh well, the young woman at the counter, unprepared for the Loyalty Squad's refusal, glanced awkwardly at Li Mu. At this moment, the woman said indifferently, Please add a note to our team's information. Cultivation level is not critical, but members must be warriors forged in blood and fire. University reservists like Greenhorns are not suitable for our squad. She did not even glance at Li Mu as she spoke, but every word was directed at him. In truth, she was not alone in her mindset. The vast majority of the Jinyuan army, especially those who had been on missions, believed themselves battle-hardened. Even if a university student's cultivation surpassed theirs, in their eyes, such students were nothing but sheltered flowers, cowards who would soil themselves at the sight of monsters. This hostility was deeply ingrained within the Jinyuan army. Li Mu, however, was utterly indifferent. He shrugged and told the young woman at the counter, It doesn't team matter. I'm fine with any team. Just help me find a squad. The female warrior had assumed that Li Mu would be so infuriated that he would vehemently argue with her. Yet, to her astonishment, Li Mu did not even glance in her direction. Moreover, he uttered a single sentence. It's all the same with any team. Just pick one at random. The implication was unmistakable. Any team would be better than this one. This notion deeply vexed her. Their squad was formidable, and she was a stunning beauty within it. Yet Li Mu appeared utterly indifferent, showing not the slightest displeasure at being rejected by their team. At that moment, a resonant, commanding voice arose from behind the crowd. We're willing to take him. Everyone turned to see a burly young man speaking. His hair was cropped short. A faint stubble graced his face, which was chiseled as if carved by an axe, and his eyes shone bright and sharp. The Vanguard Squad is currently short 1 member. The robust captain declared as he extended a broad hand toward Li Mu. Li Mu shook his hand and introduced himself. Li Mu. Ma Jun, the burly captain responded, then turned to introduce the 3 comrades standing behind him. Coincidentally, this team also had a beautiful female warrior, whose figure, features, and aura far surpassed those of the female warrior in the Loyalty Squad, stunning to the point of breathtaking. Her brows bore a heroic spirit, and her cultivation level was 3rd rank, 1 rank higher than the woman from the Loyalty Squad. In the Vanguard Squad, only Captain Ma Jun and the striking Zhao Meiding were 3rd rank. The remaining 2 were at the pinnacle of 2nd rank. During their introductions, each mentioned their weapons and innate talents, clearly demonstrating earnestness. Li Mu immediately agreed to join the Vanguard Squad. The counter clerk quickly assigned Li Mu to Ma Jun's squad. In truth, any warrior could use a tactical watch to form squad. By becoming the squad leader, one could freely add 4 members and accept missions remotely. However, many squads were not fixed. It was exceedingly difficult to find 4 teammates who perfectly matched and cooperated seamlessly. Hence, the mission area functioned as a talent marketplace, where people gathered to seek comrades to fill their squads. The entire process of Li Mu joining the Vanguard squad was observed keenly by the loyalty squad nearby, especially when they noticed Zhao mating. The beautiful female warrior of the Vanguard squad, unrestrained jealousy welled up within the loyalty squad's beauty. Upon seeing them accept Li Mu into their ranks, the female warrior of the loyalty squad curled her lips in a sneer. Alas, the Vanguard squad members, including Li Mu, departed the mission window with laughter and conversation, never once noticing her deliberate display. Exiting the base hall, the group headed directly to the teleportation portal area. There were two types of portals: random teleportation and targeted teleportation. Both, however, led to safe zones. Even when undertaking blind spot exploration missions, the approach was to expand gradually outward from secure areas. They teleported precisely to a second-rank patrol zone. The moment they entered the combat area, all drew their weapons simultaneously. Majun wielded a Pfft broadsword, approximately 4 feet 3 inches long and 2 handspans wide, immensely thick and weighty. Zhao Mating's weapon was surprisingly a longbow, marking her as a ranged marksman. The other two were Zhang He, armed with a spear, and Song Biao, carrying a single-edged sword. After briefly surveying their surroundings with caution, they summoned their war horses. The horses of Ma Jun and his comrades appeared somewhat smaller compared to Li Mu's. Upon seeing Li Mu's mount, all at once, they exclaimed in admiration. "Wow, brother, that is impressive. That warhorse must be a masterpiece, right?" Zhang He's envy was barely concealed, and he nearly reached out to stroke the steed's ribs. "Yes, a masterpiece," Li Mu chuckled softly, not revealing that his warhorse was indeed a rare breed. Zhao Mating's eyes gleamed as she gazed at the cloak draped over Li Mu's back. "Is that the great and small cloak? A rare spiritual treasure?" she inquired. "You've seen it before?" Li Mu was somewhat puzzled. Was this woman so well-traveled and knowledgeable? Zhao Mating nodded. "I've seen it in the rare spiritual treasure district. It seems only those with over 360 merits have the privilege to purchase it." Having said this, the group exchanged meaningful glances toward Li Mu. Fortunate, having earned a bit of merit. Li Mu laughed it off, and the others smiled in acknowledgement. Pressing further would be impolite. This only indicated that Li Mu was formidable, and as teammates, they were more than pleased. Zhao Mating smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. In truth, she had one more thought unspoken. She had long coveted this cloak ever since she saw it in the rare spiritual treasure district. Unexpectedly, Li Mu had claimed it first. Yet she could not express this now, lest she appear covetous of a comrade's spiritual treasure. Ma Jun checked his tactical watch, then pulled his horse's reins, pointing in a direction. "Over here, there's a red zone. Our objective is to clear it to yellow." The color indicated density levels, from low to high, green, yellow, red, and black. The maximum exam zone was yellow. Thus, their task was to reduce the red zone to yellow, a sign that many squads had already been operating there. At Ma Jun's command, their horses surged forward with speed. Not long after, they encountered monsters. This zone's creatures were muscular hyenas known as earth dogs. At the pinnacle of second rank, these enormous beasts range from nearly 6.5 feet to over 13 feet in length. Their hind legs were incredibly robust, enabling them to stand and run upright. To someone like Li Mu, who hailed from Earth, the sight was somewhat uncanny. When hyenas possessed muscles even more swollen than those of gorillas and charged upright, the spectacle was eerie indeed, especially as these monsters eyed the war horses greedily, even more so than the warriors themselves. "Dismount, Moyun Bilol." Everyone promptly dismounted and recalled their horses. The five advanced together. When a lion hunts a rabbit, it exerts all its strength. Such was the first rule of the Abyss. If one believed that charging on horseback and swinging a weapon once would instantly fell a monster of equal rank, that was sheer folly. Monsters had myriad ways to topple a rider, then seize the fallen warrior's life. Ma Jun led the charge, swinging his broadsword. The earth dog lunged ferociously, biting the blade. Although its mouth was slashed open, it clenched the broadsword fiercely, twisting its body wildly, nearly unseating Ma Jun. With a roar, Ma Jun stomped his left foot heavily on the ground. Summoning immense strength, he pulled the broadsword back while staggering the earth dog. Zhang He thrust his spear forward, aiming for the earth dog's head. The beast's weightless body twisted violently, barely evading the spear. Yet Zhang He dodged aside, just as a flying arrow whistled fiercely through the air, cutting through space. The arrow was impossible to avoid, striking the earth dog's right eye with a piercing cry. A woo! The mongrel rolled on the ground, emitting a series of fierce howls, before its head was severed by a heavy blade charged with immense force. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Li Mu had not even had the chance to intervene. It was evident that these three had collaborated before. Their coordination was seamless, precise, and efficient. Li Mu observed clearly that Ma Jun's final charge strike employed the iron slicing technique. However, when Zhang He attacked, there was a swirling wind around him within a certain radius. Any ally within this range seemed to experience a significant increase in attack speed. Zhang He's talent carried a somewhat supportive nature, making Ma Jun's iron slicing technique faster and easier to land. A truly outstanding synergy. The only valuable thing on this mongrel was its hide. Ma Jun glanced back at the others and sheathed his great sword. Whoever wanted it could skin it. It wasn't worth the trouble. Then he summoned his warhorse. Naturally, the others dismounted and mounted their own horses. Li Mu guessed that aside from himself, even if these four possessed storage rings, their capacity would not be substantial. Skinning a dog soaked in blood wound fetched more than a few hundred coins and was hardly worth the effort. Ma Jun looked toward Li Mu and said, "Team battles rely on coordination. Observe more monsters and find your place within the fight." Li Mu nodded. In a previous battle, Ma Jun took the initiative and acted as the front line, absorbing the monster's attacks. Zhang He struck but missed, then Zhao Meiting delivered a precise blow, severely wounding the monster. And Ma Jun finished it off. The division of labor was clear. Ma Jun was encouraging Li Mu to find his role within the team. The group mounted their horses and continued charging toward the target area. Whenever they encountered monsters, Ma Jun and the others exhibited tacit coordination. Even Song Biao had attacked twice. After killing the sixth monster, they mounted again. Ma Jun then asked Li Mu, "So how do you feel? Which position suits you? It's time for you to take action with the next monster." Li Mu pointed at Ma Jun. "Your spot." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, but all smiled. Ma Jun laughed and asked, "You mean the vanguard?" In every battle, Ma Jun charged ahead, sometimes landing a strike on a monster. Even when he didn't achieve a kill, his robust physique and solid martial skills allowed him to withstand the monster-esque counterattacks, buying time for his teammates. This was the role of the vanguard. Li Mu was referring to Ma Jun's position. Li Mu nodded firmly. Fine. You try next." Ma Jun responded with hearty laughter, showing no resentment. "Being the vanguard isn't so easy. Are you sure?" Zhao Meiting also smiled, offering a gentle reminder. Their smiles bore no condescension toward Li Mu, but they did perceive him as youthful and impetuous. After all, he was the champion of the Abyss's first battle. Seeing Ma Jun so commanding at the forefront naturally stirred a sense of rivalry. This was quite normal. Absolutely. Li Mu answered resolutely. "This brother is braver than I am." Song Biao chuckled. Having followed Ma Jun closely, he too had tried being the vanguard. But unless absolutely necessary, he dared not face a monster head-on alone. His expertise lay in nimble guerrilla tactics. The vanguard was the first to attack the monster and endure its initial furious counterstrike. Simply dodging was not an option. After some laughter, the group rode out again and soon encountered the seventh monster. It was another top-tier, second-rank mongrel, but its size was about 3 meters, larger than the previous ones, seemingly on the verge of breakthrough. "Dismount," Ma Jun ordered, intending to remind Li Mu to let him take the vanguard role this time, and for Li Mu to wait for the next monster. Yet, Li Mu had already dashed ahead of him, his feet flickering with subtle but explosive movements, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before the monster. He swung his staff in a broad arc. Li Mu noticed that this kind of monster never dodged Ma Jun's greatsword, mindless brute force. Such monsters were perfect for him. Ma Jun, seeing Li Mu strike without any defensive posture, hurriedly closed in, ready to assist at a moment's notice. But what he witnessed next made his scalp tingle with dread. The mongrel snapped at Li Mu's thorny staff. Bang! The staff shattered the beast's sharp teeth as effortlessly as crushing dry twigs, smashing through its cheek. More than half of the dog's head was driven into its chest cavity by that single blow. Its neck and exposed bones bent at an eerily unnatural angle. The powerful shockwave sent dust swirling in a perfect circle around them. The massive dog's body, propelled by strong inertia, lunged toward Li Mu, but was abruptly halted midair by that strike, falling straight to the ground with a heavy thud. Instant kill. Everyone who had been preparing to support Li Mu stood frozen. Ma Jun, being the closest, nearly twisted his own waist in shock. The air fell into a hush for at least 6 or 7 seconds. The group glanced at the fallen mongrel's corpse, then at Li Mu's unflushed, unlabored face. The astonishment etched between their brows lingered for a long time. Iron slicing technique? Ma Jun's voice trembled as he uttered those words. He had observed clearly that Li Mu had employed the iron slicing technique. But Ma Jun only dared to use it at the end of a fight. Monstres possessed combat instinct. If he used the iron slicing technique at the outset, his sword's slower swing would alert the monster, prompting it to swiftly evade and attack him from the side. He had tried it when facing this very mongrel before. After the dog dodged quickly and bit his thigh, he never dared to use it again. But Li Mu's iron slicing technique, why was it so fast? The mongrel clearly sensed the power of Li Mu's attack and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Li Mu's iron slicing technique was actually faster than his normal strikes. Talent trait, Li Mu casually replied. Whenever Li Mu couldn't or wouldn't explain something, he would attribute it to his talent trait. After all, his F-rank talent had been exchanged. He would simply say it had mutated and upgraded. What could anyone do? No one could verify his talent traits anyway. The others wore skeptical expressions, but since he said so, they had no further questions. Damn, but brother, if you keep playing like this, we really can't coordinate with you. I feel like a burden teaming up with you. Zhang He, more lively in character, gripped his hair and exaggeratedly complained about Li Mu. I didn't expect it to be so fragile. Next time, try not to use the iron slicing technique. Li Mu shrugged. He was speaking truthfully, since it was their first encounter with this kind of monster. Li Mu had used the iron slicing technique with just 1% of his true energy out of respect for the opponent. But now it seemed that even without the iron slicing technique, the effect would be sufficient. While they spoke, Li Mu allocated the 36 victory points he had just earned to his divine weapon technique. Expenditure of 36 victory points, divine weapon technique successfully enhanced. Divine weapon technique, bestowing weight upon the weapon, currently at 364 gene. For team members, simultaneously displayed black lines of exasperation on their faces. Could it be that they wanted to strike? Were they doubting the words spoken? Although the warriors of the Jinyuan army did not place much emphasis on innate talent, they held only those proven strong in actual combat in high regard. Ranking individuals by talent within the Jinyuan army was the most laughable behavior. If dissatisfied, let one's battle achievement speak. If still dissatisfied, then fight. However, Ma Jun and Zhao Mating both possessed B-level talent. The other two were also of C-level talent. Li Mu's F-level talent left them utterly baffled as to how he could be so formidable. Unable to comprehend, they simply chose not to dwell on it. The group swiftly mounted their horses. Having formidable comrades was an immense boon to them. It only stirred excitement, never a trace of envy. Such feelings were the height of foolishness. It seemed, then, that I, as the vanguard officer, could take a rest. Yet, indeed, you might first abandon the iron-cutting style to conserve your true chi and preserve your strength. The purpose of teamwork is to achieve the greatest effect with the least exertion. It would also allow the brothers to share in the contribution points. Ma Jun tugged lightly on the reins and advised Li Mu. Indeed, Li Mu humbly accepted the counsel. What Ma Jun said was truly reasonable. In the battles to come, Li Mu would forego the iron-cutting style. With a staff weighing over 400 gene, a single strike would be enough to grievously wound a monster. Whenever Li Mu participated, he inevitably claimed over half of the contribution points. This necessitated alternating the vanguard role with Ma Jun, lest the others have no chance to prove themselves. Yet one could not deny that with Li Mu's involvement, the efficiency of monster slaying had improved markedly. The initial scene where 3 joined forces to instantly kill a monster was, in fact, quite smooth. As they delved deeper into the monster-dense area, encounters with 2 or 3 monsters simultaneously became increasingly frequent. Li Mu's role became exceedingly pronounced. Even when 3 monsters attacked at once, the squad did not falter. Meanwhile, Li Mu silently reaped victory points, constantly probing the limits his body could endure. Eventually, he increased the weight bestowed by the divine weapon technique to 675 gene. Adding the staff's own weight brought the total to 735 gene. Li Mu had to admit, the 2 low-grade body-firming pills were no joke. His physical strength had increased significantly. 735 gene. If a mongrel failed to dodge in time, Li Mu's staff strike could shatter its skull. There was no need for the iron-cutting style at all. However, at this weight, Li Mu sensed that his physical strength and the mountain-bearing technique had reached their most comfortable state. Any further increase in weight would prove arduous. Thus, Li Mu paused the weight augmentation. Soon, he accumulated another 120 victory points. The teamwork among the comrades grew ever more harmonious. However, as the frequency and number of monster encounters rose, they ceased riding horses and switched to traveling on foot. After more than 2 hours, the coloration of the region seemed to have faded considerably. Zhao Mating glanced at the tactical watch's map and spoke to Ma Jun. The others were also very satisfied with today as harvest. Their achievements today were more than double the usual. All right, everyone, stay alert. We should be gradually leaving the mongrel's territory now, Ma Jun cautioned the group. This area was one he had seldom visited himself. However, not long after, Li Mu suddenly halted in place, prompting puzzled queries from the others. Wait a moment, is it my eyes playing tricks, or has fog suddenly appeared? The rest all stopped and looked upward, their faces paling. For within those few seconds as they halted, a dense fog had completely enveloped and swallowed them. Damn it! Mo Yun shouted. Mount up! Move out! He summoned his warhorse and galloped swiftly back the way they had come. The others quickly summoned their own steeds and followed. Unfortunately, barely had they traveled any distance when the thick fog utterly engulfed them, rendering even an outstretched hand invisible. Suddenly, a terrifying beast's roar sounded directly ahead. Ma Jun's warhorse seemed to be overturned by some dreadful force, letting out a shrill cry as it crashed heavily to the ground. Captain, the others, running in a flying V formation behind, passed by the fallen Ma Jun and glimpsed the scene. Zhao Meitang Songbiao and Zhang He unhesitatingly pulled their horses to a halt. Swiftly turning around to assist, Ma Jun Li Mu also reined in his mount and stood still, activating his fiery eye-golden gaze to scan the surroundings. Though this ability only detected the flow of true qi, in the midst of the fog it functioned like a thermal imager, revealing energy flows tens of meters away. Ma Jun and the others appeared as several green energy clusters amidst the mist. Fortunately, so did the monsters. At that moment, a massive black silhouette was furiously assaulting Ma Jun's horse. The steed emitted a series of heart-wrenching whinnies as blood instantly stained the fog. Ma Jun drew his greatsword, summoning all his strength to withstand a monstrous claw strike, and slew the beast with a single blow. Captain, mount up. Zhang arrived first. Ma Jun wasted no time. Grabbing Zhang He's hand, he vaulted onto his horse. Just as Ma Jun mounted, three monsters suddenly charged from the flank. These three had a singularly clear target, the three warhorses. With blistering speed, each tore apart the front chests of the mounts upon contact, toppling all three to the ground. Chaos erupted. By then, Li Mu had already returned, leaping high into the air. Mid-flight, he retracted his remote bone and shattered a monster-esque skull with a single staff strike. The others quickly dispatched the remaining two monsters. Yet the three warhorses lay on the ground, bleeding profusely and near death. Li Mu, take Meiting and flee. Find a safe place to activate the return stone. Ma Jun commanded without hesitation, waving his hand to order. Now, only Li Mu remained mounted on a warhorse. Though a fine specimen, it was impossible to carry 5 people, and even 2 would slow their speed. Meanwhile, the surrounding area echoed with the rising and falling roars of monsters, their bloodthirsty excitement drawing them rapidly closer. These sounds, like the howls of ghosts and wolves, were piercing and seemed to awaken the deepest fears within one's heart. Li Mu glanced at the slain monsters on the ground, then at the technological watch. His face paled. Running is useless now. Ma Jun roared furiously. Nonsense. Escape if you can. There's no need for needless sacrifice here. This is an order. Ma Jun shouted in Anju. However, before he could finish, Li Mu issued an even louder command. Silence. Ma Yun, my mérites supérieurs. I now assume command of the team. Everyone heed my orders. Immediately adopt a defensive formation and move 200 meters east. Check your communicators, activate the recorders, and turn on your locators. Execute at once. The highest meritorious member of the squad could directly assume the captain's role. From previous conversations, Li Mu knew Ma Jun's merit stood at 35 points. Originally, Li Mu had no intention of revealing his own merit. However, time was of the essence, and engaging in futile arguments with Ma Jun would only squander precious moments. Thus, a rather uncordial approach was employed. Although Ma Jun was both furious and perplexed, he dared not defy the orders. The others, in their panic, grasped onto Li Mu as their pillar of resolve and promptly executed the commands. The group arranged themselves in a pentagonal formation, swiftly adopting defensive stances as they advanced eastward. Simultaneously, they verified every instruction Li Mu had just issued. During their movement, Li Mu began to elucidate. This is the Bone Ghost Domain, a peculiar celestial phenomenon of the Abyss. The return to City Stone's formation cannot function within this realm. Retreat is impossible. This mist perpetually spawns third-rank bone ghost monsters, endowed with an extraordinary sense of smell, but poor hearing. The howls we hear indicate we are already besieged on all sides. Riding horses only exacerbates the situation. The stench of the warhorses continuously attracts more monsters. The bloodied scent of fallen bone ghosts also summons additional beasts. We must relocate. This mist has thoroughly disrupted our positional signals, but the military district will endeavor to locate us. Once they pinpoint our coordinates, they can command us to exit the domain. Conserve your vital energy and strength. Await the moment we are located to prepare for a breakout. Li Mu explained with utmost urgency. Ma Jun and Zhao Mating immediately realized that Li Mu was the only one among them who had attended school, and that this knowledge likely stemmed from his studies. The others only possessed a superficial understanding. Most were quite unclear about the details. Apologies, it seems I am unqualified. Ma Yun expressed tranquille. By the time he spoke, they had already advanced over 200 meters. Li Mu ordered the group to halt and proceed with measured steps. You have done very well. Li Mu sincerely praised. Ma Jun might not have comprehended these countermeasures, but he was undoubtedly a man of loyalty and deep feeling. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted Li Mu to escort Zhao Mating to safety, nor would 3 comrades have unhesitatingly pulled back their horses to rescue him. What if the military district cannot locate us? Zhao Mating asked anxiously, her heart pounding as the dreadful howls grew nearer within the mist. Li Mu swallowed hard, his palms beginning to sweat. Then we must endure until this mist dissipates. When will it end? Zhang He inquired. 1 hour, Li Mu replied. At that moment, the roars of 2 monsters surged forward. Meanwhile, the alarm at the military district command center suddenly blared. Deputy Commander Wang Longqing swiftly arrived for 2nd and 3rd rank patrol zones. It was the deputy commander's duty to oversee operations. Only during engagements involving 4th or 5th rank forces or special zones would the chief commander intervene. Wang Longqing strode purposefully into the command center. Officers promptly approached to brief him on the situation. Red 2nd rank patrol zone, Bone Ghost Domain. Dense fog stretches for at least 100 kilometers, having swallowed 22 patrol squads. Wang Longqing quickly approached the command platform. On the large screen, dozens of monitors simultaneously focused on a vast fog. Orders were dispatched. All rescue teams ranked 3rd and above were to remain on standby outside the ghostly mist, awaiting the extraction of the patrol squads. Entry into the mist was strictly forbidden. Calmly, Wang Longqing issued the initial command. The Bone Ghost Domain is an exceedingly strange, celestial disaster within the abyss. The Bone Ghost monsters inside are creatures mutated by the ghostly fog from local beasts. Its peculiarity lies in this. The higher the martial rank of those who enter the mist, the more the fog generates monsters of corresponding ranks. In other words, if 4th dash, 5th dash, or even higher-ranked warriors enter, the mist will continuously spawn monsters of those ranks. Such creatures would utterly devastate the 2nd and 3rd rank patrol squads within. The sole course of action is retreat. Yes, understood. Orders received. Commencing execution. Retrieve all patrol squad information. Activate live feeds from all patrol squad recorders. Integrate all squad communicators. Enhance signal detection to assist positioning. Search for all squad locations. One directive followed another from Wang Longqing as the officers executed them in orderly fashion. Soon, information on all squads appeared on a vertical screen to the left. The imaging technology embedded in the soldiers' high-tech watches transmitted live battlefield footage back to the command center. Among these, 22 screens were enlarged, each selected to show the perspective of a patrol squad leader. Wang Longqing's gaze swept over the screens. Nearly all squads were embroiled in combat with monsters, gore saturating each display. 2 squad leaders' viewpoints revealed them fallen and struggling to move. Commander, communicator integration complete. An urgent voice announced. Wang Longqing immediately pressed the microphone button before him. All squads, attention. This is Deputy Commander Wang Longqing. You are currently within the Bone Ghost Domain. An uncommon phenomenon. No teleportation formations can be established here. Do not rely on the return to City Stone. The domain disrupts your positional signals, but we are working on triangulation. Until location confirmation, dismount immediately. Dismount at once. No mounted breakouts. All personnel procède en foot, adopting pentagonal défensive formation. Maintain movement. Do not linger where blood scents are strong. Conserve your vital energy and strength. Be ready to break out upon successful triangulation. Bone ghosts are primarily 2nd to 3rd rank, with formidable attack and speed, but poor defense. Their weakness lies in the head. After delivering this message, Wang Longqing released the microphone. Each squad swiftly complied with his orders, and most soon stabilized their situations. Yet Wang Longqing fixed his eyes on one name among the squad information. Vanguard Squad, 2nd rank warrior Li Mu, Reserve. A heaviness settled in his heart as he rapidly searched the screen and located the Vanguard Squad. Indeed, within the elevated panoramic view, Li Mu was visible. The imaging technology of the watch was not merely a fixed camera, but could shift perspectives within a radius of several dozen meters, providing a comprehensive view. From above, The group maintained a standard pentagonal defensive formation, fiercely battling 4 or 5 monsters. Bring me the audio feed from Vanguard Squad. The Squad's voices immediately filled the command center's front screens. The chaotic roars of monsters and the shouts of combatants were deafening. Yet the Squad's combat prowess was evident as they quickly subdued the monsters before them. Zhang He sighed. Indeed, what the commander said matches what Li Mu told us. We have hope now. Hearing this, those within the command center were somewhat astonished. What do you mean by matches? Wang Longchang's deputy reminded him, Commander. It seems this formation was already in defensive posture even before you issued all the orders. This was something Wang Longchang had noticed earlier, but had not realized Li Mu was part of that squad. When he gave his commands, 4 or 5 squads had already assumed defensive stances and refrained from reckless mounted flight, while most others were in disarray, with some squad leaders down and their members attempting mounted escape after slaying monsters. Evidently, those fleeing on horseback were unaware of the bone ghost domain's nature. Such ignorance was understandable. Some individuals, unwilling to squander their youthful days in the confines of academia, awaken their innate talents and promptly abandon their studies to enlist in the military. At least they have the advantage of having studied for a few years. Yet, there exist many others who are utterly destitute of the means to pursue education and simply awaken their abilities upon reaching the requisite age. Those who happen to manifest combat talents and join the armed forces straight away belong to this latter category, often verging on illiteracy. It is inconceivable for them to possess knowledge of esoteric concepts such as the bone ghost domain, which remains scarcely mentioned even in specialized textbooks. Retrieve the footage from the Vanguard Squad's encounter with the Mistfall immediately, Wang Longchang commanded. The commander's duty is to procure every available piece of information from the command scene with utmost haste. The more detailed the understanding, the more accurately he can render his judgments. Soon, the events involving the Vanguard Squad were displayed on a side screen. First came the cavalry's retreat. Several members turned back to provide cover, after which all the horses were lost. An argument ensued between the cavalry and Li Mu, who, citing his higher merit score, assumed command of the squad. Everything unfolded with astonishing rapidity. Following this, Li Mu issued swift orders. Adopt a defensive stance, vacate the current area, check communications, and establish positioning. A series of commands were delivered methodically and without hesitation. Everyone in the command center was left stunned. This was textbook-level reaction speed. Such an incident could easily serve as a case study for the Jinyuan Army's special operations training materials. But that was not all. As the squad began to move, Li Mu explained their current predicament to his team, precisely mirroring the instructions Wang Longchang had given. This was no longer mere textbook procedure. This young man was a living embodiment of one. Having watched the footage, Wang Longchang immediately placed Li Mu's squad among the most reliable. Without delay, he shifted his gaze toward the other squads. Meanwhile, an instructor discreetly instructed an operator to save this segment of the recording and later submit it to the archives for educational purposes. Commander, we have located the first squad. An operator quickly enlarged the image of one of the squads. Wang Longchang instantly pressed the communication button. His voice transmitted directly to the technological watches worn by every member of the squad. Loyalty Squad, you have been located. Do not panic. You are at the outermost edge of the Mistfall zone. Remain calm. Open your maps and retreat toward coordinates 2371975. There will be support waiting for you there. Amid the mist, the Loyalty Squad, who had previously refused Li Mu's orders at the mission window, now numbered only 3 and were fleeing in disarray. The squad leader, the so-called beauty named Zhou Qing, and another male comrade. Zhou Qing's face was streaked with tears, her sobbing a testament to her terror. Though she had participated in over a dozen missions and considered herself a veteran, the ever-present dread of a monster emerging from the fog kept her nerves taut. Witnessing 2 of her teammates torn apart and devoured by 3 or 4 monsters before her very eyes shattered her completely, their first instinct was to crush their return stones. Even though the surrounding energy was chaotic and it would take 10 minutes to activate the stones, if they could hold their ground for that duration, they could return. Regrettably, despite crushing 3 return stones in succession, there was not the slightest sign of the formation activating. The trio fought and fled simultaneously. Upon hearing Wang Longchang's command, they were instantly filled with hope. Confirming the direction, they dashed toward the designated point. A chilling howl erupted as a monster lunged from a slanting brush, instantly knocking down the male teammate. This bone ghost had mutated from a mongrel dog. Its body had grown larger. The dog's head hung low toward its chest. Its entire back seemed to have split like a cicada's shell, with the entire spinal skeleton arched outward. From the dog's original nape protruded a grotesque, gaunt skull that was neither fully canine nor human. Its appearance was bizarre and formidable, and its biting was fiercely aggressive. The male teammate stabbed the creature with his blade, but the bone ghost remained unfazed, sacrificing its life to clamp down on his thigh and fling him to the ground. Immediately, a second bone ghost burst from the mist, viciously biting the male teammate. Save me! Help me! He screamed in agonizing despair. The loyalty squad's leader halted and glanced back, his brow furrowed in anguish. Yet Zhou Qing, upon witnessing this, showed not the slightest hesitation. She bolted without looking back. The squad leader gritted his teeth, cast a glance at the maimed comrade, stamped his foot, and gave chase after Zhou Qing. Hope for survival was right before them. What kind of worthless comrades were these, only serving to slow their escape? Damn it! Behind them, the male teammate's agonized screams echoed like the wails of hellish specters, lingering for a long time. Those cries were suffused with boundless fury and unwillingness. 3 people, 2 monsters. If the other 2 returned, dispatching the attacking beast would be no trouble at all. When Zhou Qing was previously surrounded, they had fought valiantly to rescue her. Yet now, in her time of peril, they had not even spared a glance back. This scene was observed by everyone at the command center, especially Wang Longsheng, whose face darkened ominously. Witnessing the conduct of Zhou Qing and the squad leader, the name Loyalty Squad became painfully ironic. What kind of worthless scoundrels were these? If the Genuine Army's new recruits were all like this, how could comrades trust one another to watch each other's backs? Zhou Qing and the squad leader soon emerged from the mist and were picked up by 2 rescue team members at the pinnacle of 3rd-tier cultivation. Zhou Qing immediately knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes shining with the exhilaration of having narrowly escaped death. The squad leader, however, frowned in pain, his mind haunted by the male teammate's harrowing screams. Wang Longsheng snorted coldly and cut off the footage, turning his attention to other squads. Meanwhile, the instructor quietly instructed an operator to save this segment of the Loyalty Squad's footage as well, to be sent to the archives and turned into a promotional video. It would serve as an excellent cautionary example for future education. Over the course of more than 10 minutes, one squad after another withdrew in orderly fashion under Wang Longsheng's command. Several squads encountered circumstances similar to those of the Loyalty Squad, with teammates attacked during retreat. Yet nearly every comrade chose to turn back and slay the monsters rather than abandon their fellows. In the end, all escaped with their lives, though barely. In the blink of an eye, out of 22 squads, 16 had withdrawn, for squads were presumed wiped out entirely. 2 squads remained unlocated, having ventured too deeply into the mist. Among them was Li Mu's Vanguard Squad. Within the mist, the Vanguard Squad's members were drenched in blood. For over 10 minutes, they had been engaged in relentless slaughter, their minds unable to relax for even a moment. Li Mu had just fiercely swung his thorn club, smashing the skull of a bone ghost, when Wang Longsheng's voice came through the watch. Li Mu, this is Wang Longsheng. Hearing the voice transmitted through the watch, Li Mu and his comrades were instantly shaken. More than 10 minutes had elapsed since Wang Longsheng first issued orders. Re-establishing contact meant their position had finally been pinpointed. Yet what followed caused their hearts to sink. Amidst the dense fog where they found themselves hopelessly disoriented, the only recourse was to urgently move in a single direction. Yes, Li Mu, having no alternative, could do nothing but lead his companions in a desperate breakout toward one direction. Yet at that moment, a thunderous roar shattered the stillness from within the thick mist ahead. Li Mu and his group felt their minds reel, instinctively clutching their ears. The terrifying sonic waves churned the fog into a violent tempest. As the mist roiled, it unveiled a colossal bone demon charging forward like a mountain. Towering at nearly 20 feet tall, the monstrous apparition dwarfed all they had previously encountered. Those had only reached a height of about 13 feet. This was unmistakably a 4th-rank fiend. Scatter. Xiaotit Mayutnya. To confront such a behemoth head-on would surely mean being crushed beneath its might. Yet, to their horror, they found themselves seemingly locked in place. Their bodies heavy and rigid, barely able to shift sideways, utterly incapable of rolling away. Li Mu belowed, freeze. Instantly, the gargantuan bone demon halted mid-charge, its momentum vanishing as if time itself had been arrested around it. It was not merely the creature's body that was frozen, but the very fabric of space it occupied. Everyone felt their burdens lift, and they scrambled aside awkwardly. Within a mere half a second, the bone demon resumed its charge, thundering past them with a fearsome roar. Ma Jun and the others stared at Li Mu in stunned disbelief. You just said freeze, and that monster actually stopped? Their astonishment surpassed even the relief of narrowly escaping death moments before. Don't just stand there, attack. Li Mu shouted sharply, snapping them back to their senses. The bone demon's claws gouged deeply into the earth, screeching to a halt and carving long trenches as dust billowed around them. Before they could strike, the ground trembled violently. 6 or 7 smaller bone demons burst forth, scattering Li Mu's defensive circle in an instant. Chaos erupted. Clearly, the colossal bone demon had brought reinforcements. Do not separate, Ma Jun roared, his greatsword swelling to twice its size, transforming into a massive 2-meter-long blade. As he swung, a fierce gale whipped the air, cleaving a 3-meter-long bone demon in half with a single stroke. The others leapt to their feet, engaging the surrounding bone demons. Li Mu, however, remained locked in combat with the giant fiend. As the demon's enormous claw crashed down, a golden shield emblazoned with a dragon's roar shimmered into existence before Li Mu. With a muffled crack, the claw shattered the shield instantly, the explosion echoing like a dragon's roar reverberating through the heavens. The shockwave staggered the bone demon. Seizing the moment, Li Mu closed in and smashed the demon's jaw with a mighty staff strike. Yet, true to its 4th-rank status, the creature's jaw burst apart but retaliated with lethal speed, slashing a claw across Li Mu's body. Li Mu was hurled backward, crashing to the ground. Wounds ripped open across his waist and back. This was the first time he had suffered such grievous injuries in the abyss. A cold dread washed over him. Had he not consumed 2 low-grade body-fortifying pills earlier, his body hardened considerably. This claw would have surely torn out his kidneys. Before he could rise, the bone demon surged forward again, its claw descending once more. Terar gripped Li Mu. The demon's defense was weak, but its speed and ferocity were overwhelming. He had no time to get up and could only brace his thorny staff to withstand the blow. Suddenly, Ma Jun charged from the side. His greatsword, already broken in 2, was forgotten as he slammed his body into the demon's claw, deflecting it. The claw struck the ground beside Li Mu instead, gouging a massive crater. The others rallied to assist. Though the smaller bone demons were threatening, none matched the menace of the giant one. Li Mu could not withstand it alone. Yet, as Ma Jun staggered from the collision, a bone dagger shot out from the demon's side with blinding speed, slicing cleanly across Ma Jun's calves. Snap! Both of Ma Jun's legs were severed below the knees. Like a warhorse lame in battle, he crashed heavily to the ground, rolling across the earth with a harrowing scream. Everything had happened too swiftly, too close to Li Mu. Blood splattered across his face. Damn it! Li Mu had no time to be stunned. Roaring in fury, he rolled to his feet and wildly struck at the demon with his staff. Zhao Meiding hurried to Ma Jun's side, while Zhang He and Song Biao came to Li Mu's aid, enveloping the giant bone demon in a 3-pronged assault. Yet the demon remained fierce and swift, a 1-against-3 battle without losing ground. Li Mu's immobilization technique required a 1-minute cooldown. He had hoped to buy time, but within that minute, Zhang He and Song Biao were grievously wounded. Both peak 2nd-rank warriors, they could not withstand the demon's onslaught, breaking bones and tearing sinews with every strike. When Song Biao was flung backward, Li Mu's immobilization spell finally recharged. His eyes reddened with determination as he leapt high into the air. Freeze! The giant bone demon halted once more. Li Mu's ironclad strike smashed the demon's skull, shattering it like a water balloon and driving through its neck. The colossal fiend collapsed with a thunderous crash. The bodies of the 6 or 7 smaller bone demons lay scattered across the ground. For a brief moment, the group caught their breath. The latter's face was contorted in agony. Zhang He's head bled profusely, and he had slipped into unconsciousness. Song Biao's leg was shattered beyond repair. Even Zhao Meiding's arm was broken, her shoulder mangled, the limp limb hanging uselessly. Li Mu withdrew a vial of medicine from his storage ring, handing it to Zhao Meiding. Give them each a hemostatic pill, he instructed, then tore strips of cloth to tightly bind the wounds of Ma Jun and the others. Zhao Meiding wept uncontrollably, utterly broken. The grievous injuries of their comrades were shocking, each on the brink of death. The endless fog, the sudden onslaughts of bone demons. Each attack could have been fatal. The paralyzing fear of the unknown shattered their composure completely. Shaking her head, she cried out, "We have no hope. You must leave now." 4 of their number were incapacitated. They could not survive another wave of bone demon attacks. Li Mu was still able to run. There was no reason to remain and die with them. Move, now. Li Mu commanded sharply, silencing Zhao Meiding's sobs. With Ma Jun's wounds bound, the howls of bone demons once again echoed all around them, growing ever closer. Within headquarters, Wang Longsheng and the others clenched their fists tightly, anxiously watching over the Vanguard squad. Truth be told, the Vanguard team was exceptionally formidable. To have survived the onslaught of a 4th-rank bone demon accompanied by 7 3rd-rank demons, and in such fog, so advantageous to the fiends, was nothing short of miraculous. Their every countermeasure was nearly flawless. The only fault lay in the bone ghoul's sheer terror. Amidst this mist, humanity was nothing but prey, and the bone ghoul was the hunter wielding absolute supremacy. Yet Wang Longsheng dared not issue orders to Li Mu. At this moment, he could not interfere with Li Mu's choices. Deep down, he wished for Li Mu's survival, but he would never allow Li Mu to abandon his comrades. Although the current situation differed from the previous loyal and righteous squad, even if Li Mu truly left his teammates behind, it would be understandable. But soon, they glimpsed the answer. Li Mu pondered briefly, then suddenly reached out and, with a swift motion, removed his cloak. Unfurling it against the wind, the cloak expanded dramatically, enveloping all 4 of his companions. Zhao Meiding and Song Biao instinctively caught the cloak, exchanging puzzled looks with Li Mu. Conceal beneath this. Seal it tightly. Hide the scent of blood. Li Mu uttered nothing more and proceeded to open the system panel. After the intense tension, without a moment's respite, Li Mu's victory points had accumulated to 912. He swiftly located a divine technique capable of turning the tide within the arcane arts. The 72 transformations. Instantly, Li Mu unlocked the 72 transformations. Consume 200 victory points to unlock the divine technique. 72 transformations. 72 transformations. Transform into myriad forms, acquiring their traits while retaining bodily strength. Maintaining transformation consumes spiritual energy continuously. The 72 transformations was not a numerical divine technique, but rather a branch within the skill tree. Li Mu unlocked the first transformation below, mosquito form. Transform into a mosquito, possesses no special traits, and cannot even suck blood. Flight speed depends on spiritual energy expenditure. Fortunately, the 72 transformations had no cooldown. He then spent 100 victory points to activate the transformation skill. Li Mu allocated the remaining 600 points entirely to the immobilization technique. At this moment, Li Mu felt that a 1-minute cooldown was far too lengthy. Moreover, the technique was exceedingly draining on spiritual energy, consuming 10% of his total spiritual energy each time. He had just used it twice. Since entering the Abyss, all the combat-related consumption had amounted to merely 30% of his spiritual energy. Yet those 2 uses of immobilization technique alone consumed 20%. Li Mu now had barely over half of his spiritual energy left, and the dense fog would not lift for another 40 minutes. With 600 victory points, Li Mu instantly unlocked 4 skill tree nodes for the immobilization technique. Reduce immobilization technique as spiritual energy consumption to 5 per use. Reduce spell cooldown time to 50 seconds. Reduce spell cooldown time to 40 seconds. When attacking immobilized enemies, inflict an additional 10 spiritual energy damage. Li Mu's actions were swift. After expending all victory points to Zhao Meiding and the others, he merely appeared to stand in a daze for a second. They had already deduced why Li Mu had given them the cloak. Energy flowed atop the cloak, seemingly providing some defensive properties. The enormous cloak could fully enshroud the 4 of them. As long as it was sealed tightly, the scent of blood would remain trapped within. The bone ghoul was most sensitive to the blood scent of humans. As the external scent gradually dissipated, they were effectively invisible within this small area. Li Mu, what is your plan? On his watch, Wang Longsheng anxiously inquired. Li Mu's gaze swept coldly around, activating his fiery golden eyes to lock on a charging bone ghoul. Wiping the fresh blood from the corner of his mouth fiercely, he responded to Wang Longsheng with a single word, kill. The moment Li Mu spoke, he vanished into thin air amidst the horrified stares of those around him. He simply disappeared without a trace. A bone ghoul roared furiously as it charged the spot where Li Mu had just stood. It struck nothing but empty air. The bone ghoul shook its head in confusion, glancing left and right as if puzzled by the disappearance of the person who had been there moments before. But soon its nose twitched, its gaze fixed on Ma Jun and the others hidden beneath the cloak. It was about to charge excitedly toward them when a sudden gust of foul wind appeared behind its head. A long staff sliced through the air as if conjured from nowhere. With a thud, the staff smashed the bone ghoul's skull to pieces. Li Mu reappeared briefly before vanishing once more into the mist. Zhao Meiting, Song Biao, and Ma Jun tightly held the cloak over their bodies, revealing only 3 pairs of eyes peering outward. Witnessing Li Mu vanish and then reappear behind the monster to deliver a crushing blow, they were utterly astonished beyond words. What arcane arts did Li Mu possess? Words became deeds. What he declared became reality, vanishing into thin air, appearing from nowhere. Which school could have taught such techniques? Not only were they bewildered, but the command center was also eerily silent. Wang Longchang pressed both hands on the command platform, his fierce gaze fixed firmly on the large screen. Even he could not comprehend how Li Mu accomplished this. How could he suddenly become invisible? Such arts were not unheard of, but certainly not attainable at his current rank. Not to mention the Huang rank. Even if Wang Longqing himself had just ascended to the profound rank, discovering such a mysterious and esoteric technique was exceedingly difficult. Without a spatial talent, it was uncertain whether one could master such arts. This is impossible. I have never seen such a technique, the instructor exclaimed in shock. It's talent. His talent has mutated. Wang Longsheng deliberately spoke loud enough for those nearby to hear. During prior conversations, he had asked Li Mu how he had acquired the immobilization technique. As Li Mu had used it in their first battle, Li Mu had explained it was a derived ability born from mutation of his talent. This was the only credible explanation, and Wang Longsheng accepted it calmly. Regardless of whether these abilities stemmed from talent mutation, Wang Longsheng was bound to vouch for Li Mu. He must protect the privacy that Li Mu wished to keep. After Wang Longsheng's words, many around him gradually dispelled their doubts, though they remained utterly stunned. And all of this was merely the beginning. Li Mu moved like a specter, his figure flickering faintly within a radius of several meters around Ma Jun and the others. The bone ghoul's howls resounded continuously. Whenever a bone ghoul approached the group, upon sighting it, Li Mu would instantly materialize behind the creature and strike its head with a single blow, killing it instantly. 3, 5, 10, 20. The bone ghouls appeared with increasing frequency. Li Mu, however, struck down his foes one by one. Yet no one could witness this directly. Every fallen bone ghost emitted an invisible energy. This energy continuously converged onto the cloak draped over Ma Jun and the others. Behind the cloak, the silver ring gradually took on a faint reddish hue. Time passed. Nearly half an hour had elapsed. The mist had begun to subtly thin. Yet inside the command center, no one could summon a smile. Trouble. Li Mu's pace was starting to falter. The instructor anxiously tapped his fingers on the table. His vital energy had been depleted, likely drained by prolonged invisibility. But it was not mere invisibility. It seemed more like a transformation. He appeared to have turned into some tiny flying insect. The crowd buzzed with speculation, and the sharp-eyed had already spotted Li Mu's insect form. At this moment, Li Mu was indeed at his limit. He had not been transformed the entire time. Transformation demanded a constant expenditure of vital energy. Sustaining it continuously would be devastatingly costly. Even if Li Mu were at full energy, he could maintain his transformation for no more than 10 minutes before his vital energy was utterly exhausted. Hence, Li Mu prowled within the surrounding mist. At the slightest stir, he would activate his fiery golden eyes to survey. Once confirming a monstrous approach, he would transform into a mosquito, circle behind, and strike from the rear. He dared not sustain his transformation for more than 5 seconds at a time, and the fiery golden eyes themselves consumed energy continuously. So he dared only activate them for a single second. Now, Li Mu's vital energy was completely spent. He had returned from the now thinned mist to the side of Ma Jun and the others, evidently unable to continue hiding as before. Li Mu thrust his thorny club heavily into the ground, tore off a strip of cloth, and tightly bound the wound his waist, then tightened his sleeve. Witnessing this, Ma Jun and the others' eyes flickered with pain. If Li Mu truly died protecting them, their lives would never be peaceful again. Ma Jun's voice trembled as he tried to speak, but Li Mu gave them a resolute smile. 10 minutes. This mist will last at most 10 more minutes. If it doesn't tee clear by then, I promise you, I will leave. The remote bone was Li Mu's trump card. As the mist grew thinner, if Li Mu truly reached his limit, he would have the remote bone carry him away. But clearly, that moment had not yet come. At this point, there was no need for fiery golden eyes to detect the shadow swiftly approaching through the mist nearby. Li Mu called out sharply, "Hide before it arrives. Don't come out and cause trouble." With that, he drew his club and swung it in a wide arc. Earlier, Li Mu had augmented his mountain-bearing technique to the power of 3 tigers and 9 bulls. With sheer brute force from this technique, and his divine weapon weighing over 700 pounds, this strike toppled the charging bone ghost. Yet without vital energy, the blow was not an instant kill. Li Mu flipped over and struck again, barely crushing the bone ghost's skull. Another bone ghost charged immediately after. Li Mu repeated his tactic, killing it with 2 strikes. Inside the command center, chaos erupted. Someone asked in disbelief, Is this kid really planning to survive these 10 minutes using only physical prowess? As it turned out, they were correct. Li Mu's vital energy fluctuations had all but vanished. He relied solely on the continuous restoration from the Dan Sea source to barely sustain the mountain-bearing technique. Wielding his thorny club purely by bodily strength, Wang Longcheng's fists whitened as he whispered to his adjutant Zhang, "You go." "Yes, sir." Zhang accepted the order and strode out of the command room. Everyone around was taken aback. Wang Longcheng's intent was clear. He wanted Zhang to personally prepare to receive Li Mu and prevent any mishaps. As commander, Wang Longcheng could not leave the command room before battle's end without inviting criticism. But sending his adjutant personally revealed how much he valued Li Mu. The surrounding mist grew ever thinner, yet the bone ghosts charged with increasing frequency. Li Mu's attacks grew weaker, from killing with 2 strikes, then 3, then 4 strikes failing to kill. When 2 bone ghosts charged simultaneously, Li Mu was even slammed to the ground and dragged some distance. Yet after slaying 2 bone ghosts, Li Mu still staggered back, standing before Ma Jun and the others. Their hearts trembled. Li Mu's bloodied figure bore more and more wounds. His entire body soaked through with blood, whether his own or that of the monsters. None could tell. Yet his posture remained upright. Ma Jun longed countless times to crawl out and help, even with his hands if necessary. But they knew well that in their current condition, stepping out would only hinder Li Mu. Song Biao and Zhao Meiding had already crushed 2 return stones in succession, hoping that now the thinning mist would allow them to function. But disappointment was inevitable. The teleportation array within the domain remained utterly inoperative. Blood nearly soaked the surrounding ground. The piled corpses of bone ghosts even began to obscure Li Mu's vision. Li Mu moved like a perfect war machine, wielding his weapon. At first, he could still perform the flowing cloud 3-shock staff technique without vital energy, maintaining the earth-walking 9 steps footwork. But in the end, all was lost. Only a staggering body remained, swinging the club to block or strike. The mist had almost entirely dissipated. The surrounding bone ghosts grew frenzied as autumn mosquitoes might, as if sensing their imminent disappearance. Li Mu was struck in the eye by 1 bone ghost and fought fiercely to kill it. Staggering, he swung his club wildly into the air, delivering 7 or 8 consecutive blows. This sight brought tears rushing to Ma Jun and the others' eyes. Everyone in the command center felt their scalps tingle. Li Mu had lost consciousness. He was completely unconscious, his body mechanically swinging the weapon, attacking enemies that no longer existed. At that moment, 2 bone ghosts, each nearly 13 feet tall, swept in their target Li Mu. Zhao Meiding could no longer stand idly by. She was the only one whose legs still moved. She suddenly threw off her cloak and rushed out, embracing the powerless Li Mu. Turning her back to the 2 bone ghosts, a green aura shield of vital energy rose around her. Her own vital energy was also nearly depleted, though the shield absorbed the monster's impact without the ability to counterattack. She was still vulnerable. Song Biao and Ma Jun were also at their limit. They could not bear to watch Li Mu die. Both dragged their injured legs and hurried over, grasping their weapons. Ma Jun even lifted his calf, tearing open the wound Li Mu had bandaged. Fresh blood gushed forth once again. He emitted a battle cry of defiant resolve, charging towards me. "Come on," all for the purpose of luring the bone ghosts over. The personnel at the command center, observing this scene from an omniscient vantage point, could not help but feel a sharp pang in their hearts. In this moment, the word protection gradually took on a vivid meaning within this small team. At that very instant, a figure dashed in from the distance. Swift as a shooting star, arriving unexpectedly yet ahead of others, he caught up with 2 bone ghosts from behind. With a mighty leap, he thunderously crashed down onto one of the bone ghosts. Then, astonishingly, he grasped the creature's spinal vertebrae barehanded, wielding it like a weapon, raising it high above his head and forcefully smashing it down upon the other bone ghost. Crack! The dead man and the horse both fell. The 2 bone ghosts were pulverized into a grotesque pulp, propelled by the immense momentum of the impact. They carved a long furrow in the earth, scattering soil and dust into the air. Emerging from the smoke was none other than Deputy Officer Zhang. By now, the mist had completely dissipated. Li Mu seemed to sense Zhang's timely arrival as well. In an instant, like a puppet that had lost its strings, he dropped his staff and collapsed into Zhao Meiding's arms. With Deputy Officer Zhang present, they were finally safe. Zhao Meiding wept uncontrollably, tears trickling down onto Li Mu's face. "You lied to me, you lied. You said you couldn't hold on and would surely leave. You lied." More than 1 minute later, the rescue team galloped up. It was not that they were slow. Even at their utmost speed, they could not outpace their steeds. This was already the limit of their horses' swiftness. But Deputy Officer Zhang, an 8th rank cultivator, running at full tilt, was much faster than any horse. Upon arrival, the rescue team immediately crushed a return to city stone, preparing to activate the formation and hasten the wounded back to the city, only to find the formation unresponsive. He was puzzled. The mist had clearly cleared. It's useless. Within several hours, this entire area will remain inaccessible for return, Deputy Officer Zhang said coldly. Then he approached Zhao Meiting, extending his hand to lift Li Mu onto his back. Take them with you, he commanded the 3 rescue members. Li Mu would be personally escorted by him. The 3 rescue members quickly hoisted Ma Jun and the others onto their horses, not forgetting to carry Ma Jun's 2 broken legs. One of the members stepped forward to pick up Li Mu's weapon, the thorny flower staff. As he reached out and bent forward to grasp it and mount his horse, he was suddenly yanked violently, nearly straining his back. The thorny flower staff on the ground had not moved an inch. Damn! The man instinctively cursed, then spread his legs and gripped the staff with both hands. With a sudden exertion, veins bulging in his arms, he barely managed to lift the staff. How can this thing be so heavy? He exclaimed in shock, glancing toward Deputy Officer Zhang, as if to ask whether he should carry it. Because if he had to bear it, it was absolutely impossible. His horse would not endure it. The only divine technique on Li Mu's body that did not consume vast amounts of true energy was the divine weapon technique. Li Mu could freely apply or withdraw this technique on any weapon. As long as he had even a trace of true energy, the technique could be maintained indefinitely. Before fainting, Li Mu had not withdrawn the divine weapon technique. Naturally, the thorny flower staff still weighed over 700 pounds. Give it to me. Deputy Officer Zhang stepped forward to take the staff. He was also greatly surprised upon feeling its weight. Grasping it with one hand, he lightly swung it, finding it rather unwieldy. Even for him, wielding such a weapon would require serious adaptation. He was an 8th rank Huang tier warrior. Li Mu actually used this as his regular weapon. No wonder the young man was as formidable as a monster. Let us go. Seeing the others ready, Deputy Officer Zhang, carrying Li Mu on his back, prepared to depart. Suddenly, he felt a distinct surge of energy from Li Mu's body behind him. Immediately, with a thunderous sound, a torrent of energy burst forth from Li Mu, a white light shooting straight into the heavens. Everyone rejoiced. He broke through? A rescue team member shouted loudly. Another nodded and surveyed the surroundings, marveling. Such a desperate battle is the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough during a bottleneck. This was a life-for-life exchange. Everyone deeply agreed. Standing atop the mound of corpses, they could more clearly see the surrounding sea of blood and bodies. Wang Longqing and others in the command room zoomed in for a clear view. At the center, covered by the cloaks of Ma Jun and the others, lay a circle formed by nearly 200 bone ghost corpses piled high, a mountain of death. Seeing the scene before them, Ma Jun, Zhao Meiting, and the others felt an indescribable emotion. Li Mu's might had shattered the limits of their understanding countless times. Had they not been fortunate enough to be paired with Li Mu today, their entire unit would have been annihilated deep within the mist. Only upon returning to base did they learn that another team, trapped in the same mist, had long since been wiped out. The sudden appearance of the bone ghost domain quickly became a sensation throughout the military district bases. Recently, the abyss in this region had been unusually turbulent. Li Mu alone had encountered it twice. First during the initial battle with a monstrous tail python, which had suddenly appeared in massive numbers in one area. And now the abrupt arrival of the bone ghost domain. Other special incidents had also caused numerous casualties, prompting frequent high-level meetings. That very afternoon, the Pearl Military District's first base convened a major training session for frontline Jinyuan Army soldiers to rectify military conduct. All 2nd and 3rd rank Jinyuan soldiers were required to attend unless on active duty. Once the order was issued, the learning halls at each base instantly swelled with Jinyuan soldiers, all buzzing with speculation. Military conduct rectification? Why hold such a training? No one knew. But it seemed the military district had not held a training session in a long time. This compulsory attendance indicated the matter was quite serious. The Pearl Military District comprised 10 bases, each housing thousands of personnel. The rank-and-file soldiers numbered 600 to 700 in each. Even a modest turnout meant 400 to 500 attendees per hall, leaving almost no empty seats in the multimedia rooms. Sumon, the surviving captain of the loyal and righteous squad, along with team member Zhou Qing, naturally attended. Su Mo's expression was grim. Zhou Qing's was also troubled, yet hers carried a hint of anger, arrogant and defiant. Upon entering the multimedia hall, she radiated an air of disdain for all around her. Where did her pride stem from? Of course, from her status as a survivor of the bone ghost domain. After the death toll of a loyal and righteous squad in the Bone Ghost domain was announced, she felt the prestige of being a Bone Ghost domain survivor rising steadily. They were the first squad to fight their way out bloodied but alive. Yet what enraged her greatly was, thus far, not a single officer has approached them to bestow any commendations. Upon their return, when they submitted their mission reports, they merely received a routine allocation of contribution points. What the honors, the medals, even a formal commendation, or a visit from their superiors. None of these were forthcoming. This naturally incensed her greatly. She had long been simmering with the intention of demanding an explanation from higher-ups. She deliberately arrived a bit late, choosing a moment when the crowd was larger, so as to draw greater attention to herself. Sure enough, as she and Su Mo stepped into the multimedia hall, murmurs and pointing fingers greeted them at the entrance. That must be the first squad to break through the Bone Ghost domain. Yes, I think they're called the Loyal Righteous Squad, and only 2 of them survived in the end. To face a desperate battle and still be the first to escape, those 2 must be terrifyingly strong. Zhou Qing's chin lifted even higher with pride. However, arriving late meant she could only find seats further back. Counting from the rear, the 3rd and 4th rows from the back had plenty of empty seats. Yet the last and penultimate rows were already fully occupied. It wasn't that these individuals preferred to sit at the very back. Rather, those rows were reserved entirely for reservists, students still in school who shared the same status as Li Mu. This was an unwritten rule within the Jinyuan army. In any collective military event, reservists were expected to huddle together in the farthest corner. Should one absent-mindedly sit among the veterans, there would surely be consequences. Even if they refrained from physical punishment or harsh words, a few reprimands were inevitable. A moment's carelessness could easily result in a beating. Such occurrences were all too common within military ranks. Even if you were not an unbloodied reservist, you were still a raw recruit. Thus, this was a tacitly accepted convention. Seeing Zhou Qing and Su Mo approach, the reservists occupying the last 2 rows, unable to accommodate them, hastily stood and shifted aside to make room. Yet, Zhou Qing's spirit was only further ignited. She shouted at 2 of the newcomers preparing to sit down. Did I tell you to sit here? Get back to the rear. No seats left? Then stand. Her reprimand was pure venting, a deliberate shout to draw more eyes upon herself. The first squad to emerge bloodied from the Bone Ghost domain, scolding 2 green recruits, was hardly out of place. Who would dare object? If you want to grant me merit or elevate my status, then I shall elevate myself. The 2 reservists exchanged glances, their anger palpable. Yet they silently retreated to the back. Other recruits, witnessing this, shuffled their seats to carve out a small space, beckoning the 2 to squeeze in together. At the same time, all the reservists' gazes turned toward Zhou Qing, laden with resentment. You're a veteran, so great. You're so intimidating that we avoid you. But to intensify your bullying without cause, that is simply too much. Unexpectedly, Zhou Qing caught sight of this, and her ire deepened. Oh, so you're all about loyalty and righteousness, are you? Did you not hear me tell him to stand? Can't you hear? She bellowed. Want to offer your seats? Then none of you sit. All of you stand up. Zhou Qing's voice thundered through the hall. Her belly was already full of rage, having insulted 2 useless reservists. Now, these people dared to glare at her like that. Why do you have to glare at me, a member of the first surviving squad? Su Mo frowned deeply beside her and tugged at Zhou Qing's sleeve. Many in the front rows turned their heads to look back. Can't you hear me? Seeing their hesitation, Zhou Qing's fury flared anew. She rose, pointed at them, her eyes wide and fierce. The reservists sighed and begrudgingly stood. No one spoke up for them. Here, they could only endure in silence. Only then did Zhou Qing grumble and sit down. After another 10 or so minutes, all the soldiers had taken their seats. A few officers finally entered from the main front door. The lights dimmed, and a large screen ahead began playing a compilation prepared by the command center. An instructor stepped onto the stage and barked in a solemn tone. Regarding the Bone Ghost domain, I believe you've already heard many rumors. The situation and difficulty of abyssal operations have become increasingly severe. The strength of our warrior ranks urgently needs enhancement. But what I must emphasize is this. More important than strengthening our combat power is the rectification of our military conduct. The Jinyuan army is an ironclad force you can trust to watch your back. Team combat requires unity, protection, mutual assistance, and love. Only then can we survive time and again in the terrifying abyssal war. Yet there are always some worthless elements who serve as excellent negative examples. In light of today's Bone Ghost domain combat footage, we have compiled a documentary. It includes not only scientific explanations about the Bone Ghost domain, but also extreme exemplars of both positive and negative conduct. Everyone, Open your eyes wide and clearly decide what kind of person you want to become. Play. With the command, the massive screen sprang to life. Because the footage was a curated propaganda film, it employed various editing techniques and numerous aerial, panoramic shots from the command center as perspective. The first images to appear were those of dense fog descending. Scenes of squads thrown into chaos amid the mist. Close-ups of mutated bone ghosts. Even a narrator explaining the formation of the bone ghost domain and the characteristics of the bone ghosts, resembling a blockbuster film. Then came footage of Wang Longsheng swiftly entering the command center and directing the on-site squads to retreat. Zhou Qing, seated in the back, grew excited. If they could capture her on camera here, giving her a proper moment in the spotlight, that would be splendid. Yet Sue Mo beside her was pale as death. Sure enough, the camera soon focused on the loyal righteous squad in close-up. However, this was the squad when all 5 members were still together. They were initially seen riding warhorses in panic, attempting to flee the fog. Then the warhorses were overturned by bone ghosts. And Zhou Qing was the first to fall into peril. The other 4 members did not abandon her, but returned to rescue her, and together they repelled the bone ghosts. At this point, following Wang Longsheng's commands, they regrouped to strike the bone ghosts. Yet the monsters were too formidable, and the loyal righteous squad's combat prowess was merely average. Zhou Qing kept screaming and crying out loudly, her incessant wailing growing irritating to some. Watching the video to this point, Zhou Qing's fury boiled over. Who the hell edited this propaganda? Why the hell give me close-ups? Why highlight my embarrassing moments? Why not show the times I fought bravely? My only shining moment was when, while my teammates held the bone ghosts at bay, I stepped up and slew one with a single strike. That was the sole highlight of mine. Afterwards, the loyal righteous squad fought a retreating battle. Zhou Qing screamed as she dodged bone ghosts, inadvertently letting one slip into their defensive perimeter. That bone ghost immediately slaughtered a teammate from behind. The defense line was broken. Another teammate was instantly killed. The squad was shattered in an instant. Captain Su Mo shouted a command to retreat. 2 comrades perished instantly, their flesh savagely torn apart by 4 or 5 bone fiends. The remaining 3 teammates could only flee for their lives. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Longsheng pinpointed their location. What followed was witnessed by all. One comrade was overwhelmed and knocked down by the bone fiends. Zhou Qing, having obtained the retreat coordinate, shockingly abandoned her still-living comrade and fled frantically. Su Mo also gritted his teeth, cast a glance at his teammate, and hurriedly escaped. This sequence of footage was clearly extracted from Zhou Qing's recorder, as the camera followed her running out of the mist and glimpsing the rescue team. Zhou Qing collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, her eyes filled with the exhilaration of surviving a catastrophe. A faint smile of relief curled at the corner of her lips, as if grateful to have lived through it. At this point, the video slowed down. The perspective gradually rose from Zhou Qing's smiling face. A large number of warriors in the multimedia hall suddenly turned their heads sharply, glaring furiously at Zhou Qing, who sat in the 3rd row from the back. Yet, even more than anger, their eyes brimmed with contempt. Zhou Qing, seeing this, was utterly bewildered. Something was amiss. The portrayal of herself in this propaganda film hardly seemed heroic at all. Who was the fool who edited this? There was not a trace of skill. Could they even edit properly? Soon, she sensed the crowd's wrath and disdain directed at her and instantly realized. This video appeared to be a critique of herself. This thought ignited a furious rage within Zhou Qing. She sprang to her feet and shouted vehemently, "What are you all staring at? Didn't you see how vicious those bone fiends were? We fought with blood and sweat to escape. If it were you wouldn't even have killed the first few monsters, right?" The lead instructor immediately furrowed his brows. Upon recognizing the female protagonist of the propaganda film, he sneered coldly. "So it turns out you, the negative example of the film, are in this hall. What is with the shouting?" The instructor promptly pressed pause and interrogated her coldly. Facing the officer, Zhou Qing found courage swelling within her. "Instructor, I don't understand. We survived the bone fiend domain, a celestial phenomenon where survival is nearly impossible. Not only do we receive no commendations, but now this? You've edited me into a joke. I refuse to accept this. You cannot erase my battle achievements." Zhou Qing stomped her foot, shaking her head and screaming like a lunatic. The instructor, enraged, laughed bitterly. "Battle achievements? You killed 2 monsters the entire time, caused the deaths of 2 teammates, and abandoned another. You even assisted the bone fiends in killing 3 comrades. The records don't lie, do they? That is your so-called battle achievement." Zhou Qing pointed at the screen fiercely. "Didn't you see how formidable those bone fiends were? To have fought like that, I dare say few squads could compare." Her chest heaved with anger, veins bulging on her forehead. Her words insulted all the other squads, as if none could match her. The veteran soldiers at the front erupted into furious curses, the phrase idiot echoing repeatedly. The instructor was so infuriated he laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. Very well, very well. Keep watching. With that, he mercilessly pressed play. The propaganda film resumed. After a series of scenes depicting various squads retreating, it finally reached its main subject, the Vanguard squad, led by Li Mu. The first images showed Li Mu's group fleeing on horseback before being overturned. Prior to Wang Longsheng's entry into the command center, Li Mu and the captain burst into an argument, with Li Mu quickly taking command and issuing a series of orders. He then proceeded to explain the nature of the Bone Fiend domain in meticulous detail, rivaling any scientific lecture. Only after Li Mu's explanation, lasting just over a minute, did Wang Longsheng enter the command center. Subsequently, the command center's roster displayed a close-up of the Vanguard squad, highlighting Li Mu as a reservist. The word reservist appeared, causing everyone to gasp sharply and instinctively glance toward the last two rows of the hall, where the new reservist recruits stood. These recruits exchanged bewildered looks. None had expected to see reservists featured on the screen. What followed was truly astonishing. Compared to the combat effectiveness of the earlier Loyalist squad, the Vanguard squad was nothing short of divine. Not only was their coordination flawless, but each soldier's individual combat prowess was formidable. Ma Jun wielded a greatsword with unmatched skill. Zhang He and Song Biao danced with blades and spears, defending every angle without flaw. Zhao Meiding's arrows consistently inflicted grievous wounds upon the Bone Fiends. Most terrifying of all was the reservist recruit. Ma Jun could single-handedly hold his own. Li Mu was capable of facing three directions simultaneously. The staff he wielded guaranteed shattered bones and severed tendons with every strike. Comparing just the female members of the two squads, Zhou Qing and Zhao Meiding were worlds apart. From this point onward, the footage was nothing short of exhilarating. Gigantic bone fiends appeared, and life-and-death battles ensued. Li Mu immobilized and instantly dispatched a massive bone fiend. Four other teammates were gravely wounded. Li Mu draped his cloak over his comrades, and then, with a soft puff, vanished. Pale-faced, Zhou Qing immediately seized the chance to counterattack vocally. She stood and shouted, "See? He abandoned his teammates too. This is what a reservist is." She had long since recognized Li Mu as the reservist she had rejected in the mission zone. She never imagined that this scoundrel could fight so fiercely. However, before the instructor could respond, the veterans in the front rows sprang to their feet and turned to glare at her with deadly intensity. One nearby spoke harshly, "If you make another sound that disrupts my viewing, I'll kill you." Everyone watching the Vanguard squad as combat was already fired up, yet this foolish woman had rudely interrupted the moment. Many expected Li Mu to abandon his teammates next, but soon, Zhou Qing's words became a joke. As bone fiends appeared, Li Mu began a ghost-like performance. His figure vanished into the thick mist, constantly circling the four teammates shielded by the cloak. Any bone fiend daring to approach the comrades was instantly struck down by Li Mu's staff. Gradually, the mist thinned, and Li Mu's internal energy waned. He began to rely on sheer physical resilience to withstand the monsters. For 10 minutes, these Jinyuan soldiers witnessed what it truly meant to fight with blood and soul. Especially at the end, Li Mu unconsciously swung his staff, striking at empty air. Zhao Meiding stepped forward and embraced him. Ma Jun and Song Biao crawled out from beneath the cloak. Ma Jun tore open his own calf's flesh, shouting to attract the monsters. The background music turned solemn and heroic. These scenes stirred countless Jinyuan soldiers to rise slowly, fists clenched, standing solemn and resolute. When Deputy Officer Zhang arrived, killed the monsters, and rescued Li Mu and the others, the hall erupted with suppressed cheers of good. Good. The final frame of the video froze on the brilliant white light soaring from Li Mu. The camera slowly pulled upward, and as the mist dissipated amidst a mountain of corpses encircling the refuge of his four comrades, Li Mu fought his way through. The scene was profoundly staggering. It was the manifestation of a man's unwavering dedication to protect his teammates. This is what it means to be a warrior. This is true strength. As the promotional video concluded, the lights in the hall brightened once more. The instructor cast a cold glance toward Zhou Qing and inquired, "You said just now that you also fought your way out bloodied? You have battle merits as well?" At that moment, every person in the hall turned their gaze to Zhou Qing. After watching the footage, her face had long since turned pale, so pale it was almost frightening. Until then, all her arrogance stemmed from a genuine belief in her own prowess. After all, she had never witnessed how other squads fought their way out. She thought merely surviving the dense fog was a mark of true strength. When she saw Li Mu's vanguard squad relentlessly slaying monsters, she only admired their defensive postures. But the final display, Li Mu's personal exhibition of protecting his teammates, was a level of ferocity beyond her comprehension. The ground was littered with a sea of corpses and blood. Over 200 bone ghosts in total. How could a single person possibly accomplish such a feat? Compared to the vanguard squad, their own team's very name was a joke. In an instant, all of Zhou Qing's confidence crumbled into ruin. Yet the angriest were not Zhou Qing herself, but the 2 rows of reservists standing behind her. Nearly every new reservist's eyes blazed with fury, their chests heaving with rage. They were absolutely livid. Damn it all. I thought you were some kind of badass, but you come up here acting like you're scolding a child, just making us stand around. Before she could finish, a reservist young man slapped Zhou Qing sharply across the temple, causing her to stagger. Another reservist quickly reached out to restrain the one who had struck her, wildly signaling that the instructor was still present. But the young man struggled, rolling up his sleeves fiercely. What the hell are you holding me for? Hit me then. At a single command, all the reservist soldiers surged forward in uproarious protest. They were truly beside themselves with fury, all because of that one woman's words. They had been made to stand for nearly 40 minutes, without any reason whatsoever. At first, they had thought this woman was formidable, but in the end, she was nothing but a fool. What did it feel like? It was as if you were attending a university lecture, and a man in a white coat came in and spent the entire class having you taste your classmates' excrement. You didn't understand but complied. Then, at the end of class, several mental hospital staff came and took him away in an ambulance, apologizing to you as he left. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. When the veterans saw Zhou Qing get struck, not one intervened. Usually they might be at odds with these reservists. Indeed, they were 2 separate camps and hardly mingled. The reservists were all 18-year-old youths, while the oldest veteran was in his mid-20s. But now, they all turned their eyes toward the instructor, fearful that he would intervene in this mess. If not for being unable to interfere, they would have liked nothing more than to land a few punches on her themselves. The instructor, witnessing this scene, acted as if he saw nothing. With a wave of his hand, he led his subordinates out through the front door at a brisk pace. Zhou Qing suffered greatly from this ordeal. An hour later, she was rushed directly to the ICU. Meanwhile, at other bases, once the promotional video was released, the name Li Mu instantly echoed throughout half the military district. Most crucially, Li Mu single-handedly elevated the prestige of the word reservist. Overnight, every reservist soldier in the entire military district was profoundly grateful to Li Mu's ancestors 8 generations back. Those so-called veterans regarded them with much more respect. Some third-ranked reservists were even actively invited to join certain squads. They finally understood, when the moment of truth arrives, knowledge is what saves lives. Disregarding Li Mu's extraordinary combat prowess, his deep understanding of the Bone Ghost domain, and his initial strategic deployment for the squad unquestionably bought them a great deal of time, significantly increasing their survival rate. Although not every reservist possessed the same knowledge reserve as Li Mu, at least all reservists were in school. They were learning. That alone made them far stronger than those who had never attended school. That night, at the Mingzhu Military District Command Center, on the bed in Wang Longcheng's resting room, Li Mu slowly opened his eyes and saw Wang Longcheng flipping through a book. Commander. Li Mu weakly attempted to sit up. Wang Longcheng immediately put down the book and gently pressed Li Mu back down. Don't move. I'm fine. I have to go home, Li Mu insisted, feeling his body and sensing no serious injury. He gritted his teeth, trying to rise again. Rest assured, I already called your mother. I told her you're staying here to train today and 1 TB coming home. Your body is fine, but you're mentally exhausted and need to rest more. Coming home like this would only make your mother worry herself sick, Wang Longcheng said with a smile. Only then did Li Mu relax. He was simply afraid Yang Suying would be worried about him. Glancing at the clock on the wall, Li Mu asked somewhat embarrassedly, It's already 10 o'clock, Commander. Sorry for keeping you from going home. I've also taken leave from Aunt Bai. Wang Longcheng replied with a laugh. From now on, when no one else is around, just call me Uncle Wang. Wang Longcheng smiled faintly. Li Mu showed no pretension. Last time, Wang Longcheng and Bai Taiwei had stood up for him in front of so many officials. He regarded them as respected elders. For neither Wang Longcheng nor Bai Taiwei were the kind to easily show favoritism. What they had done for him was truly moving. Have you broken through? Wang Longcheng asked again. Li Mu felt inside his body and his eyes immediately brightened. Indeed, he had reached the 3rd rank of a yellow tier. He then opened the system interface and glanced at it. His battle victory points had soared to 6,980. Terrifying, with so many victory points. Just thinking about it made Li Mu feel a swelling pride rising within him. He suppressed his exuberance and smiled slightly. Yes, I can feel it. Your breakthrough speed is incredible, Wang Longqing remarked. Mutation of talent, Li Mu replied with a smile. Haha, are you trying to say that your ability to immobilize monsters, transform into a mosquito, and suddenly appear behind their minds, all of this is due to your talent mutation? Wang Longqing asked, laughing. Huh, Uncle Wang, are you answering for me now? Li Mu nodded earnestly. Wang Longqing shook his head with a smile, then rose and walked to the desk, pulling out a set of documents and handing them to Li Mu. Li Mu took the documents and was about to look through them, but Wang Longqing cautioned. Keep these safe. Read them after you get home. These are all top secret. Under no circumstances must anyone else see them. After reading, remember to destroy them promptly. Li Mu's curiosity deepened, but he could only nod and carefully stored the thick stack of papers in his storage ring. Your combat footage has already been edited into the promotional video. Now, half of the soldiers in the Mingzhu military district know your story. You have no objections, right? No, even if you do, it's too late now. Wang Longqing chuckled. Li Mu, huh? He uttered. Why is that? Fool, of course it's for merit. Wang Longqing replied sharply. He rose to his feet, hands clasped behind his back. Amplifying your deeds serves 3 purposes. First, it broadens your influence, making it easier for me to secure merits on your behalf. Second, this matter truly deserves publicity. It greatly aids the rectification of military discipline. It significantly enhances the cohesion of the troops, which is an excellent positive effect. Moreover, it has a remarkable impact on improving the status of the reserves within the army. Third, it elevates your reputation. Reputation in the military outweighs everything. Sometimes, it even rivals merit. You may not understand this now, but you will grasp it sooner or later. Li Mu nodded thoughtfully. These were things he had never considered, yet Wang Longqing had already planned for them. After a while, Wang Longqing suddenly posed a peculiar question. Li Mu, at that moment when you ran out of true qi, you told the few cavalrymen that if you reach your limit, you would retreat. Yet in the end, you fought on with sheer willpower until you lost consciousness. You didn't retreat. Why? Wang Longqing asked with utmost seriousness. Li Mu knew he was looking for a perfunctory answer like I forgot in the moment. He pondered for a long while, then earnestly replied with 8 words, driven by passion, simply indulging. Indulging? Hearing Li Mu's response, Wang Longqing was taken aback. A battle of life and death is not a drinking party or amusement. The word indulging was something Wang Longqing found difficult to comprehend. Yet, upon deeper reflection, a faint curve appeared at the corner of his lips. Since he met Li Mu, it seemed Li Mu indeed differed from other students. On the first day of military training, he broke the instructor's leg. In broad daylight, he forced one of the Li family's former elder uncles to kneel in the square. In the Abyss's first battle, he charged straight into the most perilous zones. Upon hearing the monstrous tail python's appearance, he immediately rushed to support. He protected his comrades until his spirit reached its limit. These acts seemed utterly reckless, as if Li Mu never considered the consequences, acting on impulse and whim. But could you truly call him reckless? He was absolutely not that kind of person. Li Mu's composure and prudence on the battlefield were far beyond those of peers at the same rank and age. His trump cards were deeply concealed. If one were to sum up Li Mu, Wang Longqing honestly could not find a few words to describe him. The phrase simply indulging instead revealed an air of nonchalance. It evoked the image of a celestial being reincarnated, indulging fully in the mortal world's pleasures. What a splendid simply indulging indeed. Get some rest early. Everything will be discussed tomorrow, Wang Longqing said, then left the room, no longer disturbing Li Mu's rest. Li Mu was truly exhausted, mentally drained. Once Wang Longqing departed, Li Mu soon fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, Li Mu awoke early and sat up, yet did not rush to dress. Instead, he eagerly opened the system. Victory points, 6,980. Seeing this number, Li Mu nearly burst with joy. Adjusting his mood, he began to deliberate how to spend these points. First and foremost, he had to remedy his own weaknesses. After yesterday's battle, Li Mu realized his greatest flaw, a severe shortage of true qi. Too scant, abysmally so. The immobilization technique he relied on most consumed true qi like no other. His entire reservoir of true qi could not even last a few seconds against a major boss. In the abyss, where monsters appeared almost endlessly, this was utterly insufficient. The second major flaw was his limited array of techniques. The means to turn the tide of battle were still too few. There were other deficiencies, but these two demanded urgent resolution. With this in mind, Li Mu no longer hesitated. To solve the true qi problem, he must start with his internal cultivation. Speaking of internal cultivation, Li Mu had never enhanced the Wuping Tianqian Ju. The Wuping Tianqian Ju was also one of his innate divine arts. Li Mu opened the Wuping Tianshan Ju's description. Wuping Tianshan Ju deepens the comprehension of the cultivated technique by 50 years, broadens the elixir sea, strengthens the meridians, and allows freer mastery of any technique. Scrolling down, an option that had never appeared before suddenly emerged. Host detected as Huang stage, 3rd rank. Tianshan Ju eligible for advancement. Damn, so it had been a realm restriction. Now that Li Mu had reached 3rd rank, this option appeared. No wonder it was previously hidden. It was simply beyond the martial artist's realm to wield a higher tier Tianshan Ju. Advancement cost, 1,000 victory points. He upgraded it. Wuping Tianshan Ju has advanced. Cping Tianshan Ju deepens comprehension of the cultivated technique by 100 years, greatly improves elixir sea and meridians, allows fusion of internal cultivation techniques, absorbing their characteristics into the Tianshan Ju. Currently, 3 internal cultivation techniques can be fused, and fused techniques can be replaced. What? Limus Eis Weidend instantly. Fusion of internal cultivation? Absorbing their traits into the Tianshan Ju? This was rather intriguing. Li Mu's mind began to churn with ideas. Since he lacked true qi, why not desperately fuse several cultivation techniques that increase true qi volume and recovery speed? Li Mu couldn't help but scoff at the immobilization technique, this godlike skill. It consumed true qi by percentage, meaning that even if he increased his total true qi, it wouldn't alleviate the consumption from the immobilization technique. No matter how vast his true qi reservoir, each immobilization consumed 5%. He could only cast it 20 times before draining his entire true qi. Yet, considering the terrifying effect of the immobilization technique, Li Mu could only accept it. For now, the first major problem was tentatively resolved. He just needed to find a few internal cultivation techniques. Now, it was time to tackle the second problem. Continuing on. Next, unlock borrowing strength from wine. Let me see what it's about. Consume 100 victory points to unlock borrowing strength from wine. Borrowing strength from wine. Taking a sip of wine, a pressure domain forms within a 2-meter radius, dampening enemies' morale and slowing their movements. Your own morale strengthens, and movement speed increases by 5. Duration, 10 minutes. A domain. Li Mu's eyes brightened at first, but he soon spotted an issue. The reduction in enemies' movement speed within the domain lacked numerical value. This meant it wasn't like the immobilization technique that ignored cultivation level. The pressure that restricted enemy movement depended on the opponent's strength. Stronger foes weakened the effect, weaker ones amplified it. Nonetheless, as long as it took effect against enemies stronger than him, it was sufficient. Moreover, after enhancing the domain, monsters of equal or lower rank than Li Mu would pose even less threat. This was very advantageous for group battles. No matter with so many points, he'd just upgrade it first. Opening the skill tree for borrowing strength from wine, Li Mu immediately unlocked 3 nodes. Wine pressure domain expanded to a 5-meter radius. Duration increased to 15 minutes. Allies within the domain can also enjoy a speed enhancement. These 3 nodes consumed 400 victory points from Li Mu. He still had 5,480 victory points remaining. Li Mu rose from the bed. The thorny flower staff and cloak had already been placed beside it. He casually picked up the thorny flower staff, weighing it in his hand. Next, he decided to invest all the leftover points into Divine Weapon Technique. Divine Weapon Technique and Mountain Bearing Technique were the fundamental sources of his combat power. Even if he wished to develop other methods, these 2 could not be neglected. Consumed 480 victory points, Divine Weapon Technique enhancement succeeded. Divine Weapon Technique imbues weapons with weight, currently at 1,155 gene. The weapon suddenly felt remarkably heavy. Li Mu was struck by a sensation as if he had transcended time and space. The weapon in his hand now weighed half a ton, reflecting on his time on Earth, not to mention 1,000 gene. Even carrying 2 buckets of water upstairs left him breathless. He allocated 500 points to Mountain Bearing Technique. Consumed 500 victory points, Mountain Bearing Technique enhancement succeeded. Mountain Bearing Technique increases the strength of 8 tigers and 9 bulls. With this enhancement, Mountain Bearing Technique could likely support up to 1.5 tons without further augmentation. Thus, 4,500 points remained. Li Mu then unlocked the Blessed Field Technique. Consumed 100 victory points. Blessed Field Technique unlocked. Blessed Field Technique creates a realm of spiritual energy where the soul may reside, nurturing spiritual plants and creatures for personal use. Farming? Li Mu's nature sparked, and he attempted to enter the blessed field with his soul. Instantly, his spirit detached from his body and entered another dimension. The view before him brightened dramatically. Sky, sun, moon, white clouds, and birds. It was indeed a radiant realm. The ground was unusually flat, covered in lush green grass. However, as Li Mu walked backward, he discovered a mirror-like wall extending to the sky, clearly marking the boundary of this domain. A real-world version of Minecraft, perhaps? Li Mu murmured as he paced back and forth, soon finding the four boundaries. The area was not large, about 10 acres. Li Mu exited the blessed field. This technique was also structured as a skill tree. Li Mu spent 600 victory points consecutively to activate 4 nodes. Blessed Field expanded to 20 acres. Acquired a spiritual spring source. Real-world creatures can enter. Blessed Field expanded to 40 acres. He had invested so much because he intended to cultivate medicinal herbs within. The description mentioned that herbs grown in the Blessed Field, nurtured by spiritual spring irrigation, would differ vastly from ordinary herbs in both quality and growth speed. Alchemy required a great deal of such herbs. Victory points now stood at 3,800. Li Mu planned to keep around 2,000 as reserve because he aimed to break through the 1-ton milestone for divine weapon technique first. Hence, he could only unlock one more divine ability. His attention turned to a divine ability worth 300 victory points, External Avatar. External Avatar was essentially a duplication technique. Consumed 300 victory points, External Avatar unlocked. External Avatar creates a duplicate to fight alongside you or perform tricks. External Avatar was likewise skill tree-based. However, Li Mu gasped upon glancing at it. Although he had unlocked multiple divine abilities and could easily activate nodes on the skill tree, this was because nodes closer to the root required fewer points. For example, Blessed Field required 100 points to unlock 20 acres, 200 for 40 acres, and 500 for 100 acres. Therefore, he had not advanced further. Each divine ability's deeper nodes nearly doubled in point cost. With only a few thousand victory points, specializing deeply in 1 or 2 divine abilities suddenly seemed less feasible. Thus, he chose to unlock as many nodes as possible within reach to gain versatility. Nevertheless, External Avatar was the most expensive to unlock at 300 points. Its current effect was Manifest 1 Avatar inheriting 100 strength from Divine Weapon Technique and Mountain Bearing Technique, lasting 1 minute. Frankly, this strength was already considerable. Yet, the Avatar evidently could not use other divine abilities such as Immobilization Technique. The next node required 500 points. Gritting his teeth, Li Mu activated it. Manifest 2 Avatars inheriting 100 strength from Divine Weapon Technique and Mountain Bearing Technique. When a main body uses Immobilization Technique, Avatars can also use Immobilization once. Avatars last 1 minute. The subsequent node demanded 1,000 victory points, which Li Mu dared not unlock. He now had exactly 3,000 victory points remaining, which he intended to reserve for later. Once he adapted to the strength of the 3rd rank and pushed Divine Weapon Technique to its current limits, he would reconsider. A brief inventory revealed that Li Mu had mastered as many as 11 divine abilities: Inferior Celestial Technique, Whispering Ear, Divine Weapon Technique, Mountain Bearing Technique, Fiery Eye, Alchemy, Immobilization Technique, 72 Transformations, Borrowed Power from Wine, Blessed Field Technique, and External Avatar. Although most were only at the primary stage and not profound, Li Mu felt only one word: exhilarating. This surge of power made him feel completely invigorated. Li Mu confidently declared he could defeat any so-called prodigy of the same tier, even 2 at once. At that moment, a knocking sounded at the door. They had arrived. Li Mu dressed swiftly, put away the thorny flower staff and cloak, and opened the door to find Deputy Officer Zhang. "How is your recovery?" Zhang inquired with a rare tone of concern, though his face remained expressionless. "Very well, my spirit is fully restored." Li Mu moved about. After half a day and night of sleep, his spirit had thoroughly recovered. "Good, your merit has been recorded. I will take you to receive your commendation," Zhang said, turning to lead the way. Li Mu interjected, Deputy Officer Zhang, I want to ask, how are my teammates? Can Ma Jun's legs be reattached?" Zhang shook his head slowly. "It's unlikely. There's still some time. You may go see them." "All right." When Li Mu arrived at the medical corps, he was supporting Ma Jun as he walked back and forth. Below Ma Jun's knees were 2 metallic prosthetic limbs with flexible feet. Zhao Meiting and Song Biao sat nearby, both wrapped in bandages. Seeing Li Mu, they all rose. "Hey, you're here. How are you feeling?" Ma Jun greeted him, showing no trace of pain from losing his legs, but instead expressing concern for Li Mu's health. Watching Ma Jun open his arms to maintain balance, as if a child learning to walk, Li Mu felt an inexplicable pang in his heart. After all, Ma Jun had lost his legs to save Li Mu. Had Ma Jun not risked his life to block the giant bone ghost's claw, Li Mu would have either died or suffered grievous injury. It was impossible he would have survived the dense fog otherwise. What happened? The original legs can't be reattached? Li Mu asked in a low voice. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy as Zhao Meiting sighed. The connection could be made, but after he spoke, she cast a somewhat complicated glance toward Ma Jun feigned joviality, laughing heartily. It will take a long time to heal, and the doctor said the bones will inevitably retain hidden injuries. Metal limbs are different, though. Flesh and blood are fragile. With metal, there won't be any latent damage. Produce. You can get back into combat quickly, and if it breaks, you can just replace it. When I have money someday, I'll get a hard one. Maybe even fit it with thrusters. Why lack isn't a pair of legs, but a weak point? Ma Jun's bold words were merely excuses, he kept telling himself. Yet, for a warrior, an intact body represented an inexplicable sense of security. Li Mu took a deep breath and said no more, silently resolving in his heart that if he ever had the chance to obtain regenerative medicine for limbs, he would make sure Ma Jun regrew those legs. All right, you saved our lives. We are already very grateful to have survived. Song Yao, noticing Li Mu's subdued mood, patted his arm and said, Indeed, and we even benefited greatly from you. Everyone was exceptionally awarded 20 merit points each. Brother Jun got 40, Zhao Meiting added. They had never imagined they would be granted 20 merit points each in this campaign. Their sole achievement was that their performance could be held up alongside Li Mu's as exemplary models, positively influencing the military's discipline reform, hence the special commendation. Have you received your award yet? Zhang He inquired. Not yet. I'm about to go. Come on, we'll go with you. Li Mu couldn't refuse the group's insistence and let them accompany him to the awards department. Along the way, many recognized Li Mu. Even those who immediately seen his face knew from Ma Jun and the others that this was the Vanguard squad. Some veteran soldiers greeted him warmly, while the reserve recruits snapped to attention upon seeing Li Mu, saluting him sharply with a knight's salute out of respect. Although Wang Longsheng had told Li Mu they were made into exemplary models, Li Mu hadn't anticipated the extent of the impact. By the time they reached the awards department, a large crowd had gathered behind them to watch the spectacle. A rough count suggested about 200 people. This was an enormous gathering, considering the Mingzhu military district had 10 bases, each with only 1,000 or so personnel, many of whom were on missions. The lower-ranked second and third-grade soldiers totaled only 500 or 600. Award ceremonies were open to spectators, and some were simply unmissable, serving as motivators for honor. After Li Mu identified himself, an officer promptly emerged from the awards department, followed by a sizable group of soldiers and even some office staff, all craning their necks curiously to get a glimpse. The burly man, around 40 years old, regarded Li Mu with admiration. He stepped forward and squeezed Li Mu's solid arm. Young man, how old are you this year? 18, Li Mu replied. Good, damn impressive. Do you know your current rank? No. The man smiled, turned, and retrieved a box, opening it to reveal a second-class merit medal, worth 150 merit points. Congratulations, Young Wolfguard. The moment the words Young Wolfguard were uttered, the room erupted. Sustained applause and cheers followed, especially from the reserve recruits, who were invigorated. Li Mu was now, in effect, a totem for half the reserve recruits. 200 merit points were required to ascend to Young Wolfguard. As a reservist, Li Mu was exempt from examination, but merit points were exceedingly rare and only awarded for outstanding achievements. An 18-year-old Young Wolfguard was extraordinarily uncommon. Even Li Mu found it somewhat unbelievable. He had estimated that earning 70 or 80 merit points this time would be excellent, never expecting it to double. But he soon understood Wang Longsheng's painstaking strategy. Magnify the exploits of Li Mu's squad to secure more merit points for him. Everyone was watching. Li Mu had fought desperately to protect his comrades, battling to the very end, slaying monsters far beyond what a single soldier could manage. If such a warrior were not granted substantial merit, how would other soldiers feel? Awarding only a few points for such great deeds? Was this a joke? Of course. Wang Longsheng's approach was not exactly coercion. The superiors also benefited from awarding Li Mu merit points, as it served to better motivate the troops, a win-win situation. Li Mu accepted the medal and performed a standard knight salute. Thank you, officer. He noticed that besides the second-class merit badge, the box also contained a Young Wolfguard insignia. The emblem depicted the head of a young wolf, fierce yet tinged with a hint of innocence. According to the award criteria, it made sense for a senior Wolfguard to present the Young Wolfguard rank. Standing before him was precisely such a senior Wolfguard, holding a military position comparable to Qin Zhanyas. Go forth. I look forward to your next achievement. The senior Wolfguard saluted and then turned back into the award department. Zhao Meiting and the others approached, offering their congratulations, and, like curious children, each took turns touching Li Mu's medal. So, while we're nursing our wounds, you're already eager to take on new missions? Song Biao asked with a tinge of envy. He knew all too well that, given his own abilities, it would be difficult to team up with Li Mu again. This was the first and last time. Li Mu leading comrades like him, and Zhang, he would undoubtedly be a burden. Li Mu shook his head with a smile. I plan to lay low for a few days, return to school, and consolidate my third-grade realm. Yeah, if you go any lower, you'll probably need to undertake more advanced missions. Ma Ju nodded with a sigh. After chatting a while longer, Li Mu bid them farewell and headed straight for the logistics section of his Yuan Army's supply depot. Following yesterday's carnage and his previously unused contribution points, Li Mu's total contribution points now stood at 6,210, a considerable sum. This included the 2,000 points granted alongside the merit points. In a Yuan army, contribution points were far more valuable than money. Still, for Li Mu, it was insufficient. After browsing the cultivation techniques area for a long time, he could only afford to purchase a single superior grade internal skill manual, priced at 4,000 contribution points, available to those with over 200 merit points. Li Mu promptly spent 4,000 contribution points to acquire the rejuvenating internal energy set. On markets above the Abyss, this manual would sell for at least 500,000. Among superior grade cultivation techniques, rejuvenating internal energy held a unique position. Many internal skills of the same level already possessed various elemental affinities. For example, practitioners of fire-based internal skills would find their fire techniques twice as effective. Those focusing on speed-type internal skills commanded speed-based techniques more adeptly. Other internal skill types included defense, constitution, refined essence and spirit, and the 5-element attributes. The interplay and synergy among innate talent, internal energy, and martial skills required warriors to continuously explore and develop their own unique understandings before achieving mastery. Beyond those specialized and refined skills, there are also ingenious and unconventional talents. There was once a rather renowned martial artist. His innate talent was mediocre, limited only to expanding the range of his attacks. Yet he cultivated an internal skill imbued with poison. Moreover, he possessed a life-preserving and toxin-laden spiritual treasure. He specialized in martial techniques, emphasizing speed and agility. Amidst a battlefield swarming with countless monsters, this gentleman plunged deep into the horde. Wherever he passed, a poisonous mist enveloped the area, rendering all the monsters as feeble as soft-shelled shrimp. The soldiers of the Yuan army charged into the monster cluster, cutting through them as if slicing melons and vegetables. Remarkably, this man emerged from the monster throng unscathed. Without slaying a single beast, he claimed the highest honor of that campaign. This time, with the rejuvenating internal energy, merely accelerating the recovery rate of true chi was enough to rank it among superior martial arts. It was a rather mediocre technique, which is why few were willing to choose it. Yet, for Li Mu, this was of paramount importance. Acquiring another superior martial art was no longer feasible with his contribution points. Thus, Li Mu expended 260 contribution points to select 2 sets of ordinary internal skills. After all, internal energy methods could be replaced in the future, so he decided to adopt these 2 for the time being. Selecting a training chamber, Li Mu immediately began absorbing these 3 sets of martial arts. Inferior celestial skill has been integrated with rejuvenating internal energy, enhancing rejuvenation characteristics. Rejuvenation significantly accelerates the recovery rate of true chi. Inferior celestial skill has been integrated with Wood Spirit Inch Heart technique, adding Wood Spirit Inch Heart characteristics. Wood Spirit slightly increases the concentration of true chi. Inch Heart marginally reduces the true chi consumption required by equivalent martial techniques. Current status of inferior celestial skill. Inferior celestial skill deepens the understanding of the cultivated art by 100 years, vastly improves the dantian and meridians. Capable of integrating internal energy techniques and absorbing their characteristics into the celestial skill. Current characteristics: rejuvenation, Wood Spirit, Inch Heart. Integrated internal energy techniques can be replaced. Having merged the 3 internal skills, Li Mu stretched at length, savoring the surging true chi within his body, which indeed seemed to have become more concentrated. Although the Wood Spirit energy was merely an ordinary internal skill, the fact that Li Mu could perceive the thickening of his true chi attested to its significant effect. After all, internal energy is the sole technique capable of supporting the growth of a formidable martial artist. Yet for him, it was but a mere attribute. Instantly, Li Mu activated the 72 transformations, morphing into a mosquito. His true chi began to be continuously consumed, but his dantian started operating frantically. His body resembled a parched sponge, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy and converting it into true chi, replenishing it substantially. although the recovery rate still lagged far behind the consumption rate. It could approximately reach 5 or 6/10 of the consumption. This was already quite terrifying. Li Mu dispelled the transformation, feeling immensely elated. The greatest current shortcoming had been temporarily alleviated. At that moment, Li Mu's phone rang. It was his homeroom teacher, Zhao Qingshan. Since Li Mu had not taken leave today, Zhao Qingshan, as the homeroom teacher, naturally felt obliged to inquire. Upon hearing Li Mu's reply that he was returning to school immediately, Zhao Qingshan chuckled. Actually, it's nothing serious. If the Jinyuan army needs you, just send me a text so I know you're all right. By the way, have you heard about Zhang Jiwei and Lu Qinfeng transferring schools? Li Mu was momentarily stunned. Huh? Looks like you haven't heard yet. Lu Qinfeng and Zhang Jiwei have transferred to our school. Obviously, it's because of you. If you come back, you can meet with them first. The three of you are outstanding talents. Maintaining good relations is an immensely powerful force. Zhao Qingshan said with meaningful emphasis. All three will surely achieve great things in the future. If you establish close ties during your student years, you can look out for each other later, and your prospects will be boundless. All right, thank you for the reminder, teacher. After their brief exchange, Li Mu hung up. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Qinfeng had actually transferred to their school? Could it be related to the school's resource ranking? With such thoughts, Li Mu walked out while opening the news to read. Indeed, the news clarified the entire sequence of events. Heishui High School had suffered an unjust ranking, becoming a laughingstock. Zhang Jiwei and Lu Qinfeng had consecutively transferred schools, taking concrete action to support Heishui High School. This move severely damaged Shenglong High School and Chongming High School, especially Shenglong High, for behind Zhang Jiwei stood the Zhang Group, a colossal financial backer. Zhang Jiwei's departure directly drained a significant portion of Shenglong High's vitality. Moreover, this action intensified the scrutiny over the unfair resource rankings at Heishui High School. After fermenting for 2 days, the matter had escalated greatly, prompting demands for the resource department to issue an explanation. Resource rankings can only be updated once per month following the Abyss first battle in each school. To update again, one must either wait for the following month or for changes in rankings from the next major school-level competition. Currently, the resource department found itself trapped. Immediately revising Heishui High's ranking will be tantamount to admitting fault through inconsistent decrees. Not revising it would only increase pressure, and continued delays would severely undermine the department's credibility. Contemplating this, a smile curved Li Mu's lips. He was quite eager to see the expression on the face of the Shenglong Crown Prince and his uncle now. Li Family Banquet Hall. Since the last time Li Daong called the director of the auspicious Road Industrial and Commercial Department and was scolded harshly, the other party had refused to answer his calls. Now, Li Mu had become a thorn in the side of the Li family. Originally, after kicking this trash out of the family, they only needed to wait to see how Li Mu would perish. They had numerous family enterprises to manage and wealth and honor to enjoy. Yet, unexpectedly, Amir Li Mu had thrown the household into turmoil. At this moment, the banquet hall was set with a table laden with wine and dishes. The Li family members seemed to be awaiting someone. Among them, Li Xiaohong, seated at the table, wore an expression of utmost impatience. Dad, he is just a minor industrial and commercial department supervisor. Not long ago, he came to our house bearing gifts. Why are we still hosting a banquet to invite him? Isn't that giving him too much face? Li Mu's second uncle, Li Ji, shot a glare at his son with no goodwill. Shut your mouth, he thought bitterly. It was all because of this useless boy. Achieving only the 31st rank in the Abyss first battle had completely altered many people's attitudes toward the Li family. The Li family currently had a medical industry project. The other party was responsible for funding and the entire medicinal material supply chain, while the Li family needed to handle the arduous medical approval process. When the Li family had awakened their S-tier talent, a minister and a supervisor from the industrial and commercial department had personally visited, bringing substantial gifts and promising to provide ample commercial support to the Li family. There was no choice. The family's influence in Huaxia was an extraordinarily unique force. In the officialdom, at critical moments, if you lacked the backing of two family powers, you stood no chance against others. What Li family did not anticipate was that when they called the minister from the industrial and commercial department this time, the response was a dismissive, mocking attitude. Evidently, the Li family was not taken seriously at all. When the Li family requested a meeting, the minister claimed to be busy and merely sent a subordinate supervisor in his stead. The Li family had already boasted extravagantly to the project partners. They could only grit their teeth and host a banquet to entertain this supervisor. Although the Li family had declined somewhat, they were still considered a second-tier family. With the clan having awakened an S-level talent, they had hoped to at least maintain a position among the upper echelons of the second tier. Unexpectedly, They had been reduced to the point of having to throw a banquet for a mere supervisor. How utterly humiliating. All of this was entirely the fault of that wretched scoundrel, Li Mu. Madame Ma snorted coldly, striking her cane heavily on the ground. She knew best. It was Li Mu's sow strike in the square that had forced Li Daong to kneel on the ground, exposing the Li family's current precarious strength to the public. Originally, if they had been able to capture Li Mu and give him a harsh lesson, they could have salvaged much of their reputation, at least warning others that provoking the Li family would come at a price. But what was the result? Li Mu was escorted away in a military vehicle, swaggering in front of the media cameras. He struck you and yet remained unscathed. What message did that send to the outside world? This time, the Li family had truly been devastated by Li Mu's betrayal. Li Xiaohao was deeply displeased. Rising with discontent, he declared, "If I must accompany you, so be it, but I refuse to humiliate myself." With that, he turned and left. What a joke. A proud bearer of an S-level talent. What great achievements awaited him in the future? To have him grovel before a mere supervisor? Exactly. Why should my son accompany some lowly supervisor? Li Mu's second aunt nodded in agreement. Li Ji wanted to speak, but stopped himself, barely restraining the urge to call his son a good-for-nothing. Yet he dared not utter the words. The last shred of dignity the Li family possessed rested solely on him and his son. To berate his son would be to slap his own face. The rest of the Li family remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with tension, especially Li Daong, who, ever since being beaten by Li Mu, could barely hold his head up when speaking at home. Now, he longed to tear that bastard Li Mu apart with his bare hands. Just as Li Xiaohao left, the butler brought in a visitor. Li Ji and Li Daong hastily stood up. "Supervisor Liu, we're sorry for the lack of proper reception," Li Ji said with a forced smile, stepping forward with a slight bow. Supervisor Liu wore a smiling face, but was inwardly displeased. "If I knew there would be no proper reception, would I have come? Don't spout nonsense here. The minister is quite busy and specially sent me to see if the Li family has any needs." Li Ji's expression darkened. The implication was clear. "I'm here on the minister's behalf, and if you don't welcome me, I'm displeased." Yes. We are grateful that Supervisor Liu could take time out of his busy schedule to come. Please be seated. The food and wine are ready. Let us eat and discuss. The group invited Supervisor Liu to sit down. Supervisor Liu greeted Madame Ma with a few polite words. After some casual chatter, the conversation shifted to the main topic. Upon hearing the Li family's pharmaceutical approval requests, Supervisor Liu's expression grew troubled. You know how strict pharmaceutical approvals are. Pills and liquid medicines are even more tightly regulated. This one be easy. As he spoke, Supervisor Liu shook his head and picked up a bite of food. Suddenly, he praised, "Oh, this dish is delicious. This dragon-fragrant fish isn't cheap, right? At least 1,000 or so." Hearing this, Li Ji's face changed drastically. Supervisor Liu was subtly making a demand, but to ask for 10 million outright was nothing short of robbery. The projected total profit for the project's first season wouldn't even reach this figure. Li Ji forced a smile. Well, this fish isn't that expensive. Maybe 600 or 700. Supervisor Liu waved his chopsticks emphatically. What? That can't be. 600 or 700 definitely won't buy it. At least 1,200. The minister gave me authority up to 10 million. Asking for an extra 2 million is just to get a little cut for myself. The Li family gritted their teeth in fury. A mere industrial and commercial supervisor. Yet the Li family had to pay such a sum just to get things done. Was their family's face worth so little? This was utterly outrageous. Madame Ma clenched her teeth tightly, her smile growing increasingly forced. Very well. Supervisor Liu has a keen eye. This one is exactly 1,200. Supervisor Liu laughed heartily. The Li family had agreed. He smiled and said, "See, I told you." Madame Ma continued. "However, we also hope Supervisor Liu can do us a small favor." Supervisor Liu put down his chopsticks. "Please, madam, speak." He knew this was the beginning of conditions. 12 million was no small sum, but if it was something important, he could help. Madame Ma took a deep breath. On Happiness Street, there is a blacksmith shop called Jinsher Blacksmith. The owners are Chun Jinsher and Yang Yurong. I want to hide it from you. Our wayward son, Li Mu, lives there. From what I know, this blacksmith shop is problematic. We hope the industrial and commercial department can give them a thorough punishment. I hear Supervisor Liu likes fish. If you punish them severely enough, I'll give you another fish worth 100. Supervisor Liu's eyes brightened. Just to investigate a shop. And the Li family is willing to offer 1 million? The Li family's money is truly easy to make. Of course, punishing unscrupulous merchants is our duty. I'll handle this matter as soon as I return. Supervisor Liu patted his chest confidently. Only then did Madame Ma exhale deeply. The last time in the square, Those few words from Yang Yurong nearly drove her to death. Now, she hated Yang Yurong even more than Li Mu. That woman's tongue was far more venomous. Even if it cost some money, she was determined to ruin her family's business and make her suffer thoroughly. When Li Mu returned to school, the entrance was abuzz with noise. A crowd of students blocked the gate, but only 2 small entrances were open. A group of Blackwater High School students was checking their documents. The one maintaining order was the student council president, Lin Yuya. Welcome to Blackwater High School. Students, please don't crowd. Keep some distance. Have your student pages ready. You'll be inside soon. Don't rush. After entering, turn right and follow the yellow arrows on the ground to queue at the enrollment office. Lin Yuya called out loudly. Her radiant beauty and graceful figure immediately caught the attention of many male students. However, Lin Yuya soon spotted Li Mu's figure. Her eyes lit up as she quickly trotted over to him, a fragrant breeze accompanying her as she stood coquettishly before him. You finally came back. I thought you wouldn't show up today. What is going on here? Li Mu gestured toward the crowd with his chin and asked with a smile. You weren't here yesterday. You have no idea what happened. Zhang Ziwei and Lu Chunfeng transferred here. Then a large number of transfer students from Tunglong High School came to ours. Today marked the arrival of the second group, which included students from other schools as well. Lin Yuya was explaining, yet her gaze toward Li Mu grew increasingly admiring. All of this had originated because of Li Mu. No wonder he had so casually caused Zhao such a great embarrassment that day, even jokingly suggesting that Principal Yin Changming would have a headache over it. It turned out there had long been such a formidable counterstrike planned. Li Mu himself had not even made an appearance. What kind of terrifying power was this? Are Zhang Ziwei and Lu Qinfeng at school now? Li Mu inquired as he strode toward the school gate. Yes, they arrived early and were asking about you this morning. That Lu Qinfeng was upset that you hadn't come to school and even tried to pick a fight with Zhang Ziwei, Lin Yuya recounted with a giggle. Recalling the amusing scene from earlier that day, she then personally led Li Mu through a side entrance, not open to the public. Upon entering the school, they found a long line of students waiting at the corridor door of the Academic Affairs office, all of whom had come from outside. The number of people inside the school had noticeably increased. Blackwater High, neither large nor small, was suddenly somewhat crowded. Lin Yuya brought Li Mu directly to the martial arts arena. Although the arena at Blackwater High was spacious, its equipment was outdated and inadequate. Some of the training mannequins were even rusty or defective, yet still in use. At that moment, the vast open space of the arena was loosely encircled by 2 large rings of spectators, seemingly gathered to watch a duel. The arrival of Li Mu and Lin Yuya immediately drew many exclamations. Wow, it's Li Mu, exclaimed a girl, her eyes lighting up upon seeing him. It's Li Mu. Li Mu's here. Others marveled from afar, usually newcomers to the school. The original students of Blackwater High greeted Li Mu warmly. Waving in his direction, Li Mu approached the edge of the arena and peered inside. Standing in the center was none other than Lu Qinfeng. Lu Qinfeng's legs were slightly bent, standing casually like a towering iron statue. 3 opponents surrounded him, one wielding fists and feet, another brandishing a long blade, and the third carrying a spear. The trio launched a furious assault from 3 angles, but Lu Qinfeng was enveloped in a faint azure glow. His feet remained firmly planted, his upper limbs effortlessly parrying. Their strikes struck him as though hitting cast iron, leaving no mark. A look of displeasure crossed Lu Qinfeng's face. Ugh, so annoying. Not a single attack can break my defense. Your level of assault is so weak, it's like a mere tickle. As he spoke with a sharp snap, he grasped the incoming blade in his hand and crushed it with a fierce squeeze. The blade shattered with a crisp crack. Simultaneously, a powerful aura erupted from his body, forcefully repelling the 3 assailants. The intensity was on an entirely different level. A chorus of screams and cheers erupted from the crowd. Lu Qinfeng, annoyed, pointed toward Zhang Ziwei, standing at the arena's edge. Oi, spearman, let us have another round. Zhang Ziwei smiled calmly and slightly nodded in Li Mu's direction. The person you're waiting for has arrived. Lu Qinfeng turned his head and immediately spotted Li Mu. His eyes shone brightly. Li One Stick, you finally come. With that, he strode over to Li Mu, wearing an expression that said, I've been waiting for you a long time. You just transferred here, and you're already arrogantly giving people nicknames. Not very appropriate, huh? Li Mu said with a wry expression. Earlier, he had overheard that Lu Qinfeng called Zhang Ziwei spearman and himself Li One Stick. What kind of ridiculous nickname was that? You can give me one too. I'm not afraid. But today, you're not escaping. I see your aura. You've also broken through to the 3rd grade. Good. We're on the same level now, and you're uninjured. This time, you should take my stick. Lu Qinfeng said eagerly. Li Mu had just sensed the auras of Zhang Ziwei and Lu Qinfeng. Both had only recently ascended to the 3rd grade. Truly prodigious. Looks like you won't be satisfied until you take this stick, Li Mu retorted. Yes. Lu Chunfeng instantly brightened, sensing hope from Li Mu's words. He had long pursued Li Mu to receive a beating from him for his own reasons. Others merely thought he was a martial arts fanatic who liked to pick fights. But few knew that his talent lay in constantly pushing the limits of his defensive endurance to grow stronger. Moreover, this power could not come from someone vastly higher in rank. Rather, it was the attacks of those on the same or lower level that fueled his rapid growth. Unfortunately, since awakening this talent several days ago, it had become increasingly difficult to find such opponents. I'll oblige you, Li Mu nodded, no longer needing to refuse. A burst of cheers erupted around them as the crowd parted to give a wider circle. Everyone grew excited. Previously, many had fought Lu Chunfeng, but it had become dull since no one could break his defense. Now that Li Mu was about to move, anticipation soared to its peak. Soon, the enthusiastic Lu Chunfeng took Li Mu's hand and led him to the center of the arena. Go, Brother Feng, shouted 5 or 6 girls from the crowd. Clearly Lu Chunfeng's devoted fans. Lin Ya immediately took offense, raising her fist and shouting, Go, Brother Mu. Her shout was quickly echoed by other girls from Blackwater High. Lin Ya gave a defiant glare toward Lu Chunfeng's cheering squad, as if to say, Humph, who doesn't he have fans? Challenging Li Mu in fan count? Laughable. The girl scowled at Lin Ya, but her voice drowned theirs out completely. Among the girls was one clad in a cyan long dress. Upon closer inspection, the color matched Lu Chunfeng's attire precisely. The girl carried herself with grace, her gaze toward Lu Chunfeng brimming with admiration. After cheering a few times, they began to whisper among themselves. Brother Feng should be fine, right? Li Mu seems really powerful, one said. The girl in the cyan dress smiled faintly, nodding slightly, her voice cool and aloof. Don't worry, Brother Feng will make Li Mu regret underestimating him. Judging by his confidence, Li Mu thinks he can break Brother Feng's defense. How laughable. As she spoke, the girl shook her head with a disdainful sneer. This provoked immediate dissatisfaction among the Blackwater High students nearby. These women had transferred from Chongming High, especially the girl in the cyan dress, who was clearly Lu Chunfeng's superfan. While admiring Lu Chunfeng was acceptable, there was no need to belittle Li Mu. Laughable, huh? Hey, can you watch your mouth? This is a friendly sparring match. A male student protested. The girl in the cyan dress glanced at him disdainfully, smirked, and withdrew her gaze, evidently unwilling to waste breath debating with him. He was deliberately or inadvertently explaining to several girls nearby. Li Mu's ability to slay the monstrous tail python at that moment actually relied entirely on Zhang Jiwei piercing the creature first, disrupting its chi and sharply weakening its defenses. Unfortunately, many people failed to grasp such nuances. The girl in the long skirt spoke while casting occasional glances at the male classmate, implying that only she truly understood and everyone else was a fool. I felt the same. Many seemed to overestimate Li Mu. Brother Feng was probably momentarily confused, likely intimidated by Li Mu's champion title. The other girls quietly nodded in agreement, showing politeness. The male classmate was furious but didn't know how to retort, so he turned away in a huff. At that moment, all eyes focused on the center of the arena. Li Mu had already drawn out his thorn staff. Lu Chunfeng bent his knees and stood firm, clenching his arms tightly as he shouted, Come. Li Mu did not delay. His right hand swung the staff in a circular motion, while his left hand lightly touched Lu Chunfeng's shoulder, the left shoulder. Then, the thorn staff retracted backward. Grasping the end of the staff with his right hand, he casually swung it, striking Lu Chunfeng's left shoulder. All the watching students were stunned. Was he joking? Li Mu's body emitted no trace of true chi. This meant he hadn't used any chi at all, and the strike carried no momentum or force. It seemed like mere playfulness, lightly tapping his opponent with his weapon. To exaggerate, a teacher slapping a sleeping student with a book would exert more force than this. Even Lu Chunfeng frowned deeply, preparing to scold Li Mu for not fighting seriously. But when the thorn staff struck his shoulder, he felt as if a small mountain had crashed onto him. His body suddenly sank. The blue bricks beneath his feet cracked with a sharp snap, completely shattered. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Zhang Jue's eyes brightened suddenly. Lu Chunfeng trembled with excitement. Kid, you're seriously underestimating me. You didn't even use true chi. Come again. Show me what you've got. Pointing at Li Mu, Lu Chunfeng's body suddenly radiated a fierce azure glow. His entire aura surged immensely. Even the edges of his clothes fluttered without wind. All right, Li Mu's interest was piqued. He had only been testing just now without using true chi. But with the 8-Tiger giant strength technique combined with a 1,155-pound weapon, most martial artists wouldn't be able to endure it. He and T fought Lu Chenfeng before and was feeling him out. Unexpectedly, Lu Chenfeng was completely unharmed. Li Mu stretched his neck and drew back the thorn staff. This time, an imposing aura erupted from his entire body. Again, he pulled the staff back, grasping the end with one hand while resting the other end behind him on the ground. Then, with a mighty swing, he struck down fiercely towards Lu Chenfeng. Boom! The thorn staff hit Lu Chenfeng's shoulder, and energy exploded outward in all directions. The clothes of the onlookers fluttered violently in the gust. The blue bricks beneath Lu Chenfeng's feet weren't just shattered this time. He had left a footprint, and white powder shot upward from the cracks. The bricks under his foot were pulverized into dust. Li Mu, take this seriously. Lu Chenfeng laughed wildly. He yanked his feet out of the blue bricks, adjusted his stance, and roared. With a ripping sound, his clothes burst open. His figure swelled dramatically, growing to a terrifying height of 2 meters and 23 centimeters. His entire body radiated an azure light tinged with gold, and his energy surged to overwhelming levels. Even Li Mu looked at him with newfound respect. That last strike could have smashed the head of a third-grade monster instantly. Good, Li Mu shouted, resting the thorn staff behind him, his body tensed like a drawn bow. He swung the staff overhead with terrifying speed, accompanied by a dreadful whistling wind, crashing down towards Lu Chenfeng. With a staff passed, a massive shadow of the thorn staff appeared, nearly 2 meters long and as thick as an arm. Zhang Jue's eyes sparkled. Li Mu's weapon shadow resembled the spectral weapon from his own golden spear and iron horse technique. Although not golden, it possessed tangible might. This shadow was indeed real. It was the manifestation of Li Mu's flowing cloud triple strike, perfected over a century of cultivation after acquiring the imperfect celestial art. Under Li Mu's understanding, the flowing cloud triple strike had become an entirely new skill. It required no stacking. It could transform the combined power of up to 3 strikes into a single shadow, though it seemed like one hit. The Shadow's attack strength equaled the combined power of 3 strikes. While this power was slightly weaker than the Iron Slash technique, it consumed far less true chi, almost like a normal attack. Thus, Li Mu renamed the Flowing Cloud Triple Strike to Flowing Cloud Shadow Glide. A somewhat cheesy name, but fitting. Moreover, the imperfect celestial art had revolutionized the Iron Slash technique. Now, after infusing true chi into the staff, Li Mu could generate terrifying vibrations. These vibrations were so intense that he genuinely felt he could cut through iron with the staff. He dared not use this on Lu Chenfeng. He was certain Lu Chenfeng could not withstand it. Sure enough, sensing the dreadful power of Flowing Cloud Shadow Glide, Lu Chenfeng suddenly raised both arms to block Li Mu's thorn staff. Li Mu simultaneously activated his fiery eyes, scrutinizing the flow of Lu Chenfeng's true chi. A dazzling, blinding true chi surged from Lu Chenfeng's feet, shooting straight upward. It almost instantly permeated his entire body, not only concentrating radiant light at the blocking point, but also enveloping his whole form in flawless protection. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Lu Chenfeng's towering 2-meter-plus frame was struck as if by a truck. He slid backward over shattered blue bricks, crashing hard into a training dummy. The dummy didn't even manage to display its numbers before being deformed and pushed far back. All the students were dumbfounded. A long trench of broken bricks and dust filling the room proved that none of this was an illusion. Brother Feng, the girl in the azure long skirt, screamed and rushed forward first. Several other girls and some kind-hearted classmates hurried to assist. Yet amidst the dust came Lu Chenfeng's laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. He shook off those around him and stood up. His arms hung loosely, but his right forearm was clearly injured. Trembling, he staggered forward, his steps unsteady but his face filled with excitement. He slowly approached Li Mu and extended his uninjured hand, giving him a thumbs up. Just as he was about to say, "Awesome," his eyes rolled back, and his mountain-like body collapsed forward abruptly. Li Mu, quick and agile, caught him. He was grateful he hadn't used the Iron Slash technique. If he had combined Flowing Cloud Shadow Glide with Iron Slash today, something serious would have happened. Lu Chenfeng completely lost consciousness. Help carry him to the infirmary. He is not seriously hurt. He won't die. Li Mu urged the surrounding students. Several male classmates immediately stepped forward to assist. The onlookers nearby were speechless. Not seriously hurt? With a forearm injury and him completely unconscious? If this were a battlefield, he'd have been slaughtered already. Zhang Jue also came forward to help, speaking calmly. I told him this long ago. Li Mu gave him a blank look. The group carried Lu Chenfeng toward the infirmary. The girl in the teal dress lagged behind. Her face was anxious, yet she seemed mindful of her noble status and reluctant to jostle with the other students. She intended to wait until they left before stepping out herself. However, a few students who had overheard her just now passed by and deliberately spoke loudly. Oh, luckily, Lu Chunfeng overestimated Li Mu and adopted his strongest defensive stance. If he had underestimated Li Mu, this blow probably would have crippled him outright. Huh, you don't get it. Did you see Zhang Jiwei standing nearby? Lu Chunfeng couldn't withstand the attack, simply because Zhang Jiwei pierced him first. That broke Lu Chunfeng's aura, causing his defense to suddenly falter. Many burst into laughter. Most couldn't grasp the finer details. The two of them echoed each other, and when uttering the last two sentences, they mimicked the tone of the girl in the teal dress just now. They could hardly contain their laughter as they spoke. The girl's face turned ashen with fury. She had never felt such a sting to her pride. These students were not disrespecting Lu Chunfeng himself. Their hostility was aimed squarely at the girl in the teal dress. She had transferred schools alongside Lu Chunfeng, but in truth, she looked down on Blackwater High and even despised Li Mu. In her eyes, only Lu Chunfeng was invincible. Such a person deserved more than mere ridicule. Her illusions needed to be shattered brutally, so she would learn to respect others. If there were a chance, she should suffer a blow from Li Mu herself to keep her in line. Lu Chunfeng was not seriously injured. His left arm was fractured. Such an injury was trivial for him. With proper treatment, he would recover fully overnight. As for his fainting, the diagnosis was a momentary over-release of true qi, which damaged his meridians. He soon regained consciousness. When Lu Chunfeng awoke, only Li Mu and Zhang Jiwei were present in the infirmary. You were the one who wanted this duel. You'll pay to replace the blue bricks in the training ground. Li Mu joked upon seeing him awake. Lu Chunfeng sat up and, noticing his arm had been bandaged, said nothing. He nodded toward Zhang Jiwei with his chin. No need for that. The training ground is about to be renovated anyway. Their family is footing the bill. Li Mu looked at Zhang Jiwei in surprise. Zhang Jiwei had already transferred to Blackwater High to lend his support. Now he was funding the renovation of the training ground? Indeed, he came from a wealthy conglomerate. Zhang Jiwei replied casually, Class A. Li Mu earnestly inquired, Do your parents intend to adopt me as a godson? Zhang Jiwei shook his head seriously. No, all right. Enough banter between you two. Lu Chunfeng swung his legs off the bed. The sickbed creaked loudly as he moved. He pointed at Li Mu and said, You really gave me a good beating. It's almost noon. I'll treat you both to lunch. How about we have a drink together? Li Mu chuckled inwardly. If this continued, he would save quite a bit on meals in the future. As the top three students, they naturally admired each other, and forming a friendship was only natural. Li Mu called his mother, Yang Suying, and told her he had returned to the surface and was going to lunch with friends. Happiness Street, inside the Jinshi blacksmith shop. Yang Suying smiled warmly as she gave a few instructions over the phone before hanging up. Is Wood not coming home for lunch again? Yang Yorong, who was preparing the meal nearby, asked. He is quite busy now. He said he is having lunch with those two S-class gifted kids. Yang Suying replied with a smile, nodding toward her brother-in-law Chun Jinshi, who was quenching iron billets. Indeed, it was wise to cultivate good relations with those two. They had transferred schools specifically to support Wood. Now the resources department was under intense pressure because of this. Online, many were condemning Blackwater High. Yang Suying and the others only knew the current news, but were unaware that the entire incident originated from Li Mu. It was after he struck Zhao Yi that the controversy began. The family was about to prepare lunch when suddenly a commotion erupted outside. The three exchanged glances and hurried through the shop. At the entrance of the blacksmith, two heavy-duty pickup trucks were parked, bearing the words Industrial and Commercial Comprehensive Law Enforcement. Many surrounding merchants were hastily packing up their goods, fearing confiscation. However, these officials were clearly not targeting them. A portly man jumped down from one of the trucks and immediately let out a loud belch upon landing. He strode straight toward the Jinshi blacksmith shop, followed by 7 or 8 officers in industrial and commercial enforcement uniforms. Boss, step out, the fat man bellowed. Chun Jinshi quickly approached. Hello, I'm the owner. The fat man pulled out a badge from his pocket and thrust it in front of Chun Jinshi's face. Industrial and commercial inspection team. Routine inspection. As he spoke, the man hiccuped again and then pocketed the badge. Standing close by, Yang Suying immediately detected the scent of alcohol. It was obvious the man had just finished a hearty meal and drinks. Our qualifications are all in order and displayed right here, Chun Jinshi said politely, stepping aside to point to the wall behind the counter, where business licenses and related documents hung. Whether they're complete or not, who has to say but you? The fat man shot him a cold glance. Check their warehouse. Several burly men rushed inside and began rummaging through the store. The shelves and walls were lined with numerous finished weapons. The shop was quite spacious. The warehouse was a large dedicated building in the courtyard. The men soon came out again. Report, Chief. Suspicious high-value energy metal found. Seems to be the batch lost by the Zhang group. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Chen Jinshi and the others changed drastically. Yang Yurong shouted angrily, "What Zhang group? The metals in our warehouse were purchased legitimately. We have transaction records." The team leader glared and yelled, "Shut up. Did I say you stole it? Why are you so defensive? This batch was reported lost by the steel mill under the Zhang group. Even if you have purchase records, you bought stolen goods. I suspect you're a fence for stolen property. The shop is sealed and the metals confiscated. Any objections? If so, you'll come with me for investigation." The fat team leader spoke with his hands on his hips, tilting his large head arrogantly, exuding an air of intimidation. His words left no doubt. "Admit it, and things will go smoothly. Refuse, and we'll detain you as well." "Stolen goods? You're saying this because you have evidence, right?" Yang Suiying pulled her sister aside, speaking with indignation. "Besides, this matter should be handled by the law enforcement authorities. It's none of your business." The other party had already made it clear they were here to cause trouble. There is absolutely no need for Yang Suiying to continue reasoning with them politely. The overweight team leader immediately furrowed his brows, glaring at Yang Suiying. He despised those who weren't afraid of them, yet understood a bit of the law. Such people were not easily fooled. "Are you blind? This is industrial and commercial law enforcement. If I'm not part of the law enforcement, then what am I? Say one more word of nonsense, and I'll have all of you arrested." The stout man pointed angrily at the three of them. This fierce aura indeed startled the three. Seeing their fear, the stout man was somewhat pleased. Thanks to his elder brother being a supervisor in the industrial and commercial department, he walked around with impunity wherever he went. No restaurant or banquet hall, big or small, had ever dared to demand money from him. "Pfft, good that you're scared. Now, I'll give you one chance. Just admit that you bought stolen goods, and I'll only seal your store without arresting anyone. If you dare resist, the law will be merciless." The stout man placed his hands on his hips and spoke with a chilling tone, his threat plainly visible on his face. Although his law enforcement was irregular, he had to make them admit to purchasing stolen goods with their own mouths. With the recording device capturing everything and their own confessions as evidence, handling the matter would be much easier. Otherwise, it would be relatively troublesome. "Arrest people? Do you have that authority?" Yang Suiying asked coldly. The stout man immediately exploded with rage again. It was always this woman who was his greatest obstacle in handling this matter today. When he said arrest, it was only to scare them into confessing. He himself had no real authority to arrest anyone in the industrial and commercial department. If anyone resisted the law, he could contact the law enforcement division to enforce and make arrests. But if he arrested people illegally, it would be unlawful detention. "Pfft, if you dare say no, you'll find out whether I have that authority." Yang Suiying sneered. "I don't know how much money you took, but you're willing to charge into battle for the Li family. Have you considered that if things change, you'll be the one to bear the consequences? The Li family is at worst guilty of bribery, but what about you?" The stout man's expression really changed for a moment, but only briefly. Damn, he was almost frightened by this woman. Things change? What could possibly change? I walk freely in the jurisdiction of the industrial and commercial department, and my elder brother's superior is the minister. If this really blows up, the ones who will die faster are you. Yang Suiying retorted. "So you're refusing to confess?" The stout man countered. Yang Yurong also saw that the stout man was nervous. They were definitely here on behalf of the Li family to retaliate against them. But the Li family had only bribed the industrial and commercial department, not the law enforcement division, which was why no one from the latter had come. "You don't have to threaten us. Our store is clean. There is not a single stolen item," Yang Yurong said as she rushed out the door and shouted, "Everyone, come see. Industrial and commercial law enforcement framing merchants. Law enforcement officers enforcing the law while drunk, forcing us to admit to fencing stolen goods. Are there any reporters here? Everyone, take out your phones and record this." Since this stout man had taken benefits from the Li family, he would definitely not let them off easily. If they truly admitted to fencing stolen goods, it would be irreparable. Since the other side was enforcing the law irregularly, they would escalate the matter and see if public opinion could be stirred up. If this stout man could really monopolize power with one hand, then their entire family would have to accept it. Sure enough, the stout man's face changed drastically, and he immediately shouted at the several burly men, "Arrest those three, you damn scoundrels. How dare you challenge the authority of the judiciary? You're courting death. The fencing of stolen goods has been confirmed. Arrest them and seal the store." A group of men promptly restrained the three. Chen Jinshi pushed two burly men aside fiercely and roared, "You're lawless. Aren't you afraid this will all come to light? Pfft, here I am a law. The stout man, evidently drunk, slammed his fist on the table, shouting with great momentum. Then he looked at the surrounding shop owners taking pictures. Let me see who dares to take another shot. The crowd was instantly frightened and put down their phones. Chun Jinsher struggled with all his might, but dared not attack the law enforcement officers. Otherwise, he would lose the moral high ground. The opponents were numerous, and soon Chun Jinsher and the other two were subdued. The three were quickly forced into a vehicle, which was slammed shut with a bang. Only then did a subordinate approach the stout man anxiously and ask, "Team leader, what do we do now?" He meant how to handle the detainees since they had no authority to arrest people. They also lacked strong connections with the law enforcement division and could not transfer them there. What do you mean? What we do? They resisted the law and dared to provoke law enforcement officers. Of course, we're taking them back. Lock them up in the department. In my office. I'll see if they confess. With the stout man's command, the burly men swiftly confiscated all cash from the counter and valuable items in the store, sweeping through like a whirlwind. But as long as the items bore the official seal, it was a lawful act and entirely justified. It was obvious they had done this many times before. Yang Yurong sat in the car, looking through the window at the owner of the opposite store, signaling to him with her eyes. The owner responded with a subtle wink. This owner sold fruit and pastries and usually had a very good relationship with Chun Jinsher's family, although he dared not provoke the stout man at this moment. With Chun Jiafeng and Chun Jiechi absent, Yang Yurong wanted him to help watch over the children. Not long after the two vehicles left, Chun Jiechi and Chun Jiafeng came back, backpacks in tow, running briskly. The school was nearby, and they were accustomed to eating at home. When they reached the door, both were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the sealed notice for a long time. "Cease, did we come to the wrong place?" Chun Jiafeng asked with a confused expression. Chun Jiechi was anxious and pounded hard on the door. "Mom, Dad." No one answered. She panicked and reached out to tear the seal. "Don't tear it." A voice suddenly came from behind. They turned to see the aunt from the fruit shop across the street. The fruit shop had already put away its goods and had half its door open. The aunt was waving at them. "Quick, come here." The two hurried to the fruit shop. The aunt pulled them inside and slammed the door shut. "Aunt Lin, what is going on? Where are my parents?" Chun Jiechi asked urgently. "Industrial and commercial law enforcement. They came to check your family just now and took your parents away. Also your aunt." The aunt explained patiently. "On what grounds did they arrest them?" Chun Jiafeng was immediately furious. "I'm not sure, but from what your aunt shouted, it seems to involve the Li family." The aunt said as Chun Jiechi took out her phone to call her parents but found all their phones were switched off. Overwhelmed with worry, Chun Jiechi burst into tears. "What do we do? What do we do?" Her mind was in chaos as she repeatedly dialed their numbers. Aunt Lin did her best to comfort the two. "Do not rush. This is not the time for haste. Take a moment to think carefully. Do you still know anyone who might be able to save your parents?" "Cousin," Chun Jiafeng suddenly shouted. "My cousin, where is he? He hasn't been taken away, has he?" "No." Aunt Lin shook her head gently. Her eyes brightened suddenly. "Yes, your cousin was the champion of the Abyss first battle. He must know some people." While dialing the number, Chun Jiechi wept as she said, "My cousin definitely won. Let them get away with this." At the Yunding Hotel, within a luxurious yet cozy private room, Li Mu, Zhang Jiwei, and Lu Chanfeng were drinking together. This establishment was arranged by Zhang Jiwei himself, as the hotel belonged to his family. The Zhang group had three main pillars: energy metals, pharmaceuticals, and catering. Lu Chanfeng jokingly summarized their role. Down below, they fish in the abyss. In the middle, they fish among the common folk. Up top, they fish among the martial artists. Their motto was clear: no one could ever escape their grasp. Although the Zhang group was not the absolute best in any of these three sectors, their mutual support ensured they remained among the elite, allowing this colossal enterprise to stand unshaken. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes of considerable expense, and the 3 bottles of liquor were rarities rarely seen by ordinary people. Li Mu had initially intended to savor the wine today, as he had activated his ability, borrowing strength from wine. Yet, after just a small sip, Li Mu was stunned. He had considered everything, except that this divine skill did not enhance his alcohol tolerance. Li Mu, in truth, had no capacity for drinking. After consuming a single 2-ounce glass, he already felt as if he were floating among the heavens. Yet, there was no denying that the wine grew smoother with each sip. After 2 glasses, the atmosphere among the 3 had warmed considerably. They chatted freely, discussing everything under the sun. Noticing Li Mu's inability to hold his liquor, Lu Chanfeng mischievously sought opportunities to get him drunk, but Zhang Jiwei mostly restrained him. After 3 rounds of dishes, Zhang Jiwei turned to Li Mu and inquired, "I heard you were promoted to Junior Wolf Guard?" "Oh, you're quite well informed," Li Mu replied, surprised. Zhang Jiwei shook his head with a smile. "It's no secret. Many in the reserves have seen it. Li Mu nodded and asked, "Are you two not planning to descend into the abyss?" Lu Chenfeng slapped the table. "Who said or not? I'm actually planning to. It's just that I've been busy breaking through these past few days. To be honest, I owe my breakthrough to that monster. The combat insights are far superior to training on my own. Once you've experienced it, you can't stop. Regular training is just snail's pace in comparison. So I'll be joining the reserves tomorrow. My father says I was born to be an officer." Lu Chenfeng stated his position clearly. Zhang Jiwei smiled faintly. "Same here, even if Li Mu didn't mention it." The fate of these two joining the reserves was already sealed. Lu Chenfeng's father was the director of the 1st Division of the Enforcement Department, only one rank below by Tai Wei. The Zhang Group, with its 3 major industries, covered a vast scope, but it could not advance further due to lacking military connections within the Town Abyss army. Why did every family and faction strive to extend their influence into the Town Abyss army? First, for profit, immense profit. Though many social martial artists cleared monsters in the Abyss, they could never match the resources yielded by Town Abyss army soldiers. Monster remains, herbs, crystals, energy bodies, metals, and so forth. The soldiers handed these over to gain merits, elevate their status, exchange for contributions, and purchase finished military supplies to enhance their strength. The Town Abyss army then developed, processed, and manufactured these materials into usable goods, feeding back to the soldiers. Enormous profits were hidden within this cycle. Who carried out the processing and manufacturing? Ordinary factories? No, these were military supplies. Military enterprises had to be involved. Without military enterprises, only top-tier social companies could undertake the subcontracting. The profits involved were enough to drive any faction insane with desire. Obtaining the Town Abyss Army's subcontracting rights, or even establishing military enterprises, was impossible without military backing. Second, the military's formidable combat power. If a family had the military behind them, even without exceptionally strong martial artists, they could still stand firm. Most military districts were as solid as iron plates. No one dared test their hardness. Today's Zhang family still relied on Zhang Jiwei's grandfather's strength for support, but one light was far from enough. Zhang Jiwei was the Zhang Group's hope to open the doors to the Town Abyss army. As the 3 conversed warmly, there was a sudden knock at the door. They all fell silent immediately. "Enter," Zhang Jiwei commanded. A smiling hotel manager stepped in, bowing apologetically to the guests. "Apologies for disturbing your enjoyment, gentlemen." He then turned to Zhang Jiwei. "Young Master Li Chengkai, Deputy Minister of the Industry and Commerce Department, and Zhao Jinhe, Deputy Minister of the Enforcement Department, happen to be dining here as well. They said they just saw you and wanted to come over to offer a toast." Zhang Jiwei's brow furrowed at once. Lu Chenfeng muttered discontentedly, annoying. Zhao Jinhe was his father's subordinate, clearly coming for him. And the Deputy Minister of Industry and Commerce was eager to curry favor with Zhang Jiwei. His future promotion hinged heavily on the number of large enterprises he controlled. Everyone knew the Zhang Group's vast holdings spanned thousands of acres. Zhang Jiwei had been raised to expect the stars, if not the moon. But he was even willing to sell the Zhang Group if his parents insisted. Both men looked toward Li Mu. Li Mu shrugged. "I don't mind. They're here to latch onto your coattails. I won't stand in the way. I'll just step aside." Saying this, he leaned back in his chair, feigning nonchalance. Only then did Zhang Jiwei say, "Let them in." No matter what, these were elders, and Zhang Jiwei was not so arrogant as to refuse them. Soon, 2 middle-aged men entered with several aides, all dressed in administrative uniforms from other departments, their faces bearing apologetic smiles. "Ah, I thought I must have been mistaken earlier. So it really is young Master Zhang." Li Chengkai's broad face was mature and steady. He held his wine glass with a genial laugh, exuding great affability. Zhao Jinhe's eyes immediately locked onto Lu Chenfeng. "Haha, young Master Luo. Young Master Lu, what happened to your hand? Which bastard hurt you?" Lu Chenfeng's expression darkened. "Shut up. It's just a normal injury from sparring." Zhao Jinhe's face flushed slightly. He chuckled apologetically and did not take offense. After all, everyone knew Lu Chenfeng's temperament. Zhang Jiwei politely rose and smiled. "I didn't realize Minister Li and Minister Zhao were here. My apologies. Which private room are you dining in? Today, the treat is on me." "Young Master, you're too generous. We're just here for a drink and didn't want to impose," Li Chengkai said with a cheerful smile. With subordinates behind him, calling it a drink rather than a toast preserved some dignity. And merely associating with the heir of the Zhang Group was itself a matter of prestige. Behind him stood a cluster of minor officials, supervisors, directors, and the like, who usually swaggered about with impunity, yet not one could utter a single word now. Before he could finish speaking, his gaze landed on someone seated by the wall. Upon recognizing Li Mu, both Li Chengkai and Zhao Jinhe were instantly taken aback. Li Longwei. Oh dear, I am truly sorry. My eyesight must be failing me. I didn't even notice Li Langwei. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Li Qingkai stammered in a panic. This turn of events left Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng utterly bewildered. Li Mu himself was equally stunned. You know me? Li Chengkai's face broke into a broad grin. Of course I do. At Deputy Commander Wang's banquet, Li Mu suddenly recalled. At the banquet celebrating Wang Longqing's breakthrough to the profound rank, many leaders from various departments were present. Yet Li Mu had no inclination to memorize them all. Zhao Jinhe hastened to add, Yes, I was there as well. To be honest, we just mentioned you at the table not long ago. To have risen to the rank of Junior Wolfguard at such a young age is truly remarkable. Your future is unquestionably boundless. These two leaders, upon entering, instinctively aligned themselves with those most advantageous to them, overlooking Li Mu entirely. However, those behind them had already spotted Li Mu long before, though they paid no heed. After all, they lacked the standing to attend Wang Longqing's banquet. Yet now, upon hearing Deputy Commander Wang and Junior Wolfguard, each broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunate that no unfriendly glances had been cast at Li Mu earlier. Otherwise, the repercussions would have been unimaginable. I see. A pleasure to meet you. Li Mu responded with resignation, rising politely. Oh, today to find 3 young prodigies in one private room is indeed a blessing for us. Li Chengkai lauga hartili. Yet beneath their composed exteriors, both Li Chengkai and Zhao Jinhe were deeply shaken. Wang Longqing and Bai Taiwei's demeanor toward Li Mu at the banquet was still fresh in their minds. Now, at 18, Li Mu had ascended to Junior Wolfguard, a young man not to be trifled with. He was genuinely one of Wang Longqing's own, that is, a military man, a newly commissioned officer in the military, a scion of a financial conglomerate, and the son of a police tycoon, each ranked among the top 3 in the Abyss's inaugural battle. Their martial prowess was indisputably formidable. The fact that these 3 could sit together, drinking marked them as a small circle possessing terrifying potential, their future power immeasurable. At this moment, Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chenfeng fully grasped the situation before them. Lu Chenfeng's mischievous spirit surged, and he chuckled as he addressed Zhao Jinhe. Hey, weren't you asking who caused my injury? It was him. He pointed at Li Mu and raised his heavily bandaged arm. Zhao Jinhe's vision darkened. What? Lu Chenfeng's injury was caused by Li Mu? I think I just cursed. Asking who the bastard was that did this. Cold sweat beaded his forehead. The others were stunned into silence. Lu Chenfeng was renowned for his defense as an S-rank gifted martial artist. Yet here he was, bandaged and wounded by Li Mu. This Junior Wolfguard was clearly the real deal. Li Mu, of course, knew Lu Chenfeng was joking. Ignorance was no fault. Lu was merely trying to curry favor. Smiling, Li Mu waved off the concern, signaling it was no trouble. Only then did Zhao Jinhe breathe a deep sigh of relief, inwardly grateful for Li Mu's magnanimity. Preparing to offer him a proper toast, Li Chengkai added a few more words, and the atmosphere warmed considerably. The group prepared to drink to the 3. Li Mu had already poured the wine when the telephone on the table suddenly rang irritably. Seeing it was his cousin, Chen Jiechi, Li Mu's brow furrowed sharply. He apologized and answered the call. The room grew deathly silent. Even without speakerphone, Chen Jiechi's cries were distinctly audible. Cousin, something happened. What is it? Speak. Li Mu stepped into a corner, lowering his voice with urgency. The industrial and commercial enforcement officers sealed the shop. They arrested Mom, Dad, and Aunt. Chen Jiechi's wail echoed clearly, reaching Li Chengkai and Zhao Jinhe's ears, causing their scalps to tingle. Li Chengkai's hand trembled, causing his wine glass to crash onto the table with a clatter. What did you say? Li Mu's voice turned ice cold. My brother and I just returned. The shop has a seal on the door. The lady next door said 2 enforcement vehicles arrived. They accused my parents of buying raw materials lost by the Zhang group, alleging they trafficked in stolen goods. Then they took them all away. At this moment, Chen Jiechi regained her composure, calmly summarizing the situation in a few words. Having heard this, Li Mu cast a cold gaze toward Li Chengkai, who immediately felt as if a ravenous wolf had set its sights upon him, and he was the prey. Li Mu asked in a low voice, Do you know where they were taken? I don't know. Chen Jiechi wept. Wait for me at the fruit store. Li Mu hung up and slowly set down the phone. The atmosphere in the room became oppressively heavy. The breaths of Li Chengkai and the others ceased entirely. Zhang Jiwei was the first to speak. It couldn't he have been us who lost it. His words were resolute. The reputation of security measures is crucial. Even if the Zhang group truly lost something, it would be dealt with discreetly. Li Mu understood this perfectly. Without a second thought, He knew the Li family had bribed the industrial and commercial department to orchestrate this. But fretting was futile. First, he had to discover where his mother and aunt had been taken. The easiest way was through Li Changkai, who, even if uninvolved, had people in the industrial and commercial department. He had to apply pressure. Minister Li, if you have any grievances against me, speak plainly. Why drag my family into this? Tell me where I went wrong, and I will make amends. Li Mu's words were laced with a smile, but his eyes glinted with lethal intent. The power of wine-induced might had already activated. Li Mu had taken more than a few sips of wine earlier. Once this ability was triggered, even monsters within a 5-meter radius would find their courage faltering and their speed drastically reduced. And these were pampered leaders. Everyone in the room felt an overwhelming suffocation. Cold sweat bursting forth in profuse beads. This was not merely psychological, but physiological, though they were unaware. They mistook the pressure of the wine-induced might domain for murderous intent from Li Mu. Li Langwei, I have absolutely nothing to do with the arrests. But rest assured, I will handle this matter seriously. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Li Changkai's voice quivered as he spoke, trembling hands fumbling for his phone. He immediately dialed. I only want to know where they are now. Li Mu said coldly. The most important thing now is to find them and ensure their safety. I know. Li Changkai nodded vigorously at Li Mu during the call's connection. The moment the call connected, Li Changkai roared loudly. Demand that the other party produce the law enforcement records immediately. Yet, it is glaringly evident that the corpulent officer flagrantly violated protocol, leaving no official record of enforcement whatsoever. After a considerable pause, Li Changkai, his face drenched in cold sweat, responded anxiously. Li Langwei, there are no law enforcement records. Nonetheless, rest assured, our Dongcheng district comprises only 7 branches. I will promptly investigate each one by one. With a thunderous crash, Li Mu had already kicked aside the obstructing table with a single foot. Without a backward glance at Li Changkai and the others, he strode briskly toward the exit, his entire being radiating lethal intent. As he exited the restaurant, he simultaneously dialed Vice Commander Zhang's number on his phone. There was no need to alarm Wang Longsheng over this matter. Li Mu's current status was that of a Jinyuan military officer. With his mother detained, he inherently possessed the authority to summon the military district's security forces. Notifying Vice Commander Zhang was merely a measure to streamline the process. Zhang Jiwei and his companions hastened after him. Yet upon reaching the outside, they saw Li Mu vault onto his warhorse, issuing a fierce shout. The horse, Yaogu, surged forward with lightning speed, leaping effortlessly over 4 or 5 vehicles parked by the roadside, then galloping onto the highway, disappearing into the distance. How on earth am I supposed to explain this to Li Langwei? Li Changkai exclaimed, slapping his thigh in shock, utterly disoriented. Zhang Jiwei snapped coldly. Industrial and commercial law enforcement is your jurisdiction. Do you think an explanation will help if something really goes wrong? Immediately order your subordinates to investigate. Rectify this mistake with all possible haste. If you delay, no one will be able to save you. Having spoken, Zhang Jiwei, accompanied by Lu Qinfeng, swiftly boarded his car and commanded the driver to accelerate. The vehicle sped off in pursuit of Li Mu. Although Zhang Jiwei had a horse as well, he lacked the privilege to ride within city limits. Urban horseback riding was a special right reserved for military officers. Li Changkai was abruptly awakened by Zhang Jiwei's words. Only by exerting every ounce of effort to remedy the situation could there be any hope. There was no alternative. While frantically shouting, he summoned Zhao Jinhe to board the car, simultaneously pulling out his phone to begin contacting every branch of the industrial and commercial administration. Zhao Jinhe and Li Changkai were inseparable allies. There was no escaping today's fiasco, and besides, Zhao wanted to make a strong impression on Lu Qinfeng. Upon boarding, he immediately rallied all law enforcement branches into action. Li Changkai was thoroughly terrified. Li Mu did not take a car, but a horse. The message was unmistakably clear. He was openly asserting his identity as a Jinyuan military officer. His family members were, therefore, military dependents. Since the person had been detained within the industrial and commercial administration, it amounted to outright illegal detention of military dependents. It appeared that someone was about to suffer grave misfortune today. Li Changkai was utterly panic-stricken. Whether the blood would spill upon him depended entirely on how well he managed this crisis to satisfy Li Mu. Li Mu rode his warhorse at a breakneck pace back to the blacksmith's shop. Vice Commander Zhang was already tracking the location. The person had been seized from here. No matter where they were taken next, Li Mu could reach the spot with the utmost speed. This was a narrow street, with only 2 lanes for vehicles in the middle. Li Mu spurred Yaogu onward, instantly drawing the attention of passers-by. Upon arriving at the blacksmith's shop, it was indeed plastered with seals. Two figures burst out of the fruit shop nearby. It was Chun Jiafeng and Chun Jiechi, cousin. Both Chun Jiafeng and Chun Jiechi had red, swollen eyes. Being young and inexperienced with such ordeals, they were visibly shaken. Mount up. Li Mu extended his hand, pulling the two onto the broad back of Yaogu. The horse was remarkably sturdy. Carrying the two children did not seem cramped nor burdensome. Seeing Li Mu astride his horse, Chun Jiechi and Chun Jiafeng felt reassured. This signified that their cousin had earned considerable merit within the Jinyuan military. At that moment, Li Mu's phone rang. It was Vice Commander Zhang. Upon answering, Zhang immediately provided a location: the Tianxin Street Industrial and Commercial Administration. The security team had already been dispatched. Good. Don't act rashly and cause a fatality. Remember to first root out the mastermind behind this, Zhang cautioned. Understood, Li Mu replied, ending the call and signaling Chun Jiafeng and Chun Jiechi to hold tight. Then, his warhorse galloped swiftly toward Tianxin Street. Watching them depart, Aunt Lin from the fruit shop finally stepped outside and gathered with several shopkeepers who had been observing the commotion. Oh my, this young Li Mu is something else. Ordinary people don't have warhorses. Li Mu must have military honors. I truly hope he deals thoroughly with those scoundrels. Meanwhile, at the Tianxin Street Industrial and Commercial Administration, Yang Suying, Yang Yurong, and Chen Jinshi were handcuffed and confined within the corpulent officer's office. The office doors stood wide open. The corpulent officer and his subordinates were in the main hall, sorting through goods just confiscated from the blacksmith's shop. The blacksmith's business differed from others. Though trade was slow, profits were high. After all, they sold craftsmanship, not mere iron. Every transaction amounted to thousands or even tens of thousands. The cash collected at the counter indeed totaled nearly 20,000 yuan. The subordinates eagerly presented the corpulent officer with 12,000 yuan, bundled into a small brick, flattering him as they handed it over. Haha, Team Leader Liu, this haul is quite substantial, one subordinate said. Liu, the corpulent officer, grinned proudly, tucking the money into his pocket. Another subordinate voiced concern. Team Leader Liu, what about those three? Keeping them locked like this doesn't seem proper. None of them had a powerful brother in charge. They were a bit apprehensive. Liu sneered coldly. Afraid of what? If the sky falls, I'll bear the brunt. I am the esteemed head of the industrial and commercial department. Detaining a few people is no big deal. Draft a confession statement and bring it to me. With a grand gesture, he strode into his office. Soon, someone produced a draft confession. Liu now had but one path: to coerce Yang Suying and the others into admitting their guilt of trafficking stolen goods. Once they signed the confession, he could hand them over to law enforcement, resolving the matter perfectly. Otherwise, he dared not keep them detained indefinitely. That would only invite trouble. At this moment, Yang Suying and the two others were confined in a low-ceiling duct, forced to sit on the floor, unable to stand without straining their wrists. Liu shook the confession papers in his hand and demanded, well, have you decided? Will you admit to the crime? Save it. We will never confess to what we have not done. I'm eager to see how you'll get out of this. Yang Suying bit her lip and retorted. She had once been a member of the Li family by marriage. When Li Qianfeng was still alive, she had witnessed too much. She had long discerned that Liu was timid at heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't persistently seek their confessions. Once they confessed, they would be delivered to the enforcement agency. And that would be the end. She did not believe the Li family wielded such immense power to have them killed here today. Liu's fury ignited. The entire ordeal was so difficult precisely because of this damned woman. If not for her, the other two might have already been frightened into confessing. Fine. Keep resisting the law enforcement. Let us see who suffers in the end. You too. Do you want to share her fate? Should we still strive for leniency? You all decide for yourselves. This is the opportunity I'm giving you. Speaking thus, he forcefully hurled the confession statement onto the table before Yang Yurong and Chen Jinshi, attempting to intimidate them as a point of leverage. Damn it! Yang Yurong spat venomously, the saliva landing squarely on the confession statement. I curse your mother, he exclaimed angrily. Humph. Fine. Liu the fatty laughed bitterly in fury, then issued a command. This room is too dark. Go fetch a big lamp for me. Immediately, someone went out to bring in a massive searchlight. That terrifying beam of light and heat. Forget about roasting people. Even an egg would be cooked in mere minutes. Even a first-rate martial artist couldn't endure it for long. The key was that it left no scars, making it perfect for administering private torture. Just then, Liu the fatty's phone rang. His face instantly brightened as he answered cheerfully. Hey bro, what's up? A roar erupted from the other end. Bastard. What trouble have you gotten into now? Liu the fatty responded in confusion. Huh? I haven't done anything wrong. He was puzzled since the shop closure had been authorized by his brother, and aside from that, he hadn't done much else. Think carefully before I come over. Don't you dare mess with anything. The voice of Supervisor Lu on the other end barked before hanging up. He himself was unaware of the exact trouble Lu the Fatty had caused, only that some leader had just inquired about this place. Lu the Fatty's brow furrowed deeply. What is going on? Hick! He burped drunkenly once more, glaring furiously at Yang Yurong and the others. You lot, stop dawdling and sign the confession statement quickly. Get out of here. I have more important things to deal with. Yang Yurong, having overheard that call, was the sharpest-minded among them and immediately considered a possibility. He sneered coldly. Fatso, with your intelligence, you deserve to die, every bit of it. Before the words had even fallen, agonized screams echoed repeatedly from within the industrial and commercial administration building. Countless cries of pain drew closer and closer. While Lu the Fatty's mind was still in a daze, several plainclothes security personnel charged in. Squat down. A fierce shout rang out, followed by a steel-hard flying kick that landed directly on the back of Lu the Fatty's knee. He was stunned, unsure whether to squat or kneel. Suddenly, he was kicked down to his knees, only to feel a large steel clamp-like hand seize his neck, pinning him firmly to the ground. Several security personnel stepped forward to unlock the handcuffs from Yang Suiying and the others, supporting them as they were led downstairs. Everywhere they passed lay the previously resisting enforcement officers of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, now writhing on the floor, clutching their stomachs. These plainclothes security forces were the first responders. The security team was responsible for guarding military officers and their families, usually stationed in military residential areas. The plainclothes unit, however, often handled sudden assault operations. Because they wore civilian clothes, they could infiltrate swiftly and strike without drawing attention. Naturally, Lu the Fatty had no idea who these plainclothes men were. It was only when he was pressed to the ground that he came to his senses. How dare you? How dare you attack public officials? Do you even know who I am? He had barely finished before being dragged out by his hair by the plainclothes officers. The excruciating pain made him thrash wildly, but the more he struggled, the more his hair suffered. The security team paid no heed to whether Yang Suiying and the others were involved in trafficking stolen goods. That was the law enforcement department's matter. Their orders were to subdue the criminals and rescue the military families. Lu the Fatty shouted defiantly, but upon being dragged out of the building, he was dumbfounded. Not only him, but his band of battle-hardened underlings were all beaten until their faces were bruised and battered, one after another dragged outside. Standing outside, Yang Suiying was bewildered by the chaotic scene. Suddenly, Li Mu rode swiftly up on horseback. Dad, Mom, Chen Jieqi and Chun Jiafeng shouted, leaping down from the horse and embracing their parents. Li Mu also hurried to Yang Suiying. Mom, are you all right? She asked anxiously. Yang Suiying shook her head quickly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Yet Li Mu's fury boiled over, for he had clearly seen a ring of bruising on his mother's and Anne's wrists, deep purplish marks left by tight restraints. At that moment, a dozen or so plainclothes security officers dragged out all the injured burly men. Even many non-resisting office workers inside the building were brought out and made to squat in the corners. Seeing Lu the Fatty and his men in such a state, the office workers dared not resist. These men wore no uniforms. The workers had thought it was a robbery. They wondered why the robbers dared to bring them out onto the street. Lu the Fatty continued to shout, Damn it! What are you doing? This is the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, a government agency. How dare you assault public officials? You're lawless. Li Mu was about to approach him to question, when suddenly a man in white clothing came running over. It was the Supervisor Lu who had previously visited the Li family. Upon seeing Supervisor Lu, Lu the Fatty shouted, Brother! Save me, brother! Supervisor Lu was somewhat surprised by the scene, but quickly understood upon seeing Li Mu. Surely it was his younger brother who had shut down Yang Yurong's blacksmith shop, and Li Mu had brought people to retrieve it. He had long heard from the Li family about Li Mu's connections with military officers in Jinyuan. Judging from the dozen or so soldiers standing upright, there was no doubt they were from the military district. It seemed Li Mu's late father had a deeper relationship with this military officer than imagined, willing to lend so many soldiers to back Li Mu's cause. These men wore plain clothes precisely to avoid escalating the matter. Yet Lu the Fatty was truly disrespectful. It seemed he was destined to lose today. With this realization, Supervisor Lu approached Li Mu with a smile. Ahaha, brother Li Mu, oh dear, look at this. Such a misunderstanding. Why make such a fuss? He said, extending his hand for a handshake, repeatedly signaling with his eyes to Li Mu. Can't you let this go for my sake just this once? Lu the Fatty immediately shouted, Brother, are you out of your mind? He nearly beat me to death. What do you mean let it go? Shut up. Supervisor Lu snapped back. You fool. Can't you see these plainclothes men are all soldiers? He was naturally angry. His brother had been beaten today, and yet he had no way to regain face. He couldn't possibly arrest these plainclothes soldiers or capture Li Mu right under their noses. Today, he had to admit defeat. However, when he turned back, he found his outstretched hand still ungrasped by Li Mu, and his brow furrowed deeply. Li Mu fixed him with a cold gaze and asked, "What kind of creature are you?" Supervisor Lu's face instantly turned grim and menacing. The thick flesh on his face twitched violently twice. He never expected Li Mu to dare speak to him in such a manner. It was utterly outrageous. Was he merely relying on his father's modest connections to swagger about like a tiger in a fox's skin? Moreover, their ties were not as solid as imagined. Otherwise, those genuine army soldiers would not have resorted to undercover operations. They would have boldly come to back him up. "Li Mu, you have no shame at all." Supervisor Lu muttered a few words through clenched teeth in a low voice, barely audible, seemingly afraid that the few undercover soldiers might overhear. Li Mu stared at him and asked, "Was it you who ordered him to make the arrest?" Supervisor Lu was taken aback, glanced at Yang Suying and the others, and suddenly it dawned on him. So it was his younger brother who had brought the person back. No wonder the leadership had called to inquire about the situation here. The leader was probably also intimidated by Li Mu's feeble military connections, causing a moment of panic. However, seeing Li Mu's attitude, Supervisor Lu's fury ignited. So what if it was? "I'm telling you, today counts as..." Before he could finish, Li Mu slapped him across the face. Not only his teeth, this blow shattered even his jawbone. Supervisor Lu collapsed stiffly beside Lu Pongzi, his vision first flashing white, then black. Gradually, the blur cleared, but he felt as if his mouth was no longer functional. A sharp pain surged through him. Lu Pongzi was still gripping his collar, shaking him vigorously and repeatedly calling his name, adding insult to injury. "Woodhead!" Yang Suying and Yang Yurong spoke up simultaneously. They feared Li Mu's men lacked restraint and might seriously injure him. After all, these people were government officials. You dare hit me." Supervisor Lu struggled to rise, blood pouring from his mouth as he pointed at Li Mu, his eyes filled with astonishment. At that moment, the ground suddenly began to tremble with a rumbling vibration. The roaring and clamor in his ears grew louder and nearer. The crowd nearby immediately erupted into shouts and scattered in all directions. On the left street, a grand procession of more than a dozen military vehicles thundered forward. On the right street, over 20 law enforcement vehicles blared their sirens as they sped toward the scene. On the main street behind, more than a dozen tall war horses galloped past, their destination the same. The three forces converged, instantly sealing off the area completely. Several military vehicles even charged onto the greenery strip, nearly running over Lu Pongzi and the others' faces. Lu Pongzi cheered joyfully. "We're saved. We're saved, brother." Then he glared at Li Mu and the others, prepare to die. Supervisor Lu, however, was utterly bewildered because he was well aware he had not called anyone. Could these people have come because they knew he was beaten and were here to arrest Li Mu? That was impossible, even with his toes. Maybe his younger brother called them? But his brother could not have summoned military personnel. The military vehicles and the horses were all clad in the combat uniforms of the military district as security guards. Military district security guards? Looking again at those undercover soldiers, there was no sign of panic. Suddenly, realization struck. Yang Suying hurried over to Li Mu's side, with Yang Yurong and Chun Jinshi also quickly gathering around him. They had assumed these people were here to arrest Li Mu, but unexpectedly, a security captain briskly approached Li Mu and saluted him with a knightly gesture. "Li Langwei, is everything all right in the military district?" "All is well." Hearing this exchange, Yang Suying and the others were stunned, while Chun Jiafeng and Chun Jiechi's eyes sparkled with admiration, their reverence plainly evident. Supervisor Lu's vision blackened suddenly. "Langwei, military district? My own brother has illegally detained military district personnel?" At that moment, two more screeching brakes sounded outside the crowd. Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chenfeng, and the sweating Li Chengkai and Zhao Jin hurried over. Seeing the security guards on site, everyone's scalps tingled with fear. Li Chengkai bowed before Li Mu and said, "Li Langwei, please give me a chance. I will handle this matter here and absolutely satisfy you." Li Chengkai was frantic. With the security guards deployed, it was highly likely Wang Longcheng would learn of this. If Li Mu personally resolved this today, he would truly have no chance for redemption. "All right, I'll give you this chance," Li Mu said in a deep voice. If he handled it himself, it would only mean severe torture to extract confessions. But as a member of the Industry and Commerce Department, Li Chengkai was in the best position to grasp these people's lifelines. Li Chengkai was overjoyed. Turning to his assistant, he ordered, "Bring Wu Zhio to me. Then contact the Sword Hall." Li Mu could not help but admit, a minister was a minister. With a single word, Supervisor Lu leapt up in alarm. No, Minister Li, I'll confess. I'll say everything. Li Chengkai stopped his assistant and stormed over to Supervisor Lu. You answer whatever I ask. If you hide anything, I will make your life worse than death. All right. Supervisor Lu had completely broken down, unable to control himself, soiling himself uncontrollably. Beside him, Lu Ponzi was utterly dumbfounded, only now beginning to comprehend what had transpired. It seemed they had offended someone they should not have. Who told you to arrest that person? Li Shankai demanda. I didn't order the arrest. My brother foolishly did it. We truly didn't know he was military district personnel. Supervisor Lu was now weeping and sniffling uncontrollably. Otherwise, I would never have allowed him to make the arrest. It was the Li family's bribery. The Li family wanted to secure pharmaceutical approval and bribed Wu Zhio with over 10 million. In exchange, the Li family also arranged for their blacksmith shop to be sealed off. I was momentarily confused, Minister Li. I will say everything. I'm even willing to be a whistleblower. I beg you to show mercy and not hand me over to the sword hall. Supervisor Lu's voice was filled with terror, as if the mere mention of the sword hall struck a deep chord of fear within him. The sword hall, wielding the sword for the people, it is dedicated to severing corrupt officials. It is an agency specifically overseeing government officials. According to Li Mu's understanding, the sword hall was more akin to the Eastern Depot in addition to comprehensive cadre supervision. It also played a crucial role against the Paradise Society. In critical moments, it could execute first and report later. Some corrupt officials would rather die than fall into the hands of the sword hall. In this high martial world's bureaucratic system, take Lu Pongzi as an example. He was a team leader, already swaggering before common folk. Above the team was the division, Supervisor Lu's rank. Above the division was the department, the level of Lu Chenfeng's father, with Li Chengkai serving as deputy at that level. Above the department was the bureau, the rank of Bai Taiwei. Above the bureau was the hall, a level Li Mu had yet to encounter. Above the hall was the institute, the central authority. Divisions and teams were roughly equivalent, with departments like industry and commerce classified as teams. Enforcement agencies, as armed organs, were called divisions. Naturally, functional categories also affected status and influence. Often, ministers of enforcement did not regard deputy directors of industry and commerce departments highly. Hearing Supervisor Lu's full confession, Li Mu snorted coldly. Finally, the Li family had provided him with a handle to grip. Is there any evidence of their bribery? Li Chengkai inquired again. Yes, there are records of their transfers. I'm talking about the details of your bribery negotiations. Li Chengkai Barka. The transfer records, combined with his and Wu Zhio's confessions, only confirm the bribery itself. Moreover, the Li family will undoubtedly deny everything. Supervisor Lu broke out in a cold sweat. He had attended the Li family's dinner gathering. How could he have dared to record the details of their conversation at the table? Even if he had recorded it, their words were extremely ambiguous. Many leaders or senior family members spoke in veiled terms, not out of pretension, but precisely to avoid providing material for gossip or accusation. At the dinner table, neither he nor the Li family mentioned a single word about bribery. The discussion revolved around that fish, from the price of that fish. The bribery stakes were determined. Even if the recording were produced, it would be of little use. Yet Supervisor Lu watched Li Mu's expression with growing terror. Li Mu's face was cold and indifferent, radiating a murderous aura. He understood perfectly well. Li Mu was the true master of today's proceedings. If this harbinger of doom was not satisfied, he would not survive. Li Chengkai reminded him again. Think carefully. Who exactly in the Li family ordered you to harm the military family? Suddenly, Supervisor Lu's eyes lit up with realization. Indeed, the gravest crime today was not bribery, but the attempted murder of a military family member. He and his brother had been the direct executors. They had undeniably committed the crime of attempting to harm a military family. Li Chengkai's words served as a reminder. The Li Mu before him would not be content with mere bribery charges. Li Mu demanded far graver consequences. At this moment, if he did not implicate the Li family, how could he atone for his sins? He immediately wailed. It was Li Daong and Li Ji of the Li family. They ordered us to target the blacksmith's shop. We were truly kept in the dark, unaware that the blacksmith's shop belonged to a military family. But Li Daong and Li Ji certainly knew. As Supervisor Lu finished speaking, Li Mu's expression visibly softened. It was evident he was satisfied. Indeed, Li Mu was pleased. Secretly, he thought to himself, Li Chengkai is truly a clever man. When Li Mu heard Supervisor Lu mention the Li family's bribery, he had been displeased. Such a charge could never strike at the Li family's core. But premeditated attempted murder of a military family was a different matter entirely. That was precisely the Li family's vital artery Li Mu sought to sever. Unexpectedly, with Li Chengkai's guidance, Supervisor Liu immediately implicated Li Daong and Li Ji. Li Chengkai turned and gave Zhao Jinhe a meaningful glance. Zhao again swiftly approached and stood beside Linki, addressing Li Mu. Li Longyi, the Li family has wronged you and dared to hire assassins to harm a military family. That is a grave offense. Rest assured, I will immediately lead a team to apprehend the criminals and conduct a thorough investigation to provide you with an explanation. Li Chengkai nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Li family has become excessively brazen. Though our industrial and commercial department has produced a few corrupt elements, I will ensure they receive thorough ideological education, compelling them to confess every detail of their bribery and make amends. We will fully cooperate with the law enforcement investigation. Even Supervisor Liu, kneeling nearby, wailed and took 2 steps forward on his knees. Bowing his head fervently toward Li Mu, tears streaming down his face, he sobbed, Li Langwei, please rest assured. I will confess honestly and ensure the Li family pays the price. I vow to reform myself. Li Mu addressed Zhao Jinhe and Li Chengkai. Then I shall trouble the 2 ministers. With those words spoken calmly, Li Mu turned and approached his mother, Yang Suying. Both Yang Suying and Yang Yurong were utterly stunned. Chen Jinshi, Jia Feng, and Jia Qi were also frozen in disbelief. They had witnessed the entire scene, 2 deputy ministers groveling before Li Mu. The previously jovial Supervisor Liu, who had begged Li Mu for leniency just moments before, now knelt on the ground, banging his head to the floor in desperate supplication. And the once arrogant, swaggering Liu Fati was the lowest rung in this trial. At this moment, he was utterly terrified, reduced to a pitiful wreck. His own brother was fiercely biting the Li family to save his own life. He was certain that death was inevitable. Yang Yurong and Chen Jinshi exchanged a glance. When the blacksmith's shop was seized, they had feared the worst for themselves. Yet unexpectedly, the opposing side was the one in trouble. Chen Jiafeng and Chen Jieqi were even more shocked beyond words. Their cousin was a junior member of the Wolf Guard, a military officer. Mom, let us go home, Li Mu said, reaching out to gently rub the bruise on Yang Suying's wrist. Tears glimmered in Yang Suying's eyes as she looked up at her son's face, pride shining in her gaze. Through the haze of her tears, Li Mu's image blurred and transformed. She seemed to see her long-mourned husband, Li Qianfeng, equally talented and accomplished, a prodigy who had risen to fame before the age of 20. The commander of the security detail raised a hand and signaled. A group of guards quickly surrounded them, escorting Yang Suying and the others into a military vehicle. Before boarding, Li Mu spoke to Zhang Zhuwei and Lu Qinfeng. Our fun was cut short earlier. Come to my place and relax. Though Zhang Zhuwei and Lu Qinfeng had not been able to provide substantive assistance, their presence in handling the matter was a clear sign of support. If Li Mu had not resolved this as a junior member of the Wolf Guard, they would have leveraged their connections to assist him. This favor must be acknowledged. The 2 nodded, and Li Mu boarded the vehicle first. The mounted security guards swiftly withdrew to the military family district, leaving a team of law enforcement officers to begin detaining relevant personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Administration Department. Li Chengkai and Zhao Jinhe hurried over to Zhang Zhuwei and Lu Qinfeng. Young Master Zhang, young Master Liu, please be sure to speak well on our behalf, Zhao Jinhe said with a respectful smile. While they could manage the situation to Li Mu's satisfaction, establishing a good relationship with him was their ultimate goal. Handling the matter well was paramount. Zhang Zhiwei smiled faintly and slipped into the vehicle. Lu Qinfeng gave Zhao Jinhe a meaningful glance, signaling him to act swiftly and decisively. After all, Li Mu was watching Lu Qinfeng's response closely in this law enforcement matter. After bowing and seeing the 2 gentlemen off, Zhao Jinhe took a deep breath. The demeanor of the Deputy Minister of Law Enforcement instantly rose. With a grand gesture, he commanded, for vehicles, take the suspects back. The rest, come with me to the Li family. Arrest them. At the Li family villa, a celebration was underway. Wu Zhiyou, Deputy Minister of the Industrial and Commercial Department, had already promised that the pharmaceutical approval would be granted within the next few days. Though this bribery had cost the Li family over 10 million yuan, causing significant hemorrhaging, there was little to celebrate. However, upon receiving news that the blacksmith's shop had been sealed and that Yang Suying and others had been detained, Madame Ma was elated. She immediately ordered a proper celebration. The Li family had finally gained the upper hand. At the banquet table, Madame Ma raised her glass, smiling brightly. Today, it is truly a double blessing. My old heart is at ease. Come, drink this cup. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses. The happiest among them was Li Xiaohong. Xiaohong Li set down her cup and laughed. That damn Mu Li, now he has finally going to taste some bitter defeat. It's laughable for a poor nobody to dare challenge us. But unfortunately, I can't personally avenge that slap. She ended with a fierce grit of her teeth. Xiao Li swirled his wine glass, kicking off his shoes and resting his feet on the edge of a stool with a careless air. Don't worry, I will avenge that slap for you. Everyone else turned to look at Xiao. Confidently, Xiao declared, Haven T, I already broken into the second rank. With Zhang Jiwei gone from Shenglong Martial School, I am now the only S-rank warrior there. Their resources will naturally be more heavily invested in me. There are still 20 days until the citywide elite tournament. With my S-rank talent, using these resources to sprint for 20 days, my strength will definitely increase significantly. Just don't let me run into Mu Li in the tournament or else. Haha. Xiao gave a cold smile and downed his wine in one fierce gulp. He was consumed with hatred for Mu Li. Despite having S-level talent, he ranked only 31st, and his name had become a joke. Many short videos mocked his attempts at looking cool, even splicing together battles involving him and Mu Li. The stark contrast in combat abilities was evident to any martial artist. He wished nothing more than for Mu Li to die immediately. At that moment, Li furrowed his brow and said sternly, confidence is good, but this time you absolutely cannot fail again. The elite tournament is your chance to soar. Don't let me catch you in any unsavory places these days. You must train diligently and stand out. Second, Aunt was naturally displeased with her husband's harsh scolding of their son. Why be so harsh? S-rank talents peak later. You know that. You have to give our Xiao time to grow. The longer the time, the stronger the talent will manifest. It's been less than half a month since his awakening. Why the rush? Even if he fails the elite tournament this time, there's still the college entrance exam. Second, Aunt defended her son at every turn. Li was deeply annoyed, itching to reprimand his wife. Not in a rush. If you're not, Mu Li will soon be as formidable as his father. What nonsense about peaking later? Zhang Jiwei, Lu Chanfeng, who peaked later. Even Mu Li, with his F-rank talent, is far ahead. I'm starting to doubt whether our son's talent even successfully swapped with Mu Li's. The Abyss' first battle was about to take place in South City, followed by 2 other city districts. After all 4 districts completed their matches in about 10 days, the top 250 warriors from each district's first battle would compete in a pinnacle elite tournament. This was a true arena to showcase individual strength. Unlike the secretive first battles, this elite tournament was a fully publicized grand event, attracting the entire city's attention. Xiao leaned back comfortably and confidently said, Don't worry. Father, this time I will definitely soar to new heights. Grandmother Ma nodded with satisfaction. That's my Li family son. Such spirit. Eldest Aunt raised her cup with a smile. To the prosperity and flourishing of our Li family. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses in unison. Prosperity and flourishing. Prosperity and flourishing. Suddenly, a piercing wail of sirens shattered the joyful atmosphere, followed immediately by the screeching of brakes and the loud slam of car doors. Everyone froze. What is happening? Go check it out. Grandmother Ma said with displeasure as she set down her cup. The Yonli was just standing up when bang. The Li family gate was blasted open with a thunderous crash. Dozens of fully armed law enforcement officers stormed in, brandishing weapons with terrifying momentum. They immediately surrounded the dining table. Someone stepped forward without a word and slammed a Yong Li and Zhili Li onto the table with a loud thud. Their faces pressed into the vegetable dishes. What are you doing? What's going on? What happened? The Li family members panicked and shouted. Xiongli, Lunli, and the younger generation rushed to stop the officers, shouting for them to release their grip, but they too were pressed down onto the table. Xiuli Shota Fiersedi. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Get lost. Smack. A resounding slap struck Xiaohao's face, sending him stumbling backward several steps. Xiaohao had never endured such treatment before. His anger surged, his aura skyrocketed, and he roared as he charged at the officer who had struck him. The officer captain smirked coldly, standing perfectly still. Grandmother Ma was horrified and tried to intervene, but it was too late. Xiaohao's fist slammed into the captain's chest with a loud thud. Strong, but the captain remained unmoved, only laughing louder. Assaulting law enforcement. Arrest him as well. Another officer immediately kicked Xiaohao, sending him flying through the air and crashing to the ground like a toad. Xiaohao felt bile rise in his throat. He regretted it madly. He finally realized his so-called strength was nothing. He could not even phase them. The captain's refusal to move was a deliberate provocation, trying to frame him for assaulting an officer. What is going on? Please, tell me what is going on? Grandmother Ma asked, trembling with urgency. At that moment, Jin Zhao entered from outside, his voice cold. De Yongli, Zhili Li, you are suspected of hiring assassins to murder military dependents. You are under arrest. Dayong Li and Zhili Li were pressed face down in the food, unable to speak. Grandmother ma shouted anxiously, Wait, we didn't do anything. You can't accuse us without evidence. Jin Zhao sneered. Accuse without evidence? Pfft, you'll die and understand. You bribed the industrial and commercial department supervisor to seal the blacksmith shop, didn't you? Grandmother Ma understood immediately. The supervisor Lu had been captured. She would never be foolish enough to admit guilt. Moreover, the bribery transaction was made through to Yong Li's account. Even if the matter was exposed, only to Yong Li's evidence would be incriminating. Others could claim ignorance and avoid consequences. Impossible. We would never do such a thing. She insisted. The evidence is conclusive. No matter what you say, it won't matter. Jin Zhao smiled coldly. Even if they made such a mistake. The blacksmith shop is where my daughter-in-law lives. It's all family. Grandmother Ma stomped her foot in frustration. Are you deaf with age? I said clearly. You attempted to murder military dependents. And just because you call it family business, does that mean anyone acknowledges it? Does Muli acknowledge it? Or Yang Suying? Jin Zhao glanced at her contemptuously. Military dependents? Who are the military dependents? The old lady was shocked. Attempting to murder military dependents was a grave charge, once arrested. Release was uncertain. Jin Zhao wanted to laugh at her bewildered expression, suspecting the Li family truly did not know Mu Li's identity. But that was irrelevant. Stop pretending. Li Mu holds the rank of Junior Wolf Guard. This is probably the highest rank ever attained by anyone from the Li family. Oh, pardon me, I forgot. I forgot that you have already disowned Li Mu. Truly a wise decision. Arrest them all, and search the others thoroughly. Afraid of arbitrarily accusing people? Rest assured, we will investigate your Li family down to the last detail. We absolutely will not close this case. Zhao Jinha's words were a precise blow to Madame Ma, akin to being struck by a thunderbolt. Li Mu is a Junior Wolf Guard? Since when? How long has it been since he left the Li family? And yet he has already attained a rank of Junior Wolf Guard? If all this is true, then Li Daong and Li Ji are doomed. Not only are they doomed, but Zhao Jinha's intention just now was to turn the Li family upside down. Which family has no skeletons in its closet? There is not a single clan that can withstand such scrutiny. Now Zhao Jinha is leveraging the investigation into the murder of a military dependent to probe the Li family. Over 80% of the Li family's business operations have illegal records. Once the investigation begins, everything will come to a halt. Moreover, half the Li family will be implicated and nearly all will face imprisonment. Although she considered herself clever, and she and some of the female relatives in the family were relatively clean, they did not control the family's business affairs. All those who managed the family's enterprises were being arrested. That meant the Li family was collapsing. She had not expected the other party to be so ruthless. This was driving the Li family to ruin. But crying and pleading were useless. Madame Ma and the others were forcibly dragged out of the Li family residence and taken back to the enforcement department. At the Jinshi blacksmith shop, seeing Yang Suying and the others being escorted back by several military vehicles left the neighbors utterly dumbfounded. They had guessed that Li Mu had some influence now, but did not expect it to be so formidable. Zhang Zhuwei and Lu Chunfeng arrived shortly thereafter. Yang Yurong and the others first thanked Aunt Lin next door, then left Zhang Zhiwei to stay at the blacksmith shop for the entire afternoon, especially upon learning that Lu Chunfeng's arm had been injured by Li Mu. Yang Suying insisted on preparing a lavish meal in his honor. At the banquet, the most curious topic among the group was naturally how Li Mu had obtained the Junior Wolf Guard rank. They were mainly intrigued by what feats he had accomplished in such a short time to be promoted to Junior Wolf Guard. Li Mu could no longer evade the matter and reluctantly recounted his experiences over the past days, carefully omitting the period when he had lost consciousness to spare Yang Suying from distress. Chen Jieqi and Chen Jiafeng had already completely idolized Li Mu. The drinking continued until after 10 o'clock in the evening, with all guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. Zhang Zhuwei and the other were driven away by their driver, while Chen Jinshi and Yang Yurong had also had a bit too much. Watching his dizzy mother retire to her room to rest, Li Mu returned to his own quarters, contemplating arranging a residence for his mother and aunt within the military dependence district. With his military rank, his mother and aunt qualified as military dependents, but in fact, they were not yet eligible to live in the military dependence district. Li Mu's rank alone was insufficient. He needed to hold an actual military position. Only with a post could they be allocated a house in the dependence district free of charge. Furthermore, the house's specifications and location corresponded to the level of the military position. Thinking of this, Li Mu recalled the documents Wang Longcheng had given him yesterday. Taking them out from his storage space, he examined them closely, feeling somewhat puzzled. These documents were secret investigative files containing records of individuals whose talents had mutated after exchanging abilities over the past decade, approximately a dozen cases. For example, one record detailed an exchange between an A-class talent holder and an E-class talent holder, after which the E-class talent gained some unusual functions. Another described a D-class talent exchanging with an S-class talent, leading to the D-class talent mutating. Since upgrading to a C-class talent, though still a life-related talent, it was quite astonishing. However, after perusing all the files, Li found that these mutations had only added some strange traits without significantly enhancing their abilities. He was somewhat perplexed. Why had Wang Longcheng given him these materials? He pondered deeply for a long time before seizing upon a line of thought. Given Wang Longcheng's capabilities, he had only uncovered about a dozen such cases, indicating that such instances were truly rare. Thousands exchanged talents annually, yet in 10 years, only a handful exhibited mutations. Moreover, these mutations did not greatly amplify their powers. When Li told Wang Longcheng that his immobilization and transformation techniques were the result of talent mutation, Wang Longcheng was essentially signaling that mere words would not suffice. Such an explanation might fool ordinary people, but as one advanced, skeptics would inevitably arise. In other words, Wang Longcheng did not believe Li's fabricated story, but was willing to protect and even warn him to conceal abnormalities in one's strength. One must produce verifiable written evidence that can withstand scrutiny. Only in this way can one preempt gossip and smoothly transition into being recognized as a genius. Otherwise, should one day Li displayed extraordinarily abnormal F-class talents and demonstrated exceptional power before influential figures, and when questioned, merely replied, "It's a mutation of my talent." If any of those powerful people were his adversaries, who knew whether he would be specially cultivated or sent off as a test subject, he must transform the untraceable into something traceable. At this realization, Li broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the first to doubt him had been Wang Longcheng. But how could he prove it himself? After much deliberation, Li decided he should undergo another talent test to see if he could find any explanation. Coincidentally, tomorrow he needed to purchase some herbal seeds to cultivate his blessed land, so he could get tested then. Having resolved this, Li put away the documents, turned off the light, and went to sleep. The next morning, Li spent nearly all of his remaining tens of thousands of yuan buying a large quantity of medicinal herb seeds before heading straight to the Abyss. Talent testing was an extremely energy-consuming national event conducted once every 6 months, open to all those who had turned 18. Those who had already awakened their talents did not require such immense energy, but still had to pay a considerable fee. Within the Jinyuan army, there was also a testing institution. When Li arrived, there were few people present, as those who had awakened their talents rarely returned for retesting unless special reasons required proof of talent. Li presented his credentials, and the staff courteously escorted him to an observation room, spacious and bright, with 3 glass walls. At the center stood a massive energy stone. On the glass side, someone was connected to a computer. Junior Wolfguard Li, the staff instructed, place your palm on the energy stone and infuse it with your true energy. Li complied, slowly channeling his true energy into the stone. Meanwhile, the 2 staff members on the glass side chatted casually. 18 years old and already a junior Wolfguard? That's impressive. Alas, it was merely an F-tier talent. The man gestured with his chin toward the computer screen, displaying the registered information recorded after Li's talent awakening. You didn't know? He used to be a young master from a noble family. His original talent was S-tier, but later it was switched to F. Another, somewhat annoyed, clicked open the detailed information on the profile. Inside, it was recorded that Li's initial talent was indeed S-tier, but it had been replaced with an F-tier. Damn, that SA thing? The man's eyes widened in disbelief. I told you to watch less Abyss live streams and pay more attention to social news. The Abyss is our lifeline. We barely have time to keep up with life and death news, let alone gossip. As the 2 chatted idly, the energy stone in the observation room suddenly began to hum and glow. Yet, upon seeing the color of the energy stone, both men were petrified on the spot. If Li's talent was truly F-tier, the energy stone should have been purple. But now, a deep azure light surged skyward from the stone. This was the color corresponding to a D-tier talent. Sure enough, the intensity generated by the energy stone was detected as well. A crisp mechanical voice echoed throughout the observation room. Talent, super heavy strike. Honk, ditier. Hearing this broadcast, Li was utterly bewildered. He had only intended to test and obtain proof of his talent, to see if there was any opportunity to make a name for himself. How could his talent have upgraded? Could it be that Wang Longcheng had tampered with it, deliberately fabricating a D-tier talent for him? Impossible. Talent awakening is recorded in the national database. It cannot be falsified. Not even if the commander-in-chief showed up would it make any difference. Li Mu hastily withdrew his hand and entered his mental sea to examine his talent. Sure enough, the talent within him had indeed changed. It was once an F-tier heavy strike, with the characteristic, inflicts damage with an additional 2 units of true chi intensity upon attack. All along, this talent's effect was negligible. Some might think a percentage damage increase is impressive, but its true strength would only manifest at later stages. However, Li Mu's former S-tier talent, 9 Heaven's Thunderous Roar, had 6 characteristics, one of which was, inflicts 30 units of true chi intensity lightning stink damage upon attack. 2 versus 30. The total effect was only 1/6 of the original. This was precisely why Li Mu bore such deep resentment toward the Li family. Now, Li Mu's talent had also become Super Heavy Strike. A D-tier talent, with 2 characteristics, inflicts an additional 5 units of true chi intensity damage upon attack. Enhances armor penetration by 5 during weapon attacks. Simple damage and armor penetration boosts. For an ordinary student, this increase would be modest at best. But for Li Mu, who wielded divine weapon techniques, mountain burden method, iron splitting style, and flowing cloud shadow among other attack augmentations, these 2 enhancements were pure, direct, and brutal. Yet Li Mu remained puzzled. Why? Why had his talent shifted from F tier to D tier? A growth talent? While Li Mu was racking his brain, the system suddenly issued a prompt. For every rank ascended in the Celestial Immortal Technique, the talent grows by 2 tiers. The Celestial Immortal Technique is divided into no grade, inferior grade, low grade, medium grade, and high grade. Li Mu was instantly stunned. Was the Celestial Immortal Technique truly that powerful? It could even mutate one's own talent? But thinking further, Li Mu chastised himself for his ignorance. The inferior grade Celestial Immortal Technique already allowed any 3 internal martial arts to be treated as nourishment if it actually ascended to high grade. Modifying a talent would be a mere trifle. This was likely the system's own form of self-correction, designed to make the myriad divine, sane abilities more coherent in this high martial world. Li Mu calculated discreetly. No grade corresponded to F tier, inferior grade to D tier, low grade to B tier, medium grade to S tier, and high grade would be SSS tier? Damn! Just as Li Mu was reeling in astonishment, the 2 operators were equally dumbfounded. Li Mu's profile on the computer had automatically updated to reflect a D-tier growth talent. Growth talents. Since they appeared in the system, they must have existed historically. But how many and who they belonged to was beyond their knowledge. The 2 operators promptly reported the matter according to protocol. Simultaneously, Li Mu immediately dialed Wang Longqing's number. In a few words, he explained the situation. Wang Longqing's tone rose an octave in surprise. What? Li Mu repeated himself. D-tier, and it should already be updated automatically in the talent registration system. Haha, excellent. Wang Longqing laughed heartily. Outsiders might not grasp why Wang Longqing was so amused, but he and Li Mu understood perfectly well. This was immensely significant for Li Mu. Leave the rest to me. Don't make a fuss. Just do what you need to do. Wang Longqing instructed. All right, Uncle Wang, there's one more thing. I was wondering if you had any arrangement for me in terms of military rank. Li Mu bonded. This matter was best addressed directly to Wang Longqing. Oh, Wang Longqing paused, then quickly grasped the implication. You're hoping to get your mother settled in the military dependence district, aren't you? Actually, it's mainly to contribute to the military district. Nonsense. If I give you a permanent military post, what will you do with it? Wang Longqing chided with a wry laugh. Heh, I'm not going to work there, Li Mu answered decisively. He wanted to hold a military position, but did not wish to be tied down by daily duties. All right then, go see Minister Song and get a consultant position in the martial arts research department. It's leisurely but carries weight. If you have any breakthroughs in cultivation methods, it'll be easy to gain merit there. Wang Longqing considered for a moment and assigned Li Mu to the martial arts research department. While others racked their brains trying to make achievements, Li Mu only needed to consider what he wanted to accomplish. Because Wang Longqing felt that even if he gave Li Mu a teaching or guard captain position, Li Mu could still easily make achievements. But those roles were too constraining, and Li Mu would never agree to them. Very well. Li Mu hung up and headed straight to the Department of Major Martial Arts to report. In the Martial Arts Research Department, Minister Song, Professor Su, and others were engaged in another meeting. However, their discussions were unlike meaningless workplace gatherings. Every meeting was dedicated to substantial matters. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy and oppressive. Minister Song took a long drag of a cigarette and exhaled, letting the smoke veil his face. He began. The paper-based reform of blade techniques is of undeniable importance. The Military Law Division has assigned tasks to all 10 military districts across the 3 cities. At least 5 need to be optimized. As soon as he finished speaking, murmurs of discontent rippled through the room. 5? That's too demanding. The paper-based reform of blade techniques has seen no progress for 5 years. Why suddenly so many this time? Indeed, if it were staff techniques, we could probably deliver a perfect report on the Flowing Cloud 3 tremors this year. Everyone looked rather disheartened. Minister Song sighed and said, "Alas, the mortality statistics from a National Gongfa Institute have revealed a continuous upward trend in the death rate of bladed martial artists over the past 6 months." The leadership of the institute slammed their fists on the table as the pressure mounted heavily on all the military legal departments. The National Gongfa Institute, formerly known as the State Institute of Gongfa Research, is the paramount authority in the realm of Gongfa throughout the entirety of Huaxia. The death rate among martial artists is significantly influenced by Gongfa, which bears a considerable share of the responsibility. The military legal departments fall under the jurisdiction of the Institute's Jinyuan Military Gongfa Research Division. Gongfa comes in 2 primary forms. One is the one-time use Gongfa stones, produced through human output. The other is the paper-based Gongfa, which entails inscribing the techniques into books. However, Gongfa is something that can only be truly grasped intuitively. It is exceedingly difficult to convey in words. When a person integrates their own insights into a Gongfa stone, they can almost fully comprehend the profound mysteries of the art. Books, on the other hand, find it vastly more challenging to express these subtleties. Yet, the production of Gongfa stones is exceedingly limited. The higher the level of the Gongfa, the scarcer its output. This scarcity results in exorbitant prices for Gongfa, with even ordinary grade techniques costing tens of thousands at the very least, thereby preventing their widespread dissemination. Take, for instance, the same Gongfa, known as Flowing Cloud Triple Shock within the Spear and Staff martial arts system. Its penetration rate does not even reach 40%. Not because practitioners cannot afford it, but simply because it cannot be produced in sufficient quantity. Demand far outstrips supply. Hence, the popularization of paper-based Gongfa has long been a formidable challenge that the Huaxia National Gongfa Institute has been striving to overcome. For if a paper version of a certain type of Gongfa can enable full comprehension, it would be tantamount to granting all practitioners of that system a free additional set of techniques. After all, what are the printing costs? It is entirely feasible to ensure that everyone has a copy in hand. Nevertheless, despite continuous improvements and refinements to certain Gongfa, the current best paper-based Gongfa can only achieve about 30% of the effect of a Gongfa stone, and that too only for martial artists of reasonably good aptitude. For those with poor aptitude, it is quite normal to only grasp about 10%. For a moment, the conference room once again fell into a heavy silence. At that instant, there was a sudden knock at the door. Minister Song and the others furrowed their brows. "Enter." The door was pushed open by Assistant Liu, who quietly announced, "Minister Li Mu has arrived." Initially, the people inside were somewhat displeased, for meetings of the Gongfa department are generally not to be interrupted. But upon hearing it was Li Mu, everyone's expression softened. Minister Song even revealed a smile. "Quick, let him in." Assistant Liu promptly turned and ushered Li Mu inside. Li Mu had originally come to report for duty and did not intend to disturb their meeting. Upon encountering Assistant Liu, he merely inquired where the minister was, only for Liu to escort him directly into the conference room. This was because Minister Song had instructed that whenever Li Mu came, no matter what they were doing, he must be notified immediately. If they were not in a meeting, there was no need to notify at all. Upon entering the conference room, Li Mu saw it filled with 20 to 30 senior figures from various departments of the Gongfa division. They all greeted Li Mu with smiles. Minister Song rose with a warm smile to welcome him. "Ha ha ha. To be honest, I was just thinking about you, lad." His words were true, and he was not alone. Someone had just mentioned that if the higher-ups wanted improvements to the Flowing Cloud Triple Shock, they might be able to deliver a perfectly optimized paper version. In fact, they had already been working on such paper-based optimization, and whenever Flowing Cloud Triple Shock was mentioned, Li Mu inevitably came to mind, the genius who had elevated it to the level of Flowing Cloud Sextuple Shock. It was truly a mutual pursuit. "I have come this time with a mission," Li Mu said with a smile, then politely asked, "I hope I am not interrupting your meeting?" "Ha ha ha. This meeting welcomes you. Please have a seat." Professor Su cheerfully tugged at the chair beside him, inviting Li Mu to sit down. Assistant Liu sighed inwardly, thinking it really is Li Mu. He"'s the only one I've ever seen Professor Su like this much. Not everyone has the privilege of sitting beside the old professor. Li Mu politely declined twice before finally taking the seat. Minister Song smiled and inquired, "You said you came with a mission. What mission might that be?" Deputy Commander Wang asked me to report to the Gongfa department as a consultant and to inquire whether you are still in need of personnel. Li Mu replied. Needed? Of course we need you. Others may not be needed, but you we definitely need. Minister Song immediately clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Professor Su was equally overjoyed. They had previously tried to persuade Li Mu over drinks, but he had never consented. They had never imagined that Wang Longcheng would manage to convince him. Willing to take a position in the Gongfa department? It was as if a pie had fallen from the sky. Even the other senior officials expressed their delight and warmly welcomed him. Ha ha, we will discuss your employment later. For now, let us finish this meeting. Minister Song declared happily, slapping Li Mu on the shoulder. Li Mu nodded obediently and sat quietly to listen. Since you arrived late, let me fill you in on the content of the meeting. Minister Song said, explaining the task of paper-based optimization to Li Mu, concerned that he might not grasp its significance. He also clarified the military-district relationships. The order this time came from the Beishan Border Military Gongfa Division. The Beishan Border encompasses 3 cities, collectively known as the Northern Border 3 cities, the current location Taizhou City, the larger Linyuan City, and the even larger Xueqi City. The Northern Border Military Gongfa Division is headquartered in Xueqi City, overseeing the Gongfa departments of the 3 cities' 10 military districts, as well as the major Gongfa institutions within the city. The Mingzhu Military District, where Li Mu is stationed, ranks last among the 10 military districts. Therefore, the pressure from the commander-in-chief this time is immense. Hoping to seize this opportunity to secure a commendation from the Northern Border Military Gongfa Division and thereby elevate the prominence of the Mingzhu Military District. Li Mu listened attentively and observed the reactions of those around him before speaking. Minister Song, esteemed leaders, I am a newly appointed consultant and am not yet familiar with the operations of the Gongfa department, nor am I privy to certain confidential data. May I be permitted to ask a layman's question? Professor Su smiled and said, no problem at all. Speak whatever comes to mind. If you're unclear, just ask. He conveyed the sentiment that I, an old man, have your back. Feel free to explore as you wish. Li Mu asked, I want to know, this 5% optimization order from above, how difficult is it for our department to accomplish? This was Li Mu's greatest puzzle, as he had previously been only a student and had never encountered the challenges of optimizing paper-based Gongfa. It is extremely difficult. Minister Song replied solemnly. Professor Su patiently elaborated. Paper-based Gongfa differs from the mental insights of heart techniques. Each individual's outputted Gongfa stone is not exactly the same, but allows the martial artist to directly receive and comprehend the technique. Paper-based Gongfa, however, is standardized. After generations of painstaking refinement, it has taken shape. Gongfa is an integrated whole. Pulling one thread affects the entire fabric. During optimization and refinement, breakthroughs must be achieved without damaging the original integrity. Otherwise, the Gongfa's function will falter, causing major issues. Therefore, any modification to Gongfa that does not cause regression is already commendable. Only on this basis can further optimization be pursued. Having heard this, Li Mu understood completely. Since I am now a member of the Gongfa department, after the meeting dispersed, Li Mu inquired, could you provide me with a Dao-style cultivation technique stone along with its corresponding printed manual? Without hesitation, Minister Song produced 2 items and placed them on the table. Why wait for the meeting to end? We have them right here. If you have no pressing matters, you can contemplate and study them on the spot. We have plenty of time to accompany you, he said. This was precisely what Li Mu had been anticipating. Why did the entire cultivation department revere Li Mu as a genius? Because after a brief investigation, they discovered that Li Mu had mastered the flowing cloud triple shock only the day before military training began. The very next day, he used the flowing cloud quintuple shock to break the instructor's leg. What does this signify? It demonstrates that in the realm of prodigies, time is inconsequential. What truly matters is their extraordinary comprehension of the cultivation techniques they perceive. For Li Mu, the difference between perceiving a technique for 1 second or for an entire month was negligible. In short, the world of geniuses was beyond their understanding. Yes, we are not in a hurry. We will even provide you with a protector. Others echoed in agreement, determined not to let Li Mu leave without learning. Li Mu resignedly took the cultivation technique stone and the manual from the table. The manual was exceedingly thin, likely containing only tens of thousands of characters. It included various diagrams illustrating the flow of true qi and bodily meridians. Li Mu felt like laughing. It resembled a martial arts secret manual from a wuxia drama. The technique was called the falling leaf saber technique, a mundane grade style. Its essence lay in speed, employing high-frequency strikes to attack as a form of defense. It was widely applied among saber practitioners. Professor Su explained, the falling leaf saber technique currently has a maximum comprehension rate of about 25%. This is already near the top among printed cultivation manuals. A comprehension rate of 25% meant that a martial artist who learned the falling leaf saber from the manual could only manifest 25% of the technique's stone S power. This was the highest achievable comprehension rate. The average was merely in the teens. First, Li Mu meticulously studied the manual. Then, he crushed the cultivation technique stone on sight, beginning to comprehend the falling leaf saber technique. The inferior celestial immortal art automatically augmented his century-old insights, enabling Li Mu to grasp the very essence of the technique upon completion. Even verbally, Li Mu could articulate the technique with unparalleled precision. One might say that in Li Mu's hands, the falling leaf saber technique was entirely an advanced grade cultivation method. Though expressing it in words inevitably led to some loss of essence, it was akin to reducing an advanced grade technique back to a mundane grade 1. After about 15 minutes, Li Mu opened his eyes. He picked up the printed falling leaf saber manual once more. Minister Song and the others dared not utter a word, all fixated on Li Mu, unwilling to interrupt his thoughts. Li Mu perused the manual for quite some time, his brow deeply furrowed. He then looked up and asked Minister Song, must the optimization of the falling leaf saber technique be based on this current manual? Minister Song and the others were somewhat baffled. What do you mean? Li Mu curled his lip and flipped through 2 pages of the manual. I mean, can I discard this thing and rewrite it entirely? After Li Mu's remark, the room fell utterly silent. Not a single breath was heard. After a long pause, Minister Song finally asked, do you have a different insight? I would dare claim how much insight I possess. I just feel that this printed manual is awkward and inconsistent with my understanding. Therefore, I cannot modify it on this basis. May I write my own version of the falling leaf saber technique? Li Mu did not elaborate further, only stating that he had a different understanding. Of course, absolutely. Minister Song was overjoyed. The others were even more curious. The thought processes of a genius were indeed unlike theirs. To have a different insight immediately after comprehending the technique was remarkable. It was also evident how much Li Mu despised the current manual. He even wished to overturn it entirely. This surely indicated that he had reached a far superior level. As for the extent of his mastery, that would have to wait until he finished writing. The meeting concluded. Li Mu was immediately incorporated into the cultivation department's roster. Appointed directly as a senior cultivation technique research consultant, ranked even higher than some supervisors. His monthly salary was 100,000 yuan, supplemented by allowances for his 2 medals, 70,000 for the second-class merit, 50,000 for the third-class merit. His rank in the Lesser Wolf Guard was higher than many supervisors. Combined with his influence in the cultivation department, he was promoted 1 rank. Otherwise, Wang Longchen would not have consented. After completing his onboarding, Li Mu returned to the blacksmith's workshop. He selected a blade and began practicing the falling leaf saber technique. 3 days passed. Of course, Li Mu did not spend these 3 days solely on comprehending the falling leaf saber technique and writing the manual. He used this time to fully adapt to 3rd grade strength, increasing the maximum weight limit of his divine weapon technique to 1,455 jin. Including the weight of the Jinghua staff itself, Li Mu's weapon now weighed 1,505 jin, with the remaining 2,700 battle points. Li Mu first allocated some to Alchemy, unlocking 2 elixirs, the superior body fortifying pill and the inferior ocean filling pill. The superior body fortifying pill was an advanced version of the body fortifying pill, possessing extraordinary effects. However, it required expensive ingredients, and 2 of them were unavailable on the market. Li Mu could only obtain their herb seeds. He planted 3 types of herbs in his Fu Tian technique. The inferior ocean filling pill helped expand the elixir sea, increasing true chi capacity. These 2 formulas consumed 700 battle points. Next, Li Mu activated a new divine skill, Copperhead Iron Arm, costing 200 points. Copperhead Iron Arm. The body instantly becomes as hard as metal and stone, increasing defense by 50 times, lasting 1 second. Li Mu then spent 800 points to consecutively unlock 3 skill tree nodes, extended duration by 1 second, defense enhancement to 100 times, and a 30% counterattack force against enemy strikes. Other skills were currently unnecessary, and unlocking them demanded too many battle points. Thus, Li Mu devoted the remaining 1,000 points entirely to enhancing the Ear Whisper skill. Consuming 1,000 battle points, the enhancement succeeded. Ear Whisper. Conceal the divine weapon within the ear hole S Sumeru spot, enabling continuous enlightenment and cultivation at 46 times the normal speed. 46 times, that equated to cultivating for nearly half a day in a single moment. Li Mu could vividly feel the formidable acceleration in his cultivation progress. Each day brought significant improvement. It was akin to never doing homework after school, yet receiving praise from the teacher the next morning for excellent completion. This effortless leveling experience filled Li Mu with a mix of guilt and delight. On the morning of the third day, Li Mu stretched as he pushed open the courtyard gate. Inside, Chun Jinshi was tinkering with his iron billet. Yang Suing and Yang Yurong busied themselves preparing breakfast. Chun Jiechi and Chun Jiafeng, still sleepy, were sparring the yard to wake themselves up. Each held a broken blade billet, clang-clanging as they fought, growing increasingly spirited. These two lack innate talent. Both chose their weapons according to personal preference. Previously, they wielded long spears out of admiration for Li Mu, but later both switched to staffs. However, just yesterday, Li Mu completed riding the falling leaf saber technique and had them practice it for an entire day and night. These two proved to be very obedient, willingly serving as Li Mu's test subjects. They practiced both at school and at home. This morning, upon waking, they diligently began sparring once again. Li Mu stepped forward to observe for a while, silently nodding in approval. Although these two still lacked natural aptitude, their comprehension was genuinely commendable. Their application of the falling leaf saber technique was quite proficient. "Stop!" Li Mu called out, halting the pair. "What's the matter, cousin?" they asked in unison. "Jiafeng, come over here." Li Mu beckoned Chun Jiafeng to approach and whispered in his ear for about a minute. Chun Jiafeng's eyes grew increasingly bright. Chun Jiechi, curious yet unable to hear their exchange, looked on intently. "All right, continue," Li Mu said, allowing them to resume their match. This time, employing the same falling leaf saber technique, Chun Jiafeng, who had been slightly on the back foot before, suddenly reversed the situation. He began to dominate Chun Jiechi in combat. Chun Jiechi immediately pouted in dissatisfaction, complaining, "Cousin, why are you so biased? You teach him secrets, but not me." Li Mu chuckled heartily. He didn't want to test whether supplementing the written technique with verbal guidance would work. This method evidently proved effective, at least directly compensating for a warrior's insufficient understanding of the technique, and it yielded swift results. Li Mu hastily gave Chun Jiechi some pointers as well. Yang Suing laughed and said, "Enough fighting, hurry up and eat." "All right," Li Mu cheerfully responded, and the two followed her to the dining table. At the table, Li Mu said, "Uncle, you should also close the door later and come with us to look at a house in the military family district." Yesterday, Li Mu had arranged to take his mother and aunt to view a house in the military family district today. Chun Jinshi scratched his head awkwardly. "Actually, I want to talk to you about this today. You two ladies moving into the military family district is fine, but if our whole family moves in, would that cause you any trouble?" From their hearts, they indeed wished to live in the military family district. This was not out of vanity, but because residing there would elevate their social status. Having struggled at the bottom for many years, he understood the harsh realities of society. Once they lived in the military family district, his blacksmith shop would no longer be harassed by any authorities, and no one would dare look down on his children. They would no longer endure any injustice. However, they feared that Li Mu might make some mistake trying to get them into the military family district. Chun Jiechi and Chun Jiafeng looked at Li Mu with hopeful eyes. They desperately wanted to move into the military family district and naturally did not consider their father as concerns. They only knew that once they moved there, no one at school would dare bully them, and teachers certainly would not mistreat them. Li Mu smiled faintly, his tone resolute. "Rest assured, I have a sense of propriety. I am a member of the Jinyuan army, willing to sacrifice for the people of Huaxia. If my family lacks even the most basic security, I cannot be at ease." When Li Mu said my family, it was so clear and natural that even Chun Jinshi, a burly man, felt warmth in his heart. If he refused again, it would only chill Li Mu's spirit. He could only nod heavily. Yang Yurong and Yang Suing exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. Chun Jiechi and Chun Jiafeng giggled foolishly, confidently digging into their food. The family happily finished breakfast, packed their things, and prepared to leave. Upon hearing they were going to see a house, Chun Jiafeng and Chun Jiechi also took leave to accompany them. Their academic workload was not heavy at the moment anyway. In a high school focused on martial arts, 40% of the curriculum was liberal arts and 60% martial arts. As long as one's skills were not too poor, taking leave was quite easy. The family locked the shop door and was about to depart when several figures hurried over. They were none other than the Li family. Leading the group was the unusually haggard Mrs. Ma, followed by Li Mu's eldest aunt, grand aunt, second aunt, Li Xiaohong, and Li Lan. Without exception, all female relatives. The 6 women quickly approached Li Mu and the others. Their brows immediately furrowed. This early morning was truly ill-omened. "Xiaomu, Xiaomu." Mrs. Ma's voice was hoarse. evidently from the recent fire. The entire Li family was now completely paralyzed. These relatively clean female relatives had barely been released, but all those involved in the family business's illegal activities were under investigation. Once confessions were made, imprisonment was inevitable, especially Li Daong and Li Ji, charged with attempted murder of military families. With the relentless pursuit by director Liu and others, conviction was almost certain with a minimum sentence of 20 years. Li Xiaohao assaulted a police officer and was beaten nearly to death upon entering custody. Released severely injured, his medical expenses alone cost hundreds of thousands. Mrs. Ma had been mobilizing funds non-stop in recent days, spending money like water, yet could not reach those truly in charge. The Li family was now bereft of both people and assets, having lost all their business. When a third-rate family, they were now utterly crippled. This gave Mrs. Ma a profound sense of helplessness. After much consideration, she had no choice but to seek out Li Mu. She had to admit that all this was due to Li Mu's influence. If Li Mu spoke, Daong and Ji could surely be freed. The Li family might even be revived. Xiao Mu, I know you have some misunderstandings about the Li family, but just look at your grandmother. What has become of her now? Eldest Aunt Li Wan, a fine actress, implored Li Mu with eyes brimming with tears. Mrs. Ma coughed twice in perfect harmony, lifting those theatrically expressive eyes to Li Mu. Speaking earnestly, Xiao Mu, I know you're a good child. Can your grandmother apologize to you? For the sake of family, think of a way. Your eldest uncle and the others have never suffered such abuse before. The family business has completely ground to a halt. Now I'm counting on you, my obedient grandson. Although I have never said it before, you have always been the pride of the Li family, child. At this, Mrs. Ma even squeezed out 2 tears. Li Mu quietly watched her performance conclude, then asked calmly, Oh, I am the pride? That doesn't seem right. Has my pride not shifted to Li Xiaohao instead? What? No longer proud, so quickly? Li Mu's 2 sentences left the old lady's face alternating between pale and flushed. Her expression twitched repeatedly, clearly deeply unsettled. Xiao Mu, I know you harbor resentment, but I also want the Li family to be better. I admit my decisions were mistaken, but my original intention— Her words were cut off by Li Mu. Your original intention was pure. You favored your precious grandson, Li Xiaohao, gave him the best, and hoped he would make the Li family soar to glory and wealth. But unfortunately, Li Xiaohao, like you, is hopeless and incorrigible. Foolish, you have squandered the Li family's last vestige of fortune. Have you ever contemplated if you could acknowledge even a fraction of my father's arduous toil? If you could recognize even a shred of our blood-bound kinship? I have achieved what I have today with merely an F-grade talent. Imagine if I were burdened with an S-grade aptitude. What heights of glory would you then have attained? Li Mu's voice was as cold and cutting as ice, laden with biting sarcasm. These words left old Madame Ma utterly stunned. Indeed, Li Mu, with an F-grade talent, was already a young wolf guard destined for boundless prospects. What if he truly possessed an S-grade talent? Even if she did not love him, even if she merely exploited him purely for her own ends. With Li Mu's sense of familial loyalty, he would have already propelled the Li family to unprecedented heights. How could she have allowed things to come to this? Beside her, the second aunt could no longer endure others speaking ill of her son. You, what did you say? Have you no conscience? Do you even understand the bonds of kinship? You have ruined a family like this, and you still have no intention of atoning for your sins? Li Mu cast her a cold, disdainful glance. To be honest, there was a fleeting moment when I almost felt a shred of sympathy. I even contemplated sparing you all. But your words have filled me with such disgust and anger that I no longer wish to help you. Sorry, but that is just how emotional I am. Having spoken, Li Mu turned toward old Madame Ma. Old Madame Ma, remember this. It is not that I refuse to help. Everything has been ruined by your second daughter-in-law. Because of her one extra word, she has displeased me. Therefore, your entire family shall continue to pay the price. Li Mu's smile faded as he spoke, and without casting another glance at the group, he strode swiftly away. Yang Suing did not once look at the old lady again, not because she and her son were cold-hearted. On that rainy night, Yang Suing had clearly sensed her son's life nearly slipping away. The Li family, utterly devoid of any familial affection, wished death upon her and her son. Why should they demean themselves further? Yang Yurong had originally intended to chide Li Mu with a few sharp words, but soon realized it was unnecessary. Her eldest nephew had clearly inherited her skill in sharp-tongued rebukes. Old Madame Ma stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning, helplessly watching Li Mu and the others depart, not daring to intervene. The others dared not utter a word either, despite their eyes burning with fury toward Li Mu. They no longer dared to make so much as a sound. The second Aunt's face had turned ashen. Li Mu's words had clearly been aimed at her. She silently gritted her teeth, feeling for the first time a deep disappointment in her own son. He had obtained an S-grade talent. Yet why was he no match for Li Mu? If only he could surpass Li Mu, her mother would not have to endure such humiliation now. Li Mu and his party boarded 2 vehicles and headed straight for the military dependence district, the Jinyuan military family residential area. Located over 10 kilometers from the blacksmith shop, a viaduct led directly there, making the journey by car less than 10 minutes. The military district was guarded by a dedicated security squad. Upon presenting his credentials, Li Mu was allowed to pass without hindrance. It was Yang Yurong's family's first time entering the military district. Seeing the posts every 10 steps and sentries every 5, a palpable sense of pressure immediately set in. Yang Yurong even quietly admonished Chun Jiafeng and Chun Jiechi, "Be sure not to speak recklessly or look around too much. Do you understand? We don't want any trouble." Li Mu smiled, but said nothing, nor did he contradict his aunt. Being cautious was indeed wise. Meanwhile, at the garden entrance inside the military dependence district, 2 figures stood waiting. One was a middle-aged woman, dressed smartly and professionally in the official uniform of the military district as property management. Beside her was a young girl of about 18 or 19, also clad in the property management uniform, but clearly an intern. The girl was fairly attractive and well-proportioned. Having stood there with the middle-aged woman for quite some time, she grew impatient and asked, "Annie, do we really have to wait like this? Isn't this a bit too humble?" Silence. The middle-aged woman whispered a rebuke. "Zhong Yanyan, how many times have I told you not to speak carelessly here? It was proper protocol for me to bring you along this time." This young man, Li Mu, became a young wolf guard at 18, young and promising. "I brought you here precisely so you could meet him and become familiar. If there's an opportunity, perhaps you could develop something, maybe even a match made in heaven. You must behave well and absolutely refrain from speaking out of turn." Zhong Yanyan curled her lips, but said no more. The middle-aged woman sighed. She knew her niece was rebellious by nature. She had only recently secured a position for her niece at the military district as property management. The niece had encountered an increasing number of important figures, and her horizons had broadened, making her somewhat arrogant. Although the aunt was not worried about her niece finding a suitor, yesterday she had received notice that Li Mu would be visiting. The higher-ups had given her Li Mu's dossier. Upon reading it, she saw that the young wolf guard was only 18 years old, a true prodigy. Even with her broad perspective, she found it hard to come across such an outstanding young man. If she could arrange a match between him and her niece's future would be secured for life. After waiting a while longer, a group finally approached the entrance. The middle-aged woman hurried forward to greet them warmly, extending her hand. "Young wolf guard Li, welcome. I am the property manager of the military dependence district, Zhong Hong. I will be responsible for your viewing today." "Hello, Manager Zhong." Li Mu smiled and shook her hand, then proceeded to introduce his family members one by one. Zhong Hong was very affable. As a fellow woman, she engaged Yang Suying and the others in light conversation, quickly bridging the distance between them. She then led the group inside. At first, Li Mu had glanced at the young girl standing behind Zhong Hong. Seeing that Zhong Hong did not introduce her, he assumed she was an intern learning the etiquette of reception and paid her no further attention. This, however, greatly irritated Zhong Yanyan. At first, she had felt some admiration upon seeing Li Mu. He was handsome, possessed an uncommon aura, and though a year younger than her, exuded a mature masculinity. Yet Li Mu's glance at her had been utterly indifferent, devoid of any impression, and he did not look her way again. This deeply provoked Zhong Yanyan. She detested men like Li Mu who, despite ostensibly being interested in beauties, deliberately feigned obliviousness. Such men were the worst, pretending to be aloof on the surface while harboring the filthiest thoughts within. Moreover, she favored warriors who had truly fought and bled on the battlefield. That was the mark of a real man. According to her aunt, Li Mu's military role was as a consultant in the cultivation techniques department. Needless to say, his young wolf guard rank was earned through research on cultivation methods, making him a scholarly martial artist who likely had never set foot on a battlefield or seen bloodshed. Already rebellious by nature, the more her aunt warned her to behave and be cautious, the more Zhong Yanyan resented Li Mu. Meeting him and discovering he was such a person only deepened her disgust, hence her perpetually sullen expression. As for Li Mu's young wolf guard rank, she felt not the slightest awe. "My own aunt is the property manager of the military dependence district, and she knows a whole swarm of wolf guards, both intermediate and senior." Zhong Hong, however, was exceptionally diligent and responsible. Leading the group inside, she spoke of the neighborhood's environment as she walked. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the security in our military dependence district is the highest standard in the entire Taizo city. The surroundings are first-rate, with greenery covering over 60% of the area, and medical facilities, martial arts arenas, leisure and shopping amenities all readily available. The small river that runs through the district is a tributary of the Yunchuan River flowing through the city. As Zhonghong introduced the features, Yang Yurong completely forgot the instructions she had given her son. The entire family couldn't help but cast their eyes around, repeatedly expressing admiration. The whole military dependence district not only boasts a beautiful environment, but utterly surpasses those so-called luxury residential complexes. The fragrant blossoms and plants wafted through the air, invigorating the spirit and enchanting the senses. Living in such a place was simply a pleasure. In the center, a spacious and grand activity plaza was surrounded by martial arts fields, supermarkets, gardens, and entertainment centers. Everything one could desire. Yet, there was no sense of noise or overcrowding. Adults accompanied children frolicking in the plaza, while pet owners strolled and played in the park. There was not a single high-rise building. The tallest structures rose only 3 or 4 stories. The entire military dependence district housed only a few hundred residents. Zhonghong led the group to a small building. Li Wolfguard, I have prepared 4 units for you this time, each differing in floor level, view, and layout. As she spoke, she subtly signaled to her niece, Zhong Yinyin, to quickly open the door, silently chiding her for her lack of awareness. However, Zhong Yinyin seemed oblivious, fiddling with her fingers and deliberately averting her gaze. Zhonghong had no choice but to walk over herself and open the front door, welcoming Li Mu and his party inside. This was a 1 to 2 level duplex, totaling 240 square meters, 6 bedrooms and 4 bathrooms, with 2 living rooms on each floor. The upper floor was cozier, more intimate, while the lower floor was spacious and suitable for entertaining and activities. The front yard could be used freely. As Zhonghong explained, Li Mu's family toured the house. Yang Suying and the others had nothing but satisfaction in their eyes. This was truly a mansion among mansions. The interior decoration was tastefully rustic and elegant, ready to move in with just a suitcase. It was hard to believe that such a house required no expense at all, simply by holding a military position in Jinyuan Army. It was given for free. Though delighted, they dare not ask too many questions. Li Mu inquired, "Who lives upstairs?" "Your upstairs neighbor is the deputy instructor of the Mingzhu Military District, holding the rank of Intermediate Wolfguard," Zhonghong replied, a hint of admiration in her heart. The housing allocation was based not on rank, but on military position. Though Li Mu was a junior Wolfguard, his military position was no less than that of the deputy instructor. He was indeed a rare young talent. If it were not for his daughter being so young, only 13 or 14, she would never have introduced her niece to him. If he were her son-in-law, she would be overjoyed. "Mother, how do you all feel?" Li Mu looked toward his family. "Quite good," Yang Suing replied with a somewhat reserved smile. Yang Yurong and the rest nodded repeatedly in agreement. Zhonghong smiled and said, "If everyone isn't in a hurry to decide, there is no need to rush. We can look at the other houses for comparison." "That would be much appreciated," Li Mu agreed, sensing the logic in her words. Zhong Yinyin let out an impatient sigh. She had thought that once Li Mu's family expressed satisfaction, the matter would be settled for the day. She did not expect her aunt to propose viewing other houses, delaying her return to the lounge to play games. Her face immediately clouded with displeasure. Zhonghong was so furious she wished she could slap her niece. Li Mu naturally sensed her mood, but did not take it to heart. He had already had a string of bad luck meeting the Li family that morning. There was no reason to spoil his mood over a stranger. After all, there was no future connection between them. The group viewed the other 3 units. Whether it was due to preconceived notions or not, Yang Suing and Yang Yurong unanimously felt the first unit was still the best. Li Mu's priority was to please his mother. He did not care where he lived. Besides, he anticipated a promotion in the near future, which would likely require upgrading to an even larger residence. Returning to the first unit, they examined it carefully once more. Chen Jieqi and Chen Jiafeng rushed about excitedly, already deciding where they would stay. Zhonghong was also very pleased. "I will expedite the paperwork. When you're ready to move, just contact me, and I will arrange people and vehicles to assist with the move. If there is anything you need to purchase, inform me in advance, and the property management will prepare it for you. Regarding entry passes, I can only issue 6 based on the number of people. If you need more replacements, contact me anytime. It's just a small procedure. Let me add you as a contact for convenience." Zhonghong said this as she took out her phone, looking expectantly at Li Mu. Li Mu took out his phone and added Zhonghong on the messaging app. Zhonghong then said to Li Mu, "This is Zhong Yinyin, a property management intern. I will have her add you as a contact as well. You can reach out to her directly if needed." While speaking, Zhonghong hurriedly signaled to Zhong Yinyin. Zhong Yinyin, however, forced a faint smile and responded with a strictly professional tone, "No need." If you have any needs, you can come directly to the property management office or call us. We are always ready to serve you. Li Mu chuckled lightly and did not take her words seriously. Retracting his phone, Zhong Hong's expression changed drastically. She had never expected that after all her efforts to introduce her niece to this promising young man, Zhong Yinyan would be so insolent. As the property management manager, she had to smile and make amends on her niece's behalf. You, a failure at the college entrance examination, barely scraping by with a menial job. How dare you show such an attitude? I have been so attentive serving this family for so long, and you just destroyed my efforts with 2 sentences. Zongbong Kyostanwadri, regretting her poor judgment in underestimating her niece's lack of tact. This time, it could be her ruin. Zhong Hong no longer bothered with Zhong Yinyan and looked apologetically at Li Mu. Li Wolfguard, I am truly sorry. Please forgive my intern's ignorance. I apologize. I apologize. She bowed deeply to Li Mu. Li Mu could clearly tell that Zhong Hong was related to Zhong Yinyan, but bore no ill will. He waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Let us leave it at that for now. I will contact you later. We'll be going back for now. Saying so, he was about to depart. Zhong Yinyan frowned deeply on seeing her aunt's exaggerated bowing and apology. She thought, is that really necessary? Are you crazy? You're the property manager of the military dependence district. Why are you being so humble? Zhong Hong continued, let me see you all out. Just then, several people suddenly entered from outside. The leader was Bai Tai Wei, accompanied by her secretary and 2 bodyguards. Upon seeing Bai Tai Wei, Zhong Hong froze for half a second before hurriedly saying, Director Bai, hello. I am currently showing Li Wolfguard the houses. She was so flustered she stumbled over her words, standing at attention. In truth, in the eyes of people like them, the soldiers of the Jinyuan army were undoubtedly far superior to the locals. However, the Jinyuan army was stationed far away, at a distance. It was by Tai Wei, someone whose mere stomp in the city could cause the ground to tremble, who exerted a much stronger sense of oppression upon them. At times, her presence even overshadowed that of her husband, the deputy commander-in-chief. Bai Tai smiled faintly. Thank you for your hard work. Then she turned toward Li Mu, her smile becoming noticeably warmer and more natural. And Bai, Li Mu gritet heralot. Bai Tai Wei stepped forward with a smile, though slightly exasperated, and said to Li Mu, Why haven't you introduced me yet? Li Mu hurriedly proceeded with the introductions. Aunt Bai, this is my mother, Yang Suing. This is my aunt, Yang Yurong. And my uncle, Chun Jinshi. My cousins, Chun Jiechi and Chun Jiafeng. As Li Mu introduced them, Bai Tai Wei took the initiative to grasp Yang Suing's hand. Finally, Li Mu introduced Bai Tai Wei to his mother and the others. Mom, Annie, this is Bai Tai Wei, director of the East City District Law Enforcement Department and also the wife of our military district's deputy commander. Yang Suing felt the hand she held with Bai Tai Wei grow rigid. Director of Law Enforcement. The couple Yang Yurong and Chun Jinshi were so frightened they barely dared to breathe. Chun Jiechi and Chun Jiafeng stood there with their mouths agape. Chun Jiafeng even instinctively glanced down at his pants. Fortunately, he did not soil himself. Bai Tai Wei smiled as she held Yang Suing's hand and said, I'm a year younger than you and have long wished to meet my elder sister. Now that you've moved into the military family district, our 2 families must grow closer. Her tone was intimate and gentle. Additionally, Bai Tai Wei grasped Yang Suing's hands firmly, refusing to let go, using this particular gesture to swiftly bridge the gap between them. Yang Suing began to relax somewhat. She could not afford to embarrass her son. Absolutely. Li Mu has caused you much worry. He often speaks of the help you have given him, and I have never had the chance to thank you in person. Bai Tai Wei lightly patted Yang Suing's hand and laughed. Enough, we're getting too formal. Let us just take our time getting along, and you will see what kind of person I am. We are truly on the same side. Bai Tai Wei's final words carried a subtle nuance. Although Yang Suing and the others did not fully grasp it, they could discern the sincerity behind her tone, and their hearts relaxed completely. It was clear she was not merely exchanging pleasantries. Hearing this conversation, Zhong Yinyan was dumbfounded. She had not expected Li Mu to know Bai Tai Wei. She was fully aware of Bai Tai Wei's status. Even as the niece of the military family district's property manager, she dared not speak a word to her. Yet Bai Tai Wei was so cordial toward Li Mu's family? Zhong Hong sighed in despair. She had long known that Li Mu's identity was not simple, but she had never imagined it was this extraordinary. Bringing along the useless Zhong Yinyan today was a grave mistake. Bai Tai Wei then praised Li Mu. As for help, we really haven't done much for Li Mu. On the contrary, Li Mu, this young wolf warrior, carved his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, one slash at a time. His strength is admired by all warriors of his rank. His battle videos have become the most popular positive example of military spirit in the army. His future prospects are limitless. Bai Taiwei intended to commend Li Mu and make his family proud, but Li Mu inwardly sighed, thinking she should not have said such things. Indeed, after she spoke, Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong's faces turned pale as they reproached Li Mu. What did you fight your way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood? Why have you never mentioned a word to us? Bai Taiwei immediately felt awkward, realizing she had misspoken. However, upon hearing this, Zhong Yinyan's eyes gradually brightened. She had assumed Li Mu's achievements were due to his cultivation techniques, but to think he had emerged from such brutal battles? If that were the case, it was not impossible to reconsider. Strength, battle experience, a respectable military rank, housing in a military family district, and he was handsome to boot. Wasn't he this exactly her ideal type? Apart from a slightly pretentious air, it was a minor flaw that did not overshadow his virtues. At this moment, Bai Taiwei's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and apologetically he said to Yang Suiying, Sister Yang, I'm sorry, I have to leave early. You should go attend to your duties, Yang Suiying urged hurriedly. After all, she was the director, and taking time out of her busy schedule to meet them was already a great honor. Before leaving, Bai Taiwei reminded them, when you move in, be sure to let me know. Old Wang and I will come over for a hot pot dinner. Absolutely, Yang Suiying nodded repeatedly. Bai Taiwei then led her group away briskly. As soon as she left, Yang Suiying shot Li Mu an irritated glare. You little rascal, you didn't tell me. And now I'm learning everything from her. It makes me even more nervous. Ma, my bad. Next time, I'll definitely tell you. Li Mu replied with a cheeky grin, trying to brush it off. At this moment, Zhong Hong spoke up, Li Wolf Warrior. Aye. Her face was ghastly pale, convinced that Li Mu would surely report her to Bai Taiwei. She desperately wanted to plead, but did not know how to begin. After all, Zhong Yinyan was her responsibility, and Bai Taiwei had witnessed it. Bringing her own internees to such an important reception was against protocol. No matter how she explained, she could not evade responsibility. Li Mu waved her off. Manager Zhong, we will need your help with the moving and settling in procedures. We'll rely on your understanding for all the formalities. Zhong Hong was stunned, realizing that by saying rely on your understanding, Li Mu implied she would not hold her accountable. She felt a sudden lump in her throat and an overwhelming sense of gratitude. It's only right, she thought. This was truly a man among men. If he were an ordinary second-generation heir, offended by Zhong Yinyan like this, he would surely have taken it out on her until she was ruined. But Li Mu saw no need for that. Apart from one foolish relative, her professional abilities were sound, and her service was attentive and thorough. There was no need for hostility. At this point, Zhong Yinyan suddenly said, Li Wolf Warrior, why don't we exchange contact information? The manager is usually busy, so if anything comes up, you can contact me directly. Confidently, Zhong Yinyan took out her phone and opened the chat application add friend interface. Li Mu smiled faintly. No need. Then he turned to Yang Suiying. Mom, shall we take another look around or just head straight out? Just go straight out. We're moving soon, and we can look around after moving in anyway. All right. Thank you, Manager Zhong. See you again. After speaking, Li Mu's family began to leave. I'll see you off, Zhong Hong hurriedly offered. Yang Yurong, walking behind, stopped her with a smile and said, Manager, you'd better attend to your own affairs first. To be honest, you seemed rather uneasy tagging along with us. Yang Yurong had long since seen through that Zhong Yinyan's true nature. She had looked down on our little Mu before, and now she was eagerly trying to get Mu's contact information. She had no shame whatsoever. If Zhong Hong were to follow them, Zhong Yinyan would probably tail along as well. She absolutely did not want such a thing to happen. It was disgusting. So she stepped in to block the way on Li Mu's behalf. Hearing this, Zhong Hong was momentarily embarrassed and had no choice but to halt, watching the Li family depart with a heavy sigh weighing on her heart. Alas, although Li Mu did not blame her, his attitude was clearly that of keeping a distance. Had she not brought Zhong Yinyan today, she surely would have left a better impression on Li Mu, and he might have taken better care of their family in the future, allowing them to grow closer over time. Now, that chance was lost. Seeing her so dejected, Zhong Yinyan put away her phone, her face brimming with anger. Li Mu had shamelessly humiliated her right to her face. She was a girl, and she had boldly asked for his contact information, yet he showed not a shred of gentlemanly grace. TCH, what is he pretending? She muttered sourly, pocketing her phone. Zhong Hong immediately whipped around, glaring at her with gritted teeth, and snarled, Zhong Yinyan, I must have been blind to have so little understanding of you all along. I never imagined you could be so utterly foolish. Were it not for your father begging me, with your qualifications, you and T stand a chance of getting into the military housing property management. Where do you get the nerve to show attitude to a junior wolf guard? Tell me. Zhong Yinyan stiffened her neck defiantly and shouted back, I don't get it either. You are the manager of the military housing property. Why are you so afraid of him? The other wolf guards and senior wolf guards are all quite cordial when they see you. Your connections are extensive. You're not short of one, are you? Zhong Hong was nearly driven mad with rage. If it weren't for her self-restraint, she would have slapped her on the spot. She cursed bitterly. You are simply an imbecile. She could find no more fitting word. The military housing property is made up of the best elite property managers selected by the housing authority. We are merely employees here, serving them to the best of our ability. There is not a shred of military background in us. They treat me kindly because they have manners, not because they fear my status. To them, I am but a servant. Do you understand? You think the junior wolf guard is someone trivial? If he says a word, I have to pack up and leave immediately. At this, Zhang Yinyan's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe the gulf between her aunt's true standing and what she had imagined. Zhong Hong stated resolutely, I have been more than generous with you. But now get out. Stop causing me trouble. You may not believe it, but today was your only chance. In this lifetime, you will never again have the opportunity to associate with a young talent of the junior wolf guard's caliber. With that, Zhong Hong shook her head and strode away, leaving Zhang Yinyan rooted to the spot. Departing the military housing district, Li Mu headed to the Abyss to hand over the falling leaf blade technique to the martial arts department. Yang Suying and the others returned home to begin packing, preparing for a complete move the following day. Returning to the Abyss, Li Mu submitted the falling leaf blade technique he had written to the martial arts department. If he had pressed himself, one day would have sufficed. The original falling leaf blade technique contained over 30,000 characters, but Li Mu's version was only a little over 10,000. However, there was no rush. Li Mu had no desire to exhaust himself by producing a groundbreaking masterpiece. At the martial arts department, Minister Song and the others were rendered speechless upon reviewing Li Mu's rendition of the falling leaf blade technique. Is this really the falling leaf blade technique? Though Minister Song was aware of Li Mu's extraordinary comprehension, this was simply too much. Not only had the technique been condensed to just over 10,000 characters, but it was also succinct and struck at the very essence. It seemed even superior to the original. Compared to Li Mu's version, the previous falling leaf blade technique appeared verbose. It must be remembered that the falling leaf blade technique had been around for 2 or 3 decades, and its paper edition had undergone over 10 years of refinement. This represented the culmination of more than a decade of study by martial arts scholars. Yet in Li Mu's hands, it seemed like mere dross. This was more than a mere 5% improvement. Any martial artist of decent comprehension could likely grasp at least 50 to 60% of it. Professor Su's aged eyes grew misty. To him, the genuine army was a group of children. Strengthening these children, making them stronger and stronger, preserving their lives, this was his ultimate pursuit in life. According to their estimates, Li Mu's paper version of the technique was at least 50% stronger than the previous one. The exact results still depended on practical application. Both they and the Military Law Division would select a group of blade wielders to study the paper edition, then conduct a control group test with another group wielding the stone edition. Only then could a definitive conclusion be reached. If Li Mu truly managed to optimize the paper edition to a 60% strength, it would be tantamount to providing all blade wielders with a free additional technique. That would be a monumental achievement. Quick! Immediately find 10 blade wielders who have never practiced the falling leaf blade technique to conduct the control group test. Minister Song promptly began arrangements. Professor Su grasped Li Mu's hand and said, if you ever want to study any martial arts techniques, just come to me. Even superior techniques are fine. The old professor's hands held Li Mu's tightly, his eyes filled with admiration. This promise was meant to facilitate Li Mu's improvement of martial arts techniques. Though Li Mu was a genius and now a member of the martial arts department, they could not compel him to improve techniques. If Li Mu grew resentful and simply said he could not improve them, there was nothing they could do. Thus, they could only take a gentle approach, never a forceful one. This matter depended entirely on Li Mu's own willingness. Offering him free access to superior techniques was a way to stimulate his initiative. Li Mu took this to heart, as he was still lacking 2 superior internal techniques. Really? He asked excitedly. Really? But you must work hard to optimize the common techniques first, Professor Su smiled. All right. I'm currently short of 2 superior techniques. Let's go. Li Mu then tugged Professor Su toward the technique storage room. The old professor laughed heartily. It seemed he was being dragged along as a hostage. Li Mu feared the people in the technique room would not believe him. Professor Su was very generous, allowing Li Mu to select 1 superior and 1 premium technique. As for common techniques, Li Mu was free to choose as many as he liked. Li Mu took 1 premium internal technique, 1 superior internal technique, and 12 common techniques, 10 polearm and staff techniques, 1 blade, and 1 sword technique. Li Mu wanted to take more, but he noticed that Professor Su was sponsoring these techniques out of his own pocket. The military had its own laws. Li Mu had made great contributions, and the army would naturally reward him accordingly. However, Professor Su could not bestow the entire collection of martial techniques from the martial arts department solely as a reward to Li Mu. If that were to happen, it would inevitably lead to utter chaos. Moreover, when it comes to martial techniques, it has always been the case that one cannot effectively master an excessive number at once. Having been given so many techniques at once, Li Mu had already reached a point beyond Professor Su's comprehension. Yet, Li Mu had his own plans. Even the mediocre grade martial arts, when enhanced by the substandard celestial technique, were not inferior to the superior grade offensive martial techniques. Every technique that passed through Li Mu's hands, after being refined with a century's worth of insight, would transform into a different kind of martial art that struck at its very essence. Li Mu also integrated those 2 internal cultivation methods into the substandard celestial technique. Substandard celestial technique has now assimilated the killing intent feedback, adding the feedback attribute. Feedback, when attacking an enemy, a small portion of true energy is siphoned back into oneself. Substandard celestial technique has now assimilated the bone-piercing dark energy, adding the piercing attribute. Piercing drastically enhances the penetrating power of attacks. Among these, the bone-piercing dark energy was a premium internal cultivation technique. Substandard celestial technique deepens the understanding of the cultivated martial techniques by a century's insight, significantly improves the Dantai and Meridians, capable of integrating internal cultivation methods, absorbing their attributes to merge into the celestial technique. Current attributes include rejuvenation, feedback, and piercing. Integrated internal methods can be replaced. If one were to interpret these 2 new attributes in terms of a game, they would correspond to mana regeneration upon attack and armor penetration. As for the other mediocre grade martial techniques, after being comprehended through Li Mu's substandard celestial technique, they were thoroughly mastered. Li Mu's understanding of the use of various staff techniques, sweeping staff, chopping staff, stabbing staff, and slashing staff, had reached a new pinnacle. Every move and form flawlessly showcased the martial skills he had acquired. This was the formidable strength of the substandard celestial technique. Once reaching a certain level, the offensive and killing martial techniques of this world were merely embellishments for him. The great sage divine powers were practically a dimensional reduction strike in this realm. Now, his great sage divine powers encompassed a variety of methods, and the influence of offensive and killing martial techniques on Li Mu was becoming increasingly limited. As for those 2 mediocre grade sword and blade techniques, Li Mu was merely familiarizing himself with them in advance, preparing to optimize the paper-based techniques in the future. The improved falling leaf blade technique you developed this time must first undergo testing by our own people. After a few days, the military law department will verify it and provide a specific assessment of its strength. Only then can we settle the military merits for you. You still need to be patient for a few days, Professor Su explained cheerfully as he strolled with Li Mu, hands clasped behind his back. No waities. I'm not in that much of a hurry, Li Mu replied. The 2 leisurely exited the martial arts department and looked up at the abyssal dome, about to chat for a while, when suddenly a squad of guards appeared in the distance ahead, seemingly escorting several individuals swiftly toward the military headquarters. What is going on? Li Mu asked in confusion. Professor Su shook his head as well. Meanwhile, in the grand conference room at the military headquarters, a group of high-ranking officials were gathered for a meeting. Liang Huajun, the commander-in-chief of the Mingzhu military district, sat at the head of the table. Vice Commander Zhang Qing, Chief Commander Liao Feng, and Deputy Chief Commander Wang Longsheng were also present. The 4 district leaders were all assembled, while the lowest-ranking officers present were members of the elite Wolf Guard. The atmosphere was tense. Liang Huajun was the first to speak. Living crystal is a rare energy metal, crucial for the manufacture of weapons above the premium grade. The Research Institute personnel have arrived, and their opinion is to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance. Everyone, please share your thoughts. He then looked toward Zhang Qing. Vice Commander Zhang Qing paused thoughtfully before speaking. I believe there is no need for reconnaissance. We should concentrate our forces and press forward directly, then carry out a swift and decisive operation. At least some of the resources can be seized. His tone was impassioned, but few responded affirmatively. Wang Longqing opposed. That approach is too risky. Many monsters feed on living crystal, or if our troops press forward, they'll be exposed too quickly. If even one monster of the upper mysterious rank appears, the soldiers won't even have a chance to retreat. Moreover, once the vein is exposed, it will never be possible to mine it again. My suggestion is also to conduct reconnaissance. Zhang Qing gave Wang Longcheng a cold glance, eyes flashing with anger. However, Wang Longcheng's words received unanimous approval. At this critical juncture, manpower was already scarce. If the concentrated forces were completely annihilated, it would be a catastrophe. Then, reconnaissance it shall be, Liang Huajun decided, banging the table. The reconnaissance red lines are no personnel above the 3rd rank, no more than 4 people in the entire area, and no more than 2 per team. The Research Institute only sent 1 researcher, so only 1 escort is allowed. Does anyone have recommendations? At this query, all eyes turned toward Wang Longcheng. Wang Longcheng reluctantly said, "My second daughter happens to be a gifted student specializing in abyssal surveying. Her strength is at the peak of the 3rd rank. She should be capable of undertaking this reconnaissance." Chief Commander Liao Feng nodded approvingly. Vice Commander Wang's spirit of dedication is commendable. If your daughter also participates in this mission, the Research Institute certainly will have no objections. This is of great significance. Others also nodded in agreement. Wang Longcheng, this girl, Li Mu, had never seen before, yet there was a faint trace of Bai Taiwei in her visage. Her gaze, fleeting and fluid, was like autumn waters. Her temperament bore a certain delicate, mournful beauty reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. As if sensing Li Mu's stare, she glanced at him briefly, then swiftly averted her eyes. Her lashes drooped, and a faint blush bloomed upon her cheeks. So sensitive was she? Li Mu was not vain enough to assume she was interested in him. Most likely, that was simply her nature. Commander Liao Feng nodded. The reason I have gathered you all this time is to assign a confidential mission. At a certain coordinate within the 4th tier monster zone, our pioneering team has discovered a mining site. Upon verification, it is a living crystal or deposit. This kind of crystal or holds immense value for our military district. However, at present, we cannot ascertain the breadth or depth of the vein. You all understand well. Within the abyss, aura is of paramount importance. Should the number of individuals or the level of warriors exceed the red line, it will swiftly attract a large number of monsters, including formidable ones. The monsters in this area are 4th tier and highly perceptive. Even 4th tier warriors entering will gradually draw monsters. Therefore, to ensure the mission's swift completion, this time the red line is set at the peak of yellow rank 3, and teams must operate in pairs, moving separately. By surveying from 2 directions as quickly as possible, we can gather precise data to proceed with the next steps. This is Jiang Linlin, a newly appointed outstanding researcher from the Northern Research Institute, responsible for the primary survey. As he spoke, Liao Feng gestured toward the young woman from the institute. Jiang Linlin stepped forward expressionlessly. This is Wang Yinhua, daughter of Deputy Commander Wang Longcheng. Yinhua is a specially admitted student majoring in abyssal energy and is also skilled in surveying, entrusted with the secondary survey. Then he pointed to a middle-aged couple from the institute. At this moment, the middle-aged woman emphasized, "Our superiors attach great importance to this survey. To ensure the mission's success and the safety of the 2 surveyors, we also wish to enlist the strongest veteran within the 3rd rank." After speaking, she cast a faint glance toward Li Mu and Zhang Qing's son. She deliberately made this statement before introducing the escorts. As a reminder to Liang Huajun and the others, our lives are precious. Only the best personnel will suffice. Liang Huajun and his comrades were instantly incensed. ISNT, she, just a minor director at the Northern Military Science Research Institute? What a grand air. Wang Longcheng has even put his own daughter at risk. Do we need you to say such nonsense? Yet, since she had spoken, Liao Feng shifted his tone. Of course, the identities of the 2 escorts are also quite special. This is Zhang Kong, son of Deputy Commander Zhang, with peak 3rd rank cultivation. His strength is formidable, boasting 170 merits, currently serving as captain of the guard unit. Zhang Kong lifted his head, his expression proud. Zhang Qing arranged for his son to participate in this mission, hoping to hone his skills. Success in this mission would bring a significant merit reward. Although the 4th tier zone is perilous, Zhang Qing is an escort. Should they fall into dire straits, he has means of escape. Liao Feng then pointed to Li Mu. This is Li Mu, mid-3rd rank, but with exceptional combat capability. He holds a 2nd-class merit protection medal and the title of Young Wolf Guard, currently a senior consultant in the Cultivation Methods Department. These are 2 rare prodigies among our 3rd rank warriors. As for who will serve as escort, we respect the Institute's decision. Liao Feng handed the choice to the Institute representatives. Originally, Li Mu was designated to escort Wang Yinhua, as assigned by Wang Longcheng. Yet, with the Institute's remarks, Liao Feng made a last-minute adjustment. Are you worried the bodyguards, 1T suffice? We'll let you choose yourselves so that if anything goes wrong, you cannot blame our arrangements. The 3 from the Institute frowned simultaneously upon seeing Li Mu. Mid-third rank? Commander Liang, can your military district find a second peak third-rank warrior? The woman asked, thinking this Mingzhu military district is too much. They only need to select 2 people, yet one is mid-third rank. Are they treating this mission like a joke? Liang Huajun cast her a cold glance, but said nothing. The woman seemed to sense his chill and wisely closed her mouth, conferring with the other 2. Jiang Linlin did not even bother to look at Li Mu and pointed to Zhang Kong. I choose him. Their reasoning was straightforward. Zhang Kong, as the deputy commander's son, enjoyed the best resources in cultivation methods, weapons, and spiritual treasures. Moreover, he was peak third rank. In contrast, Li Mu was mid-third rank with no notable background. Judging by his position in the cultivation methods department, his military rank was likely obtained through cultivation methods rather than combat prowess. As for the protection medal, the institute members were unfamiliar with its true value. After observing their choice, Liang Huajun and Liao Feng exchanged glances, both revealing faint smiles. These fellows had grand airs, but lacked discernment. The protection medal is awarded only to those who have saved at least 3 comrades from deadly situations. It is not merely proof of strength, but a testament to character. On the battlefield, you can always trust your back to someone bearing the protection medal. It is the highest affirmation of a warrior's reliability. Wang Longqing sighed with relief upon seeing their choice of Zhang Kong. In the entire military district, aside from Li Mu, he could never feel at ease in trusting any other third-rank warrior with his daughter as protection. Very well, Li Mu will escort Wang Yinhua. Any objections? Liao Feng looked toward Li Mu and Zhang Kong. After all, the mission cannot proceed without their consent. Agreed. Li Mu would never let Wang Longqing down at this moment. Zhang Kong reluctantly murmured his assent, but kept glancing at Wang Yinhua. He usually concealed his desires well and maintained a diligent image before his father. Yet his greatest passion was women, brazen and unrestrained. Since laying eyes on Wang Yinhua, he had been scheming incessantly to win her over. She was stunningly beautiful, breathtakingly so, a gentle woman whose melancholy bore a hint of morbid charm. Her fragile gaze was utterly enchanting. Such a woman ignited his fierce desire to possess. Had his father not preemptively warned him about the Institute's dominance and the other party's proactive choice, he would have eagerly volunteered as Wang Yinhua as personal guard. All right, if there are no objections, departure is set for 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. After dismissing the assembly, Wang Longqing called Li Mu aside and led him and Wang Yinhua back to his private quarters. Upon entering, Wang Longqing approached his desk. Wang Yinhua obediently and thoughtfully stepped forward to pour water and brew tea. Judging by her familiarity with the task, she was evidently accustomed to such duties. Not a pampered young lady. Wang Yinhua poured 2 cups of tea, one handed to her father, the other placed on the desk. She glanced at Li Mu, and without uttering a word, her cheeks flushed again. Wang Longqing first looked at his daughter, then at Li Mu, giving a wry smile. I suppose you have noticed as well. My daughter is simply like a sensitive mimosa. Ever since she was young, she has been most afraid of interacting with other boys. Finding a husband for her in the future will surely be a challenge. Dad! Wang Yinhua's face immediately flushed even deeper, and she shot her father a displeased glare. Wang Longqing chuckled heartily. Oh, come now, Li Mu, I've mentioned this to you more than once. He is not an outsider. Just treat him like a brother. Actually, he should be your younger brother. Yinhua is a few months older than you. He glanced at Li Mu as he spoke. Uncle Wang, rest assured, whether the mission succeeds or not, I will bring her back lively and well. Li Mu naturally understood what Wang Longqing was most concerned about. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. Wang Longqing nodded heavily. I entrust Yinhua's safety to you. That is why I feel most at ease. Otherwise, I would have singled you out. Since I'm forcing you on this mission, I owe you some compensation. ISNT at time to upgrade your weapon. Go to the military supplies depot and find a special grade weapon. The staff you're using is a bit obscure. There is no time to forge one now. So if the depot doesn't have it, look outside. Whatever the cost, I'll cover it. Li Mu's lips twitched with barely suppressed delight. Uncle Wang, are you rewarding me, or is this for my daughter's safety? Humph! You little rascal, do you want or not? Wang Longqing shot him a sharp glare. Clearly annoyed. Yes, of course I want it. A special grade weapon. That's at least 2 million. In truth, once a weapon reached special grade or higher, Li Mu felt it would be difficult to find a finished product. The most advanced weapons mostly possessed exclusivity, requiring custom forging. Finding a ready-made weapon that suited one's hand was largely a matter of luck. Get lost, and remember to come over for dinner tonight. Aunt Bai still needs to give you some instructions. Wang Longqing joked with mock scolding. All right. Li Mu smiled, then turned to Wang Yinhua and nodded slightly. Deliberately speaking aloud, I'm off, teammate. Wang Yinhua, caught off guard by Li Mu's sudden departure, blushed deeply, her face warming as if steam was rising from her head. This enraged Wang Longcheng. "You little brat, you know my daughter is shy, and you're deliberately teasing her? Or doing it right in front of me?" Just as he was about to lose his temper, Li Mu raised an eyebrow at him, turned, grabbed the door, and dashed out. "Who said Wang Yinhua was shy? She was downright amusing. Like a chameleon. You little bastard." Wang Longcheng grumbled with no good humor. Then he looked at Wang Yinhua. "You too. I'm counting on you. How else am I going to have grandchildren?" When alone with her father, Wang Yinhua was far less dramatic. Pouting her lips, she looked away with a touch of pride, ignoring Wang Longcheng's lecturing. Having left the abyss, Li Mu immediately dialed Zhang Jiwei's number. "Hello, young Master Zhang. Could you help me find a weapon?" The Zhang group specialized in metal processing, an upstream industry for weapon manufacturing. Naturally, finding a high-grade weapon was no great challenge. After some inquiries, Zhang Jiwei actually located a special grade staff weapon. They arranged to meet at a designated place. Li Mu had assumed that upon meeting, Zhang Jiwei would take him to the weapon city. Instead, Zhang Jiwei got out of the car, pulled a staff out from his spatial ring, and tossed it to Li Mu. Li Mu caught it immediately. The weapon felt heavy in his hands, probably at least 200 pounds, entirely silver. The two ends bore a continuous pattern, resembling a rolled-up ghostly face. Ghost face staff, 220 pounds, forged from silver glimmering iron. It contains the throat bone of a 7th grade monster, the ghost face pigment. When wielded, it emits ghostly howls, which grow stronger and more penetrating with the intensity of your true chi. It can cause internal injuries to your enemies, Zhang Jiwei explained. Li Mu wielded it with fascination. Indeed, swinging it produced a gust of wind that sounded like ghostly wails, sending chills down one's spine and causing goosebumps. The sound's penetrating power was strong, but confined to a certain range, not traveling far. Li Mu had yet to use his true chi, but if he did, the eerie shrieks would likely startle monsters unexpectedly. This penetrating effect was quite astute. Conveniently, Li Mu's celestial immortal technique now possessed the bone-piercing attribute. The combination of the two made him feel his armor-piercing ability was maximized. "How much?" Li Mu asked after admiring it for a while. "Not much, it's a gift," Zhang Jiwei said casually, opening the car door and sliding inside. He stepped on the accelerator and sped away. "Hey, what about a receipt?" Li Mu was speechless. This guy never gave him a chance to pay for anything. He didn't want to be fussy with Zhang Jiwei. After all, favors would be repaid eventually. But still, give me the damn receipt. How am I supposed to claim reimbursement from Wang Longcheng? That evening, Li Mu dined at the Wang residence. As Wang Longcheng had said, Bai Taiwei gave Li Mu a lengthy briefing. Though Li Mu lacked a receipt, Wang Longcheng still reimbursed him 3 million. Li Mu was ecstatic. A special grade weapon plus 3 million. That night, Li Mu gave his mother 2,500,000. However, his good mood was shattered before sleep by a phone call from an unknown number. The moment he answered, a stern voice demanded, "Are you Li Mu?" "Yes. E.M. Zankan. Early tomorrow morning. You and the Research Institute staff will apply to exchange it with me." Zhang Kong spoke with undeniable authority. "No." Li Mu refused offhand. "What did you say?" Zhang Kong seemed incredulous. "No. Are you looking for death?" "Say that again." Zhang Kong's voice was icy, as if squeezed through clenched teeth. During the introduction earlier, Li Mu had learned Zhang Kong was the son of the deputy commander. He never expected Li Mu to know his identity and still dare defy his order. It was as if he didn't want to live. Li Mu was annoyed. "Are you some kind of idiot? Can you hear yourself? You're basically talking back to your mother. If you ask me 800 times, do you think I'll change my answer? If you have nothing else to say, then hang up. Ask me that again, and I'll beat you up." Silence fell on the other end. 3 whole seconds. Then Li Mu heard a massive inhalation, like the prelude to a furious roar. Li Mu quickly and deftly hung up. Idiot. He didn't know what happened next, but Zhang Kong never called again. Li Mu went to sleep peacefully. The next morning, at the Pearl Military District's teleportation zone, a large escort detail cleared the way as soldiers stood back to watch from a distance. Before the teleportation gate, aside from the commander-in-chief, the district's top brass had gathered. 2 double teams began checking their equipment and medicines. Whenever the Jinyuan army reported the mission's grade, they could receive free corresponding medicines like hemostatic pills, sealing pills, and exertion pills. These were standard issue, not particularly effective under normal circumstances, but life-saving in critical moments. After teleportation, they could ride horses to travel, but upon entering the 4th grade zone, they must dismount. 2 bodyguards, once engaged in combat, must resolve it swiftly. Under no circumstances are you to linger in battle. Deputy Commander Wang and I will maintain constant communication with you throughout the mission. Liao Feng issued these final instructions. Understood. The group responded before making their way toward the teleportation gateway. Since the two were to be teleported to the same location, they needed to maintain physical contact. Limoniciarali grasped Wang Yinhua's hand. Wang Yinhua's breath caught, and she instinctively withdrew slightly. But her strength was too feeble to break free from Li Mu's firm grip. Instantly, her face flushed deeply, the redness creeping up to her ears. Meanwhile, Zhang Kong shot Li Mu a murderous glare. From the moment they met today, Zhang Kong had harbored a burning hatred for Li Mu. He had gone home yesterday with nothing but Wang Yinhua on his mind. He wished he could have dragged her away on the spot to ravage her. He had to be on a mission with Wang Yinhua to create an opportunity. After much contemplation, he concluded that making Li Mu the villain was the most suitable plan. If Li Mu volunteered himself to the research institute, and Jiang Linlin selected Li Mu, then he could be paired with Wang Yinhua. This beautifully crafted scheme was shattered by Li Mu's resolute refusal to switch partners. Moreover, Li Mu even berated him. Absolutely detestable. Now, Zhang Kong's hatred for Li Mu had reached a frenzy. His lust had invaded his mind, and in his fantasies, just being on a mission with Wang Yinhua might allow him to win her over during the operation. The mere thought was exhilarating. But the duck that was about to fall into his mouth had been snatched away by Li Mu. His rage was boundless. Li Mu found Zhang Kong's gaze amusing. Not only did he not release Wang Yinhua's hand, but he also slightly lifted it, making it even more visible to Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong's eyes were bloodshot with fury, but Li Mu had already led Wang Yinhua through the teleportation portal. A flash of white light later, the two appeared in a spacious wilderness. There were no ruined structures here, but the ground was littered with shards of black crystalline fragments. The earth was cracked everywhere, stuffed with various broken twigs and leaves. Strange towering trees were sparsely scattered, with dozens of meters between each, and most were withered. Li Mu first carefully surveyed the surroundings. Then he felt a faint force from his hand. He was still holding Wang Yinhua's hand. Hastily, he released it. Li Mu glanced at his watch and checked the map. Over 120 kilometers lay ahead. It would be a long journey on foot. Speaking, Li Mu summoned his Yaobon horse. Wang Yinhua exclaimed softly and produced her own horse tag. Li Mu said, "How can I protect you if we each ride a horse? What if a monster appears and the horses get spooked and run off?" Huh? Wang Yinhua stared blankly at Li Mu. "Oh, what? Ride this one." Li Mu pointed to the spot in front of him. Wang Yinhua instantly blushed. Whenever Li Mu saw her like this, he secretly found it quite endearing. Wang Yinhua hesitated, conflicted. She thought Li Mu made a good point. But she was a girl. How could she sit in front? "Hurry up," Li Mu suddenly urged, startling Wang Yinhua into a shiver. She bit her lips tightly and approached Li Mu's horse. Placing her hand into Li Mu's, he suddenly pulled her up onto the horse, seating her before himself. Li Mu then shielded her within his embrace. Wang Yinhua remained flush the entire time, sitting stiffly like a statue once mounted, too shy to move. She could feel Li Mu's warm body heat behind her. Li Mu's arms wrapped around her torso, pressing tightly against her back. Although he did not fully embrace her, it was effectively the same. Yet this brought an immediate surge of security. On the surface, Li Mu appeared as calm and steady as ever. In truth, his heartbeat was racing wildly. It was his first time holding such a fragrant young lady so closely, and such a beautiful, gentle girl at that. Feigning composure, Li Mu drew out his cloak, flicking it open with a swish, draping it over them both. The silver ring embroidered on the back of the cloak made Li Mu chuckle. Silver ring? Didn't he also have a silver ring on his cloak? However, upon closer inspection, Li Mu's curiosity was piqued. Inside the silver ring, something seemed to appear faintly, a blood-red eye. It was difficult to discern at a glance. Li Mu was certain this had not been there before. Previously, the cloak had only a black and red base, and the silver ring was empty. Moreover, Li Mu distinctly felt that the cloak's energy had changed drastically since before. Since returning from the Bone Ghost domain last time, Li Mu had not had time to examine it. It seemed that absorbing the energy of the slain monsters had finally allowed this growing spiritual treasure to evolve. After handling the cloak for a moment, a spiritual consciousness entered Li Mu's mind. He sensed the cloak was conveying the method to wield its newly developed ability. Close, Li Mu whispered softly. The red eye within the silver ring slowly shut. Immediately, Li Mu felt his own aura shrink sharply, contracting into the cloak itself. Although it still diffused outward gradually, its strength was reduced by more than half compared to before. Li Mu was overjoyed. The cloak's evolved ability was to seal one's aura, concealing one's presence. This might not be dazzling, but within the abyss, it was incredibly practical. He could not claim to be completely invisible to monsters' radars. but it significantly minimized the detectable range. A precious treasure, Li Mu silently praised. Speaking of which, the system's victory points could apparently be used to upgrade spiritual treasures. His own points were rather meager, mostly invested in enhancing and unlocking the great sage's divine powers. Perhaps it was time to consider improving his spiritual treasures as well. With this thought, Li Mu waved his cloak, covering Wang Yinhua ahead of him. She was instantly enveloped completely. She was momentarily stunned. She sensed that the cloak could conceal one's aura, but now she felt an overwhelming sensation akin to sharing a bed with Li Mu. Absolutely mortifying. Can you stop steaming from your head? I can't see the path. Li Mu's exaggerated complaint came from behind her. Wang Yinhua felt dizzy. Heavens and earth. Please open a fissure to hell for me. This planet is unsuitable for me to stay. After teasing her, Li Mu urged Yaobone forward. The warhorse set off, the uneven terrain causing a rough ride. Wang Yinhua felt as though she had become a married woman. At the command center, two consoles were manned by Liao Feng and Wang Longcheng respectively. Wang Longcheng opened a live feed of Li Mu and Wang Yinhua's scene while sitting down. But as soon as his rear touched the stool, the sight on the screen jolted him upright. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Those around could even hear his low muttering curses. Damn bastard. Yet after cursing, he took a deep breath and gradually calmed down, sitting back down. Although he felt as if his carefully nurtured cabbage was being ravaged by a wild boar. After much contemplation, fortunately, this wild boar was raised by her own hands. Its rooting about was confined to her own vegetable garden, providing a great sense of security. Had it been any other wild boar, she would have had to charge into the garden herself, breaking its tusks, tearing its mouth, and bursting its testicles. This was the zone of third-grade monsters. Yaogu ran swiftly, yet no creatures appeared. Li Mu feared that Wang Yinhua might be burned alive by the red-hot temperature, so he sought to divert her attention. What is your innate talent again? Li Mu inquired casually. Class A, Fate Sublimation, Wang Yinhua whispered. Li Mu stood directly behind her head. As he spoke, his breath brushed through her long hair, softly caressing the nape of her neck, evoking a peculiarly strange sensation in Wang Yinhua. Her hair was glossy and black, with the side strands converging at the back of her head, tied together to gather the voluminous locks behind. Though her hairstyle was exceedingly simple, it inexplicably radiated an ethereal aura. How does this sublimation work? Li Mu asked, puzzled. A little dog. You could say I'm a summoner. Wang Yinhua replied with pursed lips. Sublimate into a little dog? It becomes your summoned beast? More or less, but I only like to adopt stray puppies. So my strength isn't very great, Wang Yinhua explained. Li Mu suddenly realized that this world also had pet cats and dogs. The Abyss was home to many low-level yet beautiful creatures, and through breeding, numerous exquisite feline and canine companions had emerged. However, abandonment was ubiquitous, and many stray cats and dogs roamed the cities as well. Since all humans possessed at least basic martial skills, any pet that dared to harm people was summarily killed. Even many harmless pets were often killed or maimed without cause. Summoning talents typically enhanced the summoned beasts themselves, so summoners were generally quite fragile. At that moment, a black creature charged ahead. It resembled an ape, standing about 6 feet 6 inches tall, encased entirely in a jet black, coal-like hard rock armor that flaked off as it moved. Two blood-red eyes atop its head looked sinister and unsettling. Wang Yinhua thought Li Mu was about to dismount, but instead, he cautioned her, don't move. Then, with a sudden poof, Li Mu vanished. Wang Yinhua was terrified. The creature was already rushing toward her, and Li Mu had disappeared. Was he planning to feed her to the monster, then seize the opportunity to kill it? Brother, your fighting style is a bit much for Yinhua. And that horse, it charged straight toward the beast without hesitation. Foolish horse. Dead horse. Run off somewhere else. Her heart pounded anxiously as she gripped Yaogu's mane tightly. Suddenly, Li Mu reappeared about 30 feet in front of the horse, suspended midair. With a horizontal sweep of his staff that seemed to tear through the sky, a chilling, ghostly shriek accompanied a silver streak of light that struck the creature's chest with brutal force. Wang Yinhua wondered why Li Mu didn't aim for the head. Hitting the body wouldn't do much damage to the monster. Yet she saw the creature collapse like dough struck by a rolling pin. The spot struck by the weapon instantly caved in, folding its entire body at that point. Without exaggeration, the monster was flung away. The shattered black rock armor lingered suspended in the air momentarily, still maintaining the creature's shape. A strikingly powerful image. Before the black rock fragments could fall, Li Mu vanished again with a poof and reappeared on the horse's back behind Wang Yinhua, suddenly embracing her. He startled her into a sharp scream. Shoo! Quiet, Li Mu admonished irritably. At that moment, Wang Yinhua barely noticed that she was held in Li Mu's arms. She remained deeply shocked by his method. What was that? Teleportation? Killing a monster of equal rank in half a second and then teleporting back? What an otherworldly technique. In truth, Li Mu's approach was still conservative. Transformation techniques consumed true energy, and if not for ensuring Wang Yinhua's absolute safety, he would have simply struck the monster dead with his staff directly from the horse. It would have been so much easier. Other warhorses might not manage that. They could be startled by a monster, but Yaogu would not. Yaogu was a special grade warhorse, and Li Mu had gradually discovered a unique trait. It was incredibly fearless. This creature was utterly unafraid of monsters and even seemed eager to charge into battle with them. Although it was weaker than even a second-grade monster, it simply did not fear them. Why was it unafraid? Foolishness. Meanwhile, in the command room, Wang Longsheng saw Li Mu employing a transformation technique to slay the monster, confirming that Li Mu truly cared for his daughter's safety. At another command station, Liao Feng sat with arms crossed, observing the combat between Zhang Kong and another. Zhang Kong was indeed formidable. His long blade was extraordinarily powerful. His warhorse was clearly special grade, extremely fast, but it too feared monsters. When encountering a monster, Zhang Kong had to dismount and fight, usually achieving a swift kill. However, his ease of battle was incomparable to Li Mu's, and it significantly delayed their travel. A middle-aged couple from the research institute stood near the main command station, but occasionally glanced toward the secondary station. They noticed that Li Mu's warhorse hardly stopped spotting monsters, flashing in, instantly killing, and returning to the saddle, all executed seamlessly. Furthermore, Li Mu and Wang Yinhua rode the same horse, greatly enhancing her safety. It was as steady as an old dog. The two exchanged glances. Could this Li Mu be a spatial talent? But how could his terrifying attack kill monsters with a single staff strike? While both blunt and sharp weapons could achieve instant kills, discerning eyes knew the difference. Such a mid-third grade individual possessing such skills was astonishing. Consequently, they focused more intently on Li Mu's screen and quickly understood. Li Mu was far stronger than Zhang Kong. No contest. No wonder he was entrusted with such an important mission. The female researcher immediately gave the male researcher a meaningful look. Clearing his throat, the male researcher addressed Liao Feng. Commander Liao, could we call them back for a brief exchange of bodyguards? For the sake of Jiang Linlin's safety. It must be done swiftly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to discuss once we reach the destination. We cannot bring this up halfway through the mission. Wang Longqing frowned at them, and Liao Feng was equally displeased. Damn it, I've already been very accommodating, letting you choose before departure. You babbled about Li Mu being incompetent. Picked Zhang Kong yourself, and now you're almost at the destination. Calling them back now? Are you joking? The prominent figures of the Mingzhu military district had long been dissatisfied with these two, if not for the considerable influence wielded by the veterans within the research institute. The researchers would never dare be so arrogant. Of course, their arrogance had another cause. The Mingzhu military district held the lowest rank in the northern border region. If we fall out with the research institute again, our situation will become exceedingly precarious. Liao Feng remarked with a faint tone. This mission is no trivial matter. Replace the personnel? On what grounds? A female researcher stepped forward, saying, we believe that Li Mu is better suited to serve as Jiang Linlin's bodyguard. Liao Feng cast her a sidelong glance. This woman truly has no shred of shame. How shamelessly she utters such words. I find your reasoning somewhat persuasive. However, I am not the one who makes the final decision on this matter. You should take your concerns to Deputy Commander Zhang. Deputy Commander Zhang agreed. And we will recall him immediately, Liao Feng said ambiguously. The two individuals' expressions shifted, and they fell silent. Zhang Kong is Deputy Commander Zhang's son. They want them to approach Deputy Commander Zhang for a discussion? What would they say? We think Li Mu is a bit more capable than your son. Could you have them return for a while? Replace your son? Liao Feng was clearly doing this deliberately. The female researcher snorted lightly. If you want to replace him, then so be it. Giving Li Mu even a bit more credit is already showing you too much courtesy. Zhang Kong retorted, I'm not that bad either. What is so great about not replacing me? Neither of them paid Liao Feng any further heed. About an hour later, Li Mu's voice came from the Wang Longsheng side. Commander, we have reached the 4th grade area, 7 kilometers from the mission target. In the footage, Li Mu and Wang Yinhua had already dismounted. The surrounding environment was becoming increasingly vibrant, with green trees, grasslands, and even small animals beginning to appear. There should be a mountain ahead. Follow the edge of the mountain and avoid entering the dense forest as much as possible. Received. Li Mu signaled for Wang Yinhua to walk behind him. Such verdant scenes within the abyss are actually more eerie. Ruins and desolation are the norm in the Abyss. Even small animals are scarce in places cleared by humans. But here, creatures resembling squirrels with fangs clung to crystalline food, gnawing incessantly, their eyes glowing red as they stared menacingly at Li Mu and his companion. In the sky, two large birds with scissor-like beaks engaged in a fierce aerial battle, their shrill cries unsettling to the nerves. Feathers and blood mist rained out. Before landing, one was already defeated, seized by the victor who prepared to take flight again. A strange creature, agile like a cat but nearly twice as long, suddenly sprang up, engulfing the two birds in its body. Its 6 claws gripped them tightly as it slammed them heavily to the ground before swiftly unfolding and darting toward the canopy of a large tree to conceal itself. Humans have continuously studied abyssal creatures and discovered that all of them bear the imprint of blue star life forms, as if mutated from blue star species. Yet none of the supernatural energies found in the Abyss have ever manifested on blue star, leaving humanity deeply perplexed. Through the advancement of archaeology, humans have found that many of the Abyss's geological formations closely resembled blue stars from several decades to over a century ago, practically replicas. Until the emergence of supernatural flora and fauna, abyssal creatures began to mutate through consuming these supernatural organisms, becoming stronger, larger, and more ferocious. What followed was slaughter and extinction. The Abyss harbors many architectural ruins, indicating that civilizations, even humans, once existed there. Yet all vanished without a trace. Were they wiped out? Or did they transform into something else? Humanity remains in pursuit of answers. As for when and where the supernatural energies first appeared, no one knows. Li Mu observed the small animals, eyeing them greedily. Generally, these creatures were not of high rank, at most first grade. Those sensing Li Mu's aura usually avoided him. Nonetheless, for safety, Li Mu retrieved a wine gourd from his spatial storage. He had purchased it a few days ago, specifically for holding wine. He opened it and took a sip, wincing at the spicy heat. Wang Yinhua looked at him in puzzlement, unsure why Li Mu was drinking alcohol. However, after he drank, all small animals within a 5-meter radius, or even farther, trembled in fear and fled. Li Mu then activated his system. On the way here, he had slain more than a dozen monsters, earning 410 victory points. He spent 300 points to unlock Secure Stance. Secure Stance, using a weapon to draw a circular barrier on the ground. The barrier's defense strength is approximately half that of Bronze Head Iron Arm. Allies within the barrier experience a significant boost in morale, enhancing their attack by 10 points of true energy intensity. Last 5 minutes. Another skill that enhances by a percentage. Currently, Bronze Head Iron Arm is 100 times his own defense strength, which itself is derived from his physical strength and true energy intensity. The exact calculations elude even Li Mu, but the system handles them correctly. Although the 10-point true energy boost requires allies to stand within the barrier, once the range expands, this ability will be formidable. This divine skill is also part of the skill tree. Li Mu spent 100 victory points to activate a node. Duration increased by 10 minutes. This secure stance now protects Wang Yinhua, easily fending off minor monsters. They traveled 5 to 6 kilometers further. Small animals grew more numerous, but no large monsters appeared. At this moment, the mountain ahead began to ascend, revealing a range extending backward. Trees and rocks became more abundant. Wang Yinhua raised her hand, and 2 large dogs leapt out from the space before her. Li Mu looked on, silently admiring them. These dogs resembled shepherd dogs, but stood about 5 feet 7 inches to 5 feet 10 inches tall. One was pure white, the other black and white, both appearing intelligent and obedient. The dogs joyfully circled Wang Yinhua, occasionally glancing at Li Mu without hostility, though their ears were alertly raised. No barking. Wang Yinhua gestured for silence, then produced a white cotton swab for the dogs to sniff. After smelling it, both dogs sneezed several times, causing Wang Yinhua to chuckle softly. She fondly stroked their heads and commanded, "Go find." The dogs promptly obeyed, bounding forward. "Find what?" Li Mu inquired. "That is a perfume I made." Mimicking the scent of living crystal stones, Wang Yinhua explained. She then retrieved a device from her storage ring, beginning to scan the surroundings as she moved forward, clearly entering work mode. While maintaining vigilance, Li Mu used his communicator to contact Wang Longcheng. "Commander, how are things on your side?" Wang Longcheng glanced at the main command console, replying indifferently, "We just entered the 4th grade zone." Li Mu chuckled inwardly. It seemed Zhang Kong was also a good-for-nothing, an A-grade talent. Although at the peak of 3rd grade, his strength likely did not surpass Zhang Jiwei in early 3rd grade. But Zhang Jiwei and Lu Chunfeng have been part of the Jinyuan army reserves for 4 or 5 days now. Haven't they? Given their perversely rapid progress combined with an inexhaustible supply of spiritual essence elixir, it was estimated that they had already reached the mid-3rd grade by now. Lost in thought, Li Mu was abruptly jolted to full alert when Wang Yinhua's instrument emitted a faint buzzing vibration. Wang Yinhua scraped away the surface with a small shovel and picked up a fragment. If there are fragments, then the source must be nearby. Living crystal stones absorb vast amounts of energy and exist in a semi-living state. Many monsters are particularly fond of consuming such things, as it triggers their evolution and mutation. Therefore, areas abundant in fresh crystal or often harbor monsters. Wang Yinhua muttered to herself as she advanced, uncertain whether she was explaining to Li Mu or simply talking aloud. But she was thoroughly engrossed. After a full 20 minutes of exploration, Zhang Kong and Jiang Linlin entered this area from another direction. Jiang Linlin immediately shifted into work mode, pulling out her instruments to conduct surveys everywhere. Neither party encountered any monsters. A few small creatures were casually dispatched. This working state persisted for about 30 minutes. Jiang Linlin furrowed her brow and reported, "Command Center, we have been surveying here for half an hour. Only numerous inactive crystal fragments have been found. There is no sign of any living crystal or underground." The male and female researchers in the command room both nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed that there might indeed have been a crystal vein here before, but it had long since been completely mined. The female researcher promptly issued orders. In that case, move closer to the mountain and investigate 3 exposed points. If there is still nothing, the operation can be concluded. Yes, Jiang Linlin responded. Exposed points refer to areas where crystal fragments appear relatively concentrated. Generally, if a vein exists, the probability of discovering it by underground exploration near these points is greatest. None of these individuals showed any intention of consulting Liao Feng and the others, nor did they pay much attention to Wang Yinhua's side. After all, since nothing had been found there either, they would ultimately heed their commands. Wang Yinhua took out a small notebook, jotting down notes and sketches intermittently during their exploration. Li Mu seized a chance to glance over her shoulder. Wang Yinhua appeared to be drawing some sort of mineral vein distribution map. Liao Feng, observing both scenes objectively, realized that Li Mu and Wang Yinhua had already surveyed an enormous area spanning several thousand meters. Wang Yinhua walked while drawing, and the 2 large dogs kept bringing back items for her to assess. Although Jiang Linlin also labored diligently, her path lacked any discernible pattern, a winding curve with many places left unexplored. It was unclear whether this was due to laziness or incompetence. Another half hour passed before Jiang Linlin reported again. "Command Center, I have surveyed 3 exposed points. Here, only traces of former mineral veins remain. But no veins have been detected." She sounded furious. The middle-aged male and female researchers looked extremely displeased as well. This Pearl military district has been blatantly falsifying military intelligence. Who was the fool that reported discovering living crystal stones nearby? We thought it was a merit, but it turned out to be a wasted trip. Prepare to return. The middle-aged female researcher ordered irritably. Then she glanced at Liao Feng, and Wang Longqing asked, "Wang Yinhua, have you found anything on your side?" Wang Yinhua had been fully immersed in her work and hadn't reported back. On the contrary, she grew increasingly excited, hearing her father's voice. She immediately snapped back to attention, her eyes shining as she looked toward the mountainside. "Commander, I believe there may be a mother stone present here." "What?" Wang Longqing was taken aback, and Liao Feng looked over in surprise. The middle-aged couple furrowed their brows deeply. "On what basis?" Wang Longqing, fully aware this was no trivial matter, pressed urgently. Wang Yinhua explained, "I have examined all the crystal fragments found within the search area. These fragments are distributed in a fan shape. The farther out the fragments are, the earlier they lost their vitality. This indicates that the crystal vein here previously underwent a systematic self-collapse from the outer edges inward." The female researcher immediately approached, sneering coldly, "What nonsense! How do you determine the time when crystal fragments lost their vitality?" "By color," Wang Yinhua answered resolutely. "Although the color differences are very subtle. With a sufficiently large search area and enough samples, it becomes easy to distinguish." The female researcher was momentarily speechless. That was indeed true. Jiang Linlin had searched along a single line, whereas Wang Yinhua surveyed an area. In terms of meticulousness, Wang Yinhua was clearly superior. From their recent conversation, Liao Feng had enabled communication sharing, allowing Jiang Linlin to hear Wang Yinhua's conclusions. She immediately expressed strong dissatisfaction. "As a professional surveyor from the Research Institute, I do not agree. You say the vein is self-collapsing. What is the cause?" Although Jiang Linlin was assigned this mission, not because she was the most skilled, But because she was relatively outstanding at the 3rd grade of a yellow rank, she was still a product of a professional research institute. I have already stated that there is no vein here. How dare you, a mere student, question my conclusions? Wang Yinhua retorted promptly. Only a mother crystal stone has the consciousness to self-collapse. Crystals that collapse emit energy signatures rapidly, attracting monsters. The mother stone's purpose is to consume these monsters. It continuously collapses crystals like scattering food on the ground to lure birds, gradually drawing prey into its trap. That is precisely there. Wang Yinhua pointed to the mountainside. According to the distribution map I drew, that spot is the center from which the vein extends outward. Hearing that Wang Yinhua had even drawn a map, Zhang Linlin felt her authority was being severely challenged. I am the one from the research institute. Who do you think you are, to draw a map? Ridiculous. She sneered. Preposterous. Even the slightest broken vein would have been detected by now. Command Center. I refuse to listen to this amateur-s nonsense any longer. Requesting to return. Permission to return to base. The mission is over. Commander Liao, please give the order. The female commander coldly concurred. Liao Feng glanced at Wang Longqing, who gave him a subtle look. Liao Feng then said, Zhang Kong and Zhang Linlin's team, return to base. Li Mu and Wang Yinhua's team, continue the survey. The middle-aged researchers simultaneously protested. Commander Liao, what do you mean? Didn't you hear me say the mission is over? Liao Feng suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze icy as he stared at her. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the surrounding space to hum with pressure. The presence of a warrior above the mysterious rank was terrifying to the extreme. Even these 2 6th and 7th grade warriors felt their bones aching intensely. You think you can humiliate me, huh? The mission is over. I've already sent your people back. Our military district personnel will conduct the survey themselves. And you dare to meddle? What do you think you are? Faced with Liao Feng's sudden outburst, the middle-aged man and woman instantly broke into a cold sweat. They felt as if Liao Feng's overwhelming presence might shatter them in the next moment. After cursing, Liao Feng snorted coldly and finally reined in his fierce demeanor. The two of them gasped heavily, their hearts filled with lingering fear. Reflecting on it, they realized they had indeed crossed a line. Mainly because they were used to being arrogant. Wherever the research institute went, they were treated with respect. Even larger military districts always greeted them warmly. But just now, Wang Yinhua's remarks had challenged Zhang Linlin's authority. To challenge Zhang Linlin was to challenge the institute's authority. Therefore, they wanted to use their power to pressure Wang Yinhua into obedience. That was why, in desperation, they ordered Liao Feng to act. Yet now, coming back to their senses, the two secretly resented him. Even so, Liao Feng went too far. How dare he get physical? It was absolutely outrageous. The two glanced at the surveillance monitors filling the command room, sneering inwardly. Commander Liao's cultivation is impressive. When he needs the research institute, he puts on a friendly face. But when there's no mineral vein and we're no longer useful, he scolds us at will. Fine. I'll be sure to report your hospitality to the leadership when I return, the female researcher said coldly. If it weren't for Zhang Linlin and the others still waiting at the teleportation array, they would have turned and left already. Zhang Kong and Zhang Linlin crushed their return stones. The return array gradually materialized. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Wang Yinhua, having received orders, continued ascending the mountain. Since Wang Yinhua mentioned the presence of a mother stone on the mountain, Li Mu activated his fiery eyes, scrutinizing the terrain carefully. Though the fiery eyes could not penetrate the mountainous interior, they could detect the flow of true energy. It could see through people and monsters alike, but it was uncertain if it could detect living crystal stones. Li Mu's knowledge of living crystal stones was far less than Wang Yinhua's, but he understood the concept of the mother crystal stone. As the name suggests, living crystal stones are alive. They move around through monsters carrying them, geological shifts, floods, and other factors, absorbing energy to grow stronger and eventually develop into mineral veins. The mother crystal stone is the source from which these stones propagate. The rate at which mother stones reproduce new crystals is several to over 10 times faster than the growth rate of crystals that have left the mother body. Obtaining a mother crystal stone would be equivalent to acquiring an inexhaustible living crystal vein. As Li Mu observed, he indeed spotted something. On the distant mountainside, several faint points of true energy activity were scattered. Although weak, they definitely existed. There is something there. I'll go take a look, Li Mu told Wang Yinhua, then pointed in a direction. Wang Yinhua nodded immediately and followed. Before Li Mu reached the spot, one of the large dogs bounded ahead, a black and white spotted dog. Upon arriving at the target, the dog discovered a soft crystalline mass. Its scent was exactly the same as what Wang Yinhua's dog had sniffed before. However, the previous crystals they encountered were hard. This one was strangely soft. Without hesitation, the dog bit down, wiggled its rear, and began tearing at it with all its might. At that moment, Li Mu suddenly shouted, "Foolish dog, get out of the way." Simultaneously, Li Mu's feet smashed the stones beneath him, and he shot forward like a cannonball, heading directly toward the dog. Who says this dog is stupid? It's not. The instant it heard Li Mu's shout, its fur bristled in alert. It kicked hard with its hind legs and leapt high into the air. As the dog jumped, the spot where it had bitten the crystal began to tremble violently. In the next instant, a bloodthirsty maw burst through the earth, soaring upward and snapping at the airborne dog twice. The terrifying bite force produced two muffled thuds in midair. Being bitten would surely shatter bones like brittle twigs. Though the bites missed, the dog's leap had reached its limit. Once it descended, it would inevitably fall right into that mouth. Li Mu arrived just in time, swinging his staff horizontally and hitting the creature hard, sending it flying more than 10 meters away. In that instant, from the hole the creature had emerged from, a 10-meter-long, finger-thick, multicolored tendril-like object, resembling an umbilical cord, was pulled out by the beast. Then, with a crack, it snapped. At the moment of breakage, the connection between the creature's tail and the tendril, along with about 10 meters of the tendril attached to it, shattered into countless crystal-like fragments. Half of the creature's body was blasted away. The fragments scattered through the air. There was no sunlight here, yet these shards shone brilliantly. Even the fireworks Li Mu had seen paled in comparison to the dazzling spectacle, which was at least 10 to 20 times more magnificent. Meanwhile, the remaining tendril swiftly retracted into the large hole the creature had emerged from. At the same time, Jiang Linlin and Zhang Kong's teleportation array activated. In a flash of light, the two returned to the military district's teleportation array. Inside the command room, witnessing the creature's appearance, the two researchers were utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? Could there truly be a mother stone here? Seeing the creature, Wang Longcheng was both shocked and delighted. He quickly ordered Li Mu, "Taking Wang, get out of there. There is a very high probability of a mother stone inside this mountain. But these monsters are guardians controlled and devoured by the mother stone. Since you've been discovered, more monsters will attack you. Withdraw immediately." No sooner had Wang Longcheng finished issuing the command than Wang Yinhua felt a strong arm wrapped tightly around her waist. Before she could react, Li Mu hoisted her onto his shoulder. Just as they left, the ground beneath Wang Yinhua's previous standing spot suddenly cracked open. Another monster burst forth. This time, a gigantic crocodile-like beast, its tail connected by the same crystalline tendril. But as soon as it emerged from the mountain, the tendril snapped automatically with a sharp crack. The crocodile monster frenziedly lunged at Li Mu, jaws snapping. The lower half of its body was made entirely of transparent crystal. Even its eyes shimmered with multicolored crystalline hues. "Hua, goodbye," Wang Yinhua shouted. The two large dogs immediately rushed over at great speed. Wang Yinhua quickly summoned them back into her beast-controlling space. King Veng Inqua, Li Mu Dej swiftly downhill. Monsters sporadically erupted from the ground ahead, mostly with crystalline lower bodies. There were all kinds, wolves, apes, but all had been transformed by the crystals, losing their original forms. However, thanks to Li Mu's nimble maneuvers, none managed to harm them. Li Mu maintained his fiery eyes throughout. Before any monster emerged from the ground, he could see a surge of true energy light rising. That is how he saved the foolish dog just now. Li Mu, with a narrow escape, finally led Wang Yinhua beyond the mountainous terrain. Yet, behind them surged a horde of creatures numbering in the hundreds, an ominous, glimmering mass of terrifying proportions. Li Mu, run. Don't stop. The Mother Stone's intelligence was limited but instinctive. The fragments shattered moments ago emitted an incredibly potent aura, within a radius of several hundred kilometers. All the creatures would soon converge here. The Mother Stone knew it was about to be discovered and devoured, thus it was thrashing desperately. Otherwise, it would never have dispatched so many guards in pursuit. Wang Longcheng spoke gravely. Li Mu's feet never ceased moving as he urgently asked, "Several hundred kilometers? Such an extensive range?" "That is still a conservative estimate," Wang Longcheng responded with a heavy tone. "If I had known, I would have recalled my daughter earlier. Though we confirmed the presence of a Mother Stone, it is inevitably destined to be torn apart by these monsters. My daughter will also be trapped in peril. Now, all the monsters within hundreds of kilometers are undoubtedly converging here. To escape, we must carve a path through with bloodshed." Despite Li Mu's presence, Wang Longcheng's heart tightened with anxiety. Then why keep running? Without hesitation, Li Mu gently set Wang Yinhua down where he stood, then fiercely swept his weapon across the ground, tracing a golden circle with a diameter of 3 meters. "Crush the return to city stone, quickly," Li Mu commented loudly. At this moment, facing the approaching swarm of monsters, Wang Yinhua had no time to think. She mechanically obeyed Li Mu's order and crushed one of the Return to City stones. Within this circle, even if the sky falls, do not move or expend your true energy, Li Mu instructed. Having spoken, he stomped the ground abruptly. Two sharp pops echoed. Wang Yinhua's vision blurred, and before her eyes, 3 Li Mus appeared. This move astonished not only Wang Yinhua, but also Liao Feng. What kind of new trick is this? He wondered. I just heard of transformation techniques. Now, shape-shifting is no longer novel? They're creating clones? He looked at Wang Longcheng in disbelief, who was equally bewildered. At that moment, the monsters had arrived. The 3 Li Mus fanned out before the monsters like windshield wipers on a car, each fiercely defending a direction. One Li Mu executed the flowing cloud shadow technique. With an endless flurry of staff strikes holding one flank alone, the 2 clones guarded the other sides, wielding silver iron rods that swept through the creatures, causing them to collapse and be flung backward on the spot. Each strike was an instant kill without question. What amazed everyone most was that a few monsters who slipped through tried to attack Wang Yinhua within the golden circle. Terrified, she crouched, clutching her head. Yet, the monsters seemed to collide with an invisible air wall. Despite their furious assaults, they could not penetrate beyond half a step of the golden circle. The monsters quickly formed a ring to attack, forcing Li Mu and his 2 clones to split into 3 directions. After a minute of relentless defense, Li Mu swiftly summoned again. Inside the golden circle, the Return to City formation rapidly coalesced. Wang Yinhua, without using true energy, activated the formation. And since the true energy within the barrier was stable, the formation was completed swiftly. Approaching the 3rd minute, the Return to City formation took shape and began to emit light. Get inside quickly, Wang Yinhua urged. Wang Longcheng's heart finally eased. He had not expected Li Mu to safeguard the activation of the Return to City formation. Now, they were completely safe. Wang Yinhua assumed that after Li Mu protected the formation's activation, she could step into the barrier and the 2 would return to the city. Unexpectedly, Li Mu had no intention of entering the circle. As the formation's white light engulfed her, Wang Yinhua cried out, "No." But the next moment, the light vanished, and she found herself standing at the military district's teleportation array entrance. Li Mu was nowhere to be seen. Instead, her father's voice blared through the communicator. "Li Mu, what on earth are you trying to do?" Meanwhile, Li Mu had already slaughtered more than half of the monster horde. Without the burden of Wang Yinhua, he unleashed his full strength. "Commander, what does the Mother Stone look like?" Li Mu shouted. Wang Longcheng was instantly incensed. This kid actually thought of that? Judging by the scale, it should be about the size of a human head, multicolored, heart-shaped. We should be able to find it following those holes. Understood. On the screen, Li Mu made a swift, circular sweep, scattering the surrounding monsters, then suddenly leapt into the air. "Be right back," he shouted, before the words faded. He transformed with a rush into a bird, leaving the dumbfounded monsters behind, and darted straight into the stone cave from which the creatures had emerged. Seeing Li Mu so vividly change into a bird stunned the command room into silence. Although Li Mu had previously demonstrated transformation techniques, he had only turned into a mosquito, imperceptible to the eye, resembling a blink-of-an-eye teleportation, though they knew it was not true teleportation. But this time, they had witnessed with their own eyes a living man morph into a bird. In their world, they were familiar with space-type warriors capable of true teleportation. The teleportation array could send a living person thousands of miles without surprise. Yet, transforming a living person into an animal was a complete upheaval of their worldview. "Quick, open his perspective," Liao Feng urged anxiously. He was desperate to know what happened after Li Mu entered, because Li Mu had just killed over 100 monsters. But 200 or 300 remained. These creatures seemed to have received the Mother Stone's call, and were now madly retreating back to the mountain, slipping back into the stone caves. Clearly, they were beginning to regroup their defenses. All signals lost. It seems this kid's transformation technique even affects the tech watch. Wang Longcheng shook his head, continuing to operate the control panel, but still unable to locate Li Mu's signal. Li Mu can fight outside, but inside, Liao Feng said with deep concern, "The mountain is the Mother Stone's lair. Surely, it has carved out a vast space within. As long as the monsters have a foothold there, Li Mu can fight. With his strength, he will manage." Wang Longcheng shook his head again. Whether he was comforting Liao Feng or himself with that last sentence, no one could tell. Time passed second by second. Li Mu's signal remained unreachable. The command room door was pushed open, and Zhang Kong and Jiang Linlin strode in. Jiang Linlin was brimming with anger. Approaching the middle-aged man and woman of the research institute, she said with a tone dripping disdain, "Teacher, we should leave as soon as possible. It seems the Mingzhu military district does not trust us." Her words carried an air of arrogance. Liao Feng was utterly infuriated. "Damn it. I'm the commander of the entire military district. When did a lowly research institute staffer get to sneer at me? If only I weren't afraid of those old cronies at the institute. Moreover, the people sent over were merely benevolent technical support. I slapped you back with a single palm." Thus, he didn't even glance at the screen. Instead, he stood there with his hands behind his back, fixated on the signal S display. Jiang Linlin was taken aback when the middle-aged male and female researchers exchanged meaningful glances with her. Not only did they not leave, but they also anxiously stared at the screen. At that moment, Wang Yinhua hurried back, breathing heavily, her expression fraught with urgency. "Father, how is Li Mu?" In her distress, even her form of address had turned intimate. "There is no signal for now," Wang Longqing replied. Before he finished speaking, a shadow flickered across the screen, and an image appeared. Yet the picture was so dark that nothing could be discerned. Li Mu, respond." Wang Longqing called out urgently. "If you can hear me, launch the drone. I can help you observe the surroundings." Although the imaging technology on the watch was quite advanced, it was often limited by the user's special circumstances. Terrain, hors interférence. That was why many warriors were equipped with compact reconnaissance drones. The drone's signal was stronger and could provide visual support for command under special conditions. However, Li Mu did not reply. Only the deafening roars of beasts could be heard. "Maximize the imaging signal. Raise the perspective," Liao Feng instructed. Wang Longqing hurriedly operated the controls. The view steadily zoomed out, extending several hundred meters beyond the mountain. As the perspective pulled back further, the image began to tremble intermittently. In the distance along the horizon, a dark line rapidly approached. Everyone held their breath in suspense. It was an innumerable horde of monsters. They ran wildly, tearing at one another, stirring up a swirling cloud of dust. Wherever they passed, the ground was littered with struggling, blood-soaked creatures on the brink of death. The scene was so harrowing that Wang Yinhua's heart sank completely. Wang Longqing furrowed his brows deeply. Both he and Liao Feng were of the profound rank and well-experienced. They had witnessed even more terrifying sights. Yet, at this moment, they could not help but worry for Li Mu's safety. These monsters reached the mountain's base in the blink of an eye, like sharks sensing blood, and began frantically burrowing into the caves. "Li Mu, find a way to escape. Withdraw immediately." Wang Longqing was uncertain whether Li Mu could receive communications, but had no choice but to try. Within mere seconds, the monsters had swarmed the entire mountain, densely packed in a way that sent chills down their spines. Wang Yinhua was so frightened she collapsed to the ground. For nearly all the passages were blocked by the beasts. The tunnels were narrow to begin with. Zhang Kong smirked with satisfaction, inwardly delighted. That useless wretch actually ventured into the mountain? Serves him right. How dare he insult me? You deserve to die long ago. Even if you survive this mission, I'll find a way to get rid of you when you return. Consider yourself lucky if you perish in the abyss. The entire command room fell into a deathly silence. Yet at that moment, Liao Feng suddenly pointed at the mountain's summit. "There, up there." Wang Longqing swiftly adjusted the perspective toward the mountaintop. At the peak, rubble began to tumble down. Then, with a loud bang, stones scattered. A round object the size of a human head shot up into midair. Moments later, Li Maurici burst forth. Li Mu was covered in fragments of multicolored crystalline stones, resembling a living kaleidoscope. As he landed and shook, countless colorful shards scattered. The myriad monsters below instantly locked their gaze on him. Li Mu glanced downward, his scalp tingling. He quickly tore off his cloak. At that moment, the object in midair descended perfectly into his cloak, which he swiftly tied up. Then he flung the cloak sharply back into the air. His body leapt again, transforming into a gigantic eagle that snatched the cloak in its beak. However, just as the image shifted from Li Mu to the eagle, the screen abruptly went dark, leaving Wang Longqing and the others with a profound sense of bewilderment. Did the eagle grasp the cloak? Did any monsters leap into the air to attack him? How far could Li Mu fly? Could he escape the monstrous tide? The room was suffocatingly silent. Even Jiang Linlin and the others dared not breathe heavily. Of course, their worry was not for Li Mu's safety, but for their own futures. They had clearly seen that the object wrapped in Li Mu's cloak was none other than a living crystal mother stone. The mother stone possessed immense vitality. Unless forcibly gnawed and destroyed by monsters, it could survive easily. They had previously concluded that no mother stones existed in this area. Yet, not only was there one, but Li Mu had actually managed to obtain it despite the astronomical difficulty. If this mother stone was brought back, how could they face the consequences? This was a divine boon. A single mother stone could continuously propagate living crystals. its impact on the entire city. No, the entire northern 3 cities would elevate the weapons forging industry to a whole new level. The middle-aged researchers exchanged a furtive glance, seeing the same thoughts reflected in each other's eyes. They must not be punished, and, moreover, should find a way to share in the credit. Of course, that was contingent on Li Mu actually returning with the Mother Stone. The stifling silence persisted for over 10 minutes. During this time, the image flickered briefly before vanishing again. After 2 or 3 minutes, Wang Longqing finally regained his composure. He smiled mysteriously, his expression greatly relieved. Turning to Liao Feng, he said with a grin, "Let us go. Leader, how about we head to the entrance together to welcome our hero?" As Wang Longqing led the group out of the command center's main gate, they saw Li Mu in the distance, astride a tall warhorse. He carried a bundle fashioned from his cloak, within which the round object pulsated vigorously. Though Li Mu was uninjured, his body was covered in multicolored crystal fragments. His combat suit was torn in many places, stained with blood. Whether his own or the monster's was uncertain. Approaching, he dismounted nimbly and presented the cloak to Wang Longqing. Subordinate Li Mu, under Commander Wang Longqing's orders. Mission accomplished. Liao Feng seethed beside them. Had this rascal devoted all his cunning to this? Sneaking back to the city just to hand the item personally to Wang Longqing, afraid someone else would steal his leader's glory? That little bastard must be smitten with Wang Longqing's daughter. Liao Feng's heart ached with jealousy. Wang Longqing had truly found a treasure. Wang Longqing was deeply moved as well. For the moment, Li Mu's signal flickered and then went dark again. It was evident he had crushed the return stone after transforming and then turned into a bird. Wang Longqing had already guessed Li Mu's intent. Li Mu clearly understood that retrieving the Mother Stone was a divine merit. If he returned openly, the commander and others would surely be at the teleportation gate to greet him, and he would have to hand the Mother Stone over to the highest authority immediately upon arrival. He was evidently anxious that the credit might not ultimately go to Wang Longqing, so he resolved to present this treasure directly before him. Wang Longqing chuckled inwardly. This young man was indeed shrewd, albeit somewhat naive in his thinking. A merit is a merit, after all, and Wang Longqing was no pushover in this military district. Even if the Supreme Commander and others went to receive it, it would hardly earn them more glory. Nevertheless, despite this, Li Mu's loyalty to Wang Longqing was truly enviable. Wang Longqing smiled faintly and stepped forward, firmly patting Li Mu on the shoulder. First, he asked with concern, "You weren't hurt, were you?" "No, I'm fine," Li Mu replied with a smile. Within the mountain cave, he had indeed endured brutal combat. But once he traced the ancient technique, took a sip of wine, and unleashed his full martial prowess. The dual restorative boosts of the inferior celestial rejuvenation technique fully replenished his true energy consumption. By the time Li Mu emerged atop the mountain, he still retained half of his true energy. Excellent, Wang Longqing praised with a smile. Meanwhile, Wang Inhuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Li Mu had protected her all along. If he had truly perished amidst the monsters, she would have found it unbearable to accept. She anticipated that Li Mu was so formidable, and that he could even transform into a large bird. A strange martial skill indeed. With this thought, Wang Inhuan found herself recalling the scene of Li Mu holding her while riding a horse, and her delicate cheeks involuntarily warmed. For the first time, she felt that a man could be so extraordinary. Li Mu was handsome, powerful, composed, and mysterious. That unparalleled sense of security was something she had never experienced from anyone before. Li Mu unfolded the cloak in his hands and revealed the Mother Stone before Wang Longqing. The living Mother Stone shimmered like a crystalline heart, pulsating rhythmically as waves of energy radiated outward. "Let me see it." The middle-aged female researcher hurried over and reached out to seize the Mother Stone instantly. Wang Longqing's gaze turned icy as he shot her a sharp look. The female researcher immediately froze in place, frightened into stillness. "Apologies. The Mother Stone is precious. From now on, it shall be placed under special level supervision. No one is permitted to handle it without authorization." "Step back," Wang Longqing barked coldly. Liao Feng promptly contacted the Supreme Commander. Items like the living Crystal Mother Stone must be placed under special level supervision at the earliest opportunity. Special level supervision requires all military district warriors of the Xuanwan rank and above to report their whereabouts. At least 1/3 of the Xuanwan warriors must remain steadfastly guarding the district. Forbidden from leaving. No unrelated personnel are allowed contact with the Mother Stone until it reaches the stage where it can be developed. This is to prevent powerful monsters from violently breaching the district to seize the Mother Stone, although the probability of such an event was minuscule, and to thwart any covetous members of the Heaven S Society from eyeing this top-tier resource. The three researchers from the academy were instantly furious, especially Jiang Linlin, who shot Wang Inhoan a resentful glare, her complexion shifting between pale and flushed. Today, Wang Inhoan had slapped her face so hard it had swollen. Staring at the Mother Stone, she wished it had been her discovery. Soon, the Supreme Commander and others arrived. They warmly commended everyone present, especially Wang Inhoan and Li Mu, promising to personally petition the higher authorities to recognize Li Mu's merits. Wang Longsheng had already secured full recordings from the command room, precisely for this purpose. Thereafter, Supreme Commander Liang Huajun personally initiated the special level supervision meeting and placed the living crystal stone into a tightly controlled chamber. The living crystal stone possessed life attributes and could not be stored in a spatial storage device. Otherwise, Li Mu would not have had to carry it all this way. Now that it was under strict supervision, Li Mu no longer needed to worry. The return of the Mother Stone to the military district remained confidential. The next step was to station professional personnel to ensure its vitality, then select a site to establish a military-industrial enterprise for development and production. The so-called professional personnel were the energy specialists from the academy. 3 hours after Liang Huajun reported to the academy, its experts and several leaders finally arrived, many bringing bedding with them, as they would be living here for a long time to ensure the Mother Stone could absorb energy properly and continually reproduce living crystal stones. Teleportation portals could only function within the Abyss, and both their construction and maintenance were exorbitantly expensive. On the surface, teleportation distances were extremely limited, so travel between cities still relied on airships. Could two abyssal bases of cities within the Abyss establish mutual teleportation arrays? The answer was no, because they could not locate each other. Suppose Taizhou City and Linyuan City were 2,000 kilometers apart. Theoretically, their abyssal entrances would also be separated by 2,000 kilometers. However, once inside the Abyss, if one explored from Taizhou City toward Linyuan City, even after covering 20,000 kilometers, Linyuan City would remain elusive. It was as if the space inside the Abyss and on the surface existed on entirely different planes. To date, among the more than 100 cities in Huaxia, no two cities have successfully located each other within the Abyss, and thus no two cities can achieve instantaneous teleportation between them. Surface long-distance teleportation and abyssal interconnection remain two monumental challenges that generations of spatial martial artists have been striving to overcome. Entering the Abyss was akin to falling into a forest shrouded in dark mist. Only through relentless exploration, dispersing the fog, charting maps, reclaiming resources, enhancing martial strength, and continuing to explore could humanity eventually uncover the final answer and truly pause its journey. Upon the arrival of the Academy personnel, the four leading figures of the Mingzhu military district mobilized completely, as among the visiting Academy leaders were two venerable professors, each adorned with over 40 academic medals. Although their military ranks were equivalent only to that of Liao Feng, when those medals were taken into account, even Liang Huajun, the young Tiger Marquis, had to respectfully address them as seniors. "Ha, old Tong, old he long time no see." Liang Huajun briskly approached the Academy contingent, warmly greeting the two venerable professors. Old he and Old Tong responded kindly with cheerful exchanges, indicating a prior acquaintance. Liang Huajun then turned to the middle-aged man leading the Academy delegation, who appeared to be in his 50s. "Director Liu, thank you for leading this technical support team," he said. Director Liu smiled and shook Liang Huajun's hand. "After all, this is the first Mother Stone of a living crystal in our northern border. Its research value is incalculable, and the Academy attaches great importance to it." Old he and Old Tong volunteered to come personally. After Director Liu spoke, the 70-plus-year-old professor, he rubbed his hands together with slight excitement and smiled. "Indeed, the Mother Stone of living crystals. We have only visited the front lines of Winter and Lingyun Wanxiang City before, but those were all so precious that we never got a proper chance to touch one. Now at last, our northern border has its very own Mother Stone." Professor He's hand-rubbing gesture elicited knowing smiles from everyone. At this moment, Director Liu turned to the middle-aged male and female researchers and encouraged them with a smile. "You have worked hard as well." The female researcher immediately seized the opportunity and stepped forward with a smile, saying, "It was no hardship at all. The successful retrieval of the Mother Stone this time was entirely due to the exemplary efforts of the commanders and soldiers of the Mingzhu military district. We merely conducted some surveying work, which compared to the merits of the Mingzhu military district as personnel, was truly insignificant." A male researcher standing nearby nodded in agreement. After the female researcher finished speaking, she looked at Liang Huajun and the others with a smile full of satisfaction. She absolutely could not allow the leadership to discover the exact details of how the Mother Stone was obtained. Although they had not committed any grave errors during this operation, they had failed to locate the Mother Stone themselves and had even ordered to abandon the search. Meanwhile, others had actually returned with the Mother Stone. If the leadership found out, these people would never have even the slightest chance of promotion within the Research Institute in the future. Therefore, she took the initiative, playing a clever word game. Although they had done some utterly useless surveying work, she phrased it as if they had only conducted surveying, while the Mingzhu military district had undertaken the combat operations. It sounded as though the mission had been accomplished through the joint efforts of both parties. The key to her cleverness was that she first acknowledged the outstanding work of the Mingzhu military district as commanders and soldiers. Her glance at Liang Huajun was a subtle reminder. All right, I've already acknowledged your tremendous contribution. We're just claiming a small share of the credit. Surely, as such a high-ranking commander, you wouldn't stoop to exposing us, would you? Though Jiang Linlin felt somewhat bitter inside for not receiving the majority of the credit, she reluctantly accepted the outcome. One should not be too greedy. Liang Huajun chuckled lightly and indeed said nothing. However, at this moment, Wang Longqing spoke up. I see the two professors are eager to proceed. Let's quickly go to the Mother Stone. I have also prepared video footage documenting the entire process of acquiring the Mother Stone, which will allow you to gain a more comprehensive and detailed understanding of it. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged male and female researchers, along with Jiang Linlin, all turned deathly pale simultaneously, an alarming whiteness. In their hearts, they cursed Wang Longqing furiously. What exactly are you planning with this? The female researcher forced an awkward smile. Deputy Commander Wang, is this really necessary? She asked, staring fixedly at Wang Longqing, who, however, did not so much as glance at her, but smiled instead at the two senior professors. Upon hearing this, Elder Tong's interest immediately piqued. Ah, this is absolutely a must-see. Director Liu furrowed his brows slightly as he looked at the female researcher, seemingly puzzled by her naive question. Wang Longqing had already recognized the importance of letting them review the mission records. Not only did they want to see them, but they were eager to analyze everything from the very beginning of the mission, as if they wished to examine it under a magnifying glass. Their research focused precisely on surveying and energy resources. They needed to analyze frame by frame the environment surrounding the Mother Stone, the terrain, its habitat, the types of monsters it consumed, and so forth. At this point, Wang Longqing added, the Mother Stone resides within a mountain, where it controls monsters to carve out a massive crystal cave. There is no signal inside, so we originally had no chance to record the scenes within. But thanks to the soldier who personally excavated the Mother Stone from the mountain, he captured stunning footage of the crystal space inside the mountain amidst life-threatening danger and brought the Mother Stone back. At this very moment, he is resting near the Mother Stone monitoring station, ready to answer any questions from scholars. These few words instantly filled Elders He and Tong with immense joy. They could hardly wait any longer and urged Wang Longqing to lead the way. They indeed had countless questions to ask Li Mu and were eager to witness the crystal space firsthand. As the group departed, the middle-aged male and female researchers and Jiang Linlin lagged behind, their faces ashen and their minds unsettled. Jiang Linlin, in particular, felt her breath quicken at the thought that Director Liu and others would see her erroneous judgment during the mission. Moreover, driven by twisted jealousy, the mere thought that Wang Yinhua's professional and precise survey results would be exposed to Director Liu and the others caused an unbearable ache at the roots of her hair. If Wang Yinhua were to enter Director Liu's field of vision and thus gain entry to the Research Institute, she dared not even imagine it. Deep down, she simply did not wish to see Wang Yinhua succeed. Wang Longqing's intentions were straightforward, to secure well-deserved credit for his subordinate and daughter. Li Mu had risked life and limb alongside his daughter, so he needed to maximize this achievement and bring it into a broader spotlight. As for dealing a blow to these three incompetents, that was merely incidental. Deputy Commander Zhang Qing's expression was also quite unpleasant. His composure was naturally far superior to that of the others, but Zhang Kong had not made any significant contributions during this mission, which left him somewhat frustrated. Fortunately, Zhang Kong had not committed any errors either, so he deserved to receive the credit that was due. The group arrived at the Mother Stone monitoring station and first examined the Mother Stone itself. Thereafter, the two senior professors pulled Li Mu aside to ask numerous detailed questions. Finally, they watched the video recordings of the mission's execution. Originally, Jiang Linlin and the other two still clung to a faint hope. As long as the footage did not include scenes from the command room, they could barely accept it. To their dismay, Wang Longqing was ruthless enough to include even the command room footage. When Director Liu saw that the middle-aged researchers and Jiang Linlin had neither contributed to this mission, nor had they merely obstructed the surveying task, his expression darkened. The Mingzhu military district had specially prepared this video evidence, which clearly carried a tone of complaint. Yet Director Liu could say nothing and could not blame the Mingzhu military district for the arrogance displayed by the middle-aged researchers, and Jiang Linlin in the footage was blatant. They actually dared to scold the commander-in-chief of the military district. This was sheer insolence. Our research institute dedicates itself diligently to academic work, with generations of painstaking efforts culminating in its current reputation. The military district leaders respect the institute, yet you squander its reputation so recklessly? This is utterly unacceptable. Seeing Director Liu's thick brows furrowed tightly and his face darken like still water, the middle-aged researchers and Jiang Linlin knew their world was collapsing. That night, Li Mu rode in Wang Longqing's car back to the military family quarters. Yang Suiying and Yang Yurong's family had already completed their move earlier that day. Now fully settled in the military quarters. Under by Tai Wei's arrangement, the two families were to have a joint dinner that evening, as by Tai Wei had insisted that Yang Suiying's family must be warmly welcomed upon their arrival. Given the Wang family's higher status, however, it was not appropriate to have Wang Longqing's family simply join Li Mu's for a casual meal. Thus, the welcoming dinner was held at the Wang residence. In the Wang family's living room, the cook and housekeeper served dish after dish, while Wang Longqing brought out treasured vintage wine he had collected for many years. Bai Taiwei orchestrated everyone's seating with great care, arranging the seats in a manner that was quite interesting. Presiding at the head of the table was Wang Longqing. To his left sat Bai Taiwei, beside whom were Yang Suiying, Yang Yurong, and Shen Jinshi in sequence. On Wang Longqing's right was Li Mu, with Wang Yinhua, Chen Jieqi, and Chen Jiafeng seated beside him respectively. Ostensibly, it was said that the adults gathered on one side and the children on the other. Once everyone was seated, Chen Jiafeng's index finger twitched eagerly, his eyes gleaming as they swept over the sumptuous feast laid out before him. He awaited the adults' signal to begin, ready to indulge without restraint. Chen Jieqi, meanwhile, was thoroughly fond of Wang Yinhua, sharing laughter and conversation with her, frequently complimenting her sister's beauty. As the dishes were nearly all served, Bai Taiwei smiled and addressed the barely restrained Chen Jiafeng. The dishes are almost ready. Let us begin. This is our family banquet, so feel free to eat whatever you like. Do not hold back. Chen Jiafeng's eyes lit up with joy as he glanced toward his mother. Receiving a confirming look from Yang Yurong, he expressed his thanks before commencing to eat. Thus, the meal began. Yang Suiying was the first to raise her glass, turning to Bai Taiwei and Wang Longqing. Thanks to Commander Wang and Director Bai for your care, I would like to offer this first toast to both of you. Having only met twice, though the invitation was to be casual, she dared not be too informal. Wang Longqing immediately chuckled. Sister Yang, since we are all seated around this family table, please don't be so distant. You're older than both of us from now on. Just call me little brother and him little sister. That way, we one chill our hearts. His words were earnest and sincere. At last, Yang Suiying's heart was fully at ease, realizing they bore no heirs. Bai Taiwei also raised her glass. If anyone is to propose a toast first, it should be me. First, to celebrate your recent relocation. Second, regarding today's mission in the Abyss. If it were not for Li Mu's protection, no one else could have safeguarded my daughter's life, let alone achieved any merit. So this toast is to your entire family. At this moment, Chen Jinshi chuckled. That one tea do. If you're to toast, then I must also toast you both. Yang Yurong joined the merriment. Come. We're all in the same drink. Everyone burst into hearty laughter and raised their glasses. No one could say who toasted whom last, but the atmosphere instantly grew warm and convivial. It truly felt like a family feast. During the meal and drinking, Yang Suiying inquired of Bai Taiwei about the mission Li Mu and his team had undertaken today. Bai Taiwei, aware of the general details, began to explain. Meanwhile, Yang Suiying's gaze frequently drifted toward Wang Yinhua, who sat beside Li Mu. For some reason, the more she looked, the more pleasing the sight became. The young woman was not only beautiful, but possessed a gentle demeanor and a serene smile. Especially when she smiled, her cheeks blushed charmingly, utterly endearing. As a mother, Yang Suiying observait carefully. Although Wang Yinhua chatted continuously with Chen Jieqi, her eyes occasionally stole glances at Li Mu. Seeing Li Mu engrossed in lively conversation with Wang Longqing, a faint trace of disappointment flickered in Wang Yinhua's eyes. Yet, when Li Mu finished his wine and drank the tea in his cup, Wang Yinhua unobtrusively pushed her own teacup toward him. This small gesture was noticed not only by Yang Suiying, but also by Bai Taiwei, whose lips curled into a subtle smile. unable to conceal her amusement. Li Mu, however, was oblivious to such tender affections, his attention wholly fixed on Wang Longqing's words. Wang Longqing spoke. The most critical next step is development. Once the living crystal stones are introduced into manufacturing, the output of our military district as premium weapons will increase substantially. This will greatly enhance our overall strength and recruitment efforts. Our military district lacks its own energy metal military industrial enterprises. We must continue to rely on cooperative companies for processing. Nearly 70% of the energy metal industry in our district is controlled by a single military industrial enterprise handling outsourcing. My stance is that one must not place all eggs in a single basket. If the living crystal stones are entrusted to them again, their monopoly will render them uncontrollable, and declining competitiveness will breed complacency. Therefore, we must consider a new steel enterprise to undertake the development of the mother stones. I have roughly gathered some data. Over the past 2 years, Zhang Group's metal industry seems to have developed well. Since you are close to the young master of Zhang Group, what is your opinion? After listening, Li Mu smiled and looked toward his uncle-in-law, Chen Jinshi. I know something about the Zhang Group family's situation. As for their metal industry, we have a frontline worker right here at this table. My uncle-in-law's blacksmith shop has always sourced raw materials from Zhang Group's metal industry. Wang Longqing instantly turned to Chen Jinshi. Oh, Chen Jinshi, seated a bit farther away and unaware of the conversation until now, looked puzzled as their gazes settled on him. Uncle-in-law, Uncle Wang wants to know how the Zhang Group's metal industry fares, Li Mu explained. Wang Longqing added, it's all right, just speak honestly. I'm merely conducting a small work-related inquiry. Chen Jinshi hurriedly replied, oh well, I don't understand the deeper aspects very well. But to be honest, ever since I started using energy metals from Zhang Group's line, I haven't used any others. Their prices are slightly higher, but the quality is genuinely excellent. Moreover, their after-sales service is good. Previously, other suppliers wouldn't handle our scrap metal, but Zhang Group collects it at fair prices and sends a truck with just one call. This saves effort and worry, and the products are reliable. Over the past 2 years, all blacksmiths focused on weapon making have been using Zhang Group's materials. It's become a circle. Once he began discussing his trade, Chen Jinshi's words flowed freely. Wang Longqing nodded repeatedly, understanding that a single leaf can reveal the arrival of autumn. The praise from a frontline worker speaks volumes about the Zhang Group's metal industry, suggesting it is undoubtedly commendable. Seeing Wang Longqing intrigued, Li Mu said, tomorrow, I will meet with Zhang Zhuwei and inquire whether their family is interested. If they have the capability, they would have already begun preparing to bid for this military-industrial contract. Wang Longqing nodded. Excellent. Then you must make the effort. If Zhang Group is genuinely interested, have them send me a proposal directly. We hold the greatest say in this mother stone development. The recommendations from the Research Institute are for a true military-grade enterprise, not just a cooperative outsourcing company. Those flashy metal enterprises produce proposals full of empty promises. In this bidding environment, where interests and connections matter, their proposals would likely be eliminated before reaching us. Wang Longqing spoke with a hint of helplessness. By scale, Zhang Group is considerable within Dongcheng District, but compared to those enterprises with military backgrounds in the entire Taizhou city, they lack advantage. Now that he holds the decisive power, he will not allow those unqualified companies to take over the living crystal stones. This is of paramount importance, both to Wang Longqing personally and to the Mingzhu military district. Understood. Li Mu nodded and acknowledged. Turning around, he casually picked up the teacup before him to take a sip, only to notice that there were 2 teacups placed in front of him. Instantly, his gaze shifted toward Wang Yinhua beside him. Just as he caught Wang Yinhua sneaking a glance at him, the flush that spread rapidly across Wang Yinhua's delicate face startled Yang Suying sitting opposite. She thought to herself, has this girl become so familiar with him? Even boiled prawns don't blush this quickly. When the dinner gathering concluded and they stepped outside, Yang Suying deliberately lingered a little closer to Wang Yinhua, observing her discreetly. It must be said that this young girl was not only charming and beautiful, but also possessed an excellent figure. Her hands were clasped together, resting gently on her lower abdomen, pressing her bosom into an even more prominent curve. Her legs were neither too plump nor too slender, and her waist was slender, with graceful contours delineating an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio. Yet, Yang Suying refrained from commenting. Upon returning home, each family member busied themselves gathering their scattered belongings back into their respective rooms. It was not until nightfall that Li Mu finally laid down to rest. He summoned his system. Throughout this mission, Li Mu had accumulated a total of 7,850 victory points, a significant increase compared to his previous expedition in the Bone Ghost domain. The primary reason was that the foes he had slain this time were all 4th grade monsters. At present, any 4th grade monster faced him could scarcely withstand a single blow. After deducting the points spent on mastering the body stabilization technique and unlocking the transformations of the flying bird and soaring eagle among the 72 transformations, he had 7,150 points remaining. Without hesitation, Li Mu allocated 5,000 points to enhance the Whispering Ear technique, consuming 5,000 victory points. Whispering Ear enhancement successful. Whispering Ear conceals a divine weapon within the ear's sumeru cavity, allowing constant enlightenment and cultivation at an accelerated rate. Current speed is 246 times the normal cultivation pace. Once the points were allocated, Li Mu could distinctly perceive a qualitative leap in his cultivation speed. The improvement was extraordinary, far surpassing even when he had devoted himself wholly to training. Moreover, this acceleration was continuous, ceaselessly boosting his progress. However, despite the rapid cultivation, Li Mu felt it lacked stability. He still needed to engage in constant battles to temper and solidify his foundational strength progressively. Following this combat, Li Mu sensed that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 3rd grade. Barring unforeseen circumstances, with the current cultivation speed granted by Whispering Ear, he anticipated breaking through to the 4th grade within a matter of days. After enhancing Whispering Ear, Li Mu invested an additional 545 points into the Divine Weapon technique. Consuming 545 victory points, Divine Weapon technique enhancement successful. Divine Weapon technique increases the weight of weapons. Current weight is 2,000 G, including the weapon's inherent weight. It now totaled 2,220 G. Li Mu stretched his arms long and wide, finally surpassing the 1-ton threshold. With 1,605 points remaining, Li Mu took out his various cloaks. Victory points could be used to upgrade spiritual treasures. But Li Mu had always found his great sage divine powers insufficient for such enhancements, and had thus forgotten about them entirely. This time, however, the battle made him realize the importance of spiritual treasures. The cloak could serve as an interesting experiment. How to upgrade a spiritual treasure. Inject victory points into the spiritual treasure to gain enhancement attributes. The more points invested, the stronger the attribute bonuses. He decided to invest 1,600 points to strengthen the cloak, opting to go all in. Please specify enhancement direction. Offensive, defensive, restorative, mystical arts domain. Defensive, li muchos. For now, he was not lacking in offensive power. When worn, the cloak grants 70% of your own defense capability. When removed, it retains 50% of your own defense. Li Mu raised an eyebrow. Well, what do you know? This spiritual treasure is freeloading off my own defense. Yet, he had to admit the attribute was formidable. With his celestial immortal technique and medicinal pills, even without activating his bronze head iron arm, his defense far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist. As his cultivation increased, having a spiritual treasure that constantly provided 70% of his own defense was exceedingly rare. The key was that there was still room for improvement. Thinking of medicinal pills, Li Mu urgently needed to enhance his physical strength. He was still awaiting the effects of the superior body stabilization pill. As the thought struck him, Li Mu's consciousness entered the Fudian realm. Within it, his battle horse, Yao Gu, was running about wildly. After running for a while, the horse would bend its leg and urinate. The force of the stream was so strong that it could carve a puddle in the ground. Then Yao Gu would dash to the spring to drink with abandon. Ever since Li Mu had brought Yao Gu into this Fudian technique, the horse had become obsessed with the spring. It was presumably because the spring could transform its body. The spring continuously bubbled upward, so water was abundant, and Li Mu did not concern himself with it. Near the spring, Li Mu had dug a water pit with 2 outlets. Once filled, it overflowed into 2 adjacent herb fields. In this Fudian realm, there was no such thing as overwatering. The medicinal herbs inside could simultaneously and voraciously absorb nutrients from both the Fudian soil and the spring, growing infinitely. Their growth rate was tens, even hundreds of times faster than outside. After only 3 to 5 days, Li Mu's herbs had already sprouted into small plants. He estimated that in another 3 days, they would grow into large plants. Once large leaves appeared, they could be harvested for pill refining. Li Mu placed his hands on his hips, surveying the 2 small plots. If all these herbs matured, he could probably produce a dozen or 20 superior body stabilization pills. He wondered whether consuming them regularly would cause drug resistance. It was truly a headache. The following morning, Li Mu rose and headed straight to the school. Not seeing Zhang Jue, he called him. Gunner, where are you? I have good news for you. Before Zhang Jue received Li Mu's call, the Zhang family was holding a family meeting. The topic was the application for cooperation with a military-industrial enterprise. Although the Zhang family lacked a military background, they still had many informants. The night before, they had received confirmed intelligence that the Pearl Military District had obtained a mother stone of a living crystal stone. Living crystal stones were excellent materials for crafting fine, special, and even rare weapons. One material spanning 3 major grades, demonstrating exceptional adaptability and coordination. Securing the cooperative production rights for this item would allow the Zhang group to ascend rapidly, even if the other 2 main industries were entirely abandoned. In this era of advanced martial cultivation, the industries of weaponry, spiritual treasures, and medicinal pills were irreplaceable. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Jue's father had stayed up most of the night, leading several leaders from the energy and metal industries to draft a top-tier project proposal. At this moment, the atmosphere around the meeting table was somewhat tense. Zhang Jue sat at the edge, wearing a worried expression. At the head of the table sat the current head of the Zhang family, Zhang Jiohe, Zhang Jue's grandfather. Though over 70 years old, he was vigorous and possessed profound Xian-level cultivation. His weathered face bore a deep furrow of concern. This bidding process is extremely important to our Zhang family. However, the competition will undoubtedly be fiercer than ever. The Yi family of South City already controls over 70% of the energy and metal cooperation in the Pearl Military District. They are determined to acquire the Mother Stone and have already begun seeking downstream partners. It will be extraordinarily difficult for us to break through. Jiwei, you have been with the Jinyuan army for several days now. Do you have any insights? Zhang Jiwei sighed helplessly. Grandpa was truly desperate enough to grasp at straws. He himself had only just joined the Jinyuan army a few days ago. Although he held the distinction of being the runner-up in the Abyss's inaugural battle and had been executing missions with relentless dedication, earning some merit, he was still far from gaining the attention of the military's higher-ups. This time, the Mingzhu military district had obtained the Mother Stone, yet even the Jinyuan army reserves, to which he belonged, learned of it later than his father's generation. Grandpa, I haven't yet made a breakthrough in the military, Zhang Jiwei said earnestly. But Li Mu is quite active among the military district's top leaders. Perhaps he might have some information. At most, I can ask him to gather some intelligence. Zhang Jiuhen nodded in understanding, showing no intention of pressuring his cherished grandson. Even he, an experienced figure with military connections, did not have deep ties, let alone Zhang Jiwei. So, what about that younger comrade who saved your life? Zhang Xiaoyang, Zhang Jiwei's father, inquired. Zhang Jiwei nodded in response. All right, leave no opportunity unseized. If you can ask, then ask. We can only do our utmost and leave the rest to fate, Zhang Xiaoyang said firmly. I'll attend the bidding later. Given our reputation in the energy metals industry over these past years, submitting our proposal to the top leadership shouldn't be an issue. Beside him, his wife Li Ru added, the matriarch of the Yi family has invited us for a meal. She probably wants to discuss having us join their downstream industrial chain. Should I go? Zhang Xiaoyang immediately waved his hand to interrupt. No, you're not going, even if I starve to death. I want to stoop to being a labor for the Yi family. They think they can ride rushod over us just for a few coins? In your dreams. Li Ru nodded in agreement. At that moment, Zhang Jiwei's phone rang. Apologizing to his parents and grandfather, he stepped aside to answer. It was Li Mu calling, saying he had good news for him. Zhang Jiwei spoke briefly over the phone. All right, I'll drive over to see you. After hanging up, he returned to the table. It's Li Mu. He.S. asking to meet. I'm heading out now, Zhang Jiwei announced. The others nodded, and Zhang Jiwei quickly left the house. Zhang Jiayang finished the half-smoked cigarette in his hand before standing. All right, I'll set out as well. After Zhang Jiwei met with Li Mu climbed into Zhang Jiwei's car. Zhang Jiwei drove a modest off-road vehicle, notably understated among luxury cars. Sitting in the passenger seat, Li Mu immediately realized he should buy a car himself. This was far more comfortable than riding Marco's horse. In the city, horseback riding was a symbol of status, but one couldn't ride horses all the time. A car was a necessity. What's the good news? Zhang Jiwei asked succinctly. It's about the living crystal Mother Stone. Is your family planning to bid? Li Mu asked directly. Zhang Jiwei looked at him